For the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Wow. It's a beautiful gesture. I mean, I know my grandma was knitting something before she passed away, and we still have that. So to have somebody come and complete it, that's awesome.
In every fiber of the finished product and every fiber of the volunteers, too, there's so much love.
That's right.
This is Early Today. Winter weather wreaking havoc this morning. The West Coast and Northeast digging out from a massive snowstorm, while rare February tornadoes rip through the South. Angie is monitoring the system for us.
High stakes for higher education in the nation's highest court. The fight for student debt relief heads to the Supreme Court.
Hackers set their sights on the U.S. Marshals, the major breach that exposed sensitive personal data, including information on fugitives.
A health risk warning before you make your morning cup of coffee. A new study linking an artificial sweetener to heart attacks and strokes.
And it was the slap scene around the world. Chris Rock is finally ready to talk about that infamous moment at the Oscars.
A curveball for Major League Baseball. The controversial new rules aimed at speeding up America's pastime. It's the last day of February. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. More than a dozen tornadoes tore across the southern plains and the Midwest, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Norman, Oklahoma suffered a direct hit as many homes were ripped to shreds. At least 4 twisters touched down in Illinois, 2 in the Chicago suburbs, and another seen here in Champaign. And severe weather is also wreaking havoc in Ohio. High winds ripped roofs right off homes and toppled trees.
In neighboring Michigan, more than 147,000 residents are still without power after an ice storm downed power lines last week. And more snow blanketed the region Monday. Parts of the Northeast, including New York City, saw its first significant snowfall of the year. More is expected in the northern part of the state and New England today, which could make for a dicey commute for many.
Out west, California residents are still digging out from a massive snowstorm. San Bernardino County declaring an emergency after many in the worst spots were trapped or couldn't get home due to the snow. And more is headed that way today. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking all this for us. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we've got a whole lot of activity as far as snow and rain working through parts of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. But out west, we're going to see another round of a system working in and bringing more rain and snow to folks there. So let's start with the Northeast. This is where we're going to wake up to, again, a difficulty when it comes to travel, being on the roads for commute in places like Scranton, extending up into Hartford, Boston. Those are some areas where those roads will be slick. New York City, yes, we received a little bit of snow, our most significant of the year so far. Not all that impressive, and the good news is we're going to start to see that working away from us, and we'll have time to kind of clear off the roads and everything like that by the time we get closer to late morning and even early afternoon. Still, we have more than 30 million people under these winter weather alerts at this time, and we could see some locations pick up as high as 8 inches of snow by the time it's all said and done through the day today. That'll be mainly focused a little farther north into places like Maine. The system works through parts in the Northeast, and we're going to be looking at better conditions for tomorrow. But again, that West Coast storm is going to be something we'll have to watch for in the coming days, guys.
No, it's headed our way. Okay, thank you, Angie. Over 6 months after it was first introduced, the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments today over the legality of President Biden's proposal to forgive student loans for borrowers. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us from Washington with more. And Bree, good morning. There is so much at stake with what the court will decide in this case. How did we reach this point?
Good morning, Francis. Philip. Well, student debt forgiveness was a major issue for President Biden on the campaign trail, and the White House unveiled its plan for student debt relief back in August. The proposal would forgive up to $10,000 in student debt for people earning less than $125,000 per year and cancel up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. While millions of Americans applied for the program, it was met with immediate backlash and was blocked by a federal appeals court in November. The Supreme Supreme Court will hear two different challenges starting today. One is from a group of 6 Republican-led states that sued last September. They argue the president overstepped his authority by taking the action without approval from Congress. The other challenge comes from 2 student borrowers who claim that they would be excluded from the plan. They argue that the Biden administration deprived them of their procedural rights by not allowing the public to weigh in. President Biden acknowledged the challenges during an event for Black History Month at the White House.
My administration is making our case in the Supreme Court, and I'm confident the legal authority to carry out that plan is there. I promise you, I have your back, and this is so much more we can do.
The Supreme Court also agreed to take on a case over the constitutionality of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So the fate of many economic issues now resting in the hands of the court's 9 justices. Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree in Washington, thank you.
Breaking news, the U.S. Marshal Service says it has suffered a major security breach. According to a spokesperson, a ransomware attack earlier this month impacted a system that contains sensitive information, including identifiable details about subjects of investigations, third parties, and some Marshal Service employees. A senior law enforcement official familiar with the breach tells NBC News that this database did not contain any information about people in the Witness Protection Program. The agency says the system was disconnected from the network, and the Justice Department has opened up an investigation.
Dominion Voting Systems has dropped another bombshell in their defamation lawsuit against Fox News. A new court filing includes testimony from Fox chairman Rupert Murdoch, who admitted some Fox News hosts endorsed false claims of a stolen 2020 election. Murdoch acknowledged that hosts Maria Bartiromo, Jeanine Pirro, Lou Dobbs, and Sean Hannity have done more to give a platform to the baseless allegations. When asked about these hosts, he responded, quote, "Yes, they endorsed." But Murdoch rejected the idea that Fox News as a whole endorsed the election fraud lie, saying, quote, "Not Fox, no, not Fox." Dominion is suing for $1.6 billion. Fox News calls the lawsuit baseless and a violation of the First Amendment.
Now to the train derailment and toxic disaster in East Palestine. NBC News has confirmed that the House Energy and Commerce Committee plans to hold a field hearing near the Ohio village. The committee chair says they want to, quote, "hear directly from those who have been impacted by this tragic derailment and to hear their concerns." No date has been set yet. Meanwhile, shipments of contaminated waste out of East Palestine have resumed after the EPA paused those efforts over the weekend to identify larger delivery sites. The material will now go to 4 EPA-vetted disposal cities in Ohio and in Indiana. And today, EPA Chief Michael Regan will return to East Palestine for a 3rd time.
Now to a story impacting tens of millions of Americans. The Pandemic Food Assistance Program that gives families extra money for SNAP benefits is coming to an end this week. Dasha Burns reports.
Are we ready? Yeah!
Jessica Ramos is a single mom. Feeding her 6 kids has always been a struggle.
What do you think about when you go to bed at night?
Well, if we're going to be okay for the next week.
Her family is among more than 42 million Americans who receive SNAP benefits, what used to be known as food stamps. During the pandemic, the government boosted those benefits. Jessica received an extra $300 a month.
They came in handy. They really did. The prices are going so high that we need them.
These benefits kept 4.2 million people out of poverty and reduced child poverty by 14%, according to the Urban Institute. But this month marks the end for those expanded benefits because of a provision in last year's omnibus spending bill.
The scary part for the next month, how are we going to live? What's going to happen?
What are the sort of decisions you're going to have to make to keep feeding your kids?
That was so hard. Either pay a bill or go buy some groceries. That's
where you're at.
Yes.
Jessica is not alone. Food banks across the country are preparing for a rise in food insecurity.
We have people calling our organization every day looking for more food resources.
George Matisic is the executive director of Share Food Program, one of the largest food banks in Philadelphia. He says they've already seen a 70% increase in demand over the last year as food prices have skyrocketed.
For organizations like ours, that means having to work round the clock to make sure we're sourcing more food to serve more people.
The typical SNAP household will see monthly allotments drop by at least $95. For older Americans and big families like Jessica's, the difference will be hundreds of dollars.
The people in Washington who are making these decisions, what do you want them to understand about what life is like for you?
For them to put themselves in our shoes, that we really are struggling out here, to please just consider, think about the children, mostly the children.
Dasha Burns, NBC News, Philadelphia.
In Texas, 2 UPS employees have been arrested and charged with trafficking cocaine on the job. The U.S. attorney says they distributed more than 130 pounds of cocaine using their UPS vehicles. The drugs were allegedly provided by 3 other men who were also charged. None of their lawyers responded to a request for comment. UPS tells NBC News they're aware of the case but declined to comment due to the ongoing investigation.
Now to incredible body cam footage in New Jersey showing a moment a home exploded during a fire last month. Police said 6 firefighters were in the home when it exploded. None suffered life-threatening injuries, though 2 were hospitalized with burns and have since been released. Officials have not released the cause of the explosion.
All right, Angie's back with us with more on that major winter storm. Hello again, Angie.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, it's going to be a busy kind of start to our morning, our Tuesday morning in parts of the Northeast. Good news is if you live in the Great Lakes, we're seeing some of that snow and the rain come to an end. Most of that has now shifted just off to the east, where places like Buffalo have been in and out of some snow and then eventually showers. We're going to see places like New York transition from snow into a wintry kind of mix and then eventually rain as the morning goes on. Farther north you are into portions of New England, though, that's where we could see some slick travel on those roadways. So just be careful with that. Meanwhile, out west, California gearing up for more rain and snow as this next system works in. It'll eventually start to spread snow to the Four Corners area and then track across parts of the country, the eastern half of the country, I should say. Northern tier could see some more additional snowfall. We'll also see severe weather developing in places from the plains all the way to the southeast as we head from Wednesday into Friday. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, it's a snowy start for Boston, Portland, Burlington, and Syracuse. We look a little farther to the south. It's the opposite, feeling like summer in a lot of spots. 85 for Shreveport, 88 in San Antonio, and Jacksonville coming in at 86 degrees today. Next couple of days is going to be a little busy across a lot of parts of the country, guys. We're going to time it all out for you so you can make your plans coming up.
Yeah, we gotta know. Okay, thank you, Angie. The newest star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame went to someone you may know as a friend. Courtney Cox unveiled her star on Monday. Her friends, co-star Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow, were on hand, along with Laura Dern, to pay tribute to Cox. And Michael B. Jordan will be the next star to get his name printed in gold. The Creed 3 actor is set to unveil his star on the Walk of Fame tomorrow.
All right, we're back in a minute with the latest in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial.
And fans of sugar substitutes say not-so-sweet study says you better watch out.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, the defense has rested in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. It came after notable successes in the courtroom Monday. The judge granted the defense's request to take the jurors on a tour of the crime scene, and a blood spatter expert raised doubts about the prosecution's case. He testified that it's unlikely the murders were committed by a single gunman. Also, Murdaugh's brother, John Marvin, testified that investigators lied to him about evidence in the case when he came in to assist them. The prosecution says they have 4 or 5 rebuttal witnesses before closing arguments later this week. Alec Murdaugh is charged with killing his wife and son in June of 2021. He could face life in prison.
Sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is expected to appeal her conviction today. According to a statement from Maxwell's attorney, her appeal will argue that the government made multiple errors, including denying her right to a fair and impartial jury. Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison for recruiting and grooming teenage girls who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
Here's a not-so-sweet warning for fans of sugar substitutes. A new study out of the Cleveland Clinic found that the compound erythritol may increase your chances at developing blood clots or a stroke. According to the findings, people with higher levels of the artificial sweetener in their blood were 2 times more likely than their lower-level counterparts to develop health risks. Erythritol is a common ingredient used in diet or keto products such as Truvia or zero-calorie drinks.
I'm looking at all my ingredients right now, and those sweeteners. All right, Jeremy Renner is making great progress on his road to recovery just 2 months after a snowcat accident. Renner is doing whatever it takes, in his words, to bounce back. The mayor of Kingstown actor broke over 30 bones and had chest surgery due to blunt chest trauma after trying to tow his nephew's truck out of the snow. Since then, Renner has been in physical therapy and gave fans a sneak peek at his workout routine. On Instagram, he posted that video of him pedaling on an exercise bike.
All right, after the break, Ted Lasso kicks it into high gear in a new look at season 3.
And Heinz is giving a boatload to a sailor who survived at sea on ketchup.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I love you guys so very much.
On three. 1, 2, 3. I love you guys very much.
Ted Lasso and the team at AFC Richmond are in the Premier League, returning to the pitch in the Emmy-winning show. Season 3 whips back into Apple TV Plus on March 15th.
Between that and Succession coming back, and it's going to be a lot to watch before the summertime. All right, we all remember it. The slap heard around the world. But now we're going to be able to hear the other side of that story. Comedian Chris Rock is opening up about that in a new Netflix special airing this Saturday. The stand-up comedy special will stream live just a week before the Oscars. And he's also got a star-studded pre-show and post-show featuring comedians Amy Schumer, Jerry Seinfeld, Martin Short, and more. I'm looking forward to this for many reasons. I mean, the last space that Netflix hasn't really filled is live programming. Yeah. So for this to be a live event, it's the first of its kind, and it's Chris Rock, I'm sure.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
And remember, after that happened, we were like, is he going to say anything? What's happening? We called it, right? We're like, he's probably saving it for some kind of docu or some kind of special. Here we are, almost a year later, and here it is.
Yeah, there was very few people who got to see his live shows that talked about it, and now we're all going to get to hear it.
Okay, Heinz is giving us a catch-up on the saga of the ketchup boat guy. The company used a social media search to get in touch with a sailor who survived off a bottle of ketchup while lost at sea, and they finally found him. Heinz shared they are planning on buying Elvis Francois a brand new boat after contacting him on the island of Dominica. Elvis was rescued by the Colombian Navy last month, where he revealed the condiment saved his life during his 24 days adrift. There's a lot of sugar in that, I guess, you know, everything else that'll keep him going, keep his energy going, blood sugar level, you know, up for him to stay alive. I know there was an instance of a woman who was in a ditch, her car rolled over, and she survived on like the ketchup packets from fast food restaurants. So a life-saving thing.
I mean, it's saved us sometimes from just putting fries on in the car, but all the way to actual life-saving, sustenance. I got to say though, this guy, the last thing he needed was a lifetime supply of it. I thought that's where you're going with that, but he got a boat. That's a fantastic gift from Heinz. All right, a new cross-country storm is brewing. Yeah, Angie's got to look at that next.
Trans-Telecom, it is DeSantis versus Disney. The new battle going down in Florida.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and
With
feels
the
like.
latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Waking up to some snow in parts of the Northeast. We're seeing that tapering off for parts of the Midwest, but it'll be a slick commute for folks in New England and points north. You can see a bit of a different story for the Southeast, though. Record highs. Places like Mobile, Miami could see a record-breaking afternoon as far as our temperatures today, guys.
Unbelievable.
We'll start counting. Thank you. After the break, Major League Baseball swings for the fences with new rule changes.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and
From the
feels like.
storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is stripping Disney of its special district control, signing a bill that gives him power over it.
No company or individual in Florida, or probably anywhere else in our whole country, has enjoyed their own governing status, being exempt from many of the laws of the state of Florida, massive subsidies. So it's not a good arrangement to begin with.
This started after clashing with Disney over his Don't Say Gay bill. Disney did not immediately respond for comment.
All federal workers have 30 days to remove TikTok from their government-issued devices. This comes after Congress passed the No TikTok on Government Devices Act in December. Officials say the new guidance aims to protect sensitive government data. The Chinese-owned social media app has faced scrutiny over security concerns.
Major League Baseball is throwing some new rules into this season. Some say they're out of the park. Others say they're strike three. NBC's Sam Brock explains.
For a sport steeped in history, Major League Baseball's taking a crack at new rules, hoping to bring a more explosive, speedier version to fans.
For fielders, this is what we've been dreaming of.
The average baseball game in 2022 was more than 3 hours. The league hopes to get things moving faster this season with a new pitch clock.
What rule or rules are being talked about the most?
I'd say the clock.
Here's how it works. Pitchers only have 15 seconds between throws. Unless there's runners on base, then it's 20. And batters have to be locked in and ready with 8 seconds left, creating chaos in one of the first preseason games on Saturday.
And now what? He's out. They have called strike 3.
The Braves-Red Sox ending with a violation. Both teams and fans expecting a learning curve.
That's why these games are really, really important. I think we're all learning together.
As a fan, it's interesting to me to see how those seasoned pros can adapt and change and roll with it.
There's also some sweeping changes at every base except home.
Part of the effort to create more dynamism in baseball is the size of the bags. This is 2022. This is 2023. The expectation is you can steal more bases and have fewer injuries with a larger bag.
Speedsters like John Birdie are planning on a base-stealing bonanza.
So you're looking at this bag right here.
It's nice.
How
nice and big.
So you like this. This is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it encourages more of the, old school type baseball, more athleticism, more base stealing.
It's America's pastime with an eye clearly on the future. Sam Brock, NBC News, Jupiter, Florida.
Will you be able to tell the difference? I mean, I know I wouldn't be.
I think I will be, but I'm excited to see how it plays out this season. Thanks for starting your day with us. We'll see you tomorrow. February going out with tens of millions under a winter weather alert. The biggest snowstorm of the year bearing down on the Northeast, while families across the South pick up the pieces after severe storms spawn tornadoes. Angie's here tracking it all.
Student loan forgiveness heads to the Supreme Court. The cases that could make or break the White House plans to help millions struggling with student debt.
Taking out the toxic waste. Removal restarts after that fiery train derailment in Ohio as the government aims to answer burning questions from residents.
It's Ron DeSantis versus Disney. Florida's governor sets his sights on the happiest place on earth with a new bill.
And even the tooth fairy is feeling the bite from inflation. A new study shows that kids are finding more money under the pillow than ever before. We're closing out the month. Early Today starts right now.
Glad to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. After a mostly mild winter for much of the Northeast, snow finally fell in parts of the New York metro area, including New York City. And now rain is washing it all away. But farther north into New England, more snow is expected today, and that could make for a slippery commute. Meanwhile, in Michigan, more than 147,000 residents spent yet another night in the dark after last week's ice storm.
Next door in Ohio, severe weather brought high winds that damaged homes, tearing off roofs and toppling trees. This as tornadoes terrorized the southern plains and Midwest. Our Morgan Chesky starts us off.
Oklahoma facing a mangled mess. Homes shredded and cars tossed from terrifying tornadoes.
There's possibly a tornado going over us right now.
The storm spawning 9 reported twisters, slamming the southern plains with devastating winds, drenching rain, and hail.
Hello? Everybody okay in there?
The city of Norman, Oklahoma, suffering a direct hit.
My house is destroyed. My property, as you can see, is destroyed.
Can you salvage anything?
I'm not sure.
But Dinah Korhummel worried less about her home than her barn full of beloved horses when the storm ripped the roof right off.
So as you walk in, you don't know what to expect.
I'm thinking every horse is dead, and all of a sudden, all the noses are coming out, and I'm going, oh my God, it is heartbreaking, but I'm so glad that the horses are okay.
That same system lashing parts of New Mexico and Texas in a sandstorm, blowing up so much dust, NOAA spotted it on radar. Now, as the storm churns east, a new tornado threat. At least 4 reported twisters touching down in Illinois, as 42 million people face winter alerts from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. New York City prepping for what could be their biggest snowfall all year. On the West Coast, where millions were battered by record snow and rain, another round is now soaking the Golden State. Outside Los Angeles, saturated hillsides giving way.
Scariest part is the people that live up there, and just thinking about how much more rain could come.
Coast-to-coast extremes wreaking havoc as millions hunker down.
All right, Morgan, thank you. Let's get straight to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who was tracking that system for us and where it's going to linger and stay. Hi, Angie.
Hi there. Yeah, we're going to see this system and then another one work on for folks on the West Coast. So it's a bit of a busy week weather-wise. Here's what's going on satellite and radar-wise. You can see some of this rain that has been working through parts a little farther to the south of New York City. New York City starting to get into that wintry mix. We'll start to see the rain working in here as we go through the rest of the morning hours. But still, you'll wake up to some snow on the cars, on the grass, and such, and the sidewalks. 38 million people still included in these winter alerts that are up right now. And additional snowfall could be as high as 8 inches the farther north in New England you go. Places like southern Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, we'll see those higher amounts, especially in the higher elevations. This system will continue to work out, and we'll start to see things quiet down here as we get into tomorrow. But in the meantime, it'll be a bit of a difficult commute for folks in places like Boston and Hartford, guys.
Okay, we'll keep watching it with you. Thank you.
More than 6 months after it was first introduced, the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments today over the legality of President Biden's proposal to forgive student loans for borrowers. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington with more. Bree, good morning. Student debt relief, it's a major issue. It's also very polarizing. How do we get here?
That's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, student debt forgiveness was a major issue for President Biden on the campaign trail, and the White House unveiled its plan for student debt relief back in August. The proposal would forgive up to $10,000 in student debt for people earning less than $125,000 per year and cancel up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. While millions of Americans applied for the program, it was met with immediate backlash and was blocked by a federal appeals court in November. The Supreme Court will hear 2 different challenges starting today. One is from a group of 6 Republican-led states that sued last September. They argue the president overstepped his authority by taking the action without approval from Congress. The other challenge comes from 2 student borrowers who claim that they would be excluded from the plan. They argue that the Biden administration deprived them of their procedural rights by not allowing the public to weigh in. President Biden acknowledged the challenges during an event for Black History Month at the White House.
I would argue that my administration is making our case in the Supreme Court, and I'm confident the legal authority to carry out that plan is there. I promise you, I have your back, and this is so much more we can do.
The Supreme Court also agreed to take on a case over the constitutionality of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The fate of many economic issues is now resting in the hands of the court's 9 justices. Philip.
A lot at stake. Bree Jackson for us from Washington. Bree, thank you.
Now to breaking news. The U.S. Marshal Service says it has suffered a major security breach. According to a spokesperson, the ransomware attack earlier this month impacted a system that contains sensitive information, including identifiable details about subjects of investigations, third parties, and some Marshals Service employees. A senior law enforcement official familiar with the breach tells NBC News that this database did not contain any information about people in the Witness Protection Program. The agency says the system was disconnected from the network, and the Justice Department has opened an investigation.
The FBI have arrested a man called the Sedition Panda for storming the Capitol during the January 6th riot. Jesse James Rumson was allegedly wearing a panda head and seen entering the Capitol through an emergency fire escape. He's facing several charges, including assaulting, resisting, or impeding an officer. According to the FBI affidavit, he encouraged rioters to breach another door and grabbed an officer's face shield.
Now to the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial, where the defense has rested. It came after a couple of notable courtroom successes for the defense that day. The judge granted their request to take the jurors on a tour of the crime scene, and a blood spatter expert raised doubts about the prosecution's case. He testified that it is unlikely murders were committed by a single gunman. Also, Murdaugh's brother, John Marvin, testified that investigators lied to him about evidence in the case when he came in to assist them. The prosecution says they have 4 or 5 rebuttal witnesses before closing arguments later this week. Alec Murdaugh is charged with killing his wife and son on June of 2021. He could face life in prison.
Now to the train derailment and toxic disaster in East Palestine. NBC News has confirmed that the House Energy and Commerce Committee plans to hold a field hearing near the Ohio Village. The committee chair says they want to, quote, hear directly from those who have been impacted. No date has been set yet. Our George Solis has the latest from the ground in East Palestine, where waste removal has resumed.
Emotions still running high in East Palestine, Ohio.
The most frustrating part is Norfolk Southern is making me question whether I'm a good parent.
3 weeks since the Norfolk Southern toxic train derailment, Sharice Munyon, mother of two, says she's feeling trapped between a sea of information and instinct.
I have a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, and are they going to, in 10 years, be diagnosed with cancer that's from this?
These renewed fears come as truckloads of hazardous waste from the site are once again on the move. After the EPA temporarily paused shipments over the weekend, they're now being transported from East Palestine to EPA-vetted disposal sites in nearby cities.
The addition of these disposal locations gets us closer to having enough capacity to finish the cleanup.
Officials in Michigan and Texas irate over what they say was a surprise delivery of tons of contaminated waste from the derailment.
The outward effect of it looks like we're being sandbagged.
Ohio's governor announcing 5 truckloads of contaminated soil were returned to East Palestine. As the NTSB continues its investigation, Norfolk Southern says it continues to work on track removal at the site as well as soil excavation, while the CDC continues door-to-door survey efforts to check on residents.
Has anyone been to your door?
Not one person.
And what does that tell you?
That they don't care.
NBC News has learned the head of the EPA, Michael Regan, is visiting East Palestine for the 3rd time to visit the derailment site and meet with residents.
Our thanks to George for that update.
SpaceX has launched a new generation of its Starlink satellites. A Falcon 9 rocket carried 21 of the new V2 mini satellites into orbit. SpaceX says this new version is smaller and has about 4 times more capacity. More than 4,000 Starlink satellites are now in orbit, designed to provide internet service in remote areas around the world.
All right, let's bring back Angie for the latest on that massive winter storm. Angie, this thing really did go from coast to coast.
And we have another one that we're going to watch over the next couple of days that's going to, again, go coast to coast and impact people with severe weather and winter weather. And in California, we'll see more rain and snow. We'll show you that here in a moment. But just a quick look at the radar. You can see some of that rain that's working through places like Pittsburgh at this hour, Cleveland, Buffalo, all seeing the rainfall. Meanwhile, a little farther to the north, it's the snow for New York City, a wintry mix here over the next few hours. There's the system that I'm talking about. We're going to see added rain and mountain snow for folks in California. Not quite as intense as it was with the previous system, but nonetheless still impactful. As we get through the middle of the week and into your Thursday and your Friday, we'll see the potential for severe weather to stretch from the plains all the way to the southeast, starting on Wednesday, tomorrow, and lasting through Friday. We'll have the potential for hail, wind damage, and tornadoes, as well as some added snow in some areas across the country. Let's look at the weather across the country. We'll take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, we're waking up to snowy conditions in Portland, Boston, New York, a wintry mix. Meanwhile, in the South, it feels like summer in Charleston at 85 degrees, New Orleans at 83, and plenty of sunshine for Oklahoma City at 75 for the high today. Next couple of days are going to be busy, guys. We'll talk more about that severe weather and when we'll see the snow wrap up in parts of the Northeast coming up.
That's going to be kind of check the weather every day kind of week. Okay, Angie, thank you. You've heard of the running of the bulls, but what about the running of the dinosaurs? Nearly 150 people wearing inflatable T-Rex suits raced on a beach there in southern Japan. Dinosaurs of all different colors sprinted across the sand. A lot of them even face planting because it's so tough to run in that. Yeah. Organizers say they were happy to see people enjoy the race, as many events have been canceled due to the pandemic.
We see these so often, these little outfits.
It's like the biggest hit, those inflatable dinosaurs every Halloween.
Because they're
always
so funny, right?
You know, especially the T-Rex ones, little
arms. All right, we are back in just 1 minute as Jeffrey Epstein's confidant Ghislaine Maxwell prepares to appeal her sex trafficking conviction.
And nearly a year later, Chris Rock is gearing up to break his silence on the Oscars slapgate.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there? At least like 11.
Now to the economy, as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is expected to appeal her conviction today. According to a statement from Maxwell's attorney, her appeal will argue that the government made multiple errors, including denying her right to a fair and impartial jury. Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison for recruiting and grooming teenage girls who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, it's the place where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis tied the knot, but yesterday he stripped Disney of its special district control, signing a bill that gives him power over it.
No company or individual in Florida, or probably anywhere else in our whole country, has enjoyed their own governing status, being exempt from many of the laws of the state of Florida, massive subsidies. So it's not a good arrangement to begin with.
This started after clashing with Disney over his Don't Say Gay bill.
All federal workers have 30 days to remove TikTok from their government-issued devices. This comes after Congress passed the No TikTok on Government Devices Act in December. Officials say the new guidance aims to protect sensitive government data. The Chinese-owned social media app has faced scrutiny over security concerns.
Well, it was a slap heard around the world, and now we will be able to hear the other side of that story. Comedian Chris Rock is opening up about that in a new Netflix special airing this Saturday. The stand-up comedy special will stream live just a week before the Oscars. He's also got a star-studded pre-show and post-show featuring comedians Amy Schumer, Jerry Seinfeld, Martin Short, and more.
Heinz is giving us a catch-up on the saga of the ketchup boat guy. The company used a social media search to get in touch with a sailor who survived off a bottle of ketchup while lost at sea. And they finally found him. Heinz shared they are planning on buying Elvis Francois a brand new boat after contacting him on the island of Dominica. Elvis was rescued by the Colombian Navy last month, where he revealed the condiment saved his life during his 24 days adrift. Still to come, surging back into first, the rally that sent Elon Musk rocketing back into the top spot for the world's richest people.
And how inflation is biting into the tooth fairy's bottom line.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We have a consumer alert to warn you about. Global Pharma Healthcare is expanding its recall of eye products over the risk of bacterial infection. The FDA now urging people not to use Delsum Pharma eye ointment cream in addition to the Ezra Care eye drops. While no injuries related to the eye cream have been reported, one death and multiple infections were linked to the eye drops. You can contact Delsum Pharma's customer service number to learn more.
All right, not even the tooth fairy is safe from inflation. But first, Elon Musk is back on top thanks to a Tesla surge. CNBC's Jeff Cutmore has more on that. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Francis. Let's talk about Elon Musk then. So he briefly lost the title to the French luxury goods billionaire Bernard Arnault, but a big rally in Tesla's stock, at least 100% bounce from the lows, has pushed Elon Musk's net wealth back in the front in terms of global billionaires, if you like. This, as investors are really trying to reprice a lot of these growth and technology businesses. So Elon Musk personally has been a huge beneficiary. I'm not sure, though, whether that will give much comfort to the hundreds who have recently lost their jobs at Twitter. They may not like this aspect of the story. But yeah, back as number one. And let me take you to the tooth fairy story, because this is fascinating. We talk a lot about inflation on CNBC, not so much about how much parents are having to pay now for teeth under the pillow. And boy, 16% inflation, the average price spiking to $6.23. Southerners more generous, it would seem here. But you know what? If they remake that movie with The Rock, it's going to cost them a whole lot more for all the props they'll need for the movie. Back to you.
Yeah, they will. I tell you what, $6.23, that's a lot of extra change there. Might as well just slap them a 10. Guilty for just making it easy, right?
I always go with their ages.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, Angie's tracking yet another cross-country storm system. That's next.
And later, biscuits, where the boss is almost back. A new look at season 3 of Ted Lasso.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Waking up to some snowy conditions in parts of New England. Meanwhile, record highs and feeling like summer in the southeast.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I love you guys so very much.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
I love you guys very much.
Ted Lasso and the team at AFC Richmond are returning to the pitch in the Emmy-winning show. Season 3 whips back into Apple TV Plus on March 15th.
When unexpected loss leaves projects incomplete, an inspiring team of helping hands are now swooping in to finish the job. Joe Fryer has that story.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 5,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 200 projects in the works and 20 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Wow. It's a beautiful gesture. I mean, I know my grandma was knitting something before she passed away, and we still have that. So to have somebody come and complete it, that's awesome.
In every fiber of the finished product and every fiber of the volunteers, too, there's so much love.
That's right.
This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, slushing on you. This morning, millions of Americans waking up to a wintry mess as a powerful storm brings snow, rain, and wind to the Northeast, and California braces for another winter system. We'll show you the conditions from coast to coast, plus what to expect when you walk out your door. The defense rests dramatic new developments as the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh comes to a close. This morning, jurors getting ready to visit the family property where Murdaugh's wife and youngest son were killed. This after tearful testimony from Murdaugh's own brother.
And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
Plus, an expert witness suggesting two shooters were responsible for the murders. We'll bring you the latest. A showdown taking shape at the Supreme Court this morning. Justice is set to hear arguments today about President Biden's controversial student debt forgiveness plan. The plan would cancel tens of thousands of dollars in loans, each for tens of thousands of millions of people. Plus, why some students are going overseas to avoid skyrocketing tuition fees. We'll compare the costs. And representation in religion. A group of young Black Christians on a cross-country mission to spread their faith. More on the message they're taking on tour and why the group says religion is especially important for people of color. All the snow. I bet you feel like you're in Minnesota.
I know. Well, not quite that much, but it was nice to see the snow.
You know?
And so walk around a little bit in it this morning. I didn't go get to make a snow angel, though.
Not yet.
Not yet.
After
Not
the
yet.
show.
We'll see if it lasts.
But we're going to lead off this morning with the powerful winter storm system that's already impacted more than 24 states.
Overnight, that system swept through the Northeast, bringing freezing temperatures and several inches of snow in some areas, places that haven't seen much snow this season. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in Windsor, Connecticut with the latest.
Hey, good morning. Well, we are just north of Hartford, Connecticut, and you can see it's still coming down as it has been all night. Take a look. If you pull out a little bit here, you can see, a couple of inches of snow, and normally we might not be talking about that. In Connecticut, it is winter in the Northeast after all, but this is not your average winter. And so for this area, this is the first significant snowfall of the season. Also the first significant snowfall in New York City, only about a half an inch so far this season. And now the city seeing a few inches of snow. So Boston as well getting its first significant snowfall of the season. So really just an unusual winter and unusual storm. This is the same storm that caused problems across the Midwest. People in Michigan, hundreds of thousands without power. That is being restored as we go through today. This storm also touched off tornadoes across the Midwest. One suspected tornado doing pretty significant damage in Ohio, and then a few more tornadoes confirmed across the Midwest. So a really big storm causing problems for millions of people. It is expected to continue here throughout the day. They are ready for it. They have hundreds of plows out on the roads. They pre-salted the roads to get ready for this storm. So you can see traffic still moving. We've seen a lot of plows going through. Power companies have staged crews ready for any power outages here. So this is a storm that they're ready for, but people being urged to still stay off the roads for a few more hours as this snow continues. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
And as we just heard, residents in the Northeast are waking up to a cold, wet, and snowy morning.
So let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman for a check on your morning News Now weather. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Can you believe it? We waited till the last day of meteorological winter to have any kind of significant snowfall in places like New York City, which, by the way, did pick up a couple of inches, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, a little more outside of the city. And you can see still dealing with snow falling in places like Hartford, Boston, and parts of New England. That's what we'll deal with for a little while longer. So the commute is going to be a little difficult in those places. And we still have millions under these winter alerts at this hour. We're going to continue to see maybe a couple more inches picked up here through the rest of the day. The highest amounts will be probably 6 to 8 inches. And again, in those higher elevations in the farther north you go into places like Maine, that's where you'll see the more significant snowfall. But then the system moves out and we're going to see improvements. It moves out. We'll still deal with some of these lingering snow showers for, again, northern parts of New England, even into the evening hours tonight. But by the time you get up and out the door tomorrow, things will have improved a lot. Now, on the West Coast, we're going to track our next storm system that's going to bring us some severe weather here as we get into the later parts of our work week. And then eventually it'll bring us another chance of some rain and some snow for parts of the east. So we've got a couple things to deal with before the week's end, and it's going to impact a lot of places across the country. It starts with the West Coast, where millions are again under these winter weather alerts. California is going to get a little more rain and a little more snow, not quite as intense as what they dealt with that past storm, the last one that they were seeing really impact them last week. But still, some additional rain, some additional snow. Eventually, the system tracks to the east. It does bring snow to parts of the Rockies, the Four Corners region. And then we start to gear up those severe storms as we head into tomorrow, into Thursday, and into Friday. This is going to be kind of a long couple of days when it comes to afternoon severe storms impacting places from the plains all the way to the southeast through the end of our work week. So a week that you're going to want to stay connected as far as the weather is concerned. Rainfall totals rather in California, not super impressive, but they really don't need this on top of what they dealt with last week. We will see additional snowfall in places like the Sierras and in the Rockies, up to 12 inches, maybe over that here as we get into those higher elevations once again. But when we get into Wednesday, tomorrow, the biggest impacts are going to be focused mainly towards Little Rock, Texarkana, Shreveport, Tupelo, Memphis, all included in the best chance to see some of these really strong winds, damaging hail, and even a couple of tornadoes. And we'll see that threat kind of continue in that same area, guys, as we get into Thursday, moving just a little farther to the east here as we get into Friday. So a really busy kind of couple of days for us with the snow here, and then we'll see another chance at it here as we get into Friday.
All right, another busy week ahead. Thanks, Angie.
Angie, thank you. Now to South Carolina, where the defense rested their case in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial as the judge granted the defense request for the jury to visit the scene of the crime. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has the latest.
The Murdaugh trial jury will go to the crime scene. The judge granting an unusual motion for jurors to physically visit the dog kennel area on the sprawling 1,700-acre hunting property. The defense argues the visit will help them spatially understand where the bodies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were located and see the small space inside the feed room where Paul was killed.
If the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Also Monday, a defense blood spatter expert saying it's unlikely the murders were done by a single shooter.
To me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have two long arms and no practical reason for that to happen.
And after lunch, the final defense witness, Alec Murdaugh's younger brother, John Marvin.
It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Giving emotional testimony about returning to the crime scene the day after the murders to clean up Paul's remains, including pieces of his skull.
And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
John Marvin also recounting how during a visit to assist SLED investigators, he was offered false information about case evidence.
But described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it.
Katie Beck, thank you so much. And while the defense has rested their case, prosecutors say they may have 4 or 5 more witnesses before heading to closing arguments later this week.
To Ohio now, where the cleanup is underway after that toxic train derailment. The EPA has allowed the removal of waste to resume. Despite this, people living there are still concerned about their health. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the very latest.
Federal officials now saying there are 4 disposal sites this hazardous material will be shipped to. Meanwhile, residents in East Palestine, 3 weeks post-derailment, still have many concerns about their town's future. Emotions still running high in East Palestine, Ohio.
The most frustrating part is Norfolk Southern is making me question whether I'm a good parent.
3 weeks since the Norfolk Southern toxic train derailment, Sharice Munyon, mother of 2, says she's feeling trapped between a sea of information and instinct.
I have a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, and are they going to, in 10 years, be diagnosed with cancer that's from this?
These renewed fears come as truckloads of hazardous waste from the site are once again on the move. After the EPA temporarily paused shipments over the weekend, they're now being transported from East Palestine to EPA-vetted disposal sites in nearby cities.
The addition of these disposal locations gets us closer to having enough capacity to finish the cleanup.
Officials in Michigan and Texas irate over what they say was a surprise delivery of tons of contaminated waste from the derailment.
The outward effect of it looks like we're being sandbagged.
Ohio's governor announcing 5 truckloads of contaminated soil were returned to East Palestine. As the NTSB continues its investigation, Norfolk Southern says it continues to work on track removal at the site as well as soil excavation, while the CDC continues door-to-door survey efforts to check on residents. Has anyone been to your door?
Not one person.
And what does that tell you?
That they don't care.
That was George Solis reporting. NBC News has learned EPA Administrator Michael Regan will visit East Palestine today. It's his 3rd visit since the disaster 3 weeks ago, as response efforts there shift from emergency phase to long-term remediation. Voters in Chicago are gearing up to cast their ballots in this year's heated primary race for mayor. 9 candidates are on the ballot this year, including incumbent Lori Lightfoot. All the candidates aim to lead a city hit hard by crime and inflation in recent years. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Hyde Park in Chicago with more. Marissa, good morning. So let's start with the candidates. You got the incumbent Lori Lightfoot facing tough competition in a race that's likely going to head into a runoff. So who are her biggest opponents and how tough could re-election be?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about what we're expecting from today, I think something that's just so notable is that there is not a sense of confidence as to whether or not we will see Lori Lightfoot reelected. And that could be in several ways, right? I mean, there's not even a sense of confidence in terms of whether she would make that runoff race that would happen in April 4th, just over a month from now. So when we talk about her biggest competition right now, obviously, Joe, we know that polls in general are never a guarantee of anything. But polling does show that her steepest competition is coming from the former Chicago Public Schools CEO, Paul Vallis. And then there's a very tight race in terms of the polling for second place. And so we're looking at there's Lori Lightfoot right now is kind of neck and neck with 2 other candidates. But you mentioned it yourself. There's a large field here right now. Incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot competing with 8 other challengers. So, Joe, I think that in terms of what we can predict, the only prediction that I'm willing to make is that we probably will not know any results by 7 p.m. simply because we know that early voting turnout nearly triple what it has been in past 2 municipal elections. We know that mail-in voting also record numbers here, Joe.
All right, so those are the candidates. What are the issues that voters are most concerned about? And are there things that the rest of the country might learn from this election?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the fact that crime has been consistently the #1 thing that voters in Chicago talk about that they care about. And this is something that we're seeing across the city. And then also something that certain candidates have been very intentional in terms of their messaging. And I think that in terms of what we're seeing in terms of platform and policy, while crime might be something that they're all addressing, it's the philosophy in terms of how they're addressing crime, where, of course, they differ and the roads split, if you will, whether or not they're looking for short-term solutions or whether or not they're looking at whether they should be staffing police officers or whether they are thinking that tackling crime looks more holistically building the community on the other side.
And
Joe?
on the issue of crime, we know Chicagoans are also electing police district council members. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we have 66 positions up for grabs. This is something that advocacy groups have been pushing for. We know that this is something that's been part of the conversation on a national level. We're seeing that here in Chicago for the first time. 22 Chicago police districts will now see community members who will be able to weigh in on things like police budget. They will be able to weigh in and review items. When it comes to controversial topics, we're talking about Chicago police here in Chicago. This has been something that has been part of the discussion for a long time. But I think in terms of who people are voting for, when I've just talked to people on the ground here, I will say that a lot of them don't really know who they're voting for, and they're not really sure how this is going to turn out. So I think collectively we're all eager to see how that does play out, not just today with how the election day goes, but in the coming years. Joe?
All right, Marissa Parra in Chicago. Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, security compromise. This morning, U.S. Marshals investigating what's being called a major cyber breach. What sources are saying about the information that is now at risk.
And Fox News under fire after a stunning admission by the network's owner about its coverage of the 2020 election. We'll be right back.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back this morning with new details on a major cybersecurity breach for the U.S. Marshal Service. According to multiple senior U.S. law enforcement officials, sensitive data from one of the Marshals' systems was hacked more than a week ago. A spokesperson for the Marshals confirmed they are investigating the breach and added some of the data was related to investigations, third parties, and some employees. However, an official told NBC News the database involving the Witness Protection Program was not compromised. Now to new developments this morning on the ongoing lawsuit against Fox News over the 2020 election and comments made by the company's owner, Rupert Murdoch, who has admitted that some of his network's hosts knowingly endorsed false claims that the election was stolen.
Unsealed court documents reveal the billionaire media mogul made the comments in a deposition as part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News.
NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now for more on this. Jane, so much to talk about here. So let's just start with these stunning allegations. What exactly is Murdoch saying, and what did he say in his deposition?
You know, this boss's News Corp's chairman executive's deposition is stunning. I mean, you have to hear it in some of his own words. He said he was trying to straddle the line, as the network was trying to straddle the line between spewing conspiracy theories on one hand, yet calling out the fact that they are actually false on the other. And that is that sort of trigger line that we're talking about here. Because if you remember watching Fox at the time, there was a little bit heavy on the conspiracy theories than there was on the actually fact-checking, calling out the truth. But that's what Dominion's trying to portray. The idea that someone as the top of the network, most powerful person in that building, Rupert Murdoch, knew these things were false, and his deposition does indicate that, and that he knew his hosts were endorsing them, and that he could have stopped them from making air, but chose not to. There's one quote that's sort of stunning here, and that's what every expert has called out to us, where they say, could you have pulled Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell off the air, these Trump attorneys, as you remember, who were sort of advancing these wild theories about Dominion being connected to Hugo Chavez and all of these sort of kooky conspiracy theories. And he said, yes, I could have, but I didn't. And, you know, they dig into, Dominion's lawyers are trying to portray a narrative here where this was about the money and the ratings for Fox News, and that they had a motive for advancing these conspiracy theories. Their defense is, of course, the First Amendment here, and they're leaning hard on this idea that they did this to keep their viewers who they were very anxious about these filings reveal, going to other conservative networks who were giving platforms to election denialists.
So this is what Murdoch is saying in the deposition, but just overall with this lawsuit going on, what is Fox News saying about the lawsuit? So Fox News is leaving really hard on this idea that the First Amendment is important. I believe we have their statement. Here's what they said, the summary judgment motion took an extreme, unsupported view of defamation law that would prevent journalists from basic reporting, basically arguing that we had to talk about this stuff because the president was making these, as Murdoch put it in his wild claims. Yes, and knowing falsity is a really important part of a defamation case. And the experts that I talked to, First Amendment scholars, say, I have never seen this mountain of knowing falsity in any major case like this.
And what's Dominion saying? I mean, the trial starts in April. Are they optimistic?
You know, they say that they're a strong believer of the First Amendment, but that doesn't give you license to spew conspiracy theories, knowingly saying lies. That isn't their exact quote, paraphrasing here, but I do think that Dominion was made a household name in that 2020 election, and they're quite aware of these filings going public, and I think they're, I mean, if you just, the way the lawyers write these briefs, they seem to be enjoying it.
You're saying the First Amendment does not shield them from this, is what their Dominion is saying right there. Jane, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. International news now. An American citizen is now confirmed dead from violent clashes in the West Bank.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us for this and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. The U.S. ambassador to Israel confirmed that the Israeli man killed in that attack on his vehicle near Jericho was also a U.S. citizen. That attack came amid a spike in violence that included the killing of 2 Israeli settlers on Sunday by a Palestinian, and then a retaliatory rampage by Israeli settlers who attacked Palestinian villages and set dozens of homes and cars on fire, killing 1 Palestinian. Israel has sent hundreds of troops to the West Bank to try to restore calm. Now to Nigeria, where votes are being counted in the hotly contested presidential election in Africa's most populous country. Early results show third-party candidate Peter Obi winning the most votes in Lagos State, home to Nigeria's largest city. Obi has challenged Nigeria's traditionally 2-party system by gaining support from many young voters who are fed up with corruption. But the full election results aren't expected for several more days. And finally, to Hong Kong, which is set to finally lift its COVID mask mandate tomorrow. It's the last major COVID restriction in Hong Kong and could help restore a sense of normalcy to the financial hub. Hong Kong's chief executive says masks will no longer be required outdoors or indoors, including on public transit. He's citing improved immunity and data showing infections are under control. Joe and Zinkley.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much. And coming up, student loan showdown. President Biden's controversial debt forgiveness plan going before the Supreme Court. We're going to take a closer look at the case that could impact millions of students.
Plus, an unusual way to cut back on college costs. We're going to tell you just how much some students are saving by studying abroad. We're taking a deep dive into all of this next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with the Supreme Court, which is set to hear arguments today in a major case that could impact millions of Americans with student loans.
At stake is President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. It would make it possible for millions of borrowers to have their debts lowered or, in some cases, erased. But the Biden administration is facing legal challenges over whether it is overstepping its authority.
This is a big case that could have far-reaching impacts, so we're going to dig into it in depth right now. We're going to start with NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who is outside of the Supreme Court this morning ahead of these arguments. Laura, good morning. So let's begin with how President Biden's student debt relief plan works, or I guess would work if the Supreme Court lets it go forward.
Hey, good morning, guys. The plan here is pretty sweeping. It would wipe out up to $10 grand in debt for people who make under $125,000, and would also cut out about another $10 grand for people who use Pell Grants to get to college for lower income families. Now, the plan was almost immediately blocked in the lower courts. That's why it's here at the Supreme Court today. The case is about to take up oral arguments at around 10 o'clock, guys.
And Laura, I literally saw you yesterday, highlighter in hand, studying the many arguments here. So can you break that down for us? The Supreme Court is hearing 2 different challenges to Biden's plan. What are the arguments?
The highlighter is back. It never leaves my side. The White House says this is essentially needed to help fend off default for people who are struggling the most since the pandemic. And they point to a part of federal law that authorizes the Secretary of Education to make plans to make changes to student loan programs in times of national emergency like a pandemic. But the challengers here say no, it needs explicit congressional authorization, that this was abuse of power. And essentially, it's just the president trying to fulfill a campaign pledge that he knows he can't get done through normal channels of legislation, guys.
And Laura, I feel like you probably travel with like a dozen highlighters. So what are some of the issues the justices will highlight, will likely be focused on during today's hearing, and when can we expect then a decision?
One thing I'm watching for the justices to do today is to really zero in on this question of whether the challengers actually have the legal ability to sue. In order to get into federal court, you actually have to be harmed in some way. And here, 2 of the borrowers say they actually think that the program should be expanded. They weren't eligible for the program because one of them had private loans. Another one just hadn't had a Pell Grant to get into college. And so he didn't get that extra 10 grand. So expect the justices to say, how exactly were you harmed here by a program that would benefit millions? Now, of course, they may reach the merits, but they don't have to. And the Biden administration is, of course, hoping that they don't, guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
For more on this, let's bring in Max Lubin, co-founder and CEO of RISE, a nonprofit that fights for free college and student debt relief. Max, good morning. So your group actually camped out overnight at the Supreme Court, and you're bringing students together from around the country. So first off, why is it important for your organization to be on the ground today?
Well, good morning, Zinkley, and thank you so much for having me. Laura and I just switched places. I was just at the court with about 100 students and young student loan borrowers from around the country that we brought in to be here. It's so important that as the justices are hearing from attorneys, that they're also seeing the faces and hearing from the students who are directly impacted by this. So often, young folks and college students in particular are forgotten about. Their stories are not the ones that we hear in the media, and they're not the experiences that we learn about, even if they're the most impacted. And so showing up, showing why this matters to us, that's why it's so important for us to be here.
And Max, beyond camping out, I know your organization is also participating in a rally outside the Supreme Court. Tell us about that and what your specific demands are.
Well, the action started last night. And so Senator Markey, Congressman Jimmy Gomez from California, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and several others came out to show support as our students shared their stories. Then we progressed into a camp out overnight. And the reason we camped out was because we wanted to be the first people in line early this morning when security guards began awarding tickets to actually get into the court and hear the arguments. Our arguments are that not only is it legal and constitutional for President Biden to erase the student loan debt of millions, but we also have precedent for this. In the last administration and the administration before that, the Education Department erased student loan debt. And so this is something that has been done, something that's legal, it's something that's constitutional. And we know that our opponents had difficulty even recruiting plaintiffs to participate in this case. And I think that speaks to the level of support that student debt relief has all over this country.
And Max, it's not lost on me that the Supreme Court's decision will impact tens of millions of Americans. What exactly is at stake?
Well, it's about their livelihood. It's about their right to earn an education without crushing student loan debt. And one of the reasons we don't see a ton of opposition around this issue is because everyone knows someone who is impacted by this issue, even if they are not themselves. And so students work hard. They go to college, try to earn a degree or an associate's degree, a career degree to try to get a better job and earn a better life, particularly coming out of this period of COVID, another recession, record inflation. And this is really about economic opportunity. This is about the right to pursue the American dream. And that's what's at stake for the 40 million people who will be impacted by this court's decisions.
And Max, how confident are you the Supreme Court will rule in your favor? This has been a topic for so long. So many people have student loans, myself included. What are your thoughts there?
Our job as advocates is to be ready for any outcome. And so whether that means that these cases are thrown out because of the lack of standing or the Supreme Court rules in our favor or they challenge us, we've been fighting this fight for years. This goes back to well before the 2020 campaign. We've had borrowers who have been a part of this fight going back to the Obama administration or even earlier. And so no matter what the Supreme Court rules, we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting for more relief for more borrowers because we know that's the right thing to do.
Max Lubin, thank you so much.
Let's keep the conversation going with student loan expert and author of the best-selling book, How to Appeal for More College Financial Aid, Mark Kantrowitz. Thanks so much for being here, Mark. So the White House says 16 million people have already had their relief approved. So let's talk about the possible outcomes here. What happens to those borrowers if the Supreme Court blocks student loan forgiveness? And I guess on the flip side, what happens if the Supreme Court does let this program move forward?
Well, if the Supreme Court blocks the Biden's student loan forgiveness plan, there'll be tens of millions of borrowers who are upset. It's not just the 16 million who are approved. There's also an additional 10 million who have applied and haven't had their applications reviewed yet, and potentially as many as 37 million eligible borrowers. If the president's plan is approved, you could expect forgiveness to start occurring within 1 to 2 weeks.
Obviously, a lot of people are keeping an eye on this, waiting to see what they can do, those different categories of millions you described. A federal appeals court, of course, put President Biden's student loan program on hold during an appeal before a decision is made. So between now and this summer, when we expect the Supreme Court to make a decision, what are some of the steps that you think borrowers should be taking to prepare just in case?
Well, they should sign up for auto pay, where the monthly payments are automatically transferred from their bank account to the lender, because there'll be a lot of confusion about the restart of repayment, and that's a way to avoid being late with a payment. I'd also suggest doing a descriptive budgeting exercise where you track your spending for a month and label it as mandatory or discretionary, a need versus want, and in broad categories, so that you increase your awareness of how you're spending to make room for repaying the student loans.
So, Mark, as we've waited for this to work its way through the courts, we've seen the Biden administration keep extending its pause, its moratorium on these student loan payments. When is that moratorium now slated to be lifted, and does it really all just depend on the Supreme Court decision?
Well, there have been 8 extensions so far. We're in the middle of the 8th extension. It is scheduled to repayment is scheduled to restart 60 days after the court rules. And the court ruling is more likely to be towards the end of their term in June. About half of last year's rulings, opinions were issued in June, and half soon after the decisions. It could be as early as a few weeks from now, but it's more likely to be sometime in June that they issue the ruling. And that suggests that there'll be a September restart of repayment.
All right. Mark Kantrowitz, thank you so much for joining us and giving us some useful advice. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
With the fate of President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan up in the air, some high schoolers are looking to save money when it comes to higher education.
They're opting out of the traditional American college experience and heading overseas. For more, we're joined by personal finance and travel expert at NerdWallet, Sarah Raffner. Sarah, thank you so much for being here. So higher education in the U.S. is expensive. That is no secret. And the cost of higher ed in the U.S. has been the center of a lot of controversy over the years. So can going to college abroad actually save students money?
It can if you pick the program carefully. In some cases, you'll have a tuition-free education, which is a huge cost savings. But that's not true across the board. It depends on where you go, what your dream school is, even sometimes what country you go to.
Got it. So what are some of the things you think are important to know as far as, are there countries that are better than others?
Well, some countries allow international students to study for as little as free. That's the case with, for example, public universities in Germany, universities in Norway. So if you are looking to save substantially on tuition, you want to pick carefully. Other schools that might be your dream school, like Oxford University in the UK, that's going to cost you nearly $54,000 a year as an international student. So it's not going to be much of a cost savings in that case.
So, I mean, college is, of course, more than tuition, and it's not necessarily always cheap to go overseas. So if you were considering going overseas for your degree, what are some of the other things you should know? What are some of the other expenses that you should help prepare for?
You definitely want to prepare for what the cost of living is in the country that you're picking. Some countries have higher costs of living, or some cities do as well. And so that's going to affect things like the cost of your housing, food, going out. Of course, you want to enjoy yourself as a student. You also want to keep in mind travel costs, because not only are you going to want to take advantage of where you are and travel on the weekends and go to different countries, but you're also going to be spending more to visit your family at home and go home for holidays and other events. And so those are all expenses you want to budget for well before you make the decision about which university you attend.
Those are important points. And Sarah, looking forward, do you think we're going to see more Americans heading abroad for their higher education needs?
Potentially. It's certainly something that's become more popular. Google searches for college abroad have more than doubled since this time last year. Applications are spiking in the UK. Americans studying abroad in France are up 50% since between 2020 and 2021. So we're seeing big numbers of American students and their families consider this as an option.
So, I mean, this is kind of a stunning headline, I think, for a lot of people. I know it sort of grabbed my attention this morning. Oh, it can be cheaper to go overseas, which honestly sounds more fun anyway. How surprised are people when you tell them about this?
It depends on, plenty of American students study abroad for at least part of their university, even if they study in the United States. So going abroad and expanding your horizons is already something that a lot of college students are really looking forward to. And this is an expanded way to do that.
Sarah Rathner, important insights. Thank you so much.
Coming up, speaking of traveling, it is a traveler's tradition. Students, families, and friends making plans to get away for spring break. But what's the best way to get the best deal?
Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll give you the breakdown on spring break, what you should know before packing your bags.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This next story is about a group of Gen Zers taking church on the road.
That's right. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin takes a closer look at a team on a mission to repaint the picture of what faith can look like.
What we gonna do? Meet the Black Voices movement, a group of Black millennial and Gen Z missionaries.
The purpose of our mission is empowering young Black leaders in their Christ-centered calling.
Some crazy 22-year-old that tell you that he loves you. Carlton Bates travels full-time with the movement, all while taking classes online at Morehouse College, an HBCU in Atlanta, Georgia. He talked to NBC News during a stop in Greensboro, North Carolina.
If you've ever dreamed about, man, what does it look like if I ever became a rock star, went on tour? And that's sort of the life that we get to live.
The idea for Black Voices emerged back in 2020 in the wake of a nationwide racial reckoning.
It was honestly just a burning passion point to say, man, I know God cares about this.
Yasmin Pierce, who has been with Black Voices since its inception, wanted to share this message.
The Jesus of the Bible is a Jesus who cares about those who are mourning.
Pierce and a few others partnered with BVM's parent organization, Circuit Riders, to advertise for a small grassroots gathering for Black students, hosted at the headquarters in Huntington Beach, California, which is about 61% white.
That alone was a risk in itself.
But the turnout caught them by surprise.
It was just so organic and so real.
With that, Black Voices was born. But this sort of group is less common than you think. Those studies suggest the Black community is more likely to be Christian than any other group of people in the States. They remain a minority in mission work, making up only about 8% of missionaries across the U.S.
This was very appalling to me.
Lack of Black missionaries comes from the fact that a lot of these organizations aren't integrated. They've been often hindered from being able to fully express that which God has called them to do.
Dr. Esau McCauley says that hindrance stems from a complex historical relationship between race and Christianity in the U.S. White slave owners distributed the Slave Bible, an edited version of the original, cutting out about 90% of the Old Testament and 50% of the New Testament. In response, many slaves gathered in secret locations called hush harbors, exchanging the principles hidden from them through stories and songs. This cultivated the early origins of what we now know as the Black Church. I have a dream. Continuing in this tradition, Black Voices say they also use music to connect with people in new cities. This is what it looks like.
We lead with our music. It just opens up the room.
These leaders say all of their efforts reflect a passion for embracing what it means to be themselves as both Black and Christian.
Nations is attached to this. God cares about who we are, our ethnicity, and our culture.
Those studies suggest a decline in Christianity over the next few decades. This team says they're confident about their tour.
For the young Black boys who haven't seen the representation, they can look and see that there's a young Black male that's going across the nation, encouraging people, saying that, man, if no one else believes in you, I believe in you.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Also, your voices matter.
It may be hard to believe, but today is the last day of February.
And that means spring break is just around the corner. So what can you expect before hitting the road or the skies? Haley Berg, economist at Hopper, joins us now to break it all down. Haley, good to have you with us. So for a few years, the pandemic kept many people from doing what they wanted, where they want to go. Now people are ready to go on spring break, but now we're dealing with inflation and the possibility of a recession. So what does that do, and how can we work around some of those concerns?
We're already seeing prices for both flights and hotels significantly higher than last year and higher than what we saw pre-pandemic. So there's definitely some sticker shock for Americans who are maybe taking a spring trip for the first time since 2019. That said, we've not seen a slowdown in demand, a 25% surge in demand for flights to the Caribbean in the next 2 months alone. So these high prices don't seem to be slowing down travelers.
People want to get out.
Truly, I feel that. And I mean, March is tomorrow. Is it too late, though, to snag a spring break deal?
It's not too late to get a deal, but you do need to book soon. We would say book in the next week or so. There's going to be a sale on the Hopper app on Friday, so if you haven't booked maybe Aruba, St. Kitts, Grand Cayman, prices up to $100 off flights and up to 40% off hotels. So if you haven't booked yet, try to book in the next week. If you can wait until Friday, good deals available.
I was just going to ask, if you have procrastinated, what is the best way to still try and snag a deal? And just overall, I mean, what are the top destinations that we're seeing right now?
Top destinations in the U.S. are what you would guess: Orlando for those Disney trips, Las Vegas, and warm weather destinations like Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Internationally, a similar story: San Juan, Puerto Rico, Cancun, Mexico. Warm weather beach destinations. If you haven't booked, try to fly midweek. I know it takes some flexibility with school and work, but you can save about $100 off the average domestic ticket, over $150 off international tickets just by flying between Monday and Wednesday instead of those peak weekend days.
And are there even times within those days that are usually cheaper?
The times that no one wants to fly.
Okay, all right.
So earlier in the day is probably going to be more expensive, and late at night. So if you can fly midday, you might be able to get a deal. But really, it's the day of the week you fly that's more important than what time you fly.
Looking at the bright side, if you take that first early morning flight, it's far more likely the plane's going to be there and on time. So look at the bright side there. Yeah.
This is true. Early bird gets the worm. And Haley, you've talked a lot about flights, but what about other means of transportation, road trips, trains? Any tips for traveling that way?
Well, good news for rental car renters. Prices are down about 15% and significantly versus what we saw in 2021, 2022. So if maybe you're thinking about a road trip, getting away somewhere local, definitely consider renting a car. But staycations are a great way to save. There are these rates called geo-fenced rates. It's when a hotel in your own city or your own community offers lower rates to residents. So if you're thinking about getting away, maybe can't afford a flight, don't want to travel, consider a staycation. You can save 20, 30% just by being where you are from.
Sometimes just getting out of your house is enough of a vacation. And I know you tried to escape to LA to get a little sun recently and didn't really get a lot of sun, did you?
It was warmer in New York, but it wasn't LA. I should have done a staycation.
No.
Now I know.
All right, Haley Berg, thank you so much. Great advice. We
Great to be
appreciate
with
having
you
on. Some financial headlines now. The clock is running out for TikTok as some major bans here in the U.S. are taking effect.
NBC Silvana Hanau joins us now for this and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the White House is giving all federal agencies 30 days to remove TikTok from government devices as the Chinese-owned app is under increasing scrutiny over national security concerns. Some departments, including the Pentagon, Homeland Security, and State, already have restrictions in place. Canada has followed the U.S.'s lead, also banning TikTok on government devices. China's foreign ministry responding today, saying the U.S. is overstretching the concept of national security. Motorola is showing off a smartphone prototype that has a rollable screen that can extend vertically. The phone, which is being featured at the Mobile World Congress Tech Show in Barcelona, has a flexible 5-inch display that extends to 6.5 inches. That could allow for multitasking and better productivity while also easily fitting inside your pocket. Now, because it's a concept, there's no guarantee the phone will ever hit the market. And the Pokemon Sleep game is finally a reality. About 4 years after first being announced, the title will arrive sometime this summer. Pokemon Sleep. It's a mobile game that can track your sleep. It features Snorlax and Professor Neroli, that's a Pokemon sleep researcher. The app will analyze your sleep, categorizing into 3 types: dozing, snoozing, and slumbering. And the more you play, the more you can unlock sleep styles for various Pokemon, guys.
Who knew? I didn't know you could play a sleep game.
I had no idea.
I'm a little confused about it because it's like, so what am I going to just wake up constantly and check how I'm doing? Like, I don't know.
Which I feel like would impact your sleep. But
right, exactly. Negatively impact it. What do we know?
I know. Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, much more than music.
When we come back, we're going to look back at 5 decades of hip-hop and how the genre is making an impact from the streets to the Capitol. You're watching Morning News Now.
in tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Actor Jeremy Renner is taking a major step in his recovery following his snowplow accident last month. The Hawkeye actor posted this video on Instagram showing him using a pole to help pedal an exercise bike. He says he's working out now and doing, quote, whatever it takes to recover. He also posted a photo of an inspirational book that he is reading. In the post, the star also thanked his fans while promoting his upcoming shows, including Mayor of Kingstown. Good to see him making that recovery after what was just such a frightening accident.
Absolutely, and nice to see someone chronicle the progress, not just, once you are fully healed.
Exactly.
So, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
And this year, hip-hop turns 50, and in middle age, it's finding a new generation of disruptors and influencers. NBC News correspondent and host of the Into America podcast, Tremaine Lee, has the story.
Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge.
From Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, bringing big audiences the message, to Public Enemy's Fight the Power, pulsating through Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, and Kendrick Lamar's All Right, providing a soundtrack for Black Lives Matter.
We gon' be alright.
Over 5 decades, hip-hop culture has evolved from dance, graffiti, and music to a movement.
Hip-hop is America. It has really transformed who could be at the center of a conversation.
It's giving those that feel like they genuinely don't have a voice something that they can believe in.
And we're going to make the voting process relevant and urgent to young people.
In 2004, Sean P. Diddy Combs set out to boost young voter turnout, blanketing TV, radio, and billboards.
He's known by everyone, so he literally could affect America.
His plan was modeled on the tactic that executives used to bump up record sales.
On any given Tuesday, the record industry put out a record. The theory behind Vote or Die was like, we have the same apparatus to turn people out on a Tuesday. Why can't we turn people out on Election Day? Because that's just the first Tuesday of November.
The plan worked. That year, the share of young voters hit 47%, an 11-point jump over the previous presidential election.
With 3 words.
4 years later, the hip-hop generation did it again, chanting Obama's campaign theme, Yes, We Can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
And Jay-Z joining forces with Obama's campaign to help woo a new generation of voters.
I don't think Barack Obama gets elected as president of the United States in 2008 without hip-hop.
The hip-hop generation coming together to form the so-called Obama Coalition, the most diverse voting bloc ever, including 66% of voters under 30. But success begat backlash.
I think the success of efforts like Vote or Die, like the kind of surging of young people, people of color, and women into the political process is precisely why we are seeing the levels of voter suppression and repression that we're seeing today.
This year, state lawmakers in at least 32 states introduced 150 bills to restrict voting, many of which disproportionately affect Black and brown communities. And yet, hip-hop remains key to the conversation, sometimes showing up in surprising ways.
And if you don't know, now you know. Hip-hop has the power, if we choose, to be the movement we always, dreamed about.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. If you don't know, now you know.
Very good. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, say it ain't snow. Millions across the Northeast are waking up this morning to a fresh coat of the white stuff. It all comes in the midst of a largely snowless winter for many areas, and it's all thanks to that massive coast-to-coast storm system. That means dozens of flights out of the country's major airports are already canceled this morning. We've got the storm's latest track and conditions for your morning commute. Revving up, it is a busy time for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis amid all the speculation surrounding a potential bid for the White House in 2024 and a headline-grabbing showdown with Disney. The high-profile Republican is now launching a book tour for his new memoir. We'll take a closer look at that as behind-the-scenes clashes with Disney executives come to light and how DeSantis is already taking steps to prepare for a possible White House run. Also this morning, the defense rests in the double murder trial of disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh after several days of emotional testimony, but not without one final motion to help prove their client's innocence. The judge now granting the jury a visit to the Murdaugh's family's sprawling property where the shootings took place as a surprising new theory emerges about the murders.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
We've got the latest analysis with closing arguments in a case that's gripping the nation set to begin. And from virtual to reality, as we close out Black History Month, we'll profile one of NASCAR's rising stars a little later in the hour who made his way to the real track after racing virtually. That's incredible. I'm not so that great at video games, but I feel like even if I were, I don't know if I could transfer that
into a full career,
into real life driving around a racetrack.
Well,
so.
That's why he's doing it.
Exactly. Excited to bring you that conversation. Of course, we're going to start this hour with the latest on a powerful winter storm that is bringing the biggest snowfall of the season to the Northeast.
Up to 7 inches of snow fell in some areas overnight, causing all kinds of problems for morning commuters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is out braving the elements in Windsor, Connecticut, and has the very latest. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're just a little bit north of Hartford, Connecticut. You can see the snow still coming down as it has all night. We've got a few inches of snow on the ground. The first significant snowfall for this area this winter in this storm that has made its mark across the country. Overnight, a massive storm making its way to the Northeast, dumping snow and ice on the region.
I'm excited. I've waited. We haven't really had a winter.
It's part of a fast-moving system that has already impacted at least 35 states from coast to coast. New York City, which had seen less than half an inch of snow all winter, receiving its first significant snowfall of the season. The usually crowded Brooklyn Bridge empty, covered in snow. The state's governor urging residents to stay safe, especially when traveling.
And we're expecting up to a foot of snow in parts of our state.
In Connecticut, a couple of curious canines enjoying the powder as motorists navigated slick commutes on roads that just hours earlier were treated by hundreds of trucks.
Stay safe, stay home, let them do their job.
Power line just fell right in front of me.
In Michigan, a growing number of people are getting their lights back on. The state dealing with more freezing weather that initially knocked out power to hundreds of thousands. In Illinois, terrifying tornado sirens blaring. The National Weather Service confirming 2 tornadoes there. While in Ohio, a possible twister causing serious damage.
Right now, it's a total mess.
Tearing through homes and ripping apart trees. Meanwhile, a different storm system impacting hard-hit California, dropping snow in an area not used to it and shutting down multiple freeways. Millions of Americans from coast to coast waking up to a blast of winter weather. And as we go through the morning, the flight cancellations and delays are growing. Here in Connecticut, we've seen a lot of plows out on the roads, as well as some power trucks moving into place, trying to get things back to normal by later today. But the snow expected to continue throughout the day today. So people are out on the roads, but being urged to use a lot of caution out there, guys.
Kristen, thank you so much.
Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest on the weather on this winter storm and a look at this week's forecast.
Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about for the week ahead. It's not just this system that we're watching going to exit parts of the Northeast over the next 24 hours, but as we transition into the rest of the week, we have another system that will make a cross-country trek. Let's start with what we're seeing right now on the radar. Still some snow falling in places like Burlington, Albany, Hartford, Boston. We're starting to see some of that snow slow down, but still adding on to the already accumulations up to maybe 3, 5, even 7 inches of snow we've seen in parts of the New England area. Here's those alerts that are still up for many, including places like Hartford, Boston, again, and up into portions of Maine. We'll likely see those continue at least for the rest of our morning hours and into our afternoon hours before we start to see things tapering off. When all's said and done, I think anywhere up to 8 inches of snow is going to be possible in some of those higher elevations, a little farther to the north, places like Maine. Here's how the system plays out, though. This is a pause at 8 o'clock. We'll see most of that snow starting to work off, sure, and still be left lingering over extreme northern parts of New England. Again, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, you're still going to see some of that lingering snow. But then we turn our attention to what California is going to deal with today, which is the next storm system. And then as we get into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we've got a whole swath of the country really extending from parts of the plains into parts of the southeast as we transition into the end of the work week. So you'll notice that this also means another round of potential rain and snow for parts of the eastern half of the country. We could see heavy rain for places like Cincinnati, Columbus, Charleston, and more snow working in again as we head into Thursday and Friday. So here's where it starts. It starts in California. They're going to add on to some of this snow and rain that they already received last week. This system not quite as intense, but still millions are under these winter alerts, and you can see why. Additional precipitation moving onshore, so more rain and snow for California today. The system does spread to the Rockies and the Four Corners region, adding on some snowfall there and still bringing a little bit of snow to parts of the Midwest and eventually the New England area here as we get into tomorrow. That's not the snow and rain that I think will be most impactful, but it'll be something to deal with for sure as we get out the door on Wednesday morning. Notice also in parts of the south from the plains and again into the southeast, we really start to see those storms ramping up. And it's not just a one-day event. This could be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some of these storms are going to be strong. They'll bring strong winds. They'll also bring some hail and the potential for tornadoes. As far as California is concerned, maybe picking up another inch or two in some of the highest amounts. It'll be more of kind of a nuisance rain for folks there. And then the Sierras and even the Rockies ending up with another foot, maybe a foot and a half by the time we get through midweek. So something to note if you're going to be traveling on roadways there. There's the severe threat for Wednesday. It's focused Little Rock, Texarkana, Shreveport, Tupelo, all those places, including Memphis. You have the best chance to see some strong winds, some damaging hail, maybe even a couple tornadoes. It doesn't move a lot by the time we get into Thursday. This is the threat. It still includes a lot of those same places, Little Rock, Memphis, Shreveport, and there will be a better chance for some stronger tornadoes that day as well. So Wednesday and Thursday, it's mainly focused kind of over parts of Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas. But as we get into Friday, it shifts a little farther to the east, and the risk isn't quite as high, but still 29 million people could see the potential for some strong wind gusts, some tornadoes, and as we get into the afternoon hours, some hail as well. So we've kind of got a mixed bag. We picked up on some snow in the Northeast, and of course it's going to be a little difficult for travel this morning, guys, but we've got a lot of impacts across the country over the next couple of days.
Even our cameras heard you talking about the snow and got very excited and started moving to go outside and play in the snow. They want to be part of it. So.
Everybody's involved here.
Everyone wants to.
It's good snowball making snow.
Exactly.
So.
Oh. Did you bring one inside?
It melted. Sorry.
We'll trust you. All right.
Angie Lassman, thank you.
In the race for the White House, well, Governor Ron DeSantis has not officially thrown his hat into the ring for the 2024 presidential race. He is looking every bit the candidate. He's got a new book out highlighting his record in Florida. He's also reaching out to GOP donors, all of which suggests he might be on a collision course with former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Hey there, that new national book tour starting today is just one of a series of moves in a kind of shadow campaign from Governor Ron DeSantis that's moving more and more into the spotlight. Because even though he may not be an official presidential candidate yet, it seems like that is only a matter of time. Overnight, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making the case he knows how to fight for conservative causes.
You got to have the courage of your convictions to stand strong. But I think what we've shown in Florida, if you do that and people see you're willing to fight for them, they'll walk over broken glass barefoot to vote for you.
The Republican governor widely expected to run for president. There's no official campaign yet, but there is a new campaign-style video.
Florida is leading the nation.
And the apparent support of former presidential candidate and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush.
I think we're on the verge of a generational change in our politics. I kind of hope so. Who better to do it than someone who's been outside of Washington, who's governed effectively.
And DeSantis also has a new book out today, framing himself as a warrior against so-called woke culture. DeSantis avoiding directly confronting Donald Trump, even as he emerges as the leading alternative to the former president in a 2024 race. A new poll shows Mr. Trump with a double-digit lead over DeSantis, and both of them well ahead of the rest of the potential GOP pack. Former President Trump mocking his possible rival.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
But DeSantis hasn't really hit back, instead laying out what he describes as Florida's blueprint for conservatives in the rest of the country, pointing to his own record on issues from COVID to education. DeSantis apparently still months away from a formal announcement, with multiple sources telling NBC News that any campaign launch, if he decides to run, would probably come in June. Advisors insist the governor's attention is focused on what's happening at home, like the bill he signed Monday that strips Disney of its longtime self-governing status in Florida after the company came out against the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law, which limits how gender and sexual identity can be discussed in some classrooms. In his book, DeSantis writes he warned Disney's then CEO about the company's political activities, saying, "Do not get involved with this legislation." One interesting note here, DeSantis will not be appearing at the high-profile conservative gathering CPAC this weekend, according to a person familiar with his plans. Neither will Mike Pence, according to another source. This is an event typically attended by potential candidates. Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, both official candidates will be there. CPAC's organizer, Matt Schlapp, faces accusations of sexual misconduct, which he denies. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
And overseas, Ukraine's military says the situation in the eastern city of Bakhmut is, quote, extremely tense as Russian forces push for a foothold in the fiercely contested Donetsk region. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says it will, quote, never compromise on those 4 Ukrainian regions it annexed back in September. But one area the Ukrainians are said to be eyeing is Crimea, which Russia captured back in 2014. And that's where we find NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, who joins us now for an inside look. Keir?
Hey, Zane Clay, good morning. We travelled to Crimea across the bridge behind me there. That is the bridge that was partially blown up last year, an act that President Putin called an act of terrorism, underscoring how important this place is to him and how much Ukrainians would like to target it. But so far, we've been able to move freely without being questioned. This morning, President Putin's warplanes targeting the besieged town of Bakhmut. Russia is destroying Ukraine's defenses there, President Zelensky said overnight. Again, calling for Western combat aircraft. His ultimate objective is taking back Crimea. In October, an explosion rocked President Putin's prized bridge to the peninsula. Putin blamed Ukraine's special services. Kyiv never admitted responsibility. We crossed into Crimea by train, across what the United Nations calls Ukraine's internationally recognized border. This is where that explosion hit this bridge last October at around this time in the morning. The bridge was fully reopened just last week. Inside, the territory is teeming with Russian soldiers. And if Ukraine plans to take it back with force, many civilians will be caught in the middle. 2.4 million people live here. In Sevastopol, large numbers support Russia. Is Crimea Russian or Ukrainian? Crimea is Russian. Of course Russian. Forever, this 73-year-old Praskovia Baranova tells me. There's a sign for a bomb shelter over there.
Укрытие. И что?
So what, she says? Are you frightened?
Ну, надо будет и в укрытие.
No, she says. If it's needed, we'll just go to a bomb shelter. If we don't defend our motherland, we will become slaves, Ruslan Nalgiv says. The streets are lined with propaganda. The West doesn't need Russia. We need Russia, this poster reads. But the UN has accused Russia of many human rights abuses in Crimea. Olga, who is afraid to give us her last name, tells us all mothers, both Russian and Ukrainian, weep for their children. I can't speak about it without tears, she says. And General Mark Milley has said it will be very difficult for Ukrainian forces to push Russian forces out of Crimea. That bridge behind me, Zinclair, is one of the reasons for that. The only other way to get to this territory is a exposed land bridge in that direction. President Zelensky has said the war started here and it will end here. But Zinclair, nobody we have spoken to here knows when that will happen or how much more bloodshed there will be. Zinclair.
Really important reporting. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the defense rests in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, but not before asking the judge for a jury field trip. Murdaugh's team wants the jury to visit the scene of the shootings, the family's sprawling South Carolina property. But will that help his case? We're going to break it down.
Plus, some bombshell admissions from Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire owner of Fox News. The controversy around some of Fox's anchors and fraud claims over the 2020 election. We've got that for you next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just, get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not D.C. as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. The defense in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh has now rested its case. Over the past 2 weeks, the jury has heard dramatic testimony from more than 14 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself.
And now, ahead of closing arguments, the jury will view the scene of the crime for themselves after the judge in the case approved a request from the defense. Today Show anchor Greg Melvin has the story.
With closing arguments looming, Alec Murdaugh's defense presenting a surprising new theory in the double murder trial.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
Crime scene expert Timothy Palmbach arguing Paul Murdaugh was shot at such close range, a lone shooter would not have been able to quickly recover to gun down his mother, Maggie.
It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault.
Also highlighting the fact Paul and Maggie were shot with two different guns.
Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them.
The defense strategy, trying to sow doubt that Alec Murdaugh pulled the triggers.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime.
Back in January, I talked about the case with Joe McCullough, a close friend of Murdaugh and attorney on another case involving him.
And to be clear, the defense can say someone else did it, but they don't have to say who did it.
They do not. All the defense has to do is raise a reasonable doubt and pick off one juror. Takes a unanimous verdict. And I think unanimity of a verdict here is going to be hard.
In the courtroom Monday, the defense calling its final witness, Murdaugh's younger brother.
It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
John Marvin, emotional, describing finding some of his nephew's remains at the crime scene.
And I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
The judge also ruling jurors can go visit the scene of the crime, that 1,700-acre Murdaugh estate known as Moselle, after the defense argued it was critical for the jury to understand how the murders played out.
Where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Now, this morning, prosecutors do plan to call a handful of rebuttal witnesses, and the jury could actually begin deliberating the case later this week.
Now, joining us for further analysis is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, first of all, how common are what we've been calling field trips to a crime scene? And also, what does the defense hope to get from this visit?
I've asked for jury views, they're called, several times. They've been granted 0 times. Judges hate them. They're an administrative nightmare. And plus, these jurors are anonymous. So you're going to have to figure out some way to, I don't know, black out the windows. They've already disallowed drone footage, no press. You got to preserve jurors' identity, or their secret identity, I guess. So judges don't like these. I've only ever seen them in high-profile cases. I believe the O.J. case had it. And then after that, I'm not aware of another one. That's how rare they happen. Obviously, they have happened in other cases. I just have not seen them very often. I can't even think of one offhand.
And you're saying field trip is not a legal term?
It's not. But, you know, everyone's calling it that, and that's probably going to be what it looks like. They're probably going to use a big yellow school bus, head out there, and it's going to be a lot like a field trip. Give them lunch, bring them back.
All right, so the defense has rested its case. What did it do well? What did it do not so well?
Here's what it did well. It's got people thinking about reasonable doubt and a possible acquittal in a case, and I'm sorry I'm not unbiased on this one, that seems to me like a winner for the state. I can say that, in my opinion, if the defendant here was some unknown kid from a disadvantaged neighborhood, the jury would have interrupted halfway through and said, we're ready with our guilty verdict. It's amazing that the defense has gotten this far and people are actually talking about a possible acquittal.
And Danny, closing arguments are expected later this week. What do you think we're going to hear from both sides? And also talk to us about that new claim of 2 shooters at the crime scene.
Prosecution will focus on the data. They will disprove the 2-shooter theory as anemic as, look, the defense raised it, but what have they proven? There's no other evidence that any other human was there except Murdaugh. For the defense, look for them to sit back, poke holes in the shoddy investigation, as they'll call it, and say the words many times, reasonable doubt, burden of proof, and presumption of innocence. When you hear those words in the defense over and over again, it often means that they don't have a whole lot else, and they're really just hoping for the burden of proof to carry the day.
So much we'll be watching. Danny Savalos, thank you.
To international news now, starting off in the UK, where the Prime Minister struck a major trading deal with the European Union.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now for this and more. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak faces his biggest text since taking office as he tries to persuade his own Conservative Party to back this deal with the EU over Northern Ireland. Now, it all stems from the delicate and extremely complicated Brexit arrangement over the border between Ireland, which is still part of the EU, and Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. Now, the goal is to preserve peace along the border by ensuring goods can flow without intrusive border checks in place along other EU borders. But it's unclear whether Sunak's party or unionists in Northern Ireland will support it. Now to Italy, where authorities fear the death toll in that migrant shipwreck over the weekend may be more than 100. So far, 63 are confirmed dead, including a dozen children. The boat that set off from Turkey was carrying migrants from Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere when it broke apart while trying to land along southern Italy. And finally, to Italy, where a temple in Kerala has come up with a creative way to avoid using live animals in its festivities, specifically elephants, which play a key role in temple rituals. So instead of real elephants, the temple has started using a mechanical one donated by PETA India. The mechanical elephant, made with an iron frame, is said to be 11 feet tall and weighs more than 1,700 pounds. I'll send it back to you.
Very cool. Very realistic looking, too.
But I wouldn't want to be the person who has to operate that. Kind of heavy. Josh Letterman, thank you.
We turn now to a massive defamation lawsuit involving the country's most viewed cable news network.
Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire founder of Fox News, admitted that some of the network's hosts knowingly pushed false claims after the 2020 presidential election. That's according to court documents, which were unsealed yesterday. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The documents are part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by voting machine maker Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News and its parent company News Corp. Nearly 200 pages unsealed Monday include a partially redacted transcript of Murdoch's deposition in the case. Among the many revelations, the media mogul saying Fox News was, quote, trying to straddle the line between spewing conspiracy theories and calling out the fact they are false.
A series of bombshell admissions from the billionaire owner of Fox News. According to newly released court documents, News Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch acknowledged some of the cable network's hosts pushed false election fraud claims during the 2020 election.
This is disgusting, and we cannot allow America's election to be corrupted.
And you have every right not to have faith and confidence.
Murdoch sworn out of court testimony, part of a filing by Dominion Voting Systems in a $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company. The 91-year-old was questioned about whether popular Fox personalities like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Lou Dobbs repeated lies made by former President Trump and his allies, who falsely claimed the 2020 presidential race was rigged and stolen. According to the documents, Murdoch answering, yes, they endorsed, later adding, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight. This despite the filing saying the media mogul admitted he found half of what Trump was saying was BS and damaging.
He's conceding that the Fox News hosts endorsed the claims that the Dominion election results were false, yet that they knew in the back rooms and in their internal communications, they knew that those claims were false.
When questioned about whether he could have exerted some control over the network's programming, according to the filing, Murdoch said, I could have, but I didn't. The documents also revealed conversations between Murdoch and Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott one day before the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Murdoch wanted hosts to say the election is over and Joe Biden won. But the documents say Scott told him, we need to be careful about using the shows and pissing off the viewers. Overnight, in a statement, Fox News writing in part, Dominion's lawsuit has always been more about what will generate headlines than what can withstand legal and factual scrutiny, adding the allegations are a blatant violation of the First Amendment.
Overnight, Dominion Voting Systems releasing a statement of its own that says the company is, quote, a strong believer in the First Amendment and its protections. As long-settled law makes clear, the First Amendment does not shield broadcasters that knowingly or recklessly spread lies. Guys, a trial is scheduled to begin on April 17th.
And all signs are we're going to that trial right now, right?
So far, that's the case. And all of these people will take the stand, most likely, that are named in these documents.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, is your employer taking your mental health seriously?
Well, according to a new poll, a majority of people said they don't think so. So what's the solution? How can you make sure your company is providing the support you need? We're going to talk about it in our weekly mental health check-in. That's next.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at why more Americans feel like their mental health is not being taken seriously.
Plus, getting those daily steps and could be helping more than just your heart health. It could help your brain, too.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on these headlines. He is a licensed marriage and family therapist and the CEO of George Talks. Always good to have you with us. So let's start with a new poll from Axios. It showed that 77% of people said they feel their employers and their government don't prioritize their mental health. So how does this prevent people from getting the care they need? And then how can both those institutions, the government and companies, do a better job of actually providing that support?
Good morning. First of all, hopefully we start to listen to people as they share so much of what they want and what they need. They want to feel safe and secure and feel like their health and their mental health is a priority. So that means maybe talking to your job, maybe talking to policymakers about what might be important for you, what might be helpful, but that overall that people feel like if there was another pandemic, their health wouldn't be a #1 priority. And this is a major concern that we need to continue to address.
And Dr. George, I know researchers from the University of South Australia found that exercise could actually be more beneficial to our mental health than counseling or even medication. Of course, those are still important things, but walk us through why exactly that is and how should we be thinking about those other mental health services?
This is actually something I've been sharing with my clients for a long time. It's actually the 3 parts, right? Being able to speak to a therapist, exercise, and medication. Doing all three can really help reduce anxiety and depression. And what the study has found out is that 1.5 times better than even medication when you exercise. That means walking, yoga, resistance training, doing something can actually help you because it actually kicks in dopamine and helps your brain feel great and your body and your mind. So it's a great thing to do, get some exercise.
Maybe get some of that anger out sometimes, too, that you might be...
That's what the boxing classes are for.
Finally,
right.
Dr. James, a new trend on TikTok might actually be helping people find purpose in their everyday lives and the things that aren't so fun. Creators are now romanticizing their everyday tasks that might seem a little mundane, making the bed or having coffee, though I love having coffee. What are some of the benefits of doing this every day, and how can we all maybe give it a shot in different ways?
Now, I love this, right? This thought of if we kind of put a little bit of romanticize things or fantasy, that it can make it kind of feel a little bit better, that it's not that bad. And it actually does work. I mean, anything. Think about we might really think about love and traveling, but we don't think about all the hassle that comes with it or the everyday things that we might need to do. It does increase motivation and it puts us in a correct mindset. Now, the difficulty of this is that we still have to go out there and do these things daily, like make your bed or get the coffee. So you want to not only just romanticize, but you actually want to go ahead and do it and get it done so that it doesn't pile up and become overwhelming for you.
Having a positive mindset can be so hard, and I can see how this would be a way to help kind of get you in that mood.
The TikTok user onto something. I love it. All the little vlogs and everything, there's something to it.
All right, Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we'll head to the metaverse to learn about Black history. Students at one historically Black college in Atlanta are ditching reality, witnessing their history virtually.
Plus, from wires to tires, our next guest got to one of racing's biggest stages with, well, a bit of a left turn from the normal training regimen, using a popular racing simulator to make his Daytona dreams a reality. We've got his story next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
On this last day of Black History Month, I'm taking you to one college that's teaching Black history in a brand new way. HBCU Morehouse College is now using virtual reality to immerse students in the African and African American experience. Morehouse College is taking virtual learning to a whole new level. Why teach Black history through virtual reality? Why not use a textbook or the typical means of education?
So immersive virtual reality is a real unique space.
Dr. Messina Norris is the director of this historically Black college's Metaverse project.
You can actually go back to that time period and recreate the scene of what happened and bring it to life for most students.
Students in Atlanta, Georgia, now taking the inaugural Introduction to the African Diaspora course.
In the class, we cover a scope from, like, say, the Underground Railroad Museum with the Amistad, all the way to the Civil Rights Movement with Martin Luther King's March on Washington, and also his assassination in 1968.
The class at times witnessing historic and humbling scenes from U.S. history.
And you can see the horrendous, just inhumane conditions.
It's a lot to take in.
I imagine a lot of this content is pretty heavy and sobering for students. How do you walk them through that?
First, you know, I mentally prepare them for the class and say, no, we're going to be seeing, like, say, slave ship. We're going to be seeing some gore. But if you cannot take it, you can always, you know, there's an exit button on your headset. You can exit out.
And while the course requires emotional depth, practitioners and students say they're glad to dig in.
I never used the metaverse or virtual reality before. It just made me realize I'm grateful for where I'm at today and that I was born in this age I can go back in history and just see what people went through.
The course is part of a worldwide VR initiative by Victory XR, a virtual and augmented reality company founded in 2016. In partnership with Qualcomm Technologies, each Morehouse student was given an Oculus VR device, and the experience is expanding.
We have close to 70 colleges and universities signed up to either deploy classes in the metaverse, or they have purchased licenses to begin exploring and figuring out what model might work for them.
Professors Morris and Hamilton hope more schools will follow suit to give teachers and students the historical knowledge and technical skill to enter the 21st century workforce and world.
At the end of the day, we have got to use the lessons of the past to help make sure that they don't get relived.
A look at Black history through the eyes of the future. Now, of course, virtual reality is not without its challenges. The Morehouse team tells me the tech relies on a strong broadband connection and well-charged technology, but students and teachers agree the experience is well worth it.
Now, all this Black History Month, NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has been taking a look at changemakers for her series Closing the Gap. For our final segment, Maya takes a look at the social media landscape for creators of color.
Influencer marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but not all creators are getting their fair share of the revenue.
I think a lot of people, they get into it just for the love of just like creating content for inspiring people. They didn't realize that there was a business side to it.
Shanae Ingleton-Smith is the president and CEO of Kensington Gray, a diversity-focused talent agency. She hosted some of her clients at a brunch for New York Fashion Week earlier this month. Shanae used to work in media and says creators of color asked for thousands of dollars less than white creators when working with big fashion brands.
There was a bias gap on the decision maker side where I felt like a lot of clients would book people for opportunities that looked like them. I also noticed that there was a knowledge gap. So when Black creators were being presented with opportunity, they didn't know quite what to charge or how to charge.
One study found that 77% of Black creators fall into the micro-influencer level, and on average get paid $27,000 each year. But when looking at which influencers get paid over $100,000, only 23% of macro influencers are Black, compared to 41% who are white. And 49% of Black creators said their race influenced companies giving them low offers. But Shanae's hard work has paid off. She says her clients have been in Paris Fashion Week, Vogue, Essence Fest, and have made millions of dollars in brand partnerships online.
I don't know where I would be in my content creator journey if I never met Shanae.
When it comes to like rates and campaigns and things like that, unfortunately, people of color don't really get, the best offer on the table. Offers and or the best opportunities in general.
Why do you do this work?
This is my passion. I don't know what else I would be doing. Amplifying Black voices, seeing Black women, Black people win. That's what I live for. We're not just doing this to, make a few bucks and then move on. We're doing this to really create long-term transformative change in the lives of the Black people that we represent and in their families and in the people that watch them and see them.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Now to a rising star in the world of racing we're really excited to meet.
Just 5 years ago, Raja Karuth only had experience in virtual racing, and he had never actually gotten behind the wheel of a race car before. Well, over the course of just a few years, Karuth made the transition to professional racing in real life, and now the 20-year-old HBCU student is in his first year of full-time racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And Raja Karuth, a driver for GMS Racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, joins us now. Raja, good to have you with us. I mean, that is quite the steep learning curve to go from iRacing to NASCAR. So explain to us, how on earth did you do it?
For sure, man. First and foremost, thank you guys for having me on. Really, the transition from virtual racing to racing on the real circuit has been really hard at first, but as I get more experience on the real life side of things, they really work hand in hand together. So I'm really thankful to have started racing online, because I feel like now racing, on the real circuit on Saturdays and Fridays, I have an advantage, especially going to places that I've never seen in real life, but have raced on the sim multiple times before.
And Raja, I wonder for you, what kinds of challenges have you faced as a young Black man breaking into this sport specifically, which is predominantly white?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I mean, initially, right, it was almost impossible to get into the world of NASCAR, which was hard for me because I loved the sport since I was a little kid, and it really took a very opportune series of events to race on iRacing for about a year before getting noticed by NASCAR's Draft Diversity program. And really, that was my only ticket to racing in any capacity in NASCAR. Growing up in DC and not having any sort of connections in the racing world, that was my only chance. And so that was really the hardest part, especially from the get-go, from jump, not having any chance of racing. So fortunately, like I said, I've had some opportunities so far in my career, and I've been working really hard to make the most of them.
I know you've mentioned that Bubba Wallace, who was previously the only Black full-time driver in NASCAR, really took you under his wing. I mean, talk about that mentorship and just what it's meant to you.
Yeah, for sure. Bubba's been a great role model for me and helped me on and off the racetrack, even from when literally my first year in racing online and in real life in legend cars. He's been there every step of the way, has known the questions I'll ask before I'll even ask him, and has been such a big brother to me. So I've been really thankful to have him in my corner so far, and I've been really blessed to have him as a resource for myself.
And really impressive just to see how far you've gone now that you've gotten access to this incredible space. I mean, Raja, what other races do you have coming up, and what are your goals for this year?
For sure. So this weekend, I'll race double duty in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for GMS Racing and in the NASCAR Xfinity Series for Alpha Prime Racing. This year, I'm really, with it being my rookie year, some of these places I've been to, other tracks I've never seen before. So my expectations are just to work really hard away from the racetrack just so I can execute when we get to the racetrack. And, I have no doubt in my mind that we'll be competitive and successful this year and hopefully be racing for a championship come November.
You're 20. How long do you see yourself doing this for?
Hopefully a long time. But, that's why I'm in school now. I'm a junior at Winston-Salem State University. And just because I know racing and professional sports aren't forever. So once I'm done driving, which is hopefully a very long time from now, I'll have some options for whenever I decide to hang up the helmet.
Raja Karuth, you are an inspiration. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank y'all.
Got some financial headlines now. Mark Zuckerberg is tackling artificial intelligence with a new team at Meta.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Zinclair, good morning to you. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta now has a team dedicated to building AI tools for Instagram, Messenger, and WhatsApp. He says the company is working on AI experiences with text, such as chat with Messenger and WhatsApp, experiences with images for things such as creative Instagram filters and ad formats, as well as video and multimodal experiences. Now, Meta isn't new to the AI world. It introduced chatbots to Messenger back in 2016. Waymo will begin testing its self-driving taxis without a human safety driver in Los Angeles in the next few weeks. It's the company's next step on the path to commercializing robotaxi service in a second city in California after San Francisco. Now, initially, only employees will be able to hail rides, and Waymo will start service in Santa Monica before ramping up to other LA neighborhoods. The company, which is owned by Google's parent Alphabet, has been allowed to start charging for services such as delivery in San Francisco. And Elon Musk regains his spot as the world's richest person after briefly losing the title to the founder and CEO of French luxury goods maker LVMH. Musk's wealth has been boosted by a nearly 70% surge in Tesla stock this year as investors pile back into riskier growth stocks and with more demand for Tesla's vehicles. Musk was displaced from the top of Bloomberg's wealth index for more than 2 months after a steep slide in Tesla shares last year, guys. So, thank goodness.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And in health news, nearly 2 million people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer this year, a sobering statistic. And when it comes to lung cancer, the prognosis is often grim.
But advanced technology is offering new hope, supporting the age-old reminder that early detection can be life-saving. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. And Dana, I know this hits home for a lot of people, including you, right?
Yes, the story is very personal to me. My mom passed away 3 years ago to lung cancer. And the one thing she and so many others have in common, they never smoked and didn't know they had it until it was too late. But with new technology comes new hope. Inside this Los Angeles County operating room called City of Hope, hope is exactly what they're trying to give patients with lung cancer. This comprehensive cancer center is one of the first on the West Coast to perform a robotic bronchoscopy.
Lateral, yeah. You go lateral, not too far.
Here's how it works. Thoracic surgery chief Dr. Jay Kim threads a long, flexible camera that can navigate through even the tiniest branches of the airway.
This is telling me how far I am from the tumor.
Looking for the elusive cancer cells hard to detect on normal scans. Within minutes, this less invasive procedure can biopsy tissue later tested for cancer, putting patients closer to treatment to destroy the disease. The stats are sobering. More people in the U.S. die from lung cancer than breast, colon, and prostate cancers combined. What should people know about lung cancer?
There's a stigma attached to it. So when you hear someone has lung cancer, often the question is, well, did they smoke? Just because someone smoked doesn't mean that they deserve to get lung cancer. But also there are so many people who get lung cancer who have never smoked.
For women diagnosed with lung cancer, Dr. Kim says 20% have never smoked, and it's more likely to develop in African-American women, like 55-year-old Devon Swift.
Lung cancer is serious, and I didn't even know I had it.
She's a mother who has worked for American Airlines for 34 years, lugging pounds of baggage. Her 2021 diagnosis, her heaviest load yet.
I had an ongoing cough that just will not go away. And a very close friend of mine said, get dressed, I'm coming to pick you up and take you to the ER. I'm glad she did because they did an x-ray and they saw a spot.
She saved your life.
Oh my goodness, when you put it that way. She did, because the doctor said in my case, they caught it early and normally it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 4.
But with the help of Dr. Kim and City of Hope, Devon's cancer was detected early, and now she's cancer-free.
If you look at cancers that are detected with lung cancer screening, over 90% of them are cured.
So there's hope there.
Absolutely.
Now Devon holds on to this hospital teddy bear she got when she went through treatment. A reminder that prevention can be the new cure. What's your message to someone who may have a cough like yours?
Please just take the time out to go get checked. It will save your life. Trust me, it will save your life like it saved mine.
So guys, listen to this. Only about 6% of eligible people actually get screened. Dr. Kim says part of that is lack of awareness. So he's urging people, if you've ever smoked in your life, even if you quit, talk to your doctor about getting screened. You could be like Devon, catch it early and live for years to come. Guys.
Dana, thank you so much for that. Morning News Now continues after the break.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. It was a Friends reunion on the Hollywood Walk of Fame Monday. Actress Courtney Cox received her star on the Walk of Fame. The actress, best known for playing Monica on the hit sitcom Friends, was joined by former co-stars Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow to celebrate her achievement. The trio talked about how much their friendship on and off the screen meant to each other. Cox then added that getting her own star on the Walk of Fame is a surreal experience and expressed appreciation and gratitude for each of her other co-stars. So, Joe, I think this is the one we would call the one where Monica gets a star.
I think so. And I love how they were there, which proves that I'll Be There For You still stands all these years later.
Look at you. Never miss. Joe
right.
never misses.
Thanks, and Clay. All right, they are precious items knitted by loved ones. But when unexpected loss leaves projects incomplete, an inspiring team of helping hands is now swooping in to finish the job. Recently had a chance to meet the amazing people who are finishing up those projects and tying up loose ends.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 5,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 200 projects in the works and 20 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
The group is actively recruiting volunteer knitters, so if you're interested, you can check out their website, looseendsproject.org. As I mentioned, they have more than 5,500 of these finishers right now. They're actually looking for more projects. Of course, proximity helps. If it can be like in this situation, we had families both from New England, so they were actually able to meet in person. But if you have to send them across the country or whatever, that's also an option.
It was so beautiful, Joe. It makes me want to go look as an avid crafter.
We had told this story. We actually interviewed the Loose Ends people a few weeks ago to actually see a completed project. That was really cool to see.
So powerful. Thank you for that.
No problem. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Zinklea Asamoah in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, slushin' on you. This morning, millions of Americans waking up to a wintry mess as a powerful storm brings snow, rain, and wind to the Northeast, and California braces for another winter system. We'll show you the conditions from coast to coast, plus what to expect when you walk out your door. The defense rests dramatic new developments as the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh comes to a close. This morning, jurors getting ready to visit the family property where Murdaugh's wife and youngest son were killed. This after tearful testimony from Murdaugh's own brother.
And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
Plus, an expert witness suggesting 2 shooters were responsible for the murders. We'll bring you the latest. A showdown taking shape at the Supreme Court this morning. Justice is set to hear arguments today about President Biden's controversial student debt forgiveness plan. The plan would cancel tens of thousands of dollars in loans, each for tens of thousands of millions of people. Plus, why some students are going overseas to avoid skyrocketing tuition fees. We'll compare the costs. And representation in religion. A group of young Black Christians on a cross-country mission to spread their faith. More on the message they're taking on tour and why the group says religion is especially important for people of color. All the snow. I bet you feel like you're in Minnesota.
I know. Well, not quite that much, but it was nice to see the snow.
You know?
And so walk around a little bit in it this morning. I didn't go get to make a snow angel, though.
Not yet.
Not yet.
After
Not
the
yet.
show.
We'll see the lasts.
But we're going to lead off this morning with the powerful winter storm system that's already impacted more than 24 states.
Overnight, that system swept through the Northeast, bringing freezing temperatures and several inches of snow in some areas, places that haven't seen much snow this season. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in Windsor, Connecticut with the latest.
Hey, good morning. Well, we are just north of Hartford, Connecticut, and you can see it's still coming down as it has been all night. Take a look. If you pull out a little bit here, you can see, a couple of inches of snow, and normally we might not be talking about that in Connecticut. It is winter in the Northeast after all, but this is not your average winter. And so for this area, this is the first significant snowfall of the season. Also the first significant snowfall in New York City, only about a half an inch so far this season. And now the city seeing a few inches of snow. So Boston as well getting its first significant snowfall of the season. So really just an unusual winter and unusual storm. This is the same storm that caused problems across the Midwest. People in Michigan, hundreds of thousands without power. That is being restored as we go through today. This storm also touched off tornadoes across the Midwest. One suspected tornado doing pretty significant damage in Ohio, and then a few more tornadoes confirmed across the Midwest. So a really big storm causing problems for millions of people. It is expected to continue here throughout the day. They are ready for it. They have hundreds of plows out on the roads. They pre-salted the roads to get ready for the storm. So you can see traffic still moving. We've seen a lot of plows going through. Power companies have staged crews ready for any power outages here. So this is a storm that they're ready for, but people being urged to still stay off the roads for a few more hours as this snow continues. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
And as we just heard, residents in the Northeast are waking up to a cold, wet, and snowy morning.
So let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman for a check on your morning News Now weather. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Can you believe it? We waited till the last day of meteorological winter to have any kind of significant snowfall in places like New York City, which, by the way, did pick up a couple of inches, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, a little more outside of the city. And you can see still dealing with snow falling in places like Hartford, Boston, and parts of New England. That's what we'll deal with for a little while longer. So the commute is going to be a little difficult in those places. And we still have millions under these winter alerts at this hour. We're going to continue to see maybe a couple more inches picked up here through the rest of the day. The highest amounts will be probably 6 to 8 inches. And again, in those higher elevations and the farther north you go into places like Maine, that's where you'll see the more significant snowfall. But then the system moves out and we're going to see improvements. It moves out. We'll still deal with some of these lingering snow showers for, again, northern parts of New England, even into the evening hours tonight. But by the time you get up and out the door tomorrow, things will have improved a lot. Now, on the West Coast, we're going to track our next storm system that's going to bring us some severe weather here as we get into the later parts of our work week. And then eventually it'll bring us another chance of some rain and some snow for parts of the east. So we've got a couple things to deal with before the week's end, and it's going to impact a lot of places across the country. It starts with the West Coast, where millions are again under these winter weather alerts. California is going to get a little more rain and a little more snow, not quite as intense as what they dealt with that past storm, the last one that they were seeing really impact them last week. But still, some additional rain, some additional snow. Eventually, the system tracks to the east. It does bring snow to parts of the Rockies, the Four Corners region. And then we start to gear up those severe storms as we head into tomorrow, into Thursday, and into Friday. This is going to be kind of a long couple of days when it comes to afternoon severe storms impacting places from the plains all the way to the southeast through the end of our work week. So a week that you're going to want to stay connected as far as the weather is concerned. Rainfall totals rather in California, not super impressive, but they really don't need this on top of what they dealt with last week. We will see additional snowfall in places like the Sierras and in the Rockies, up to 12 inches, maybe over that here as we get into those higher elevations once again. But when we get into Wednesday, tomorrow, the biggest impacts are going to be focused mainly towards Little Rock, Texarkana, Shreveport, Tupelo, Memphis, all included in the best chance to see some of these really strong winds, damaging hail, and even a couple of tornadoes. And we'll see that threat kind of continue in that same area, guys, as we get into Thursday, moving just a little farther to the east here as we get into Friday. So a really busy kind of couple of days for us with the snow here, and then we'll see another chance at it here as we get into Friday.
All right, another busy week ahead. Thanks, Angie.
Angie, thank you. Now to South Carolina, where the defense rested their case in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial as the judge granted the defense request for the jury to visit the scene of the crime. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has the latest.
The Murdaugh trial jury will go to the crime scene. The judge granting an unusual motion for jurors to physically visit the dog kennel area on the sprawling 1,700-acre hunting property. The defense argues the visit will help them spatially understand where the bodies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were located and see the small space inside the feed room where Paul was killed.
If the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Also Monday, a defense blood spatter expert saying it's unlikely the murders were done by a single shooter.
To me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have two long arms and no practical reason for that to happen.
And after lunch, the final defense witness, Alec Murdaugh's younger brother, John Marvin.
It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Giving emotional testimony about returning to the crime scene the day after the murders to clean up Paul's remains, including pieces of his skull.
And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
John Marvin also recounting how during a visit to assist SLED investigators, he was offered false information about case evidence.
But described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it.
Katie Beck, thank you so much. And while the defense has rested their case, prosecutors say they may have 4 or 5 more witnesses before heading to closing arguments later this week.
To Ohio now, where the cleanup is underway after that toxic train derailment. The EPA has allowed the removal of waste to resume. Despite this, people living there are still concerned about their health. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the very latest.
Federal officials now saying there are 4 disposal sites this hazardous material will be shipped to. Meanwhile, residents in East Palestine, 3 weeks post-derailment, still have many concerns about their town's future. Emotions still running high in East Palestine, Ohio.
The most frustrating part is Norfolk Southern is making me question whether I'm a good parent.
3 weeks since the Norfolk Southern toxic train derailment, Sharice Munyon, mother of 2, says she's feeling trapped between a sea of information and instinct.
I have a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, and are they going to, in 10 years, be diagnosed with cancer that's from this?
These renewed fears come as truckloads of hazardous waste from the site are once again on the move. After the EPA temporarily paused shipments over the weekend, they're now being transported from East Palestine to EPA-vetted disposal sites in nearby cities.
The addition of these disposal locations gets us closer to having enough capacity to finish the cleanup.
Officials in Michigan and Texas irate over what they say was the surprise delivery of tons of contaminated waste from the derailment.
The outward effect of it looks like we're being sandbagged.
Ohio's governor announcing 5 truckloads of contaminated soil were returned to East Palestine. As the NTSB continues its investigation, Norfolk Southern says it continues to work on track removal at the site as well as soil excavation, while the CDC continues door-to-door survey efforts to check on residents. Has anyone been to your door?
Not one person.
And what does that tell you?
That they don't care.
That was George Solis reporting. NBC News has learned EPA Administrator Michael Regan will visit East Palestine today. It's his 3rd visit since the disaster 3 weeks ago, as response efforts there shift from emergency phase to long-term remediation. Voters in Chicago are gearing up to cast their ballots in this year's heated primary race for mayor. 9 candidates are on the ballot this year, including incumbent Lori Lightfoot. All the candidates aim to lead a city hit hard by crime and inflation in recent years. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Hyde Park in Chicago with more. Marissa, good morning. So let's start with the candidates. You got the incumbent Lori Lightfoot facing tough competition in a race that's likely going to head into a runoff. So who are her biggest opponents and how tough could re-election be?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about what we're expecting from today, I think something that's just so notable is that there is not a sense of confidence as to whether or not we will see Lori Lightfoot reelected. And that could be in several ways, right? I mean, there's not even a sense of confidence in terms of whether she would make that runoff race that would happen in April 4th, just over a month from now. So when we talk about her biggest competition right now, obviously, Joe, we know that polls in general are never a guarantee of anything. anything. But polling does show that her steepest competition is coming from the former Chicago Public Schools CEO, Paul Vallis. And then there's a very tight race in terms of the polling for second place. And so we're looking at there's Lori Lightfoot right now is kind of neck and neck with two other candidates. But you mentioned it yourself. There's a large field here right now. Incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot competing with 8 other challengers. So, Joe, I think that in terms of what we can predict, the only prediction that I'm willing to make is that we probably will not know any results by 7 p.m. simply because we know that early voting turnout nearly triple what it has been in past 2 municipal elections. We know that mail-in voting also record numbers here, Joe.
All right, so those are the candidates. What are the issues that voters are most concerned about? And are there things that the rest of the country might learn from this election?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the fact that crime has been consistently the #1 thing that voters in Chicago talk about that they care about. And this is something that we're seeing across the city. And then also something that certain candidates have been very, very intentional in terms of their messaging. And I think that in terms of what we're seeing in terms of platform and policy, while crime might be something that they're all addressing, it's the philosophy in terms of how they're addressing crime, where, of course, they differ and the roads split, if you will, whether or not they're looking for short-term solutions or whether or not they're looking at whether they should be staffing police officers or whether they are thinking that tackling crime looks more holistically building the community on the other side.
And on the issue of crime, we know Chicagoans are also electing police district council members. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we have 66 positions up for grabs. This is something that advocacy groups have been pushing for. We know that this is something that's been part of the conversation on a national level. We're seeing that here in Chicago for the first time. 22 Chicago police districts will now see community members who will be able to weigh in on things like police budget. They will be able to weigh in and review items. When it comes to controversial topics, we're talking about Chicago police here in Chicago. This has been something that has been part of the discussion for a long time. But I think in terms of who people are voting for, when I've just talked to people on the ground here, I will say that a lot of them don't really know who they're voting for, and they're not really sure how this is going to turn out. So I think collectively, we're all eager to see how that does play out, not just today with how the election day goes, but in the coming years. Joe?
All right, Marissa Parra in Chicago. Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, security compromise. This morning, U.S. Marshals investigating what's being called a major cyber breach. What sources are saying about the information that is now at risk.
And Fox News under fire after a stunning admission by the network's owner about its coverage of the 2020 election. We'll be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are,
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We're back this morning with new details on a major cybersecurity breach for the U.S. Marshal Service. According to multiple senior U.S. law enforcement officials, sensitive data from one of the Marshals' systems was hacked more than a week ago. A spokesperson for the Marshals confirmed they are investigating the breach and added some of the data was related to investigations, third parties, and some employees. However, an official told NBC News the database involving the Witness Protection Program was not compromised. Now, to new developments this morning on the ongoing lawsuit against Fox News over the 2020 election and comments made by the company's owner, Rupert Murdoch, who has admitted that some of his network's hosts knowingly endorsed false claims that the election was stolen.
Unsealed court documents reveal the billionaire media mogul made the comments in a deposition as part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News.
NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now for more on this. Jane, so much to talk about here. So let's just start with these stunning allegations. What exactly is Murdoch saying, and what did he say in his deposition?
You know, this boss's News Corp's chairman executive's deposition is stunning. I mean, you have to hear it in some of his own words. He said he was trying to straddle the line, as the network was trying to straddle the line between spewing conspiracy theories on one hand, yet calling out the fact that they are actually false on the other. And that is that sort of trigger line that we're talking about here. Because if you remember watching Fox at the time, there was a little bit heavy on the conspiracy theories than there was on the actually fact-checking, calling out the truth. But that's what Dominion's trying to portray. The idea that someone as the top of the network, most powerful person in that building, Rupert Murdoch, knew these things were false, and his deposition does indicate that, and that he knew his hosts were endorsing them, and that he could have stopped them from making air, but chose not to. There's one quote that's sort of stunning here, and that's what every expert has called out to us, where they say, could you have pulled Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell off the air, these Trump attorneys, as you remember, who were sort of advancing these wild theories about Dominion being connected to Hugo Chavez and all of these sort of kooky conspiracy theories. And he said, yes, I could have, but I didn't. And, you know, they dig into, Dominion's lawyers are trying to portray a narrative here where this was about the money and the ratings for Fox News and that they had a motive for advancing these conspiracy theories. Their defense is, of course, the First Amendment here, and they're leaning hard on this idea that they did this to keep their viewers who they were very anxious about these filings reveal, going to other conservative networks who were giving platforms to election denialists.
So this is what Murdoch is saying in the deposition, but just overall with this lawsuit going on, what is Fox News saying about the lawsuit?
So Fox News is leaving really hard on this idea that the First Amendment is important. I believe we have their statement. Here's what they said, the summary judgment motion took an extreme, unsupported view of defamation law that would prevent journalists from basic reporting, basically arguing that we had to talk about this stuff because the president was making these, as Murdoch put it in his wild claims. Yes, and knowing falsity is a really important part of a defamation case. And the experts that I talk to, First Amendment scholars, say, I have never seen this mountain of knowing falsity in any major case like this.
And what's Dominion saying? I mean, the trial starts in April. Are they optimistic?
You know, they say that they're a strong believer of the First Amendment, but that doesn't give you license to spew conspiracy theories, knowingly saying lies. That isn't their exact quote, paraphrasing here, but I do think that Dominion was made a household name in that 2020 election, and they're quite aware of these filings going public, and I think they're, I mean, if you just the way the lawyers write these briefs, they seem to be enjoying it.
You're saying the First Amendment does not shield them from this, is what the Dominion is saying right there. Jane, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. International news now. An American citizen is now confirmed dead from violent clashes in the West Bank.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us for this and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. The U.S. ambassador to Israel confirmed that the Israeli man killed in that attack on his vehicle near Jericho was also a U.S. citizen. That attack came amid a spike in violence that included the killing of 2 Israeli settlers on Sunday by a Palestinian, and then a retaliatory rampage by Israeli settlers who attacked Palestinian villages and set dozens of homes and cars on fire, killing 1 Palestinian. Israel has sent hundreds of troops to the West Bank to try to restore calm. Now to Nigeria, where votes are being counted in the hotly contested presidential election in Africa's most populous country. Early results show third-party candidate Peter Obi winning the most votes in Lagos State, home to Nigeria's largest city. Obi has challenged Nigeria's traditionally 2-party system by gaining support from many young voters who are fed up with corruption. But the full election results aren't expected for several more days. And finally, to Hong Kong, which is set to finally lift its COVID mask mandate tomorrow. It's the last major COVID restriction in Hong Kong and could help restore a sense of normalcy to the financial hub. Hong Kong's chief executive says masks will no longer be required outdoors or indoors, including on public transit. He's citing improved immunity and data showing infections are under control. Joe and Zinclay.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much. And coming up, student loan showdown. President Biden's controversial debt forgiveness plan going before the Supreme Court. We're going to take a closer look at the case that could impact millions of students.
Plus, an unusual way to cut back on college costs. We're going to tell you just how much some students are saving by studying abroad. We're taking a deep dive into all of this next. You're watching Morning News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, There certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We're back now with the Supreme Court, which is set to hear arguments today in a major case that could impact millions of Americans with student loans.
At stake is President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. It would make it possible for millions of borrowers to have their debts lowered or, in some cases, erased. But the Biden administration is facing legal challenges over whether it is overstepping its authority.
This is a big case that could have far-reaching impacts, so we're going to dig into it in depth right now. We're going to start with NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who is outside of the Supreme Court this morning ahead of these arguments. Laura, good morning. So let's begin with how President Biden's student debt relief plan works, or I guess would work if the Supreme Court lets it go forward.
Hey, good morning, guys. The plan here is pretty sweeping. It would wipe out up to 10 grand in debt for people who make under $125,000 and would also cut out about another 10 grand for people who use Pell Grants to get to college for lower income families. Now, the plan was almost immediately blocked in the lower courts. That's why it's here at the Supreme Court today. The case is about to take up oral arguments at around 10 o'clock, guys.
And Laura, I literally saw you yesterday, highlighter in hand, studying the many arguments here. So can you break that down for us? The Supreme Court is hearing two different challenges to Biden's plan. What are the arguments?
The highlighter is back. It never leaves my side. The White House says this is essentially needed to help fend off default for people who are struggling the most since the pandemic. And they point to a part of federal law that authorizes the Secretary of Education to make plans to make changes to student loan programs in times of national emergency like a pandemic. But the challengers here say, no, it needs explicit congressional authorization, that this was abuse of power. And essentially, it's just the president trying to fulfill a campaign pledge that he knows he can't get done through normal channels of legislation, guys.
And Laura, I feel like you probably travel with like a dozen highlighters. So what are some of the issues the justices will highlight, will likely be focused on during today's hearing, and when can we expect then a decision?
One thing I'm watching for the justices to do today is to really zero in on this question of whether the challengers actually have the legal ability to sue. In order to get into federal court, you actually have to be harmed in some way. And here, two of the borrowers say they actually think that the program should be expanded. They weren't eligible for the program because one of them had private loans, another one just hadn't had a Pell Grant to get into college, and so he didn't get that extra 10 grand. So expect the justices to say, how exactly were you harmed here by a program that would benefit millions? Now, of course, they may reach the merits, but they don't have to. And the Biden administration is, of course, hoping that they don't, guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
For more on this, let's bring in Max Lubin, co-founder and CEO of Rise, a nonprofit that fights for free college and student debt relief. Max, good morning. So your group actually camped out overnight at the Supreme Court, and you're bringing students together from around the country. So first off, why is it important for your organization to be on the ground today?
Well, good morning, Zinkley, and thank you so much for having me. Laura and I just switched places. I was just at the court with about 100 students and young student loan borrowers from around the country that we brought in to be here. It's so important that as the justices are hearing from attorneys, that they're also seeing the faces and hearing from the students who are directly impacted by this. So often, young folks and college students in particular are forgotten about. Their stories are not the ones that we hear in the media, and they're not the experiences that we learn about, even if they're the most impacted. And so showing up, showing why this matters to us, that's why it's so important for us to be here.
And Max, beyond camping out, I know your organization is also participating in a rally outside the Supreme Court. Tell us about that and what your specific demands are.
Well, the action started last night. And so Senator Markey, Congressman Jimmy Gomez from California, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and several others came out to show support as our students shared their stories. Then we progressed into a camp out overnight. And the reason we camped out was because we wanted to be the first people in line early this morning when security guards began awarding tickets to actually get into the court and hear the arguments. Our arguments are that not only is it legal and constitutional for President Biden to erase the student loan debt of millions, but we also have precedent for this. In the last administration and the administration before that, the Education Department erased student loan debt. And so this is something that has been done, something that's legal, something that's constitutional. And we know that our opponents had difficulty even recruiting plaintiffs to participate in this case. And I think that speaks to the level of support that student debt relief has all over this country.
And Max, it's not lost on me that the Supreme Court's decision will impact tens of millions of Americans. What exactly is at stake?
Well, it's about their livelihood. It's about their right to earn an education without crushing student loan debt. And one of the reasons we don't see a ton of opposition around this issue is because everyone knows someone who is impacted by this issue, even if they are not themselves. And so students work hard. They go to college and try to earn a degree or an associate's degree, a career degree to try to get a better job and earn a better life, particularly coming out of this period of COVID, another recession, record inflation. And this is really about economic opportunity. This is about the right to pursue the American dream. And that's what's at stake for the 40 million people who will be impacted by this court's decisions.
And Max, how confident are you the Supreme Court will rule in your favor? This has been a topic for so long. So many people have student loans, myself included. What are your thoughts there?
Our job as advocates is to be ready for any outcome. And so whether that means that these cases are thrown out because of the lack of standing or the Supreme Court rules in our favor or they challenge us, we've been fighting this fight for years. This goes back to well before the 2020 campaign. We've had borrowers who have been a part of this fight going back to the Obama administration or even earlier. And so no matter what the Supreme Court rules, we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting for more relief for more borrowers because we know that's the right thing to do.
Max Lubin, thank you so much.
Let's keep the conversation going with student loan expert and author of the best-selling book, How to Appeal for More College Financial Aid, Mark Kantrowitz. Thanks so much for being here, Mark. So the White House says 16 million people have already had their relief approved. So let's talk about the possible outcomes here. What happens to those borrowers if the Supreme Court blocks student loan forgiveness? And I guess on the flip side, what happens if the Supreme Court does let this program move forward?
Well, if the Supreme Court blocks the Biden student loan forgiveness plan, there'll be tens of millions of borrowers who are upset. It's not just the 16 million who are approved. There's also an additional 10 million who have applied and haven't had their applications reviewed yet, and potentially as many as 37 million eligible borrowers. If the president's plan is approved, you could expect forgiveness to start occurring within 1 to 2 weeks.
Obviously, a lot of people are keeping an eye on this, waiting to see what they can do, those different categories of millions you described. A federal appeals court, of course, put President Biden's student loan program on hold during an appeal before a decision is made. So between now and this summer, when we expect the Supreme Court to make a decision, what are some of the steps that you think borrowers should be taking to prepare just in case?
Well, they should sign up for auto pay, where the monthly payments are automatically transferred from their bank account to the lender, because there'll be a lot of confusion about the restart of repayment, and that's a way to avoid being late with a payment. I'd also suggest doing a descriptive budgeting exercise where you track your spending for a month and label it as mandatory or discretionary, a need versus want, and in broad categories, so that you increase your awareness of how you're spending to make room for repaying the student loans.
So, Mark, as we've waited for this to work its way through the courts, we've seen the Biden administration keep extending its pause, its moratorium on these student loan payments. When is that moratorium now slated to be lifted, and does it really all just depend on the Supreme Court decision?
Well, there have been 8 extensions so far. We're in the middle of the 8th extension. It is scheduled to, repayment is scheduled to restart 60 days after the court rules. And the court ruling is more likely to be towards the end of their term in June. About half of last year's rulings, opinions were issued in June, and half soon after the decisions. It could be as early as a few weeks from now, but it's more likely to be sometime in June that they issue the ruling. And that suggests that there'll be a September restart of repayment.
All right, Mark Kantrowitz, thank you so much for joining us and giving us some useful advice. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
With the fate of President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan up in the air, some high schoolers are looking to save money when it comes to higher education.
They're opting out of the traditional American college experience and heading overseas. For more, we're joined by personal finance and travel expert at NerdWallet, Sarah Raffner. Sarah, thank you so much for being here. So higher education in the U.S. is expensive. That is no secret. And the cost of higher ed in the U.S. has been the center of a lot of controversy over the years. So can going to college abroad actually save students money?
It can if you pick the program carefully. In some cases, you'll have a tuition-free education, which is a huge cost savings. But that's not true across the board. It depends on where you go, what your dream school is, even sometimes what country you go to.
Got it. So what are some of the things you think are important to know as far as, are there countries that are better than others?
Well, some countries allow international students to study for as little as free. That's the case with, for example, public universities in Germany, universities in Norway. So if you are looking to save substantially on tuition, you want to pick carefully. Other schools that might be your dream school, like Oxford University in the UK, that's going to cost you nearly $54,000 a year as an international student. So it's not going to be much of a cost savings in that case.
So, I mean, college is, of course, more than tuition, and it's not necessarily always cheap to go overseas. So if you were considering going overseas for your degree, what are some of the other things you should know? What are some of the other expenses that you should help prepare for?
You definitely want to prepare for what the cost of living is in the country that you're picking. Some countries have higher costs of living, or some cities do as well. And so that's going to affect things like the cost of your housing, food, going out. Of course, you want to enjoy yourself as a student. You also want to keep in mind travel costs, because not only are you going to want to take advantage of where you are and travel on the weekends and go to different countries, but you're also going to be spending more to visit your family at home and go home for holidays and other events. And so those are all expenses you want to budget for well before you make the decision about which university you attend.
Those are important points. And Sarah, looking forward, do you think we're going to see more Americans heading abroad for their higher education needs?
Potentially. It's certainly something that's become more popular. Google searches for college abroad have more than doubled since this time last year. Applications are spiking in the UK. Americans studying abroad in France are up 50% since between 2020 and 2021. So we're seeing big numbers of American students and their families consider this as an option.
So, I mean, this is kind of a stunning headline, I think, for a lot of people. I know it sort of grabbed my attention this morning. Oh, it can be cheaper to go overseas, which honestly sounds more fun anyway. How surprised are people when you tell them about this?
It depends on, plenty of American students study abroad for at least part of their university, even if they study in the United States. So going abroad and expanding your horizons is already something that a lot of college students are really looking forward to. And this is an expanded way to do that.
Sarah Raffner, important insights. Thank you so much.
Coming up, speaking of traveling, it is a traveler's tradition. Students, families, and friends making plans to get away for spring break. But what's the best way to get the best deal?
Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll give you the breakdown on spring break, what you should know before packing your bags.
This is what it looks and feels
like. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. This next story is about a group of Gen Zers taking church on the road.
That's right. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin takes a closer look at a team on a mission to repaint the picture of what faith can look like.
What we gonna do? Meet the Black Voices movement, a group of Black millennial and Gen Z missionaries.
The purpose of our mission is empowering young Black leaders in their Christ-centered calling.
There's some crazy 22-year-old that tell you that he loves you.
Carlton Bates travels full-time with the movement, all while taking classes online at Morehouse College, an HBCU in Atlanta, Georgia. He talked to NBC News during a stop in Greensboro, North Carolina.
If you've ever dreamed about, man, what does it look like if I ever became a rock star, went on tour? And that's sort of the life that we get to live.
The idea for Black Voices emerged back in 2020 in the wake of a nationwide racial reckoning.
It was honestly just a burning passion point to say, man, I know God cares about this.
Yasmin Pierce, who has been with Black Voices since its inception, wanted to share this message.
The Jesus of the Bible is a Jesus who cares about those who are mourning.
Pierce and a few others partnered with BVM's parent organization, Circuit Riders, to advertise for a small grassroots gathering for Black students, hosted at the headquarters in Huntington Beach, California, which is about 61% white.
That alone was a risk in itself.
But the turnout caught them by surprise.
It was just so organic and so real.
With that, Black Voices was born. But this sort of group is less common than you think. Though studies suggest the Black community is more likely to be Christian than any other group of people in the States, they remain a minority in mission work, making up only about 8% of missionaries across the U.S.
This was very appalling to me.
Lack of Black missionaries comes from the fact that a lot of these organizations aren't integrated. They've been often hindered from being able to fully express that which God has called them to do.
Dr. Esau McCauley says that hindrance stems from a complex historical relationship between race and Christianity in the U.S. White slave owners distributed the Slave Bible, an edited version of the original, cutting out about 90% of the Old Testament and 50% of the New Testament. In response, many slaves gathered in secret locations called hush harbors, exchanging the principles hidden from them through stories and songs. This cultivated the early origins of what we now know as the Black Church.
I have a dream.
Continuing in this tradition, Black Voices say they also use music to connect with people in new cities.
This is what it looks like
We lead with our music. It just opens up the room.
These leaders say all of their efforts reflect a passion for embracing what it means to be themselves as both Black and Christian.
Nations is attached to this.
God cares about who we are, our ethnicity, and our culture.
Though studies suggest a decline in Christianity over the next few decades, this team says they're confident about their tour.
For the young Black boys who haven't seen the representation, they can look and see that there's a young Black male that's going across the nation, encouraging people, saying that, man, if no one else believes in you, I believe in you.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Also, your voices matter.
It may be hard to believe, but today is the last day of February.
And that means spring break is just around the corner. So what can you expect before hitting the road or the skies? Haley Berg, economist at Hopper, joins us now to break it all down. Haley, good to have you with us. So for a few years, the pandemic kept many people from doing what they wanted, where they want to go. Now people are ready to go on spring break, but now we're dealing with inflation and the possibility of a recession. So what does that do, and how can we work around some of those concerns?
We're already seeing prices for both flights and hotels significantly higher than last year and higher than what we saw pre-pandemic. So there's definitely some sticker shock for Americans who are maybe taking a spring trip for the first time since 2019. That said, we've not seen a slowdown in demand, a 25% surge in demand for flights to the Caribbean in the next 2 months alone. So these high prices don't seem to be slowing down travelers.
People want to get out.
Truly, I feel that. And I mean, March is tomorrow. Is it too late, though, to snag a spring break deal?
It's not too late to get a deal, but you do need to book soon. We would say book in the next week or so. There's going to be a sale on the Hopper app on Friday, so if you haven't booked maybe Aruba, St. Kitts, Grand Cayman, prices up to $100 off flights and up to 40% off hotels. So if you haven't booked yet, try to book in the next week. If you can wait until Friday, good deals available.
I was just going to ask, if you have procrastinated, what is the best way to still try and snag a deal? And just overall, I mean, what are the top destinations that we're seeing right now?
Top destinations in the U.S. are what you would guess: Orlando for those Disney trips, Las Vegas, and warm weather destinations like Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Internationally, a similar story: San Juan, Puerto Rico, Cancun, Mexico. Warm weather beach destinations. If you haven't booked, try to fly midweek. I know it takes some flexibility with school and work, but you can save about $100 off the average domestic ticket, over $150 off international tickets just by flying between Monday and Wednesday instead of those peak weekend days.
And are there even times within those days that are usually cheaper?
The times that no one wants to fly.
Okay, all right.
So earlier in the day is probably going to be more expensive, and late at night. So if you can fly midday, you might be able to get a deal. But really, it's the day of the week you fly that's more important than what time you fly.
Looking at the bright side, if you take that first early morning flight, it's far more likely the plane's going to be there and on time. So look at the bright side there. Yeah.
This is true. Early bird gets the worm. And Haley, you've talked a lot about flights, but what about other means of transportation, road trips, trains? Any tips for traveling that way?
Well, good news for rental car renters. Prices are down about 15% and significantly versus what we saw in 2021, 2022. So if maybe you're thinking about a road trip, getting away somewhere local, definitely consider renting a car. But staycations are a great way to save. There are these rates called geo-fenced rates. It's when a hotel in your own city or your own community offers lower rates to residents. So if you're thinking about getting away, maybe can't afford a flight, don't want to travel, consider a staycation. You can save 20-30% just by being where you are from.
Sometimes just getting out of your house is enough of a vacation. And I know you tried to escape to LA to get all right sun recently and didn't really get a lot of sun, did you?
It was warmer in New York than it was in LA. I should have done a staycation. No. Now I know.
All right, Haley Berg, thank you so much. Great advice. We
Great to be with
having
you.
you on. Some financial headlines now. The clock is running out for TikTok as some major bans here in the U.S. are taking effect.
NBC Silvana now joins us now for this and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the White House is giving all federal agencies 30 days to remove TikTok from government devices as the Chinese-owned app is under increasing scrutiny over national security concerns. Some departments, including the Pentagon, Homeland Security, and State, already have restrictions in place. Canada has followed the U.S.'s lead, also banning TikTok on government devices. China's foreign ministry responding today, saying the U.S. is overstretching the concept of national security. Motorola is showing off a smartphone prototype that has a rollable screen that can extend vertically. The phone, which is being featured at the Mobile World Congress Tech Show in Barcelona, has a flexible 5-inch display that extends to 6.5 inches. That could allow for multitasking and better productivity while also easily fitting inside your pocket. Now, because it's a concept, there's no guarantee the phone will ever hit the market. And the Pokemon Sleep game is finally a reality. About 4 years after first being announced, the title will arrive sometime this summer. Pokemon Sleep. It's a mobile game that can track your sleep. It features Snorlax and Professor Neroli, that's a Pokemon sleep researcher. The app will analyze your sleep, categorizing into 3 types: dozing, snoozing, and slumbering. And the more you play, the more you can unlock sleep styles for various Pokemon, guys.
Huh, who knew? I didn't know you could play a sleep game.
I had no idea.
I'm a little confused about it because it's like, so what am I going to just wake up constantly and check how I'm doing? Like,
right.
I don't know.
Which I feel like would impact your sleep. But
right, exactly. Negatively impact it. What do we know?
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, much more than music.
When we come back, we're going to look back at 5 decades of hip-hop and how the genre is making an impact from the streets to the Capitol. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and
From
feels
the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Actor Jeremy Renner is taking a major step in his recovery following his snowplow accident last month. The Hawkeye actor posted this video on Instagram showing him using a pole to help pedal an exercise bike. He says he's working out now and doing, quote, whatever it takes to recover. He also posted a photo of an inspirational book that he is reading. In the post, the star also thanked his fans while promoting his upcoming shows, including Mayor of Kingstown. Good to see him making that recovery after what was just such a frightening accident.
Absolutely, and nice to see someone chronicle the progress, not just, once you are fully healed.
Exactly.
So, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
And this year, hip-hop turns 50, and in middle age, it's finding a new generation of disruptors and influencers. NBC News correspondent and host of the Into America podcast, Tremaine Lee, has the story.
Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge.
From Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, bringing big audiences the message. To Public Enemy's Fight the Power, pulsating through Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. And Kendrick Lamar's All Right, providing a soundtrack for Black Lives Matter.
We gon' be all right.
Over 5 decades, hip-hop culture has evolved from dance, graffiti, and music to a movement.
Hip-hop is America. It has really transformed who could be at the center of a conversation.
It's giving those that feel like they genuinely don't have a voice something that they can believe in.
And we're going to make the voting process relevant and urgent to young people.
In 2004, Sean P. Diddy Combs set out to boost young voter turnout, blanketing TV, radio, and billboards.
He's known by everyone, so he literally could affect America.
His plan was modeled on the tactic that executives used to bump up record sales.
On any given Tuesday, the record industry put out a record. The theory behind Vote or Die was like, we have the same apparatus to turn people out on a Tuesday. Why can't we turn people out on Election Day? Because that's just the first Tuesday of November.
The plan worked. That year, the share of young voters hit 47%, an 11-point jump over the previous presidential election.
With 3 words.
4 years later, the hip-hop generation did it again, chanting Obama's campaign theme, Yes, We Can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
And Jay-Z joining forces with Obama's campaign to help woo a new generation of voters.
I don't think Barack Obama gets elected as president of the United States in 2008 without hip-hop.
The hip-hop generation coming together to form the so-called Obama Coalition, the most diverse voting bloc ever, including 66% of voters under 30. But success begat backlash.
I think the success of efforts like Vote or Die, like the kind of surging of young people, people of color, and women into the political process is precisely why we are seeing the levels of voter suppression and repression that we're seeing today.
This year, state lawmakers in at least 32 states introduced 150 bills to restrict voting, many of which disproportionately affect Black and brown communities. And yet, hip-hop remains key to the conversation, sometimes showing up in surprising ways.
And if you don't know, now you know.
Hip-hop has the power, if we choose, to be the movement we always, dreamed about.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. If you don't know, now you know.
Very good. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zincle Asamoah, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, say it ain't snow. Millions across the Northeast are waking up this morning to a fresh coat of the white stuff. It all comes in the midst of a largely snowless winter for many areas, and it's all thanks to that massive coast-to-coast storm system. That means dozens of flights out of the country's major airports are already canceled this morning. We've got the storm's latest track and conditions for your morning commute. Revving up. It is a busy time for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis amid all the speculation surrounding a potential bid for the White House in 2024 and a headline-grabbing showdown with Disney. The high-profile Republican is now launching a book tour for his new memoir. We'll take a closer look at that as behind-the-scenes clashes with Disney executives come to light and how DeSantis is already taking steps to prepare for a possible White House run. Also this morning, the defense rests in the double murder trial of disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh after several days of emotional testimony, but not without one final motion to help prove their client's innocence. The judge now granting the jury a visit to the Murdaugh's family's sprawling property where the shootings took place as a surprising new theory emerges about the murders.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
We've got the latest analysis with closing arguments in a case that's gripping the nation set to begin. And from virtual to reality, as we close out Black History Month, we'll profile one of NASCAR's rising stars a little later in the hour who made his way to the real track after racing virtually. That's incredible. I'm not that great at video games, but I feel like even if I were, I don't know if I could transfer that
into a full career,
into real life driving around a racetrack.
Well, that's why he's doing it.
Exactly. Excited to bring you that conversation. Of course, we're going to start this hour with the latest on a powerful winter storm that is bringing the biggest snowfall of the season to the Northeast.
Up to 7 inches of snow fell in some areas overnight, causing all kinds of problems for morning commuters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is out braving the elements in Windsor, Connecticut, and has the very latest. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're just a little bit north of Hartford, Connecticut. You can see the snow still coming down as it has all night. We've got a few inches of snow on the ground. The first significant snowfall for this area this winter in this storm that has made its mark across the country. Overnight, a massive storm making its way to the Northeast, dumping snow and ice on the region.
I'm excited. I've waited. We haven't really had a winter.
It's part of a fast-moving system that has already impacted at least 35 states from coast to coast. New York City, which had seen less than half an inch of snow all winter, receiving its first significant snowfall of the season. The usually crowded Brooklyn Bridge empty, covered in snow. The state's governor urging residents to stay safe, especially when traveling.
And we're expecting up to a foot of snow in parts of our state.
In Connecticut, a couple of curious canines enjoying the powder as motorists navigated slick commutes on roads that just hours earlier were treated by hundreds of trucks.
Stay safe, stay home, let them do their job.
Power line just fell right in front of me.
In Michigan, a growing number of people are getting their lights back on. The state dealing with more freezing weather that initially knocked out power to hundreds of thousands. In Illinois, terrifying tornado sirens blaring. The National Weather Service confirming 2 tornadoes there. While in Ohio, a possible twister causing serious damage.
Right now, it's a total mess.
Tearing through homes and ripping apart trees. Meanwhile, a different storm system impacting hard-hit California, dropping snow in an area not used to it and shutting down multiple freeways. Millions of Americans from coast to coast waking up to a blast of winter weather. And as we go through the morning, the flight cancellations and delays are growing. Here in Connecticut, we've seen a lot of plows out on the roads, as well as some power trucks moving into place, trying to get things back to normal by later today. But the snow expected to continue throughout the day today. So people are out on the roads, but being urged to use a lot of caution out there, guys.
Kristen, thank you so much.
Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest on the weather on this winter storm and a look at this week's forecast.
Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about for the week ahead. It's not just this system that we're watching going to exit parts of the Northeast over the next 24 hours, but as we transition to the rest of the week, we have another system that will make a cross-country trek. Let's start with what we're seeing right now on the radar. Still some snow falling in places like Burlington, Albany, Hartford, Boston. We're starting to see some of that snow slow down, but still adding on to the already accumulations up to maybe 3, 5, even 7 inches of snow we've seen in parts of the New England area. Here's those alerts that are still up for many, including places like Hartford, Boston, again, and up into portions of Maine. We'll likely see those continue at least for the rest of our morning hours and into our afternoon hours before we start to see things tapering off. When all's said and done, I think anywhere up to 8 inches of snow is going to be possible in some of those higher elevations, a little farther to the north, places like Maine. Here's how the system plays out, though. This is a pause at 8 o'clock. We'll see most of that snow starting to work off, sure, and still be left lingering over extreme northern parts of New England. Again, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, you're still going to see some of that lingering snow. But then we turn our attention to what California is going to deal with today, which is the next storm system. And then as we get into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we've got a whole swath of the country, really extending from parts of the plains into parts of the southeast as we transition into the end of the work week. So you'll notice that this also means another round of potential rain and snow for parts of the eastern half of the country. We could see heavy rain for places like Cincinnati, Columbus, Charleston, and more snow working in again as we head into Thursday and Friday. So here's where it starts. It starts in California. They're going to add on to some of the snow and rain that they already received last week. This system not quite as intense, but still millions are under these winter alerts, and you can see why. Additional precipitation moving onshore, so more rain and snow for California today. The system does spread to the Rockies and the Four Corners region, adding on some snowfall there and still bringing a little bit of snow to parts of the Midwest and eventually the New England area here as we get into tomorrow. That's not the snow and rain that I think will be most impactful, but it'll be something to deal with for sure as we get out the door on Wednesday morning. Notice also in parts of the south from the plains and again into the southeast, we really start to see those storms ramping up. And it's not just a one-day event. This could be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some of these storms are going to be strong. They'll bring strong winds. They'll also bring some hail and the potential for tornadoes. As far as California is concerned, maybe picking up another inch or two in some of the highest amounts. It'll be more of kind of a nuisance rain for folks there. And then the Sierras and even the Rockies ending up with another foot, maybe a foot and a half by the time we get through midweek. So something to note if you're going to be traveling on roadways there. There's the severe threat for Wednesday. It's focused Little Rock, Texarkana, Shreveport, Tupelo, all those places, including Memphis. You have the best chance to see some strong winds, some damaging hail, maybe even a couple tornadoes. It doesn't move a lot by the time we get into Thursday. This is the threat. It still includes a lot of those same places, Little Rock, Memphis, Shreveport, and there will be a better chance for some stronger tornadoes that day as well. So Wednesday and Thursday, it's mainly focused kind of over parts of Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas. But as we get into Friday, it shifts a little farther to the east, and the risk isn't quite as high, but still 29 million people could see the potential for some strong wind gusts, some tornadoes, and as we get into the afternoon hours, some hail as well. So we've kind of got a mixed bag. We picked up on some snow in the Northeast, and of course, it's going to be a little difficult for travel this morning, guys, but we've got a lot of impacts across the country over the next couple of days.
Even our cameras heard you talking about the snow and got very excited and started moving to go outside and play in the snow. They want to be part of it. So
everybody's involved here.
Everyone wants to.
It's good snowball making snow.
Exactly.
So.
Oh. Did you bring one inside?
It melted. Sorry.
We'll trust you. All right.
Angie Lastman, thank you.
In the race for the White House, well, Governor Ron DeSantis has not officially thrown his hat into the ring for the 2024 presidential race. He is looking every bit the candidate. He's got a new book out highlighting his record in Florida. He's also reaching out to GOP donors, all of which suggests he might be on a collision course with former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Washington correspondent, News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Hey there, that new national book tour starting today is just one of a series of moves in a kind of shadow campaign from Governor Ron DeSantis that's moving more and more into the spotlight. Because even though he may not be an official presidential candidate yet, it seems like that is only a matter of time.
Overnight, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making the case he knows how to fight for conservative causes.
You got to have the courage of your convictions to stand strong. But I think what we've shown in Florida, if you do that and people see you're willing to fight for them, they'll walk over broken glass barefoot to vote for you.
The Republican governor widely expected to run for president. There's no official campaign yet, but there is a new campaign-style video.
Florida is leading the nation.
And the apparent support of former presidential candidate and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush.
I think we're on the verge of a generational change in our politics. I kind of hope so. Who better to do it than someone who's been outside of Washington, who's governed effectively.
And DeSantis also has a new book out today, framing himself as a warrior against so-called woke culture. DeSantis avoiding directly confronting Donald Trump, even as he emerges as the leading alternative to the former president in a 2024 race. A new poll shows Mr. Trump with a double-digit lead over DeSantis, and both of them well ahead of the rest of the potential GOP pack. Former President Trump mocking his possible rival.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
But DeSantis hasn't really hit back, instead laying out what he describes as Florida's blueprint for conservatives in the rest of the country, pointing to his own record on issues from COVID to education. DeSantis apparently still months away from a formal announcement, with multiple sources telling NBC News that any campaign launch, if he decides to run, would probably come in June. Advisors insist the governor's attention is focused on what's happening at home, like the bill he signed Monday that strips Disney of its longtime self-governing status in Florida after the company came out against the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law, which limits how gender and sexual identity can be discussed in some classrooms. In his book, DeSantis writes he warned Disney's then CEO about the company's political activities, saying, "Do not get involved with this legislation."
One interesting note here, DeSantis will not be appearing at the high-profile conservative gathering CPAC this weekend, according to a person familiar with his plans. Neither will Mike Pence, according to another source. This is an event typically attended by potential candidates. Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, both official candidates will be there. CPAC's organizer, Matt Schlapp, faces accusations of sexual misconduct, which he denies. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
And overseas, Ukraine's military says the situation in the eastern city of Bakhmut is, quote, extremely tense as Russian forces push for a foothold in the fiercely contested Donetsk region. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says it will, quote, never compromise on those 4 Ukrainian regions it annexed back in September. But one area the Ukrainians are said to be eyeing is Crimea, which Russia captured back in 2014. And that's where we find NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, who joins us now for an inside look. Keir?
Hey, Zane Clay, good morning. We travelled to Crimea across the bridge behind me there. That is the bridge that was partially blown up last year, an act that President Putin called an act of terrorism, underscoring how important this place is to him and how much Ukrainians would like to target it. But so far, we've been able to move freely without being questioned. This morning, President Putin's warplanes targeting the besieged town of Bakhmut. Russia is destroying Ukraine's defenses there, President Zelensky said overnight. Again, calling for Western combat aircraft. His ultimate objective is taking back Crimea. In October, an explosion rocked President Putin's prized bridge to the peninsula. Putin blamed Ukraine's special services. Kyiv never admitted responsibility. We crossed into Crimea by train, across what the United Nations calls Ukraine's internationally recognized border. This is where that explosion hit this bridge last October, at around this time in the morning. The bridge was fully reopened just last week. Inside, the territory is teeming with Russian soldiers. And if Ukraine plans to take it back with force, many civilians will be caught in the middle. 2.4 million people live here. In Sevastopol, large numbers support Russia. Is Crimea Russian or Ukrainian? Crimea is Russian. Of course Russian. Forever, this 73-year-old Praskovia Baranova tells me. There's a sign for a bomb shelter over there.
Укрытие. И что?
So what, she says? Are you frightened?
Ну, надо будет и в укрытие.
No, she says. If it's needed, we'll just go to a bomb shelter. If we don't defend our motherland, we will become slaves, Ruslan Nalgiv says. The streets are lined with propaganda. The West doesn't need Russia. We need Russia, this poster reads. But the UN has accused Russia of many human rights abuses in Crimea. Olga, who is afraid to give us her last name, tells us all mothers, both Russian and Ukrainian, weep for their children. I can't speak about it without tears, she says. And General Mark Milley has said it will be very difficult for Ukrainian forces to push Russian forces out of Crimea. That bridge behind me, Zincle, is one of the reasons for that. The only other way to get to this territory is a exposed land bridge in that direction. President Zelensky has said the war started here and it will end here. But Zincle, nobody we have spoken to here knows when that will happen or how much more bloodshed there will be. Zincle.
Really important reporting. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the defense rests in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, but not before asking the judge for a jury field trip. Murdaugh's team wants the jury to visit the scene of the shootings, the family's sprawling South Carolina property. But will that help his case? We're going to break it down.
Plus, some bombshell admissions from Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire owner of Fox News. The controversy around some of Fox's anchors and fraud claims over the 2020 election. We've got that for you next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The defense in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh has now rested its case. Over the past 2 weeks, the jury has heard dramatic testimony from more than 14 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself.
And now, ahead of closing arguments, the jury will view the scene of the crime for themselves after the judge in the case approved a request from the defense. Today Show anchor Greg Melvin has the story.
With closing arguments looming, Alec Murdaugh's defense presenting a surprising new theory in the double murder trial.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
Crime scene expert Timothy Palmbach arguing Paul Murdaugh was shot at such close range, a lone shooter would not have been able to quickly recover to gun down his mother, Maggie.
It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault.
Also highlighting the fact Paul and Maggie were shot with 2 different guns.
Why would one shooter bring 2 long rifles, 2 long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot 2 of them.
The defense strategy, trying to sow doubt that Alec Murdaugh pulled the triggers.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime.
Back in January, I talked about the case with Joe McCullough, a close friend of Murdaugh and attorney on another case involving him.
And to be clear, the defense can say someone else did it, but they don't have to say who did it.
They do not. All the defense has to do is raise a reasonable doubt and pick off one juror. Takes a unanimous verdict, and I think unanimity of a verdict here is going to be hard.
In the courtroom Monday, the defense calling its final witness, Murdaugh's younger brother.
It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
John Marvin, emotional, describing finding some of his nephew's remains at the crime scene.
And I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
The judge also ruling jurors can go visit the scene of the crime, that 1,700-acre Murdaugh estate known as Moselle, after the defense argued it was critical for the jury to understand how the murders played out.
Where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Now, this morning, prosecutors do plan to call a handful of rebuttal witnesses, and the jury could actually begin deliberating the case later this week.
Now, joining us for further analysis is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, first of all, how common are what we've been calling field trips to a crime scene? And also, what does the defense hope to get from this visit?
I've asked for jury views, they're called, several times. They've been granted 0 times. Judges hate them. They're an administrative nightmare. And plus, these jurors are anonymous. So you're going to have to figure out some way to, I don't know, black out the windows. They've already disallowed drone footage, no press. You got to preserve jurors' identity, or their secret identity, I guess. So judges don't like these. I've only ever seen them in high-profile cases. I believe the OJ case had it. And then after that, I'm not aware of another one. That's how rare they happen. Obviously, they have happened in other cases. I just have not seen them very often. I can't even think of one offhand.
And you're saying field trip is not a legal term?
It's not. But, you know, everyone's calling it that, and that's probably going to be what it looks like. They're probably going to use a big yellow school bus, head out there, and it's going to be a lot like a field trip. Give them lunch, bring them back.
All right, so the defense has rested its case. What did it do well? What did it do not so well?
Here's what it did well. It's got people thinking about reasonable doubt and a possible acquittal in a case, and I'm sorry I'm not unbiased on this one, that seems to me like a winner for the state. I can say that, in my opinion, if the defendant here was some unknown kid from a disadvantaged neighborhood, the jury would have interrupted halfway through and said, we're ready with our guilty verdict. It's amazing that the defense has gotten this far and people are actually talking about a possible acquittal.
And Danny, closing arguments are expected later this week. What do you think we're going to hear from both sides? And also talk to us about that new claim of 2 shooters at the crime scene.
Prosecution will focus on the data. They will disprove the 2-shooter theory as anemic as, look, the defense raised it, but what have they proven? There's no other evidence that any other human was there except Murdaugh. For the defense, look for them to sit back, poke holes in the shoddy investigation, as they'll call it, and say the words many times, reasonable doubt, burden of proof, and presumption of innocence. When you hear those words in the defense over and over again, it often means that they don't have a whole lot else, and they're really just hoping for the burden of proof to carry the day.
So much we'll be watching. Danny Savalos, thank you.
To international news now, starting off in the UK, where the Prime Minister struck a major trading deal with the European Union.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now for this and more. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak faces his biggest text since taking office as he tries to persuade his own Conservative Party to back this deal with the EU over Northern Ireland. Now, it all stems from the delicate and extremely complicated Brexit arrangement over the border between Ireland, which is still part of the EU, and Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. Now, the goal is to preserve peace along the border by ensuring goods can flow without intrusive border checks in place along other EU borders. But it's unclear whether Sunak's party or unionists in Northern Ireland will support it. Now to Italy, where authorities fear the death toll in that migrant shipwreck over the weekend may be more than 100. So far, 63 are confirmed dead, including a dozen children. The boat that set off from Turkey was carrying migrants from Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere when it broke apart while trying to land along southern Italy. And finally, to Italy, where a temple in Kerala has come up with a creative way to avoid using live animals in its festivities, specifically elephants, which play a key role in temple rituals. So instead of real elephants, the temple has started using a mechanical one donated by PETA India. The mechanical elephant made with an iron frame is said to be 11 feet tall and weighs more than 1,700 pounds. I'll send it back to you.
Very cool. Very realistic looking, too.
But I wouldn't want to be the person who has to operate that. Kind of heavy. Josh Letterman, thank you.
We turn now to a massive defamation lawsuit involving the country's most viewed cable news network.
Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire founder of Fox News, admitted that some of the network's hosts knowingly pushed false claims after the 2020 presidential election. That's according to court documents, which were unsealed yesterday. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The documents are part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by voting machine maker Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News and its parent company News Corp. Nearly 200 pages unsealed Monday include a partially redacted transcript of Murdoch's deposition in the case. Among the many revelations, the media mogul saying Fox News was, quote, trying to straddle the line between spewing conspiracy theories and calling out the fact they are false.
A series of bombshell admissions from the billionaire owner of Fox News. According to newly released court documents, News Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch acknowledged some of the cable network's hosts pushed false election fraud claims during the 2020 election.
This is disgusting, and we cannot allow America's election to be corrupted.
And you have every right not to have faith and confidence.
Murdoch sworn out of court testimony, part of a filing by Dominion Voting Systems in a $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company. The 91-year-old was questioned about whether popular Fox personalities like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Lou Dobbs repeated lies made by former President Trump and his allies, who falsely claimed the 2020 presidential race was rigged and stolen. According to the documents, Murdoch answering, yes, they endorsed, later adding, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight. This despite the filing saying the media mogul admitted he found half of what Trump was saying was BS and damaging.
He's conceding that the Fox News hosts endorsed the claims that the Dominion election results were false, yet that they knew in the back rooms and in their internal communications, they knew that those claims were false.
When questioned about whether he could have exerted some control over the network's programming, according to the filing, Murdoch said, I could have, but I didn't. The documents also revealed conversations between Murdoch and Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott one day before the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Murdoch wanted hosts to say the election is over and Joe Biden won. But the documents say Scott told him, we need to be careful about using the shows and pissing off the viewers. Overnight, in a statement, Fox News writing in part, Dominion's lawsuit has always been more about what will generate headlines than what can withstand legal and factual scrutiny, adding the allegations are a blatant violation of the First Amendment.
Overnight, Dominion Voting Systems releasing a statement of its own that says the company is, quote, a strong believer in the First Amendment and its protections. As long-settled law makes clear, the First Amendment does not shield broadcasters that knowingly or recklessly spread lies. Guys, a trial is scheduled to begin on April 17th.
And all signs are we're going to that trial right now, right?
So far, that's the case. And all of these people will take the stand, most likely, that are named in these documents.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, is your employer taking your mental health seriously?
Well, according to a new poll, a majority of people said they don't think so. So what's the solution? How can you make sure your company is providing the support you need? We're going to talk about it in our weekly mental health check-in. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and
From
feels
the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at why more Americans feel like their mental health is not being taken seriously.
Plus, getting those daily steps and could be helping more than just your heart health. It could help your brain, too.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on these headlines. He is a licensed marriage and family therapist and the CEO of George Talks. Always good to have you with us. So let's start with a new poll from Axios. It showed that 77% of people said they feel their employers and their government don't prioritize their mental health. So how does this prevent people from getting the care they need? And then how can both those institutions, the government and companies, do a better job of actually providing that support?
Good morning. First of all, hopefully we start to listen to people as they share so much of what they want and what they need. They want to feel safe and secure and feel like their health and their mental health is a priority. So that means maybe talking to your job, maybe talking to policymakers about what might be important for you, what might be helpful, but that overall that people feel like if there was another pandemic, their health wouldn't be a #1 priority. And this is a major concern that we need to continue to address.
And Dr. George, I know researchers from the University of South Australia found that exercise could actually be more beneficial to our mental health than counseling or even medication. Of course, those are still important things, but walk us through why exactly that is and how should we be thinking about those other mental health services?
This is actually something I've been sharing with my clients for a long time. It's actually the 3 parts, right? Being able to speak to a therapist, exercise, and medication. Doing all 3 can really help reduce anxiety and depression. And what the study has found out is that 1.5 times better than even medication when you exercise. That means walking, yoga, resistance training, doing something can actually help you because it actually kicks in dopamine and helps your brain feel great and your body and your mind. So it's a great thing to do, get some exercise.
Maybe get some of that anger out sometimes, too, that you might be
That's what the boxing classes are for.
Finally,
right.
Dr. James, a new trend on TikTok might actually be helping people find purpose in their everyday lives and the things that aren't so fun. Creators are now romanticizing their everyday tasks that might seem a little mundane, making the bed or having coffee, though I love having coffee. What are some of the benefits of doing this every day, and how can we all maybe give it a shot in different ways?
Now, I love this, right? This thought of like, if we kind of like put a little bit of romanticize things or fantasy, that it can make it kind of feel a little bit better, that it's not that bad. And it actually does work. I mean, anything. Like, think about, like, we might really think about love and traveling, but we don't think about all the hassle that comes with it or the everyday things that we might need to do. It does increase motivation and it puts us in a correct mindset. Now, the difficulty of this is that we still have to go out there and do these things daily, like make your bed or get the coffee. So you want to not only just romanticize, but you actually want to go ahead and do it and get it done so that it doesn't pile up and become overwhelming for you.
Having a positive mindset can be so hard, and I can see how this would be a way to help kind of get you in that mood.
The TikTok youths are onto something. I love it. All the little vlogs and everything, there's something to it.
All right, Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we'll head to the metaverse to learn about Black history. Students at one historically Black college in Atlanta are ditching reality, witnessing their history virtually.
Plus, from wires to tires, our next guest got to one of racing's biggest stages with, well, a bit of a left turn from the normal training regimen, using a popular racing simulator to make his Daytona dreams a reality. We've got his story next.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
On this last day of Black History Month, I'm taking you to one college that's teaching Black history in a brand new way. HBCU Morehouse College is now using virtual reality to immerse students in the African and African American experience. Morehouse College is taking virtual learning to a whole new level. Why teach Black history through virtual reality? Why not use a textbook or the typical means of education?
So immersive virtual reality is a real unique space.
Dr. Messina Norris is the director of this historically Black college's Metaverse project.
You can actually go back to that time period and recreate the scene of what happened and bring it to life for most students.
Students in Atlanta, Georgia, now taking the inaugural Introduction to the African Diaspora course.
In the class, we cover a scope from, like, say, the Underground Railroad Museum with the Amistad, all the way to the Civil Rights Movement with Martin Luther King's March on Washington, and also his assassination in 1968.
The class at times witnessing historic and humbling scenes from U.S. history.
And you can see the horrendous, just inhumane conditions.
It's a lot to take in.
I imagine a lot of this content is pretty heavy and sobering for students. How do you walk them through that?
First, you know, I mentally prepare them for the class and say, no, we're going to be seeing, like, say, slave ship. We're going to be seeing some gore. But if you cannot take it, you can always, you know, there's an exit button on your headset. You can exit out.
And while the course requires emotional depth, practitioners and students say they're glad to dig in.
I never used the metaverse or virtual reality before. It just made me realize I'm grateful for where I'm at today and that I was born in this age I can go back in history and just see what people went through.
The course is part of a worldwide VR initiative by Victory XR, a virtual and augmented reality company founded in 2016. In partnership with Qualcomm Technologies, each Morehouse student was given an Oculus VR device, and the experience is expanding.
We have close to 70 colleges and universities signed up to either deploy classes in the metaverse or they have purchased licenses to begin exploring and figuring out what model might work for them.
Professors Morris and Hamilton hope more schools will follow suit to give teachers and students the historical knowledge and technical skill to enter the 21st century workforce and world.
At the end of the day, we have got to use the lessons of the past to help make sure that they don't get relived.
A look at Black history through the eyes of the future. Now, of course, virtual reality is not without its challenges. The Morehouse team tells me the tech relies on a strong broadband connection and well-charged technology, but students and teachers agree the experience is well worth it.
Now, all this Black History Month, NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has been taking a look at changemakers for her series Closing the Gap. For our final segment, Maya takes a look at the social media landscape for creators of color.
Influencer marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but not all creators are getting their fair share of the revenue.
I think a lot of people, they get into it just for the love of just like creating content for inspiring people. They didn't realize that there was a business side to it.
Shanae Ingleton-Smith is the president and CEO of Kensington Gray, a diversity-focused talent agency. She hosted some of her clients at a brunch for New York Fashion Week earlier this month. Shanae used to work in media and says creators of color ask for thousands of dollars less than white creators when working with big fashion brands.
There was a bias gap on the decision maker side where I felt like a lot of clients would book people for opportunities that looked like them. I also noticed that there was a knowledge gap. So when Black creators were being presented with opportunity, they didn't know quite what to charge or how to charge.
One study found that 77% of Black creators fall into the micro-influencer level, and on average get paid $27,000 each year. But when looking at which influencers get paid over $100,000, only 23% of macro influencers are Black, compared to 41% who are white. And 49% of Black creators said their race influenced companies giving them low offers. But Shanae's hard work has paid off. She says her clients have been in Paris Fashion Week, Vogue, Essence Fest, and have made millions of dollars in brand partnerships online.
I don't know where I would be in my content creator journey if I never met Shanae.
When it comes to like rates and campaigns and things like that, unfortunately, people of color don't really get,
the best offer on the table.
offers and
or the best opportunities in general.
Why do you do this work?
This is my passion. I don't know what else I would be doing. Amplifying Black voices, seeing Black women, Black people win. That's what I live for. We're not just doing this to, you know, make a few bucks and then move on. We're doing this to really create long-term transformative change in the lives of the Black people that we represent and in their families and in the people that watch them and see them.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Now to a rising star in the world of racing we're really excited to meet.
Just 5 years ago, Raja Karuth only had experience in virtual racing, and he had never actually gotten behind the wheel of a race car before. Well, over the course of just a few years, Karuth made the transition to professional racing in real life, and now the 20-year-old HBCU student is in his first year of full-time racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And Raja Karuth, a driver for GMS Racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, joins us now. Raja, good to have you with us. I mean, that is quite the steep learning curve to go from iRacing to NASCAR. So explain to us, how on earth did you do it?
For sure, man. First and foremost, thank you guys for having me on. Really, the transition from virtual racing to racing on the real circuit has been really hard at first, but as I get more experience on the real life side of things, they really work hand in hand together. So I'm really thankful to have started racing online, because I feel like now racing, you know, on the real circuit on Saturdays and Fridays, I have an advantage, especially going to places that I've never seen in real life, but have raced on the sim multiple times before.
And Raja, I wonder for you, what kinds of challenges have you faced as a young Black man breaking into this sport specifically, which is predominantly white?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I mean, initially, right, it was almost impossible to get into the world of NASCAR, which was hard for me because I loved the sport since I was a little kid, and it really took a very opportune series of events to race on iRacing for about a year before getting noticed by NASCAR's Draft Diversity program. And really, that was my only ticket to racing in any capacity in NASCAR. Growing up in DC and not having any sort of connections in the racing world, that was my only chance. And so that was really the hardest part, especially from the get-go, from jump, not having any chance of racing. So fortunately, like I said, I've had some opportunities so far in my career, and I've been working really hard to make the most of them.
I know you mentioned that Bubba Wallace, who was previously the only Black full-time driver in NASCAR, really took you under his wing. I mean, talk about that mentorship and just what it's meant to you.
Yeah, for sure. Bubba's been a great role model for me and helped me on and off the racetrack, even from when literally my first year in racing online and in real life in legend cars. He's been there every step of the way, has known the questions I'll ask before I'll even ask him, and has been such a big brother to me. So I've been really thankful to have him in my corner so far, and I've been really blessed to have him as a resource for myself.
And really impressive just to see how far you've gone now that you've gotten access to this incredible space. I mean, Raja, what other races do you have coming up, and what are your goals for this year?
For sure. So this weekend, you know, I'll race double duty in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for GMS Racing and in the NASCAR Xfinity Series for Alpha Prime Racing. This year, I'm really, with it being my rookie year, some of these places I've been to, other tracks I've never seen before. So my expectations are just to work really hard away from the racetrack just so I can execute when we get to the racetrack. And, you know, I have no doubt in my mind that we'll be competitive and successful this year and hopefully be racing for a championship come November.
You're 20. How long do you see yourself doing this for?
Hopefully a long time. But, you know, that's why I'm in school now. I'm a junior at Winston-Salem State University. And just because I know racing and professional sports aren't forever. So once I'm done driving, which is hopefully a very long time from now, I'll have some options for whenever I decide to hang up the helmet.
Raja Karuth, you are an inspiration. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank y'all.
Got some financial headlines now. Mark Zuckerberg is tackling artificial intelligence with a new team at Meta.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Zinclair, good morning to you. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta now has a team dedicated to building AI tools for Instagram, Messenger, and WhatsApp. He says the company is working on AI experiences with text, such as chat with Messenger and WhatsApp, experiences with images for things such as creative Instagram filters and ad formats, as well as video and multimodal experiences. Now, Meta isn't new to the AI world. It introduced chatbots to Messenger back in 2016. Waymo will begin testing its self-driving taxis without a human safety driver in Los Angeles in the next few weeks. It's the company's next step on the path to commercializing robotaxi service in a second city in California after San Francisco. Now, initially, only employees will be able to hail rides, and Waymo will start service in Santa Monica before ramping up to other LA neighborhoods. The company, which is owned by Google's parent Alphabet, has been allowed to start charging for services such as delivery in San Francisco. And Elon Musk regains his spot as the world's richest person after briefly losing the title to the founder and CEO of French luxury goods maker LVMH. Musk's wealth has been boosted by a nearly 70% surge in Tesla stock this year as investors pile back into riskier growth stocks and with more demand for Tesla's vehicles. Musk was displaced from the top of Bloomberg's wealth index for more than 2 months after a steep slide in Tesla shares last year, guys. So, thank goodness.
But, yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And in health news, nearly 2 million people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer this year, a sobering statistic. And when it comes to lung cancer, the prognosis is often grim.
But advanced technology is offering new hope, supporting the age-old reminder that early detection can be life-saving. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. And Dana, I know this hits home for a lot of people, including you, right?
Yes, the story is very personal to me. My mom passed away 3 years ago to lung cancer. And the one thing she and so many others have in common, they never smoked and didn't know they had it until it was too late. But with new technology comes new hope. Inside this Los Angeles County operating room called City of Hope, hope is exactly what they're trying to give patients with lung cancer. This comprehensive cancer center is one of the first on the West Coast to perform a robotic bronchoscopy.
Lateral, yeah. Yeah, go lateral. Not too far.
Here's how it works. Thoracic surgery chief Dr. Jay Kim threads a long, flexible camera that can navigate through even the tiniest branches of the airway.
This is telling me how far I am from the tumor.
Looking for the elusive cancer cells hard to detect on normal scans. Within minutes, this less invasive procedure can biopsy tissue later tested for cancer, putting patients closer to treatment to destroy the disease. The stats are sobering. More people in the U.S. die from lung cancer than breast, colon, and prostate cancers combined. What should people know about lung cancer?
There's a stigma attached to it. So when you hear someone has lung cancer, often the question is, well, did they smoke? Just because someone smoked doesn't mean that they deserve to get lung cancer. But also there are so many people who get lung cancer who have never smoked.
For women diagnosed with lung cancer, Dr. Kim says 20% have never smoked, and it's more likely to develop in African-American women, like 55-year-old Devon Swift.
Lung cancer is serious, and I didn't even know I had it.
She's a mother who has worked for American Airlines for 34 years, lugging pounds of baggage. Her 2021 diagnosis, her heaviest load yet.
I had an ongoing cough that just will not go away. And a very close friend of mine said, get dressed, I'm coming to pick you up and take you to the ER. I'm glad she did because they did an x-ray and they saw a spot.
She saved your life.
Oh my goodness, when you put it that way. She did, because the doctor said, in my case, they caught it early and normally it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 4.
But with the help of Dr. Kim and City of Hope, Devon's cancer was detected early, and now she's cancer-free.
If you look at cancers that are detected with lung cancer screening, over 90% of them are cured.
So there's hope there.
Absolutely.
Now Devon holds on to this hospital teddy bear she got when she went through treatment. A reminder that prevention can be the new cure. What's your message to someone who may have a cough like yours?
Please just take the time out to go get checked. It will save your life. Trust me, it will save your life like it saved mine.
So guys, listen to this. Only about 6% of eligible people actually get screened. Dr. Kim says part of that is lack of awareness. So he's urging people, if you've ever smoked in your life, even if you quit, talk to your doctor about getting screened. You could be like Devon, catch it early and live for years to come. Guys.
Dana, thank you so much for that. Morning News Now continues after the break.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It was a Friends reunion on the Hollywood Walk of Fame Monday. Actress Courtney Cox received her star on the Walk of Fame. The actress, best known for playing Monica on the hit sitcom Friends, was joined by former co-stars Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow to celebrate her achievement. The trio talked about how much their friendship on and off the screen meant to each other. Cox then added that getting her own star on the Walk of Fame is a surreal experience and expressed appreciation and gratitude for each of her other co-stars. So, Joe, I think this is the one we would call the one where Monica gets a star.
I think so. And I love how they were there, which proves that I'll Be There For You still stands all these years later.
Look at you. Never miss. Joe
right.
never misses.
Thanks, in Clay. All right, they are precious items knitted by loved ones. But when unexpected loss leaves projects incomplete, an inspiring team of helping hands is now swooping in to finish the job. Recently had a chance to meet the amazing people who are finishing up those projects and tying up loose ends.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson, Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 5,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 200 projects in the works and 20 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
The group is actively recruiting volunteer knitters, so if you're interested, you can check out their website, looseendsproject.org. As I mentioned, they have more than 5,500 of these finishers right now. They're actually looking for more projects. Of course, proximity helps. If it can be like in this situation, we had families both from New England, so they were actually able to meet in person. But if you have to send them across the country or whatever, that's also an option.
It was so beautiful, Joe. It makes me want to go look as an avid crafter.
We had told this story. We actually interviewed the Loose Ends people a few weeks ago to actually see a completed project. That was really cool to see.
So powerful. Thank you for that.
No problem. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, say it ain't snow. Millions across the Northeast are waking up this morning to a fresh coat of the white stuff. It all comes in the midst of a largely snowless winter for many areas, and it's all thanks to that massive coast-to-coast storm system. That means dozens of flights out of the country's major airports are already canceled this morning. We've got the storm's latest track and conditions for your morning commute. Revving up, it is a busy time for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis amid all the speculation surrounding a potential bid for the White House in 2024 and a headline-grabbing showdown with Disney. The high-profile Republican is now launching a book tour for his new memoir. We'll take a closer look at that as behind-the-scenes clashes with Disney executives come to light and how DeSantis is already taking steps to prepare for a possible White House run. Also this morning, the defense rests in the double murder trial of disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh after several days of emotional testimony, but not without one final motion to help prove their client's innocence. The judge now granting the jury a visit to the Murdaugh's family's sprawling property where the shootings took place as a surprising new theory emerges about the murders.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
We've got the latest analysis with closing arguments in a case that's gripping the nation set to begin. And from virtual to reality, as we close out Black History Month, we'll profile one of NASCAR's rising stars a little later in the hour who made his way to the real track after racing virtually. That's incredible. I'm not that great at video games, but I feel like even if I were, I don't know if I could transfer that
into a full career,
into real life driving around a racetrack.
Well, that's why he's doing it.
Exactly. Excited to bring you that conversation. Of course, we're going to start this hour with the latest on a powerful winter storm that is bringing the biggest snowfall of the season to the Northeast.
Up to 7 inches of snow fell in some areas overnight, causing all kinds of problems for morning commuters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is out braving the elements in Windsor, Connecticut, and has the very latest. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're just a little bit north of Hartford, Connecticut. You can see the snow still coming down as it has all night. We've got a few inches of snow on the ground. The first significant snowfall for this area this winter in this storm that has made its mark across the country. Overnight, a massive storm making its way to the Northeast, dumping snow and ice on the region.
I'm excited. I've waited. We haven't really had a winter.
It's part of a fast-moving system that has already impacted at least 35 states from coast to coast. New York City, which had seen less than half an inch of snow all winter, receiving its first significant snowfall of the season. The usually crowded Brooklyn Bridge empty, covered in snow. The state's governor urging residents to stay safe, especially when traveling.
And we're expecting up to a foot of snow in parts of our state.
In Connecticut, a couple of curious canines enjoying the powder as motorists navigated slick commutes on roads that just hours earlier were treated by hundreds of trucks.
Stay safe, stay home, let them do their job.
Power line just fell right in front of me.
In Michigan, a growing number of people are getting their lights back on. The state dealing with more freezing weather that initially knocked out power to hundreds of thousands. In Illinois, terrifying tornado sirens blaring. The National Weather Service confirming 2 tornadoes there. While in Ohio, a possible twister causing serious damage.
Right now, it's a total mess.
Tearing through homes and ripping apart trees. Meanwhile, a different storm system impacting hard-hit California, dropping snow in an area not used to it and shutting down multiple freeways. Millions of Americans from coast to coast waking up to a blast of winter weather.
And as we go through the morning, the flight cancellations and delays are growing. Here in Connecticut, we've seen a lot of plows out on the roads, as well as some power trucks moving into place, trying to get things back to normal by later today. But the snow expected to continue throughout the day today. So people are out on the roads, but being urged to use a lot of caution out there, guys.
Kristen, thank you so much.
Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman for the latest on the weather on this winter storm and a look at this week's forecast.
Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about for the week ahead. It's not just this system that we're watching going to exit parts of the Northeast over the next 24 hours, but as we transition into the rest of the week, we have another system that will make a cross-country trek. Let's start with what we're seeing right now on the radar. Still some snow falling in places like Burlington, Albany, Hartford, Boston. We're starting to see some of that snow slow down, but still adding on to the already accumulations up to maybe 3, 5, even 7 inches of snow we've seen in parts of the New England area. Here's those alerts that are still up for many, including places like Hartford, Boston, again, and up into portions of Maine. We'll likely see those continue at least for the rest of our morning hours and into our afternoon hours before we start to see things tapering off. When all's said and done, I think anywhere up to 8 inches of snow is going to be possible in some of those higher elevations, a little farther to the north, places like Maine. Here's how the system plays out, though. This is a pause at 8 o'clock. We'll see most of that snow starting to work off, sure, and still be left lingering over extreme northern parts of New England. Again, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, you're still going to see some of that lingering snow. But then we turn our attention to what California is going to deal with today, which is the next storm system. And then as we get into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we've got a whole swath of the country really extending from parts of the plains into parts of the southeast as we transition into the end of the work week. So you'll notice that this also means another round of potential rain and snow for parts of the eastern half of the country. We could see heavy rain for places like Cincinnati, Columbus, Charleston, and more snow working in again as we head into Thursday and Friday. So here's where it starts. It starts in California. They're going to add on to some of the snow and rain that they already received last week. This system not quite as intense, but still millions are under these winter alerts, and you can see why. Additional precipitation moving onshore, so more rain and snow for California today. The system does spread to the Rockies and the Four Corners region, adding on some snowfall there and still bringing a little bit of snow to parts of the Midwest and eventually the New England area here as we get into tomorrow. That's not the snow and rain that I think will be most impactful, but it'll be something to deal with for sure as we get out the door on Wednesday morning. Notice also in parts of the south from the plains and again into the southeast, we really start to see those storms ramping up. And it's not just a one-day event. This could be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some of these storms are going to be strong. They'll bring strong winds. They'll also bring some hail and the potential for tornadoes. As far as California is concerned, maybe picking up another inch or two in some of the highest amounts. It'll be more of kind of a nuisance rain for folks there. And then the Sierras and even the Rockies ending up with another foot, maybe a foot and a half by the time we get through midweek. So something to note if you're going to be traveling on roadways there. There's the severe threat for Wednesday. It's focused Little Rock, Texarkana, Shreveport, Tupelo, all those places, including Memphis. You have the best chance to see some strong winds, some damaging hail, maybe even a couple tornadoes. It doesn't move a lot by the time we get into Thursday. This is the threat. It still includes a lot of those same places, Little Rock, Memphis, Shreveport, and there will be a better chance for some stronger tornadoes that day as well. So Wednesday and Thursday, it's mainly focused kind of over parts of Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas. But as we get into Friday, it shifts a little farther to the east, and the risk isn't quite as high, but still 29 million people could see the potential for some strong wind gusts, some tornadoes, and as we get into the afternoon hours, some hail as well. So we've kind of got a mixed bag. We picked up on some snow in the Northeast, and of course, it's going to be a little difficult for travel this morning, guys, but we've got a lot of impacts across the country over the next couple of days.
Even our cameras heard you talking about the snow and got very excited and started moving to go outside and play in the snow. They want to be part of it. So
everybody's involved here.
everyone wants to.
It's good snowball making snow.
Exactly.
So.
Did you bring one inside?
It melted, sorry.
We'll trust you. All right.
Angie Lastman, thank you.
In the race for the White House, well, Governor Ron DeSantis has not officially thrown his hat into the ring for the 2024 presidential race. He is looking every bit the candidate. He's got a new book out highlighting his record in Florida. He's also reaching out to GOP donors, all of which suggests he might be on a collision course with former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Washington correspondent, News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Hey there, that new national book tour starting today is just one of a series of moves in a kind of shadow campaign from Governor Ron DeSantis that's moving more and more into the spotlight. Because even though he may not be an official presidential candidate yet, it seems like that is only a matter of time.
Overnight, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making the case he knows how to fight for conservative causes.
You got to have the courage of your convictions to stand strong. But I think what we've shown in Florida, if you do that and people see you're willing to fight for them, they'll walk over broken glass barefoot to vote for you.
The Republican governor widely expected to run for president. There's no official campaign yet, but there is a new campaign-style video.
Florida is leading the nation.
And the apparent support of former presidential candidate and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush.
I think we're on the verge of a generational change in our politics. I kind of hope so. Who better to do it than someone who's been outside of Washington, who's governed effectively.
And DeSantis also has a new book out today, framing himself as a warrior against so-called woke culture. DeSantis avoiding directly confronting Donald Trump, even as he emerges as the leading alternative to the former president in a 2024 race. A new poll shows Mr. Trump with a double-digit lead over DeSantis, and both of them well ahead of the rest of the potential GOP pack. Former President Trump mocking his possible rival.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
But DeSantis hasn't really hit back, instead laying out what he describes as Florida's blueprint for conservatives in the rest of the country, pointing to his own record on issues from COVID to education. DeSantis apparently still months away from a formal announcement, with multiple sources telling NBC News that any campaign launch, if he decides to run, would probably come in June. Advisors insist the governor's attention is focused on what's happening at home, like the bill he signed Monday that strips Disney of its longtime self-governing status in Florida after the company came out against the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law, which limits how gender and sexual identity can be discussed in some classrooms. In his book, DeSantis writes he warned Disney's then CEO about the company's political activities, saying, "Do not get involved with this legislation."
One interesting note here, DeSantis will not be appearing at the high-profile conservative gathering CPAC this weekend, according to a person familiar with his plans. Neither will Mike Pence, according to another source. This is an event typically attended by potential candidates. Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, both official candidates will be there. CPAC's organizer, Matt Schlapp, faces accusations of sexual misconduct, which he denies. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
And overseas, Ukraine's military says the situation in the eastern city of Bakhmut is, quote, extremely tense as Russian forces push for a foothold in the fiercely contested Donetsk region. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says it will, quote, never compromise on those 4 Ukrainian regions it annexed back in September. But one area the Ukrainians are said to be eyeing is Crimea, which Russia captured back in 2014. And that's where we find NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, who joins us now for an inside look. Keir?
Hey, Zane Clay, good morning. We travelled to Crimea across the bridge behind me there. That is the bridge that was partially blown up last year, an act that President Putin called an act of terrorism, underscoring how important this place is to him and how much Ukrainians would like to target it. But so far, we've been able to move freely without being questioned. This morning, President Putin's warplanes targeting the besieged town of Bakhmut. Russia is destroying Ukraine's defenses there, President Zelensky said overnight. Again, calling for Western combat aircraft. His ultimate objective is taking back Crimea. In October, an explosion rocked President Putin's prized bridge to the peninsula. Putin blamed Ukraine's special services. Kyiv never admitted responsibility. We crossed into Crimea by train, across what the United Nations calls Ukraine's internationally recognized border. This is where that explosion hit this bridge last October at around this time in the morning. The bridge was fully reopened just last week. Inside, the territory is teeming with Russian soldiers. And if Ukraine plans to take it back with force, many civilians will be caught in the middle. 2.4 million people live here. In Sevastopol, large numbers support Russia.
Is Crimea Russian or Ukrainian?
Russian,
Crimea
конечно.
is Russian.
Да.
Of course Russian. Forever, this 73-year-old Praskovia Baranova tells me.
There's a sign for a bomb shelter over there.
Укрытие? И что?
So what, she says?
Are you frightened?
Ну, надо будет и в укрытие.
No, she says. If it's needed, we'll just go to a bomb shelter. If we don't defend our motherland, we will become slaves, Ruslan Nalgiv says. The streets are lined with propaganda. The West doesn't need Russia. We need Russia, this poster reads. But the UN has accused Russia of many human rights abuses in Crimea. Olga, who is afraid to give us her last name, tells us all mothers, both Russian and Ukrainian, weep for their children. I can't speak about it without tears, she says. And General Mark Milley has said it will be very difficult for Ukrainian forces to push Russian forces out of Crimea. That bridge behind me, Zinclair, is one of the reasons for that. The only other way to get to this territory is a exposed land bridge in that direction. President Zelensky has said the war started here and it will end here. But Zinclair, nobody we have spoken to here knows when that will happen or how much more bloodshed there will be. Zinclair.
Really important reporting. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the defense rests in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, but not before asking the judge for a jury field trip. Murdaugh's team wants the jury to visit the scene of the shootings, the family's sprawling South Carolina property. But will that help his case? We're going to break it down.
Plus, some bombshell admissions from Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire owner of Fox News. The controversy around some of Fox's anchors and fraud claims over the 2020 election. We've got that for you next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The defense in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh has now rested its case. Over the past 2 weeks, the jury has heard dramatic testimony from more than 14 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself.
And now, ahead of closing arguments, the jury will view the scene of the crime for themselves after the judge in the case approved a request from the defense. Today Show anchor Craig Melvin has the story.
With closing arguments looming, Alec Murdaugh's defense presenting a surprising new theory in the double murder trial.
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
Crime scene expert Timothy Palmbach arguing Paul Murdaugh was shot at such close range, a lone shooter would not have been able to quickly recover to gun down his mother, Maggie.
It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault.
Also highlighting the fact Paul and Maggie were shot with two different guns.
Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them.
The defense strategy, trying to sow doubt that Alec Murdaugh pulled the triggers.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime.
Back in January, I talked about the case with Joe McCullough, a close friend of Murdaugh and attorney on another case involving him.
And to be clear, the defense can say someone else did it, but they don't have to say who did it.
They do not. All the defense has to do is raise a reasonable doubt and pick off one juror. Takes a unanimous verdict. And I think unanimity of a verdict here is going to be hard.
In the courtroom Monday, the defense calling its final witness, Murdaugh's younger brother.
It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
John Marvin, emotional, describing finding some of his nephew's remains at the crime scene.
And I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
The judge also ruling jurors can go visit the scene of the crime, that 1,700-acre Murdaugh estate known as Moselle, after the defense argued it was critical for the jury to understand how the murders played out.
Where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Now, this morning, prosecutors do plan to call a handful of rebuttal witnesses, and the jury could actually begin deliberating the case later this week.
Now, joining us for further analysis is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, first of all, how common are what we've been calling field trips to a crime scene? And also, what does the defense hope to get from this visit?
I've asked for jury views, they're called, several times. They've been granted 0 times. Judges hate them. They're an administrative nightmare. And plus, these jurors are anonymous. So you're going to have to figure out some way to, I don't know, black out the windows. They've already disallowed drone footage, no press. You got to preserve jurors' identity, or their secret identity, I guess. So judges don't like these. I've only ever seen them in high-profile cases. I believe the O.J. case had it. And then after that, I'm not aware of another one. That's how rare they happen. Obviously, they have happened in other cases. I just have not seen them very often. I can't even think of one offhand.
And you're saying field trip is not a legal term?
It's not. But, you know, everyone's calling it that, and that's probably going to be what it looks like. They're probably going to use a big yellow school bus, head out there, and it's going to be a lot like a field trip. Give them lunch, bring them back.
All right, so the defense has rested its case. What did it do well? What did it do not so well?
Here's what it did well. It's got people thinking about reasonable doubt and a possible acquittal in a case, and I'm sorry I'm not unbiased on this one, that seems to me like a winner for the state. I can say that, in my opinion, if the defendant here was some unknown kid from a disadvantaged neighborhood, the jury would have interrupted halfway through and said, we're ready with our guilty verdict. It's amazing that the defense has gotten this far and people are actually talking about a possible acquittal.
And Danny, closing arguments are expected later this week. What do you think we're going to hear from both sides? And also talk to us about that new claim of 2 shooters at the crime scene.
Prosecution will focus on the data. They will disprove the 2-shooter theory as anemic as, look, the defense raised it, but what have they proven? There's no other evidence that any other human was there except Murdoch. For the defense, look for them to sit back, poke holes in the shoddy investigation, as they'll call it, and say the words many times, reasonable doubt, burden of proof, and presumption of innocence. When you hear those words in the defense over and over again, it often means that they don't have a whole lot else, and they're really just hoping for the burden of proof to carry the day.
So much we'll be watching. Danny Savalos, thank you.
To international news now, starting off in the UK, where the Prime Minister struck a major trading deal with the European Union.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now for this and more. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak faces his biggest text since taking office as he tries to persuade his own Conservative Party to back this deal with the EU over Northern Ireland. Now, it all stems from the delicate and extremely complicated Brexit arrangement over the border between Ireland, which is still part of the EU, and Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. Now, the goal is to preserve peace along the border by ensuring goods can flow without intrusive border checks in place along other EU borders. But it's unclear whether Sunak's party or unionists in Northern Ireland will support it. Now to Italy, where authorities fear the death toll in that migrant shipwreck over the weekend may be more than 100. So far, 63 are confirmed dead, including a dozen children. The boat that set off from Turkey was carrying migrants from Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere when it broke apart while trying to land along southern Italy. And finally, to Italy, where a temple in Kerala has come up with a creative way to avoid using live animals in its festivities, specifically elephants, which play a key role in temple rituals. So instead of real elephants, the temple has started using a mechanical one donated by PETA India. The mechanical elephant, made with an iron frame, is said to be 11 feet tall and weighs more than 1,700 pounds. I'll send it back to you.
Very cool. Very realistic looking, too.
But I wouldn't want to be the person who has to operate that. Kind of heavy. Josh Letterman, thank you.
We turn now to a massive defamation lawsuit involving the country's most viewed cable news network.
Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire founder of Fox News, admitted that some of the network's hosts knowingly pushed false claims after the 2020 presidential election. That's according to court documents, which were unsealed yesterday. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The documents are part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by voting machine maker Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News and its parent company News Corp. Nearly 200 pages unsealed Monday include a partially redacted transcript of Murdoch's deposition in the case. Among the many revelations, the media mogul saying Fox News was, quote, trying to straddle the line between spewing conspiracy theories and calling out the fact they are false. A series of bombshell admissions from the billionaire owner of Fox News. According to newly released court documents, News Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch acknowledged some of the cable network's hosts pushed false election fraud claims during the 2020 election.
This is disgusting, and we cannot allow America's election to be corrupted.
And you have every right not to have faith and confidence.
Murdoch's sworn out-of-court testimony, part of a filing by Dominion Voting Systems in a $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company. The 91-year-old was questioned about whether popular Fox personalities like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Lou Dobbs repeated lies made by former President Trump and his allies, who falsely claimed the 2020 presidential race was rigged and stolen. According to the documents, Murdoch answering, yes, they endorsed, later adding, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight. This despite the filing saying the media mogul admitted he found half of what Trump was saying was BS and damaging.
He's conceding that the Fox News hosts endorsed the claims that the Dominion election results were false, yet that they knew in the back rooms and in their internal communications, they knew that those claims were false.
When questioned about whether he could have exerted some control over the network's programming, according to the filing, Murdoch said, I could have, but I didn't. The documents also revealed conversations between Murdoch and Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott 1 day before the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Murdoch wanted hosts to say the election is over and Joe Biden won. But the documents say Scott told him, "We need to be careful about using the shows and pissing off the viewers." Overnight, in a statement, Fox News writing in part, Dominion's lawsuit has always been more about what will generate headlines than what can withstand legal and factual scrutiny, adding the allegations are a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Overnight, Dominion Voting Systems releasing a statement of its own that says the company is, quote, a strong believer in the First Amendment and its protections. As long-settled law makes clear, the First Amendment does not shield broadcasters that knowingly or recklessly spread lies. Guys, a trial is scheduled to begin on April 17th.
And all signs are we're going to that trial right now, right?
So far, that's the case. And all of these people will take the stand, most likely, that are named in these documents.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, is your employer taking your mental health seriously?
Well, according to a new poll, a majority of people said they don't think so. So what's the solution? How can you make sure your company is providing the support you need? We're going to talk about it in our weekly mental health check-in. That's next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at why more Americans feel like their mental health is not being taken seriously.
Plus, getting those daily steps in could be helping more than just your heart health. It could help your brain, too.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on these headlines. He is a licensed marriage and family therapist and the CEO of George Talks. Always good to have you with us. So let's start with a new poll from Axios. It showed that 77% of people said they feel their employers and their government don't prioritize their mental health. So how does this prevent people from getting the care they need? And then how can both those institutions, the government and companies, do a better job of actually providing that support?
Good morning. First of all, hopefully we start to listen to people as they share so much of what they want and what they need. They want to feel safe and secure and feel like their health and their mental health is a priority. So that means maybe talking to your job, maybe talking to policymakers about what might be important for you, what might be helpful, but that overall that people feel like if there was another pandemic, their health wouldn't be a #1 priority. And this is a major concern that we need to continue to address.
And Dr. George, I know researchers from the University of South Australia found that exercise could actually be more beneficial to our mental health than counseling or even medication. Of course, those are still important things, but walk us through why exactly that is and how should we be thinking about those other mental health services?
This is actually something I've been sharing with my clients for a long time. It's actually the 3 parts, right? Being able to speak to a therapist, exercise, and medication. Doing all 3 can really help reduce anxiety and depression. And what the study has found out is that 1.5 times better than even medication when you exercise. That means walking, yoga, resistance training, doing something can actually help you because it actually kicks in dopamine and helps your brain feel great and your body and your mind. So it's a great thing to do, get some exercise.
Maybe get some of that anger out sometimes, too, that you might be
That's what the boxing classes are for.
Finally,
right.
Dr. James, you know, a new trend on TikTok might actually be helping people find purpose in their everyday lives and the things that aren't so fun. Creators are now romanticizing their everyday tasks that might seem a little mundane, making the bed or having coffee, though I love having coffee. What are some of the benefits of doing this every day, and how can we all maybe give it a shot in different ways?
Now, I love this, right? This thought of like, if we kind of like put a little bit of romanticize things or fantasy, that it can make it kind of feel a little bit better, that it's not that bad. And it actually does work. I mean, anything, like think about like, we might really think about love and traveling, but we don't think about all the hassle that comes with it or the everyday things that we might need to do. It does increase motivation and it puts us in a correct mindset. Now, the difficulty of this is that we still have to go out there and do these things daily, like make your bed or get the coffee. So you want to not only just romanticize, but you actually want to go ahead and do it and get it done so that it doesn't pile up and become overwhelming for you.
Having a positive mindset can be so hard, and I can see how this would be a way to help kind of get you in that mood.
The TikTok users are onto something. I love it. All the little vlogs and everything, there's something to it.
All right, Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we'll head to the metaverse to learn about Black history. Students at one historically Black college in Atlanta are ditching reality, witnessing their history virtually.
Plus, from wires to tires, our next guest got to one of racing's biggest stages with, well, a bit of a left turn from the normal training regimen, using a popular racing simulator to make his Daytona dreams a reality. We've got his story next.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest
The
developments.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
On this last day of Black History Month, I'm taking you to one college that's teaching Black history in a brand new way. HBCU Morehouse College is now using virtual reality to immerse students in the African and African American experience. Morehouse College is taking virtual learning to a whole new level. Why teach Black history through virtual reality? Why not use a textbook or the typical means of education?
So immersive virtual reality is a real unique space.
Dr. Messina Norris is the director of this historically Black college's Metaverse project.
You can actually go back to that time period and recreate the scene of what happened and bring it to life for most students.
Students in Atlanta, Georgia, now taking the inaugural Introduction to the African Diaspora course.
In the class, we cover a scope from, like, say, the Underground Railroad Museum with the Amistad, all the way to the Civil Rights Movement with Martin Luther King's March on Washington, and also his assassination in 1968.
The class at times witnessing historic and humbling scenes from U.S. history.
And you can see the horrendous, just inhumane conditions.
It's a lot to take in.
I imagine a lot of this content is pretty heavy and sobering for students. How do you walk them through that?
First, you know, I mentally prepare them for the class and say, you know, we're going to be seeing, like, say, slave ship. We're going to be seeing some gore. But if you cannot take it, you can always, you know, there's an exit button on your headset. You can exit out.
And while the course requires emotional depth, practitioners and students say they're glad to dig in.
I never used Metaverse or virtual reality before. It just made me realize I'm grateful for where I'm at today and that I was born in this age I can go back in history and just see what people went through.
The course is part of a worldwide VR initiative by Victory XR, a virtual and augmented reality company founded in 2016. In partnership with Qualcomm Technologies, each Morehouse student was given an Oculus VR device, and the experience is expanding.
We have close to 70 colleges and universities signed up to either deploy classes in the metaverse or they have purchased licenses to begin exploring and figuring out what model might work for them.
Professors Morris and Hamilton hope more schools will follow suit to give teachers and students the historical knowledge and technical skill to enter the 21st century workforce and world.
At the end of the day, we have got to use the lessons of the past to help make sure that they don't get relived.
A look at Black history through the eyes of the future. Now, of course, virtual reality is not without its challenges. The Morehouse team tells me the tech relies on a strong broadband connection and well-charged technology. But students and teachers agree the experience is well worth it.
Now, all this Black History Month, NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has been taking a look at change makers for her series Closing the Gap. For our final segment, Maya takes a look at the social media landscape for creators of color.
Influencer marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but not all creators are getting their fair share of the revenue.
I think a lot of people, they get into it just for the love of just like creating content for inspiring people. They didn't realize that there was a business side to it.
Shanae Ingleton-Smith is the president and CEO of Kensington Gray, a diversity-focused talent agency. She hosted some of her clients at a brunch for New York Fashion Week earlier this month. Shanae used to work in media and says creators of color ask for thousands of dollars less than white creators when working with big fashion brands.
There was a bias gap on the decision maker side where I felt like a lot of clients would book people for opportunities that looked like them. I also noticed that there was a knowledge gap. So when Black creators were being presented with opportunity, They didn't know quite what to charge or how to charge.
One study found that 77% of Black creators fall into the micro-influencer level, and on average get paid $27,000 each year. But when looking at which influencers get paid over $100,000, only 23% of macro influencers are Black, compared to 41% who are white. And 49% of Black creators said their race influenced companies giving them low offers. But Shanae's hard work has paid off. She says her clients have been in Paris Fashion Week, Vogue, Essence Fest, and have made millions of dollars in brand partnerships online.
I don't know where I would be in my content creator journey if I never met Shanae. When it comes to like rates and campaigns and things like that, unfortunately, people of color don't really get,
the best offer on the
best
table.
offers and
or the best opportunities in general. Why do you do this work?
This is my passion. I don't know what else I would be doing. Amplifying Black voices, seeing Black women, Black people win. That's what I live for. We're not just doing this to, make a few bucks and then move on. We're doing this to really create long-term transformative change in the lives of the Black people that we represent and in their families and in the people that watch them and see them.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Now to a rising star in the world of racing we're really excited to meet.
Just 5 years ago, Raja Carruth only had experience in virtual racing, and he had never actually gotten behind the wheel of a race car before. Well, over the course of just a few years, Carruth made the transition to professional racing in real life. And now the 20-year-old HBCU student is in his first year of full-time racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And Raja Carruth, a driver for GMS Racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, joins us now. Raja, good to have you with us. I mean, that is quite the steep learning curve to go from iRacing to NASCAR. So explain to us, how on earth did you do it?
Sure, man. First and foremost, thank you guys for having me on. Really, the transition from virtual racing to racing on the real circuit has been really hard at first, but as I get more experience on the real life side of things, they really work hand in hand together. So I'm really thankful to have started racing online, because I feel like now racing, on the real circuit on Saturdays and Fridays, I have an advantage, especially going to places that I've never seen in real life, but have raced on the sim multiple times before.
And Raja, I wonder for you, what kinds of challenges have you faced as a young Black man breaking into this sport specifically, which is predominantly white?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I mean, initially, right, it was almost impossible to get into the world of NASCAR, which was hard for me because I loved the sport since I was a little kid, and it really took a very opportune series of events to race on iRacing for about a year before getting noticed by NASCAR's Drive for Diversity program. And really, that was my only ticket to racing in any capacity in NASCAR. Growing up in DC and not having any sort of connections in the racing world, that was my only chance. And so that was really the hardest part, especially from the get-go, from jump, not having any chance of racing. So fortunately, like I said, I've had some opportunities so far in my career, and I've been working really hard to make the most of them.
I know you've mentioned that Bubba Wallace, who was previously the only Black full-time driver in NASCAR, really took you under his wing. I mean, talk about that mentorship and just what it's meant to you.
Yeah, for sure. Bubba's been a great role model for me and helped me on and off the racetrack, even from when literally my first year in racing online and in real life in legend cars. He's been there every step of the way, has known the questions I'll ask before I'll even ask him, and has been such a big brother to me. So I've been really thankful to have him in my corner so far, and I've been really blessed to have him as a resource for myself.
And really impressive just to see how far you've gone now that you've gotten access to this incredible space. I mean, Raja, what other races do you have coming up, and what are your goals for this year?
For sure. So this weekend, I'll race double duty in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for GMS Racing and the NASCAR Xfinity Series for Alpha Prime Racing. This year, I'm really, with it being my rookie year, some of these places I've been to, other tracks I've never seen before. So my expectations are just to work really hard away from the racetrack just so I can execute when we get to the racetrack. And, I have no doubt in my mind that we'll be competitive and successful this year and hopefully be racing for a championship come November.
You're 20. How long do you see yourself doing this for?
Hopefully a long time. But, that's why I'm in school now. I'm a junior at Winston-Salem State University. And just because I know racing and professional sports aren't forever. So once I'm done driving, which is hopefully a very long time from now, I'll have some options for whenever I decide to hang up the helmet.
Roger Carruth, you are an inspiration. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank y'all.
Got some financial headlines now. Mark Zuckerberg is tackling artificial intelligence with a new team at Meta.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Zinclajo, good morning to you. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta now has a team dedicated to building AI tools for Instagram, Messenger, and WhatsApp. He says the company is working on AI experiences with text, such as chat with Messenger and WhatsApp, experiences with images for things such as creative Instagram filters and ad formats, as well as video and multimodal experiences. Now, Meta isn't new to the AI world. It introduced chatbots to Messenger back in 2016. Waymo will begin testing its self-driving taxis without a human safety driver in Los Angeles in the next few weeks. It's the company's next step on the path to commercializing robotaxi service in a second city in California after San Francisco. Now, initially, only employees will be able to hail rides, and Waymo will start service in Santa Monica before ramping up to other LA neighborhoods. The company, which is owned by Google's parent Alphabet, has been allowed to start charging for services such as delivery in San Francisco. And Elon Musk regains his spot as the world's richest person after briefly losing the title to the founder and CEO of French luxury goods maker LVMH. Musk's wealth has been boosted by a nearly 70% surge in Tesla stock this year as investors piled back into riskier growth stocks and with more demand for Tesla's vehicles. Musk was displaced from the top of Bloomberg's wealth index for more than 2 months after a steep slide in Tesla shares last year, guys. So, thank goodness.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you. And in health news, nearly 2 million people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer this year, a sobering statistic. And when it comes to lung cancer, the prognosis is often grim.
But advanced technology is offering new hope, supporting the age-old reminder that early detection can be life-saving. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. And Dana, I know this hits home for a lot of people, including you, right?
Yes, the story is very personal to me. My mom passed away 3 years ago to lung cancer. And the one thing she and so many others have in common, they never smoked and didn't know they had it until it was too late. But with new technology comes new hope. Inside this Los Angeles County operating room called City of Hope, hope is exactly what they're trying to give patients with lung cancer. This comprehensive cancer center is one of the first on the West Coast to perform a robotic bronchoscopy.
Lateral, yeah, go lateral, not too far.
Here's how it works. Thoracic surgery chief Dr. Jay Kim threads a long, flexible camera that can navigate through even the tiniest branches of the airway.
This is telling me how far I am from the tumor.
Looking for the elusive cancer cells hard to detect on normal scans. Within minutes, this less invasive procedure can biopsy tissue later tested for cancer, putting patients closer to treatment to destroy the disease. The stats are sobering. More people in the U.S. die from lung cancer than breast, colon, and prostate cancers combined.
What should people know about lung cancer?
There's a stigma attached to it. So when you hear someone has lung cancer, often the question is, well, did they smoke? Just because someone smoked doesn't mean that they deserve to get lung cancer. But also there are so many people who get lung cancer who have never smoked.
For women diagnosed with lung cancer, Dr. Kim says 20% have never smoked, and it's more likely to develop in African-American women, like 55-year-old Devon Swift.
Lung cancer is serious, and I didn't even know I had it.
She's a mother who has worked for American Airlines for 34 years, lugging pounds of baggage. Her 2021 diagnosis, her heaviest load yet.
I had an ongoing cough that just will not go away. And a very close friend of mine said, get dressed, I'm coming to pick you up and take you to the ER. I'm glad she did because they did an x-ray and they saw a spot.
She saved your life.
Oh my goodness, when you put it that way. She did, because the doctor said, in my case, they caught it early and normally it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 4.
But with the help of Dr. Kim and City of Hope, Devon's cancer was detected early, and now she's cancer-free.
If you look at cancers that are detected with lung cancer screening, over 90% of them are cured.
So there's hope there.
Absolutely.
Now Devon holds on to this hospital teddy bear she got when she went through treatment. A reminder that prevention can be the new cure.
What's your message to someone who may have a cough like yours?
Please just take the time out to go get checked. It will save your life. Trust me, it will save your life like it saved mine.
So guys, listen to this. Only about 6% of eligible people actually get screened. Dr. Kim says part of that is lack of awareness. So he's urging people, if you've ever smoked in your life, even if you quit, talk to your doctor about getting screened. You could be like Devon, catch it early and live for years to come. Guys.
Dana, thank you so much for that. Morning News Now continues after the break.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The
bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a Friends reunion on the Hollywood Walk of Fame Monday. Actress Courtney Cox received her star on the Walk of Fame. The actress, best known for playing Monica on the hit sitcom Friends, was joined by former co-stars Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow to celebrate her achievement. The trio talked about how much their friendship on and off the screen meant to each other. Cox then added that getting her own star on the Walk of Fame is a surreal experience and expressed appreciation and gratitude for each of her other co-stars. So, Joe, I think this is the one we would call the one where Monica gets a star.
I think so. And I love how they were there, which proves that I'll Be There For You still stands all these years later.
Look at you. Never miss. Joe
right.
never misses.
Thanks, Clay. All right, they are precious items knitted by loved ones. But when unexpected loss leaves projects incomplete, an inspiring team of helping hands is now swooping in to finish the job. Recently had a chance to meet the amazing people who are finishing up those projects and tying up loose ends.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 5,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 200 projects in the works and 20 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
The group is actively recruiting volunteer knitters, so if you're interested, you can check out their website, looseendsproject.org. As I mentioned, they have more than 5,500 of these finishers right now. They're actually looking for more projects. Of course, proximity helps. If it can be like in this situation, we had families both from New England, so they were actually able to meet in person, but if you have to send them across the country or whatever, that's also an option.
It was so beautiful, Joe. It makes me want to go look as an avid crafter.
We had told this story. We actually interviewed the Loose Ends people a few weeks ago to actually see a completed project. That was really cool to see.
So powerful. Thank you for that.
No problem. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday to you. So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, February 28th. Rare ruling with closing arguments looming large. The judge in Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial set to let jurors visit the scene of the crime. Our legal analyst breaks down the unusual move ahead.
Here we snow again as the latest winter wallop winds down in the Northeast. Another coast-to-coast storm is ramping up out west. We're tracking it all.
High-stakes hearing, President Biden's plan to cancel student loan debt, now in the hands of the Supreme Court. What this means for the 40 million Americans hoping for a lifeline.
How much is too much? Expert advice on how to avoid over-parenting.
That'll be a great segment. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're so glad you could be with us. We begin in South Carolina, where after 6 weeks, the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial is nearing a close.
Prosecutors are calling their final rebuttal witnesses today. The state wants to call 4 to 5 people back to the witness stand today. The defense calling foul, saying prosecutors already had their chance to make their arguments. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is following the case and joins us now from Walterboro, South Carolina. So, Katie, what are we hearing from those state's witnesses today?
Well, Joe, you're right. There was definitely some pushback in the court over these witnesses because yesterday at 5 o'clock, the number was 4 to 5. And by this morning, it was 7 prosecution witnesses left to call in rebuttal. That is a large number considering the amount of evidence that has already been put on by the state. But we are here. It is into the second witness at this point, 5 more to go. Will they finish their case today? It's tough to say. But the first witness up was a former law colleague and friend of Alec Murdaugh's, talking about some of the details, some of the inconsistent statements he made, saying that basically he had told him that he had checked for signs of life on Maggie and Paul before he called 911. That was a detail that was certainly brought up by the defense, that he was on the phone with 911 as he was checking. And given the timing there, that was an important detail. But Dick Harpootlian, in cross-examination of this witness, basically was inferring that there was a grudge that this friend was taking the stand to try and harm Alec Murdaugh in some way because of the money that was lost and because of the damage that was done to the law firm. Here's a bit of that pushback from the stand.
If you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Harpootlian.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
You don't have any feeling about Alec Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Harpootlian, because of what he did. You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money.
Later in that exchange, Ronnie Crosby was asked directly if he thought Alec Murdaugh was guilty, and he said, I don't have any feeling on that. I haven't made a decision, but this wasn't the man that I thought I knew.
Such high drama in that courtroom, Katie. We also heard emotional testimony from Alec Murdaugh's younger brother, John Marvin. What did he tell jurors?
He was a compelling witness, and I think a good character witness for Alec Murdaugh. I mean, I think the jurors have to be seeing this guy who seems like a very reasonable, rational, kind sort of patriarch of the family, and seeing him testify on Alec's behalf and sort of taking that into account, that this is someone that still believes Alec is innocent, and he said as much on the stand. He gave some gripping testimony yesterday about returning to that crime scene the day after the crime and collecting the remains of his nephew, which remained on the ground, even pieces of the skull. It was a pretty gripping testimony listening to that. The jury certainly emotionally reacting to that, and then described just how broken Alec was. Here's what he had to say about that.
You can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was.
Yeah, he talked about the grief and how close this family was and how at that time they were grieving together very often.
NBC News correspondent Katie back in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, thank you. We want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, something else that happened in court is the judge is now allowing the jury to take that field trip that the defense wanted, to go to the actual scene of the murders. You say this is highly unusual. How does this help the defense?
So highly unusual, I can't remember even hearing of it happening. It has certainly never happened in any of my cases, and I've requested it. And guess what? Motion denied. Almost, well, every single time. Yeah, without question. The reason is it's a huge administrative nightmare for judges. It's easy for them to deny. They have considerable discretion to do so. So they're not going to get overturned on appeal for denying a bus trip to a site. And, you know, it's probably perceived as just another trick by defense counsel to maybe delay or somehow inject something new into the trial. So for the most part, you're never going to see a jury view. You only ever see it in high-profile cases. It's almost as if we have a separate body of law for the high-profile case than we do for the regular case. For example, O.J. being the last case I can even remember where a jury view happened.
Wow, that's quite a ways back. Right.
So I remember O.J. I was around
So
then.
do I. The prosecution has called a number of rebuttal witnesses. The defense has objected to the number of witnesses. The judge has allowed it, but even said, hey, we're not supposed to be retrying the case here. Does this suggest the prosecution is worried at all, feeling that they need to bring so many witnesses back here?
No, the prosecution has a different mission, a different objective than the defense. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to make it airtight, and they never know what a juror is going to seize on. And I've said this before, that's why they engage in overkill. They can't help it, and I can't blame them for it. So yes, are they calling a lot of witnesses? But I mean, they're also salivating when Murdaugh gets up there and testifies as to one thing, and now they have a former law partner or business partner of Murdaugh's get up there and say, that's not consistent with what I observed, which is him telling me what he did. That's not consistent with what he said on the stand. That's classic rebuttal. It's going to what Murdaugh talked about on the stand and rebutting that. And of course, implying that a lawyer would come on the stand because, oh, he jilted me out of, or excuse me, he scammed him out of money. Jilted isn't the right word, but if he stole his money, that's no reason to come in and color your testimony in a false way.
By the way, one of the reasons this is so fascinating is we're seeing attorneys cross-examine attorneys.
I love it. Same thing. They
I love it.
They're all pulling tricks out of the same bag.
And we're not necessarily good witnesses. We have no practice. Police officers are professional witnesses. They do it all the time. We I don't know. I may not be so good.
All right.
He held his own. I have a feeling you would too on the stand. Hopefully it doesn't ever come to that.
Hopefully. Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
Well, the head of the Environmental Protection Agency is back in Ohio for the third time since that toxic train derailment 3 weeks ago.
EPA Administrator Michael Regan is talking with parents and students about their concerns over how the contamination is being cleaned up. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live in East Palestine. So, George, let's start with that roundtable. You were there. You spoke to Michael Regan after it. What was the mood like, and what did he tell you one-on-one?
Hey, Joe and Vicki. Yeah, the administrator trying to strike a more optimistic tone about some of the efforts that the EPA has been doing here in this community. He said, look, we've been asked some hard questions by the press, and I know that students here are going to ask even harder questions, and they sure did. They wanted to know about the long-term effects of this derailment on their community, what's going to be done to help their community, and addressing things like the safety of their water, the safety of their schools, the safety of some of their sporting events, as some schools have pulled out of events here, things that are very important to these students. And this echoes the sentiment from a lot of the parents that we have been speaking with here over the last 3 weeks. Now, when we pulled aside the administrator to ask him some questions, we wanted to know, the residents here still have some questions about the long-term impacts of the derailment. And he's saying, we are here. We are committed. We want to keep Norfolk Southern accountable. We have given them a directive to make sure they are responsible for the cleanup of this site. They are expected to give a detailed plan of how they're going to move forward with moving some of that track, excavate some of that soil as they begin some of that cleanup at the site to make sure there is no contamination, no long-standing contamination that will spread throughout this community. Take a listen to a little bit more of his discussion with the students here this morning.
You've seen people put aside partisan politics. Every level of government, including the mayor here, has been rowing in the same direction. No lives lost, no serious injury. We all are focused on Norfolk Southern bearing the brunt of the responsibility because they caused this mess. They're going to clean it up, and all of us together are going to hold that company accountable.
And I also asked him if he knows if President Biden has any plans to visit, given that he has said that he does not have any plans at this time. And he said at this moment, it still doesn't appear that the president will come to town, but the question still lingers if he will or won't. Guys?
And George, as you sort of alluded to, this now becomes a long-term cleanup site. Walk us through what that looks like. What do we know about the plan at this point? How long do they expect to be there clearing the contamination?
Yeah, that's sort of the big million-dollar question in all of this. Right now, we know there are at least 4 sites that the EPA is moving some of this hazardous material that have. These are sites that have been vetted by the EPA, I should clarify. Norfolk Southern moving it. Unfortunately, it is causing a little bit of controversy as some states don't want this stuff coming into their towns. And so the EPA says these are sites that are responsible and vetted for this type of work, but it is a question of how long this will continue, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis in East Palestine, Ohio for us. George, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, more home buyers in the U.S. are paying in cash these days. The share of all cash deals is the highest it has been in a decade, reaching more than 50% in 13 cities.
And joining us now, CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So, Deirdre, why are these cash deals on the rise, and who exactly are these home buyers paying with cash? Are they mostly investors?
It's a good question. You got to have enough cash to do that, right? So those buyers, the cash buyers, they're made up mostly of recent retirees or people sitting on cash from a different home sale. Higher mortgage rates overall, they're driving buyers to pay for homes in cash, and it's the more affordable option because of that. Right now, a 30-year mortgage carries a rate of nearly 7%. Meanwhile, the share of institutional investors who typically pay cash, that is actually down. Amazon is launching a program to allow its employees to use their company stock as collateral when buying a home. The e-commerce giant has teamed up with Better.com to offer Equity Unlocker. That's a loan that comes with flexible financing with protection if the stock price drops. However, the loan would carry a higher rate on the mortgages of employees pledging stock, up to 0.5% above market rate, but it does provide another option. And finally, guys, you might be able to buy your next car with the help of AI. Fiat and Kia are launching metaverse dealerships powered in part by ChatGPT. Car shoppers can tour vehicles, ask questions, even complete a purchase. No VR headset or special hardware is even needed. It's all integrated into Microsoft Teams. Guys, I don't know if that makes your head spin, but that's a lot of technology. AI, ChatGPT, the metaverse to buy a car. At least you don't have to go into the dealership.
Bingo. That's it, Deirdre. We were all saying whatever keeps you maybe out of that, it gets kind of dicey once you're there. All right, NBC's Deirdre Bosa. Thank you, Deirdre.
Here comes trouble, not Deirdre. Straight ahead, we're tracking the next big coast-to-coast storm that already has 50 million Americans under winter weather alerts. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Took until the last day of February, but New York City finally has its first significant snowfall of the season.
It was a snow day for our kids at school today. They had to wait until 6 a.m., but then we got the call. This is just a drop in the bucket, though, compared to what other surrounding states have picked up from these recent storms. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us live from New York City, a snowy New York City. Vaughn, good to see you. So the drought of snow is over, but how much did we actually get, and the other places as well?
Right, guys, we thought this was, for us here in New York City, we thought this would maybe be the snowstorm that would actually descend on 2023 and provide everybody the ability to actually make a legitimate snowman. But as you can see, it's now 38 degrees here in New York City, and despite 1.5 inches of snow here, which is the most sizable amount of measurable snow that New York City has seen here this winter, well, it's starting to melt away. But as you watch this storm move north, you're looking at parts of Connecticut and Boston and western Massachusetts. Look at several inches of snow here accumulating over the course of the day. You have school closures in Connecticut and Boston, and you're looking up towards Maine, that storm extending here over the next 24 hours as well. But this is the storm you'll recall at the end of last week when Southern California got that scene of snow. Well, that storm ended up making its way across the middle part of the country, striking the likes of Oklahoma, bringing several tornadoes across the region over the course of the weekend. And that is what led here to the northeast getting this storm. And now we are awaiting a potential second storm here by the end of this week, guys.
You know, and Vaughn, it may not have been a ton here in New York, but it was sort of the wet, slushy snow across much of the northeast. How'd that impact travel?
Right. You saw the likes of schools delaying their start times. And again, you're looking at school closures across the Northeast here as well. And of course, we should note, if you're watching us from Minnesota or North Dakota or South Dakota, we realize this is nothing. You're going to be seeing about 4 to 8 inches over the next 48 hours here. And that really complicates more than travel. That complicates a lot of livelihood. So lots of parts of this country are seeing storms. New York City, we're waiting to see if we get a little bit more snowfall here in the days ahead.
Yeah, I think my family in Minnesota is just rolling their eyes right now.
Sure.
So, all right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in New York, thank you so much.
Well, California, as Vaughn alluded to, already bracing for another round of blizzard conditions from the next big weather maker.
Yeah, this next storm will also have a severe side to it. So let's get right to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking it all. Hey there, Bill.
Let's talk about real snow. Let's talk about the West, where we're like, you got snowbanks that are like up here, like on top of people's heads. Yeah, I saw pictures of today. People in the mountains, they're trying to do their dishes and they can't see out their kitchen windows anymore because the snow is just like all the way to the top of their roof. So this next storm coming through, this is a big one all on its own. Mammoth picked up 20 inches of snow yesterday. I-80 is closed. Blizzard conditions right now in the Sierra. So this is another rough go of it, but mostly at the higher elevations. We're not really seeing those significant impacts at the lower elevations like we did with the last storm. So right now the storm is just north of San Francisco, and we will take that across the state as we go throughout the day today through the Four Corner region tomorrow. About 17 million people, mostly because it's the higher elevations. It's not the cities this time. So there's less people impacted. But Flagstaff, you're going to get up to 2 feet of snow out of this. So it's not just a California problem. Salt Lake City's going to get around 2 to 4 inches. Denver only looks like 1 or 2. And there's that 2 to 4 feet in blizzard conditions. They're struggling to even keep open at the ski resorts right now. At the Lodge at Mammoth, today they go over 500 inches. That's 42 feet this winter season. So this storm, we get a little bit of a break as we go throughout tomorrow. But then on Thursday, a severe weather outbreak is possible. 34 million people in the same exact spots we've been dealing with all winter long, from Fort Worth all the way to Little Rock, Memphis to Mississippi, and then Friday into the southeast. And as Vaughn was hinting at, a lot of people in the Northeast are wondering what this storm is going to bring them. It does look like it's going to be a wintry mess, especially southern portions of New England. It looks like I-95, New York to D.C., mostly a rain event. Heavy snow likely, though, for central and northern New England. We'll fine-tune that forecast in the days ahead.
All right, Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you so much.
Well, a heart in a box, that could be the future of surgery. Straight ahead, inside the incredible breakthrough surgeons at Northwestern are making with transplants. You are watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now, voters in Chicago are heading to the polls to decide whether America's third largest city will soon have a new mayor. It is a hotly contested race. Incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot facing off against 8 challengers. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live outside a polling site in Chicago. Marissa, good to see you. So if no one wins a majority, the top 2 candidates will go to a runoff, and there is actually a chance Mayor Lightfoot doesn't even make that cut. Talk to us about who the front runners are right now, and how has the turnout been there today?
She definitely has some steep competition. We know independent polling shows that the former Chicago Public Schools CEO Paul Vallis is leading the pack. And then in terms of who could be the second place, if you will, that's where things get a little bit more narrow. So we have incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and then we also have the local county board commissioner Brandon Johnson, as well as local representative Jesus Chuy Garcia. All of them are kind of neck and neck for that second spot, if you will. That's according to independent polls. We know anything can happen on Election Day, and that is something that we're already sort of seeing surprises when it comes to people who are showing up. Many of them have told me they were still undecided when they walked in. They're making that last-minute decision. Some of them said it's been so hard to make a decision simply because the field is so large. And we know her favorability is not high right now, but it's been a hard time to be mayor in any city, especially Chicago, between violence and the COVID-19 pandemic and everything that came with that.
Marissa, we also know Chicagoans are voting for the city's new Civilian Police Oversight Board. Voters have talked about policing and public safety as their top key concerns. What are they looking for with this new oversight board?
Yeah, well, this would be the first time in the city's history. And this is something advocates have been fighting for, not just for years, but decades, when you go back to the 1970s. So what we'd be seeing is across Chicago's 22 police districts today, voters will be deciding on who will represent the 3-person community councils that will have a large part and a large role in Chicago police accountability. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra in Chicago for us today. Marissa, thank you.
Handmade gifts from loved ones can be treasured keepsakes that last a lifetime. But sometimes when those loved ones pass away, those heartfelt projects are left undone. Well, I found one group of helping hands stepping in to put the finishing touches on those special gifts.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson, Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 5,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 200 projects in the works and 20 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
How beautiful is
Isn't that
that?
great? Yeah, and they're already hearing from so many people who also want to volunteer and help out.
It's great to put a spotlight, people who have this skill and the meaning of that craft now, lasting generations. Love that, Joe. Thank you. Straight ahead, the Supreme Court is considering whether to strike down Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. We'll bring you the latest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Joe Fryer, making news right now. The U.S. Marshals Service says it has suffered a major security breach. Spokesperson says that a ransomware attack earlier this month compromised sensitive information, including subjects of investigations, third parties, and U.S. Marshals employees. An investigation into the breach is underway.
Top congressional leaders will get a briefing today on the classified documents found in the homes of President Biden, former President Trump, and former Vice President Mike Pence. Sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News the group of lawmakers, known as the Gang of Eight, are set to receive preliminary information from administration officials on the handling of classified records.
And Hong Kong is lifting its mask mandate, ending one of the world's longest COVID restrictions. Officials say masks will no longer be required indoors or outside starting tomorrow. The change comes as the government continues to ease its strict zero COVID policies.
Well, today, the Supreme Court hearing arguments in two high-profile cases challenging President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. One of those cases from these 6 Republican-led states, the other involving a lawsuit filed by 2 students.
The White House says the president's program would cancel up to $20,000 in student loan debt for more than 40 million borrowers. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is live outside the Supreme Court. So, Yamiche, I mean, these cases are essentially testing the limits of presidential power. The ruling could have broad implications, especially for the millions who have these student loans. Break down the arguments on both sides.
Certainly. Well, you have, of course, the Biden administration that is defending the student loan relief program that was started by President Biden in August 2022. It was a key campaign promise. And what they're saying is that the president does have the authority, and the Department of Education does have the authority to relieve student loan debt because there was a national emergency, that emergency being the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other side, you have these 6 GOP-led states who are arguing that this is executive overreach and that, in fact, the proper procedures were not followed here. You also have 2 students who are also suing in a separate case. They're saying that the program is actually not broad enough. Now, I've been talking to people outside the Supreme Court today because this is a big crowd, because there are a lot of people who are interested in this. Here are 2 voices who are in favor of student loan relief. Take a listen.
A lot of students across the country can't even afford housing or food while they're in school. And then when they graduate, they're tackled with thousands to sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt.
I think it's really devastating to so many working families. For my family in particular, it just means that there's more money on the table for my family. It's a generational thing. It's not just one person, it's the whole family. And I think that's something a lot of people miss.
So there you have it, really a passionate argument being made by people who are in favor of the student loan relief program. And the White House says that 40 million American student loan borrowers would be impacted by this program. That's including, I should say, in addition to, rather, the 26 million people who already applied for the program, who are waiting in line in limbo because they're stalled, because the program is stalled. So a lot of eyes are on this case and a lot of passion here. You can probably hear a little bit of the protesters. They're having a party, but they're also begging. They say begging for student loan relief. Vicki?
So many. All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Sindor, thank you so much. TikTok is officially on the chopping block for at least 4 million federal workers, according to the White House.
Yeah, meanwhile, House Republicans are moving forward today with legislation that would allow President Biden to ban the Chinese-owned social media app nationwide. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward is here to break it all down for us. Jacob, great to have you here on set. So what was the White House's message in all of this? And give us a reality check here. Is it likely that TikTok could actually be banned off of Americans' telephones?
Well, this is definitely the latest front in the growing war of words between the U.S. and China. And so what we heard yesterday from the Biden administration was the sense that this is essentially an app that needs to be regulated because the administration says it takes seriously the giving of American data over to another country. A really, a big statement on the part of the Biden administration. As to this question of how likely this is, I mean, we are as close as we have ever been. It is true that now the House Foreign Affairs Committee is poised to perhaps give the president the authority to do that through an executive action, but it would, of course, have to make its way through both the House and the Senate to truly do that. And, we have never, you guys, in American life really banned something like this. I mean, alcohol in the 30s, but we have never banned an information platform outright for American citizens.
Yeah, this is an issue that might end up before the Supreme Court at some point as well. So how is TikTok responding to all this?
Well, TikTok, for its part, says that this is political theater. That's what they told us in a statement. And they referred to this as being, an effort to censor millions of Americans. They hope that lawmakers won't do that, they say. Meanwhile, the Chinese foreign minister overnight issued a very interesting statement in which he essentially said that the world's #1 superpower seems to be feeling threatened by a video app that is popular among young people. It speaks to our self-confidence as a nation. He said, again, war of words sort of heating up here, and TikTok a very interesting front in that growing conflict, you guys.
Interesting to see. There might be some bipartisan agreement on this, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
How unusual.
Of all things, TikTok bringing us together.
Yeah, we are definitely TikTok bringing us together in this strange
Except that will anger Gen Zers everywhere.
That's exactly right. Maybe not the influencer vote is
group.
gone, but that's right. Thank you so much, you guys.
NBC News tech correspondent Jake Ward. As always, thanks, Jake.
Billionaire Fox News founder Rupert Murdoch admitted in court documents some of the network's top hosts knowingly pushed former President Donald Trump's false claims about election fraud.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss takes a closer look at the billion-dollar lawsuit.
A series of bombshell admissions from the billionaire owner of Fox News. According to newly released court documents, News Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch acknowledged some of the cable network's hosts pushed false election fraud claims during the 2020 election.
This is disgusting,
And we cannot allow America's election to be corrupted.
And you have every right not to have faith and confidence.
Murdoch's sworn out-of-court testimony, part of a filing by Dominion Voting Systems in a $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company. The 91-year-old was questioned about whether popular Fox personalities like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Lou Dobbs repeated lies made by former President Trump and his allies, who falsely claimed the 2020 presidential race was rigged and stolen. According to the documents, Murdoch answering, yes, they endorsed, later adding, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight. This despite the filing saying the media mogul admitted he found half of what Trump was saying was BS and damaging.
He's conceding that the Fox News hosts endorsed the claims that the Dominion election results were false, yet that they knew in the back rooms and in their internal communications, they knew that those claims were false.
When questioned about whether he could have exerted some control over the network's programming, according to the filing, Murdoch said, I could have, but I didn't. The documents also revealed conversations between Murdoch and Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott 1 day before the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Murdoch wanted hosts to say the election is over and Joe Biden won. But the documents say Scott told him, we need to be careful about using the shows and pissing off the viewers. Overnight, in a statement, Fox News writing in part, Dominion's lawsuit has always been more about what will generate headlines than what can withstand legal and factual scrutiny, adding the allegations are a blatant violation of the First Amendment.
Overnight, Dominion Voting Systems releasing a statement of its own that says the company is, quote, a strong believer in the First Amendment and its protections. As long-settled law makes clear, the First Amendment does not shield broadcasters that knowingly or recklessly spread lies. A trial is scheduled to begin April 17th. Back to you.
Today is the last day of American Heart Month, and we're ending it with a story about a new technology called Heart in a Box.
Yeah, some surgeons are calling it, quote, the biggest advancement in heart transplants in half a century. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal shows us how it works, and we want to let you know we're about to show portions of a heart surgery that might be difficult to watch.
John Baggio was dying. His only hope, a heart transplant. Without one, his doctors at Northwestern Medicine only gave him weeks to months to live.
He was barely able to walk across the room. He was short of breath even lying in bed. Other organs were starting to fail as well.
John became one of the nearly 3,500 patients on the heart transplant list, with wait times that can last up to 6 months. But doctors at Northwestern are at the forefront of a cutting-edge innovation that might be able to save John's life. It's called TransMedics Organ Care System Heart, also known as Heart in a Box. It keeps a donor heart beating outside a body for up to 12 hours by giving the heart warm blood and nutrients.
The Heart in the Box device is the biggest advancement in heart transplantation since the 60s and 70s when it started.
A heart transported in an old-school ice cooler would typically last just 4 hours. That extra time means medical teams can now travel further than before to get a donor heart. Doctors at Northwestern estimate that the device can make up to 30% more hearts available for transplant. After 5 long weeks waiting in the hospital, John was in danger of losing hope to one day dance again with his wife.
I can only get through half of Johnny Be Good now, so I want to see if I can get through the whole song again.
Mr. Baggio. Hello. Dr. Pham, can I come in?
Of course.
All right.
Time was running out until his doctors got a call for a donor heart that typically would have been out of reach. Thanks to Heart in a Box, it was go time.
All right, and then if everything goes smoothly, we're expecting about 4 or 6 hours of surgery.
So everything went really well. We've got the heart on the machine, monitoring the flow and the blood pressure, as well as the rates of the medications that the machine is giving to the heart. Everything looks quite good right now, very happy.
The heart wheeled into the operating room, beating in a box. And 3 hours later, that same heart beating in John.
Hello, Mrs. Baggio. Hi, it's Dr. Pham. How are you? We finished with the heart transplant. We got a great heart for him.
What's the most gratifying part of all of this?
I would have to say seeing our patients go home, spending time with their families, enjoying their lives again.
John already achieving his post-surgery dreams with a lot of heart.
Johnny Be Good, can he do the whole song? Dr. Sayal here now with us. So beyond Northwestern, which is doing this remarkable work, and wow, our breath was all taken away when we saw that, you know. Who else is doing this? Where else is it going to be available?
Yeah, so there's about 29 places across the country who are offering this Heart in the Box. And for those out there who are on the heart transplant waiting list wondering, you know, can I get access to this? Yeah. I'll tell you what John did. And he and his wife actually saw a news article about this, and they took it to his surgeons. They advocated for themselves. For those out there who are on the list, bring it up with your doctors. Ask if this is something we are offering at the facility, because it does extend that radius. It does make more hearts available for transplant, getting you off the waiting list sooner.
It's truly remarkable to see. Thank you so much, Dr. Akshay Sayal, for bringing us that story.
So when does a parent's love for their kids become too much? Well, straight ahead, how to avoid falling into the trap of over-parenting. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Well, as parents, we do cherish our relationships with our children. They're some of the most important people and the people we love the most in the world.
But that level of love sometimes can cause parents to be overbearing, which can lead to unrealistic expectations of their kids or significant pressure to be perfect. So here to explain the impact that overparenting can have on both parents and kids is author of The Parenting Map, Dr. Shefali Sabari. Dr. Shefali, so good to have you with us. Your book's out today, so congratulations on that. So overparenting, some people might call it helicopter parenting. What typically causes parents to be so controlling, and then what's the impact on the kids?
Yeah. Well, you know, when we overparent our children, we don't realize that it's actually coming from our own insecurities, from our own childhood, because we feel lesser than, and we're trying to prove that we are successful as parents, and we are amazing, that we project this lack and insecurity onto our children. And that has dysfunctional impacts on our relationship with them.
What does it do to them?
Well, you know, on a grand scale, it creates this level within the child that they feel that they are incompetent, that they are incapable, that they are actually fragile. So in a weird way, even though we're coming from this over-excessive care, it's actually control that hampers their autonomy and independence.
You say there are 5 main patterns that you see often. So what are those, and how can parents recognize and change them?
So in my book, The Parenting Map, I identify the main ego patterns of parents, which we adopt when we are anxious. So if we are angry parents, we are typically fighters. If we are anxious parents, we are typically fixers. If we want attention and we want everything to look good on the outside, we are feigners. If we want to avoid emotional conflict and chaos, and that's very common, we are freezers. And if we are just, you know, so overwhelmed that we abandon ship altogether, we are fleers. So it's important for parents to recognize what pattern style they fall into, and I explain all this in my book.
Because once you know what it is, you can figure out some ways to kind of work around that.
Exactly,
then, right?
to break those patterns.
Yeah, so you've been working with families for 2 decades, and there's something that parents do often that you say they should not do. And this was really surprising to us. You say you should not wish your children happiness and success. Why is that?
Right. It's such a common misconception that we should want our children to be happy and successful. And here's why it's problematic. Because when you focus on happiness, and it's one of the steps in my book, what goes wrong is that we are actually communicating to our children that other emotions are to be avoided. So we actually teach them to have fragility and to actually be uncomfortable with uncomfortable emotions. The same thing with success. We have such narrow metrics of success that we pigeonhole our children into such a narrow lane that if they don't meet those expectations or our fantasies, then our children end up feeling disempowered and actually are crippled by this sense of unworthiness. And that's such a common problem and leads to lasting emotional repercussions in our children.
So if kids are angry or sad, let them feel that, right? Help them feel that.
Absolutely. They're not fragile. They can sustain those uncomfortable feelings. It's our intolerance, you see. We want them to be happy because that makes us happy.
Okay, and before we let you go, a lot of us as parents, we think unconditional love. That's what we want to give our children. But sometimes kids feel like they have to earn that love. There's these, you know, conditions around it. If you could quickly walk through what we should avoid doing.
Well, we lace our parenting with so much conditionality, and parents don't like to hear that. Things like, you know, if you do well in school, then mommy will be really proud. Or if you are a good child, you will obey me. So we lace our parenting with so many if-then conditions, we're just not aware of it. And that's what my book, The Parenting Map, teaches parents how to break out of these dysfunctional patterns.
Amazing. I can't wait to read it.
No kidding. Author of The Parenting Map, Dr. Shefali, thank you so much for joining us. Fascinating conversation.
Learned a lot from that conversation. Thank you. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
A nonprofit organization is working to level the playing field for kids in communities who have limited access to music education.
Today, anchor Craig Melvin shows us how the Harmony program is getting the backing of some big-name musicians to help thousands of students.
Sitting in with one of the best in the world. That's Anthony McGill playing along with third graders at PS 315 in Brooklyn.
You want to try that?
McGill usually performs on a much bigger stage as the principal clarinet player for the New York Philharmonic.
My name is Anthony McGill.
On the day we caught up with him, he was happy to visit students just starting their musical journey. What's it like for you personally when you get to spend some time with these young, budding musicians?
It's all about the love of music for me. So to be able to tell these kids that, you know, that fire inside of you is real. It can be lit. It can be lit more and more and more, and you can just go, like, as far as you want with it.
McGill knows firsthand. He found his love of playing music as a boy growing up on the south side of Chicago. His older brother took to the flute, and he fell in love with the low notes of the clarinet. As someone who grew up playing the violin, I remember not always easy. Not always easy with, like, friends.
Yeah.
Who you're like, oh, I can't do this. I got to go to orchestra practice.
Yeah.
Did you have some of that, or?
Oh, always. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to be a track star when I was a kid. So the music thing got in the way of that completely.
He became a star and the first black principal musician at the New York Philharmonic. He also works with a nonprofit group called the Harmony Program to help share that love of music. The program hires professional musicians, placing them in underserved communities to teach music to children who use donated instruments. Ann Fitzgibbon is the program's founder and executive director.
The goal is bigger than training musicians. The goal is really about helping our children discover their self-confidence. We want children to discover through music their capacities to be successful at whatever they try.
10-year-old Matthew Phillips says he loves the sharing of knowledge involved in learning music.
When you learn something for the first time and you actually, like, somebody is confused and you get to teach it to them, that just gives you the warmness in your heart, the same warmness as knowing how to play a piece.
13-year-old Talia Williams says she wants to be a doctor someday, but she's already getting self-confidence from challenging herself through music.
I feel very proud because I worked so hard on that piece and I finally got it stuck in my head and I did so good on it. And then I feel happy that I get to play it with other people and share the piece.
The Harmony Program, filling the air with music and giving these students the determination and strength that comes along with playing it.
Being able to learn more and express more and be more creative and have interest in going to school and continuing along their path, that's really important to connect those dots. That is not something that's extracurricular. It should be a part of every curriculum.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Very cool. Here's what's trending now.
I'm excited about this one. Apple TV is giving us the first full trailer for Ted Lasso Season 3.
Oh, yes.
The new season of the Emmy-winning comedy show premieres on March 15th, is rumored to be the last in the series. Apple plans to drop episodes weekly with 12 episodes in all.
Wow, just 3 seasons. All right, well, after an intense backlash, Penguin Random House now says Roald Dahl's books will be published in their classic form. The publisher is reversing an earlier decision to edit language within Dahl's books, such as removing words like fat, ugly, and crazy. Readers will now be able to purchase 17 of Dahl's books in their original form as part of the Roald Dahl Classic Collection. The edited editions will also still be in circulation.
And actress Keke Palmer gave birth to her first child with boyfriend and former college football player Darius Jackson. In a post on Instagram, Palmer confirmed that her baby is a boy. His name is Leotis Leo Andrelton. Palmer first announced her pregnancy while hosting Saturday Night Live. Congratulations.
Very cute baby.
Happy family. Adorable baby.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
The storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Hey there, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, February 28th, preparing to close. Final witnesses being called in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial, and the jury gets ready for a field trip to the murder scene.
Debt forgiveness, the Supreme Court hearing arguments over the financial fate of millions of Americans. The student loan case is being decided as some protesters call this a life or death decision.
Security breach, personal information from the U.S. Marshals Service compromised. Which details were made public and what it means for people in witness protection.
Financial infidelity, whether it's online shopping or secret accounts, people are keeping secrets about money from their partners. We'll explain how to get on the same page and prevent your relationship from going under.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We do start with the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial.
The last witnesses are testifying today. One of Murdaugh's former legal partners back on the stand, telling jurors he thought he knew Murdaugh, but realizes he never did. The state looking to disprove the defense's arguments and poke holes in Murdaugh's testimony.
It all comes ahead of this highly anticipated trip to the scene of the crime. Tomorrow morning, the jury is expected to travel out to see the family home, to see where Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were murdered. This trip came at the request of the defense.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is following the trial and joins us now from Walterboro, South Carolina. Ellison, thanks for joining. So what are we hearing from the state's witnesses today that they're calling back onto the stand?
Yeah, so one of the lengthiest testimonies we heard today was from the state's pathologist coming back on the stand, really pushing back aggressively on the claims that were made by the pathologist the defense put on the stand yesterday. The same pathologist who made the claim that this was, in his view, perhaps a two-shooter situation. You had the state's pathologist really defending her work and also really trying to discredit a lot of what that defense pathologist had to say. We also heard from, as you mentioned, people who knew Alec Murdaugh for decades. We've heard a lot of that throughout this trial, and once again, we saw a former law partner take the stand and tell the jury that for decades, the man he thought he knew so well was able to look him in the eye again and again and lie. Listen.
I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done, and he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way. I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not.
He and the defense attorney, Dick Harpootlian, had a really intense back and forth where essentially you had the defense trying to imply that this witness, Ronnie Crosby, was on the stand because he has so much anger and resentment towards Alec Murdaugh. He said, yeah, I have experienced a lot of anger, but he was adamant that he did not feel anything, he said now, and that was not motivating him to testify today.
So,
Vicky,
Ellison,
Joe.
you know, the judge has granted the defense's request to bring the jury to the murder scene that's expected to happen tomorrow morning. Quickly, what should we know about this trip?
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, the defense really wants this to happen because they are saying that they need the jury to see some of the locations of where this allegedly took place, with their argument here saying that there may be two shooters and or that Paul Murdaugh was shot in the back of the head, that shot was a contact wound. The state strongly disagrees with that. They really want the jury to see the feed room where physically they say, based on their theory, a shooter would have been standing when they shot Paul Murdaugh, because they say their client, Alec Murdaugh, is too big to have maneuvered in that space, and then also shot and killed Maggie Murdaugh. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in South Carolina. Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, friend of the show. So, Danny, yesterday I was saying that Alec Murdaugh testifying for himself seemed to garner some sympathy. At least he was speaking out on his own behalf. You said, no, he's a liar. He admitted to being a liar. And today you're tweeting this trial might end in an acquittal. Why?
Yeah, you're probably like me. You've been talking to a lot of folks about this trial. And what I find is highly intelligent people, I mean, titans of industry, yeah. Some of them have taken the view that, look, just because Murdaugh was a liar and a cheat and a scammer doesn't mean he killed his kids. So I'm in this position where I'm thinking, I cannot believe it. This guy might get acquitted. And if he does, I think it's the state's fault for even bringing in this evidence of his financial crimes. They had plenty of lies to contend with, including lies to law enforcement about the actual murder itself. So did they need that financial crimes evidence? Maybe in their mind, they needed to unload every single lie Murdaugh ever told. That's prosecutorial thinking, and I can't blame them for that because they have the burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so it's looking like tomorrow is field trip day. The jury expected to actually go to the murder scene. The defense wanted this. What kind of impact could this have on the jury?
I have been asked this. I honestly can't figure out how this will benefit the defense other than to say, hey, there are some distances here that don't work with the prosecution's theory. But at the same time, visiting a place where two people lost their lives might be macabre enough that it might inure to the benefit of the prosecution. Or it could just be the defense trying creative things, maybe even putting some distance between their client's lie-filled testimony. In other words, him admitting that he lied over and over and over again, or it could just be them looking for something else, some angle that may help them. Because, look, I may be in the minority at this point, but this has mostly been the state's case. You can criticize them for certain points, but if they jettison this whole financial crime motive in their closing, they've got a pretty powerful case. Yes, there is no eyewitness that Murdoch shot his wife and child. You don't need eyewitness testimony. He's there. He has a gun. He's the only one there. He has a drug problem, and he's a huge liar.
All right. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, as always, thank you for your insight and your take.
The Supreme Court is set to decide the fate of President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. Right now, justices are hearing arguments in 2 cases challenging the program. One of them is from these 6 Republican-led states, the other involving a lawsuit filed by 2 students.
The Biden administration reports its plan would cancel up to $20,000 in student loan debt for 43 million borrowers. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is live outside the Supreme Court for us today. Yamiche, thank you for joining us. So it sometimes takes years, actually, for the Supreme Court to hear cases like this. President Biden announced this relief program just in August. That was 6 months ago. Talk to us about how quickly this is moving through and what's at stake here.
Well, this is moving quickly, and it's really moving quickly in part because this is a huge program that has a lot at stake here. You have on the Biden administration side this program that they launched in August 2022, and it is aiming to forgive up to $20,000 of student loan debt per American. And they're saying that this really is about making sure that they can help people in the middle of what they're calling a national emergency, saying that this is part of the HEROES Act, which is a federal law that allows the presidency and the Department of Education to suspend some things like student loan debt. But on the other side, you have 6 Republican-led states who are suing, saying that this was really executive overreach and that the proper procedures weren't followed here. On the other side, you have people that are here now outside the Supreme Court. There have been protests, people camping out. I've been talking to some people who say this is a critical program. Take a listen to what one person told me.
Fundamentally, we have a crisis across this country when it comes to access to higher education. People need access to higher education in order for them to provide for their families, in order for them to have stability in their lives. And right now, the cost of college is so high that it's caused this larger student loan crisis that we're facing right now.
So a lot of passion there, and the White House says, according to its data, up to 40 million borrowers could be impacted if this student loan debt relief program is allowed to go forward. That's in addition to the 26 million people who applied for this program before it was stalled. So a lot at stake here, though you have a conservative majority court that, at least in oral arguments, was sounding sort of skeptical about the idea that President Biden and the Department of Education could take this step.
So, Yamiche, many legal experts feel the program doesn't stand much of a chance because of this conservative majority on the court. So from what we heard today, the questions the justices asked, do we have a feeling for how this might go?
Just listening to oral arguments, there are a lot of questions about whether or not this was the proper procedure for the Biden administration. The president is arguing that this was in line with the way that he was supposed to go about things because there was this national emergency. But you heard a lot of conservative justices asking questions about that. Now, there also is the issue of standing, and there were some liberal justices that were arguing about whether or not and asking questions about whether or not the people who are suing, both these states, but also I should include 2 borrowers, 2 Americans who are suing, saying that they didn't have enough of a say in that this actual program should be more broad. And you heard some people really questioning, the justices really questioning whether or not they had the right standing, which is, when you watch this case, something that people who are on the Biden administration side, they're hoping maybe the standing issue will help the administration win this. But of course, it's going to be a big case that we're going to be watching and seeing exactly what the justices decide here. Joe, Vicki.
All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Well, workers around the globe are going back to the office. Americans are largely staying home. Office occupancy here in the U.S. is between 40 and 60%. That's much lower than the 70 to 90% rate in Europe and in the Middle East.
Very interesting. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, why are Americans spending less time in the office than everyone else? And how are these empty workplaces affecting how quickly cities like New York City are recovering from the pandemic?
So, by the way, Vicky, Joe, in parts of Asia, it's 110% occupancy pre-pandemic, which means more people are back in the office right now. But to your point, Vicky, empty office buildings mean fewer employees on site to support local economies. Think about restaurants, local retail shops, etc. So that can definitely be a drag on a city's ability to rebound economically. Now, you take New York City, for example, where you guys are. Its unemployment rate topped the national average late last year, since a big portion of its labor market is tied to those local businesses. Now, as to the question of why, it comes down to a few things. Americans just tend to have bigger homes, longer commutes with a tighter labor market than their counterparts in Europe and Asia, so keep an eye on that. Also, Dish Network confirmed a previously disclosed network outage was a result of a cybersecurity breach that affected the company's internal systems and customer-facing support sites. Dish Network's website was down for multiple days beginning last week, but the company has now disclosed that internal communications and customer call centers remain affected by the breach. The television provider has retained outside experts to assist in the problem. And finally, McDonald's is expanding its test with Krispy Kreme donuts to approximately 160 restaurants in Kentucky. Last October, 9 McDonald's restaurants started selling Krispy Kreme donuts. The larger test is meant to assess customer demand and to understand how a wider scale launch would affect restaurant ops. Starting next month, McDonald's customers at select locations will be able to buy, yes guys, Krispy Kreme glazed chocolate iced and sprinkles donuts there. This is not what my New Year's resolution needs at all.
It definitely doesn't help the diet, but I feel like if you offer Krispy Kreme donuts, people will buy Krispy Kreme donuts.
100%.
I'm
that guy.
That chocolate glazed got your name all over it.
Exactly.
Right after. It's a chaser to the Big Mac.
All right, Dom Chu, thank you so much, Dom.
Well, a massive hack hitting the U.S. Marshals Service. Up next, what sensitive information was compromised and how law enforcement is now responding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Biden administration is cracking down on child labor. Last year alone, almost 4,000 children were working for companies in the U.S. in violation of federal law.
Yeah, and as a result, the White House is now taking action, announcing an interagency task force and a better way to track minors who are entering the country alone. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from our Washington bureau. It's always great to see you, Julia. Talk to us about exactly how this task force is going to keep track of these minors and cut down on this child labor issue.
Well, they say that they are going to work with, it'll be labor, interagency, labor and health and human services, both to go after employers more harshly that are using children as workers, and then also to work with HHS to try to determine that children are going to the best sponsors. Now, we've always seen this balancing act from the federal government trying to be able to speed up the process by which children, migrants who cross the border unaccompanied can quickly go out to sponsors. You want that process to be fast, but you also want the vetting process to be thorough so that they end up in the right hands. Now, in this case, it could be that some of these children might not be with the right people who are allowing them to go to work in these conditions. We also understand from our own reporting that some children still owe debt back to the smugglers that brought them here. It's a really complex problem. It's an international problem, and it's a real problem for children who don't have any legal routes. If they feel that they can't go forward, they can't talk to police or teachers or anyone about what they're going through. And we saw that firsthand when we did our reporting just last week on children cleaning slaughterhouses in the middle of the night in Nebraska.
All right, Julia Ainsley. Julia, thank you for your reporting. We do appreciate it. The Department of Justice is now investigating what's being called a major security breach inside the U.S. Marshal Service. Yesterday, the agency announced it happened earlier this month.
Right. The DOJ is now working to determine just how the system was affected and how it compromised such sensitive information.
NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now on set. So first of all, Tom, what information was compromised in this breach?
Right, so a couple of different things. First off, this system was primarily focused on the investigative information of the U.S. Marshal Service. So we're talking about the particular individuals who are wanted by the Marshals. Now, they could be fugitives from law. They could be people that are trying to, that may have escaped custody in the past. And then underneath that, you have all sorts of personally identifiable information. So you have who their relatives are. In other words, who they could be staying with. You might have information as far as leads that they've developed in the past, prior apartments, all sorts of details about these individuals could be included in there, as well as U.S. Marshals personnel and staff. That's something else that the Marshal Service says they believe are inside these files.
Tom, it's like a security nightmare. I think also about other sensitive information that has to do with witness protection programs and things like that. Talk to us about what the agency is now doing in the meantime to shore up the remaining information and protect that sensitive material from getting out.
So a senior law enforcement official says the witness security program, that the information contained in that was separate and unaffected. Obviously, that would be incredibly important, right? Because that's the type of information that has life and death consequences. These are people that are about to testify at trial or who have testified at trial whose lives are in danger. So that system is apparently siloed from that. That's the best information that we have so far. And so they've been able to come up with a workaround for the systems that were impacted to be able to, basically allow the marshals to continue their investigations.
Any idea who's behind the breach?
Well, that's the big question. And, both of you know from covering cybersecurity stories, and we seemingly talk about it every day, if not every hour, sometimes these investigations take time. So it's not clear right now, is this a criminal group trying to get a heads up and an understanding of what the marshals know about them? Is it a specific criminal? We've even seen instances where teenagers have hacked into these law enforcement databases, try to figure out if they're investigating whether or not they're dealing pot. I mean, that's a true example.
Wow.
So it really runs the gamut to, of course, the big nation state actors. And that's something, obviously, we're asking questions about and we'll stay on top of.
It's really something out of a movie. I mean, this is what you think about when you watch Mission Impossible or something. Like, how can they get into these systems?
The mix of Tommy Lee Jones in U.S. Marshals and the Goodfellas all kind of coming together here in something like this, but obviously pretty serious.
Wow. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, as always, thank you so much.
Have you ever hidden your online purchases from your partner? Coming up, we're going to dive into what's called financial infidelity and what families can do to get on the same page about those finances. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Police in Hong Kong are searching a landfill today for evidence in the killing of Chinese model and influencer Abby Choi. Her remains were found Friday, a week after she went missing. Her ex-husband, his brother, and parents are all facing charges now connected with her death. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details, but we do want to warn you, some of them are graphic.
A horrific end to the search for model and influencer Abby Choi. Some of her remains found in a refrigerator and in a cooking pot inside a home in Hong Kong rented by her former father-in-law.
About the head, okay, it's a skull, actually. It's no skin or any meat on it. So basically it's a skull with hair, okay. And as I said, unfortunately, there's a hole on the right side rear on the skull.
The social media star's Instagram showed a picture-perfect life to her more than 100,000 followers, with one glamorous photo shoot after another, including one posted just 2 days before she disappeared on February 21st. But police say behind the scenes, Choi had financial disputes involving millions of Hong Kong dollars with her ex-husband Alex Kwong and his family before she disappeared. And today, Kwong, his parents, and his brother arrested in connection to the grisly murder. Authorities say they also found her personal belongings inside that rented home, including a pink handbag, but are still looking for the rest of her remains.
We are still working on many clues. Once we have any clue, we will do a thorough search again to find the torso and other parts of the missing body.
Choi was a mother to 4 children ages 3 to 10, including 2 she shared with Kwong. Her loved ones now left grappling with the unimaginable. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Well, President Biden is giving all federal agency workers 30 days to delete TikTok from their government devices. This comes as more than half of U.S. state governments have already taken similar measures, citing cyber and national security concerns. NBC News tech correspondent Jake Ward has the details.
The clock has started ticking for TikTok and 4 million federal workers. The White House announcing Monday that government agencies have 30 days to delete TikTok from their devices and systems. The move comes after the Chinese-owned app was banned by Congress on federal devices in December. It's all part of a growing backlash tied to national security concerns. Some experts worry ByteDance, TikTok's parent company, could give the Chinese government access to sensitive user data or manipulate what users in the U.S. see. 41 states already have some sort of ban on state-owned devices and networks in effect or under consideration. As a result, students in places like Mississippi, Arkansas, and Texas have not been able to access TikTok on school networks for weeks.
I'm 18. We're all 18. Like, let me share my information with China if I want to. Like, I literally could care less.
Kate Bieberdorf teaches chemistry at the University of Texas at Austin.
My students share my frustrations. They don't like being told what they can and cannot do.
But for Kate, the chemist, on TikTok, it's personal.
I think if there is a federal ban or anything, we will all just shift to another platform that allows us to be creative.
A TikTok executive addressed concerns in a Capitol Hill hearing last year.
We've also said under no circumstances would we give that data to China.
Yet the app remains one of the world's most popular pastimes, with more than twice as many downloads over the last decade as its closest rival, YouTube. A nationwide ban for all Americans under consideration by a handful of senators seems unlikely, but it has some influencers worried.
I'm a little terrified. I'm not built for a real job.
The prospect has caused some outside Washington to wonder whether TikTok really does have too much of our attention.
So this may actually be a really good time to reconsider your relationship with this app.
Now, in a statement, TikTok called the ban political theater and says it hopes Congress can find solutions that don't censor millions of Americans. Meanwhile, China also responded to the ban overnight, saying in part, the U.S. government should effectively respect the principles of market economy and fair competition. Back to you.
Thank you, Jake.
You know what's interesting, Joe? The version of TikTok they have in China, totally different than the one they give to our American teens.
Interesting. All right, coming up, a program helping millions of Americans set to expire tomorrow. How families are planning to cope with the loss of benefits when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Glad you could be with us. Making news right now, a bipartisan House Committee on China will hold its first briefing tonight amid growing tension between the U.S. and Beijing. The panel will focus on military threats, economic competitiveness, and human rights issues. U.S. lawmakers are hoping to have a successful bipartisan relationship despite current events causing friction between Democrats and Republicans.
The race for Chicago's next mayor is underway. 9 candidates are in the running, including current mayor Lori Lightfoot. Thousands of ballots are expected to be cast. Polls close tonight at 7 p.m. Central.
And new police body camera video shows a home explosion caught on camera. Officials say 6 volunteer firefighters were battling flames inside a New Jersey home last month when it suddenly blew up. 3 of them were near the front door. They were blown out of the house. 3 more were in the basement when this happened. They managed to climb out. No one, miraculously, was badly hurt. Still no word on what caused the blast.
Just before the start of March, New York City finally saw its first significant snowfall of the season last night. That means you could see it and touch it, I think is what significant means.
Exactly. Not a whole lot. It didn't stick around for long either, but other areas across the Northeast like Massachusetts and Rhode Island, they can't say the same. We're going to go to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard right now. He's following the aftermath of all of that overnight winter weather. And Vaughn, you're in New York City right now. I'm looking behind you. Bill Cairns had said it might stick in the grass, but I mean, could you even make a snow angel?
No, I did not try because really it's about
that thick, even in the parts that you still see snow down there. So I think most of our friends around the country would laugh at the idea of significant. But for New York City, we had less than a half of an inch of snow all winter here, which is telling because there had been no winter on record in which there was not a measurable snowfall here in New York City. But now what you have seen here is some of these winter storms come a little late here. You're going to be watching this storm move north through the likes of Connecticut and the greater Massachusetts area and into Maine. Already hundreds of schools across Northeast, the eastern part of the country here, have canceled classes. And this is a storm that you'll recall back at the end of last week we were talking about in Southern California when they were getting Los Angeles, greater Los Angeles, getting some snowfall. This is that storm. It made its way across the country, stopping and even putting some tornadoes down on the ground across Oklahoma before making its way here. And over the next 48 hours, we're expecting that storm to continue to move further up into the likes of Maine and bring several more inches the further north part of this country.
Yeah, no doubt our friends in the upper Midwest right now are watching this, maybe chuckling a little bit, but nonetheless, you know, it was slushy. It could have had some impact on travel conditions in schools, right?
Right, that's right. And there were actually quite a few flights that were canceled here out of the greater New York City area. And as you said it there, and including your people over in Minnesota, Joe, it was the likes of South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota. They're probably getting the biggest chuckle out of this here this afternoon because they're looking at anywhere from 4 inches to 10 inches of snow over the next 48 hours. Though the rest of the country, we should note, there are multiple storms that appear to be popping up on the back half of this week. So we'll keep our eyes open for what develops here in just a couple days from now. Guys.
All right, greetings to my people in Minnesota, and thank you to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. We appreciate it, Vaughn.
Well, Joe, as this storm moves out, Vaughn said, another one is slamming California. Large parts of the western U.S. are bracing for more rain and snowstorms, and millions of people are already under those winter weather alerts across the Sierra Nevada and Pacific Northwest. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking that storm for us. Hey, Bill, so, I mean, out there in California, you're talking about feet of snow, not just inches.
And 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, I just went and looked at all the road closures. You can't get through the Sierras right now. Like, it's impossible. Almost every single pass is closed and not even just changed. Like, you can't go. I-80, right now, they don't even know when they're going to open it back up. So the storm that's responsible for this is now moving down the coastal areas. The heavy rain is exiting San Francisco, but that is all snow in the higher elevations and significant snow at that. The highest snow totals I've seen, UC Berkeley has a Central Sierra Snow Labs. You know, water is so important that they actually have a place where they measure the snow and they do experiments and stuff. And they have reported 109 inches of snow in the last 7 days. That's incredible. 17 million people are impacted by this storm, a lot of the higher elevations, and you can see where those blizzard warnings are in the Sierra. And that same snow lab, they actually reported 36 inches, so 3 feet of snow in just the last 24 hours. That's pretty incredible snowfall rates. And again, they're going to see another 2 to 4 feet. So this storm will eventually, we get a break tomorrow. There's not a lot happening in the Four Corner region, a little bit of snow for Salt Lake City and Denver. And then on Thursday, this storm's going to trigger more severe weather. It's going to tap that warm moisture out of the Gulf. We're going to have just the same scenario that we've had many times this winter. A few strong tornadoes possible, East Texas, northern Louisiana, Little Rock, Memphis, and through Mississippi. Friday, it doesn't look to be as large of a severe weather outbreak, but 29 million people are at risk. And then that storm will head to the north. This does not look like a big snowstorm for I-95, mostly a rain event from D.C. all the way to New York. You have to be in northern New England or central New England for the heavy snow, but this one will also be messy with ice, too. So if you have travel plans, Joe, especially Friday night in the Northeast, especially New England, you may want to watch this forecast carefully. You may have to change your plans.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns, still. Thank you so much. During the darkest days of the pandemic, the federal government increased food benefits for families in need. Now the program is set to expire tomorrow in dozens of states. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns explains what it means for millions of Americans.
Are we ready?
Yeah! Jessica Ramos is a single mom. Feeding her 6 kids has always been a struggle.
What do you think about when you go to bed at night?
Well, if we're going to be okay for the next week.
Her family is among more than 42 million Americans who receive SNAP benefits, what used to be known as food stamps. During the pandemic, the government boosted those benefits. Jessica received an extra $300 a month.
They came in handy. They really did. The prices are going so high that we need them.
These benefits kept 4.2 million people out of poverty and reduced child poverty by 14%, according to the Urban Institute. But this month marks the end for those expanded benefits because of a provision in last year's omnibus spending bill.
The scary part for the next month, how are we going to live? What's going to happen?
What are the sort of decisions you're going to have to make to keep feeding your kids?
That was so hard. Either pay a bill or go buy some groceries. That's
where you're at.
Yes.
Jessica is not alone. Food banks across the country are preparing for a rise in food insecurity.
We have people calling our organization every day looking for more food resources.
George Matisic is the executive director of Share Food Program, one of the largest food banks in Philadelphia. He says they've already seen a 70% increase in demand over the last year as food prices have skyrocketed.
For organizations like ours, that means having to work round the clock to make sure we're sourcing more food to serve more people.
The typical SNAP household will see monthly allotments drop by at least $95. For older Americans and big families like Jessica's, the difference will be hundreds of dollars.
The people in Washington who are making these decisions, what do you want them to understand about what life is like for you?
For them to put themselves in our shoes, that we really are struggling out here. To please just consider, think about the children, mostly the children.
Dasha Burns, NBC News, Philadelphia.
All right, well, on Valentine's Day, we told you almost half of adult couples are guilty of financial infidelity. That's when couples lie to each other about money.
Well, according to a new survey by Bankrate, most of those couples are millennials and Gen Zers. So joining us now on set is Vivian Tu. She is the CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF. So Vivian, first of all, what types of financial infidelity are there? What are the things that couples might be hiding from each other?
Similarly to traditional infidelity, it has a lot to do with a breach of trust. So this could be lying about how much credit card debt you have, or having a secret stash of money that you're contributing to and not telling your partner about, or even just making purchases without sharing that information with your partner, and if they're larger, and a larger total sum of what your income is together. It really just has a lot to do with not being fully transparent on your finances.
And trust is such an important part of any relationship. So let's say you are the one who is doing the cheating, or you suspect your partner of not telling you the full truth and opening the books. How do you have that conversation and turn things around and sort of save the relationship?
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with getting to that point of feeling comfortable enough to be honest with your partner about your financial concerns. It's addressing the root issue. Why do you feel the need to have a secret bank account? Or why are you feeling like you can't be honest with how much student debt or credit card debt you have? And that obviously does take quite a bit of soul searching. You have to recognize that, you know, my partner is going to love me for me. This is key information that's going to help us better our financial future together. So it's better to have the conversation early on versus going down this path, getting engaged, getting married, and then finding out day one of your marriage that you've essentially been lying to them this whole time. So whether you are the one doing the cheating or the one on the receiving end, it's better to have those conversations as soon as possible.
You talk about getting to the root of it. What are some of the reasons behind it?
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with embarrassment or even shame. Personal finance has been taught in a way that has a lot of judgment and shameful and negative connotations around it. So, oh, you're bad with money, like shame on you, you're irresponsible. And people may feel too scared and too embarrassed to tell their partner about these financial shortcomings. But what I think is helpful for all of us to remember is that we do not learn about personal finance in school. I really do wish it was taught in public education. But because it's not, we all have to do our own learning, and we're all in different phases of our financial journey. So it's important to have those conversations with our partner.
Why do you think it's Gen Z and millennials that are more apt to commit this financial infidelity?
I think Gen Z and millennials now have the ability to make their own money. So I would say for our parents' generation and the generation before theirs, it was a lot more single breadwinner families where one person was making the money, and that money needed to cover everything from the house to the food to the vacation to the clothes to the, you know, whatever. And now, typically, more often than not, it's a two-income household. And because it's a two-income household, both people kind of have incentives to be a little bit more sneaky about their money and their habits.
Really great advice, good insight. CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF, Vivian Tu. Thanks so much, Vivian.
Thank you so much for having me.
Could a vaccine for RSV be coming soon? Up next, the moves being made by the FDA in the fight against a respiratory virus that's sickened kids from coast to coast. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It is being called the next big vaccine race. Today, the FDA begins its review of 2 new vaccines to protect against RSV.
That's one of the respiratory viruses contributing to the triple-demic in recent months. The virus is especially dangerous for babies and the immunocompromised. So doctors say a vaccine could potentially help thousands of people. First up for a shot would be people 60 and above. Emergency medicine physician Dr. Samson Davis joins us now for our Daily Health. Doctor, good to have you with us. So the FDA's Vaccine Advisory Committee, that's a panel of outside advisors. They're reviewing vaccines from Pfizer and from GSK. How do these vaccines work? What is it the FDA is looking at here?
So, with the vaccines, they take a piece of the protein or the virus itself, and they sort of develop a system where they can introduce it into your body. Now, the particles is not dangerous, but it develops antibodies within your body to fight the virus if you ever come across the virus. So now with the FDA, their job here is to make sure this vaccine is safe, right? You want to make sure that it covers the ages of 60 and above and that it doesn't cause other side effects, meaning if you get this vaccine, are you going to develop some other ailment or be at risk for any other ailments or even be harmed by the vaccine itself. So the FDA approved job is to make sure this is safe for the population that it's targeted to be given to.
And doctor, if this is approved, say the FDA goes through that process, they say it is safe, they would actually approve it for older adults first, right, of those 60 and over. This past winter, we did a lot of reporting about how babies were being affected. So how does vaccinating an older population translate to any kind of immunity for kids, or how does it help kids?
Yeah, so vaccines in general, the more we have that's distributed, it develops some immunity for others too, because you get passive immunity. But for the target with RSV, there's two populations, there's 2 and younger and 60 and older. So this vaccine itself is going to be targeted for the older population. For our younger population, 2 and less than, we have the monoclonal antibodies that they're working on as well. That's going to go through FDA evaluation to be given to that population that's younger. So 2 different ways of treating the virus given to 2 set of different populations.
So if the FDA does approve the vaccine, it's not actually going to be available until next winter. If COVID has taught us anything, we've all learned how much viruses mutate, how much they evolve. So are there any worries that this vaccine they're creating now wouldn't be as effective next winter?
So that is a possibility, but the goal is to always stay ahead of the mutations, right? So what we give today is ideally would cover some of the mutations, and then by next year, we will come up with a different sort of vaccine or a different, change of the vaccine structure so that is as effective against the changes of the virus. But the virus will mutate. That's what viruses do. They fight to live, and our antibodies fight to destroy the virus.
So it's probably too early to say whether or not this would be covered by insurance. But what do we know in terms of this vaccine going to market? And, why now? Why did it take so long? RSV has been around for many, many years.
So that's a good question. I mean, they tried to make a RSV vaccine back in the 60s, but it didn't work. It actually was more detrimental and caused harm. Like 2 people actually died from the vaccine then. So now, fast forward to today, technology. I mean, technology is so far advanced. The way that we come up with the vaccines are so far advanced. So this is a billion dollar industry. With COVID, you're looking at 50 billion. With RSV, looking at $5 billion industry. So all the pharmaceutical companies obviously want to get on board. But more importantly, the underlying theme here is that we want people to be safe. RSV has killed people and will continuously do so. I've seen in the emergency department a really increase in people over 60 being hospitalized because they're one older population. They have comorbid issues like diabetes, high blood pressure, etc.
I mean, are you hearing from people who are saying, hey, they're looking forward to this, they want to know when this is available?
I don't think that's the conversation as much as it's just the fact that we have it, that it's an option in our arsenal of treatment. It's the same thing. I mean, with COVID, obviously it was a different story, but once we've now been introducing the population, we've seen a spike in RSV, we've seen a spike in flu. So I think to go to my physician and this is readily available and as an option, sign me up for it so I don't have to worry about it.
All right, Dr. Sampson Davis walking us through all of the ins and outs of the 2 different RSV vaccines under consideration right now. Thank you so much, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
The head of the Environmental Protection Agency is back in Ohio for the 3rd time since the toxic train derailment 3 weeks ago. He met with parents and students earlier today about their concerns over how the contamination is being cleaned up.
This visit comes after the EPA resumed removal of hazardous waste from the disaster site. He reiterated to the community that the area is safe and that there are no causes for danger right now. He says their focus at the EPA is to get everything cleaned up as quickly as possible.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's talk about spring break. From Airbnb to Vrbo, staying at a home share has become a popular alternative to a hotel or resort, especially when you're traveling with a group or multiple families. But to make sure your dream vacation doesn't end up a nightmare, we spoke with travel experts to see what you need to know before saying yes to that house.
Need an escape from the daily grind? For your next family vacation, you could relax by the pool at this home in Port St. Lucie, Florida for $333 a night. Or watch the sunrise at this oceanfront condo in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for $507 a night. Or enjoy the view from the hot tub at this luxury chalet in Steamboat Springs, Colorado for $1325 a night. These rentals all big enough to share with another family. It's a popular travel trend as many look to give their wallets a break this spring. The average family of 4 now spends more than $4,500 on a vacation each year. But by buddying up at a home share, you can split the cost with others, saving you money while making priceless memories. Last year, Airbnb reporting family travel nearly doubled to 98% in the U.S. alone. And a recent Vrbo survey finding this year, 57% of travelers plan to take trips more often with groups of friends.
To rent a big, huge, 3-floor house or cabin would have not made financial sense. So splitting it with a family was perfect.
Karen Ensley, her husband Will, and their daughter Sienna escaped to the great outdoors with some friends in the Pocono Mountains. After discussing their budgets, the two families searched Airbnb to find a spacious cabin within their price range.
We wanted to make sure we had enough space so that the two families could be together but separate.
Ensley says they took in the sights and the savings, as the outdoor toys included with the rental provided entertainment. The families also split the grocery bill.
It ends up being cheaper than a hotel.
But when vacationing, the phrase, the more the merrier, doesn't always apply. Travel preparedness expert Cheryl Nelson says before booking a shared space, discussing the details can help ensure everyone goes and comes back as friends.
What about if you're traveling with another family on a shared vacation? What are some tips to make it out of that intact?
There's got to be some house rules that you set. Are there quiet hours? Agree on that. What about pets? Don't bring your dog if somebody else is bringing their cat. And kids, how are the kids going to play?
Talk about the budget, how much space you need, and if you want to split the cost per family or per person. Nelson even suggests assigning rooms ahead of time.
A lot of the times there's only 1, maybe 2 master suites in the house. You don't want everybody fighting over that when they get there.
Other topics to consider: how to split food costs, how much time to spend together and apart, sleep habits, and as Ensley learned, who does the chores.
If one family's cooking, maybe the other one cleans that day, and you kind of switch back and forth.
When considering a home rental, Nelson says make safety a priority. Only rent from verified hosts. Read all the reviews about that property. You can also check out the surrounding area by entering the address on a Street View map. And one more tip: you can see the recent serious crimes there if you put the address into crimemapping.com.
What are some red flags you should look for in a listing? If they don't provide any sort of picture of a doorway or external pictures, that might raise a red flag.
Nelson shows us her first safety check. Does the rental have a smoke detector and a carbon monoxide alarm? You can also bring your own.
This one's portable. All you do is plug it into the wall.
She then uses a flashlight to look for hidden cameras.
Ideally, I'd close the blinds, lights would be off. And as I'm lounging, I would just start pointing this at vents. If you see anything reflecting back at you, there might be a hidden camera in there.
And she checks drawers for sharp objects and drugs or chemicals. Tips to keep your home share travels full of good, clean family fun.
I really like her tip about bringing your own carbon monoxide alarm, because not every house has that. Something else you can do, bring your own personal lock. They make those, and you just add it on, and it's temporary. You take it with you. They even have doorstop alarms, so you wedge that under the door, and if it opens, an alarm goes off.
Huh,
So,
wow.
you know, just little things to think about, especially because sometimes people are traveling by themselves, staying in a home with a stranger.
And people don't often think about those things.
Exactly.
So now they will. All right.
Indeed. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and so much more. The news continues after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. It's Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Storm front, a new coast-to-coast weather system now on the move, threatening millions of Americans. This as parts of the Northeast begin digging out from a separate winter storm. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
Forgive or forget, two major Supreme Court cases impacting millions paying back student loans. What the High Court decision could mean for your money.
Tick-tock, time is running out for federal workers to delete that popular social media app from their work phones, why the new ban could expand to every American.
Let's get Mikey. Yeah. He won't need it. He hates everything. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
Do you have a Mikey in your household? We'll show you the best ways to deal with a picky eater. It's 11 a.m. in Fresno, 1 p.m. in New Orleans, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
I just love that reference to Mikey. Whenever you can get that
Always a good one, right?
We begin this hour, though, with tens of millions of Americans bracing for another coast-to-coast storm.
And really, the timing couldn't be worse for a lot of folks. A state of emergency has already been declared in San Bernardino County, California. That's after several feet of snow trapped people in their homes.
In central Ohio, power has just been restored after a tornado touched down on Monday. Two more tornadoes were confirmed Monday in the Chicago suburbs.
And on the East Coast, fresh off last night's storms, some areas from New Jersey and New England are bracing for several more inches of snow.
Let's start it all off this hour with meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, can you time it out? Who's bracing for this next round of severe weather?
Yeah, how many times this winter have we had the same story? California gets hit by a big storm. It goes into the middle of the country, severe weather, and then a messy storm for the East Coast. And that's going to play out over the next 4 days with significant weather starting now and heading right through the week. So the storm is over California right now. We have impossible driving conditions on I-80. It's closed, and many of the passes are all closed to the Sierra. Winds are gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Mammoth Mountain only has like 4 trails open because they're only the lower portion of the mountain. It's too windy everywhere. You know, everyone keeps saying, you know, they're getting so much snow, it's great for the ski resorts, but they can't even get people to the resorts. And I've actually heard stories of people getting trapped at the resorts because they can't get back down the mountain if they didn't get out in time before this latest storm. So this storm will be with us over the next 2 days, and then we'll be watching it moving out. So the blizzard warnings are up right now for the Central Sierra. We also have winter storm warnings for areas from Salt Lake City all the way back down towards Flagstaff. It's going to get a ton of snow. The Grand Canyon is going to get 6 to 12 inches of snow out of this. And the Snow Lab has picked up 20 and 24 inches, 36 inches of snow, 3 feet in the last day in the Central Sierra. And then the big threat comes Thursday, guys. 34 million people at risk of severe storms, and that'll continue Friday into the southeast. Another very powerful storm coast to coast.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. Thanks, Bill.
If you or someone you know has student loan debt, you'll want to pay attention to this story. The Supreme Court is hearing 2 cases today that could decide whether President Biden is allowed to forgive some or all of your debt. Supporters of canceling the debt, including Democratic politicians, gathered outside the Supreme Court today. Lower courts have temporarily paused the president's plan from taking effect. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is outside the Supreme Court for us now. So, Yamiche, walk us through these cases if you can here and the arguments we're hearing on both sides today.
Well, it's another big day at the Supreme Court, and this is a pair of cases that really come down to whether or not President Biden followed the proper procedures when in August 2022 he launched the student loan relief program. In one case, Biden v. Nebraska, you have 6 GOP-led states that are saying that this is really executive overreach and that the president should not have taken this step, that in fact, that while he's saying he has emergency powers because of the COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, he does not have those powers. You also have 2 student loan borrowers who are suing in Department of Justice v. Brown. In that case, you have 2 borrowers that are saying that actually this program should be broader. So it's really interesting that these 2 cases are going before. It sounds like this conservative majority court is somewhat skeptical that this student loan relief program should go forward, Aaron.
And Yamiche, I know you talked to some of the supporters at that rally today outside the court who are calling for the student loan debt cancellation. What did they tell you?
Well, there's been a lot of protests, and there have been a lot of people who are calling for this student loan relief program, which could, the White House says, affect up to 40 million people on top of the 26 million people who already applied for the program before it got stalled. So you have a lot of people saying that this is really critical. Take a listen to what one person told me.
For my family in particular, it just means that there's more money on the table for my family. There's more money for my siblings. There's more money for them to go to college. And I think that's so important because it's a generational thing. It's not just one person, it's the whole family. And I think that's what's something a lot of people miss.
So if this is to stand, if this student loan relief program is to stand, it could mean up to $400 billion of federal money that would be forgiven. The other thing to note, though, is that if this is something that actually is overruled and is saying that it can't go forward, you will have a lot of Republican states saying this is just an example of President Biden going too far to try to get a campaign promise passed. Aaron?
All right, Yamiche Alcindor for us in Washington today outside the Supreme Court. Thank you.
The prosecution in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial is calling its final witnesses to the stand. One of those witnesses is the woman who performed autopsies on Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh has pleaded not guilty to their murders. Closing arguments are expected to get underway tomorrow. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Katie Beck. She's outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina once again. Katie, what was the prosecution's strategy behind asking for that testimony we just mentioned after we heard from the defense experts yesterday?
Well, hey, Kate, yeah, this is a rebuttal period where the prosecutors actually have a chance to sort of reinforce their theory and sort of contradict what the defense put forward. The defense really had put forward a theory that this was a contact wound that killed Paul Murdaugh, that the gun was right up against his head. The prosecution's witness had said from the beginning that she did not agree with that theory. She did not see what she typically sees with a contact wound. The reason for that is that the defense is trying to say the shooter was closer and that perhaps it was 2 shooters. So this was her on the stand this morning answering questions about that.
Expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
All right. And having addressed the specific concerns of and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this
Yes,
hearing?
I disagree with his conclusions.
That forensic pathologist holding strong to her theory, the same one she presented the first time, saying that she did not agree with defense attorneys that this was a contact wound, and therefore sort of contradicting their theory that someone might have been closer and that this could have been two shooters.
Okay, let's talk about this planned trip for jurors, right, to tour the crime scene. Legal experts who've been following that have said it's a really rare move. Why do you think the judge approved that?
This judge has been very balanced from the beginning, Kate. He keeps himself out of this. A lot of times in high-profile trials, we see judges sort of insert their personalities. This judge has not done that. He rules exactly as he feels, and he said he granted the defense motion without giving much explanation. We're hearing that they could be going this afternoon after this final witness, that trip could be arranged. We have been told there will be a pool camera there, a pool still photographer, and a print reporter that will be allowed to accompany the jury. So that is good news for us. We will be able to see these images of jurors, walking around that property and the kennels.
Pool, meaning when all the media pool in together and have one camera there, so we could see that. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, the clock may be ticking for TikTok here in the U.S.
There is a new crackdown on the app and on government-owned devices. In a memo released on Monday, the White House says federal employees have 30 days to delete the Chinese-built app off their work devices because of cybersecurity concerns.
41 states have a similar ban in effect, either in effect, actually, or under consideration. And this is already having an impact on students at some public universities.
I'm 18. We're all 18. Let me share my information with China if I want to. I literally could care less.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. That sounded to me like every teen everywhere. Right. I don't know how old she was, but every person I know who's on TikTok. Why did the White House decide to do this now?
Well, it is not entirely clear, you guys, why specifically the White House had these concerns, but we've been speaking to cybersecurity experts who say it could be anything from, the possibility that, let's say, a government employee is going back and forth between TikTok and a government app, and somehow information is going between the two, or maybe it's just the broad concern that by handing over images of their face and their voice and even their physical location, they might be handing over sensitive information about their activities. And, this idea of a full-on nationwide ban, it has really no precedent in the United States, unless you count really, I guess, prohibition. But we do know that at this hour, we're waiting for the House Foreign Affairs Committee to potentially give President Biden the executive authority to potentially ban it for all Americans. So a really unprecedented thing there.
And then the rationale here was that there were cybersecurity concerns. That was what the White House cited for putting this ban in place. How is that being received? How is China responding to all this?
Well, it's so interesting because on the one hand, China is actually known for banning all sorts of social media from its citizenry. So that's actually a pretty normal thing in China. But they, meanwhile, in a statement from the foreign minister, said that they made fun, essentially, what they call the #1 superpower in the world for feeling nervous about an app that makes teens feel good. They also called for an effective and free market approach to this. They really echoed, what are traditional sort of free market ideas here in the United States. TikTok, for its part, says that this is all political theater and that they hope that government officials will not censor millions of Americans.
So interesting. Jake Ward, good to have you with us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, Nissan recalls hundreds of thousands of cars, and donuts may be coming to a McDonald's near you.
Really? Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, first, the Biden administration potentially taking aim at Chinese tech. The Wall Street Journal reports that the White House is considering revoking existing export license for U.S. companies that sell the tech to Chinese telecom giant Huawei. The administration had previously said it would only prevent new licenses from being issued. Meanwhile, Nissan is recalling more than 700,000 vehicles because of an issue with their keys that can cause the engine to shut off while driving. The recall affects cars in the automaker's Rogue line. Nissan says it's working on a fix, and the company is telling owners to avoid attaching any accessories to the keys in the meantime. And over to McDonald's, it's expanding its plans to sell Krispy Kreme donuts at some of its stores. The fast food giant will offer the donuts at about 160 Kentucky locations runs starting next month and could be in more stores if the program is successful in bringing in more customers. Guys, I'm going to guess it is going to be successful.
I mean, that's a pretty good bet, right?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was Krispy Kreme. I mean, when we said donuts at McDonald's.
Any donut.
No, it's
Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of people loving it.
Yeah. That was nice.
I'm glad you caught that.
That was nice. Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, a hack at the U.S. Marshals Service, the sensitive information that may have been compromised. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The U.S. Marshals Service was hit with a major security breach, and law enforcement officials say sensitive information was compromised. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, how significant was this breach, and what information was at risk?
Well, Kate, anytime a major federal law enforcement agency is hit with ransomware, which is what the U.S. Marshals are saying happened, it's a significant matter. The Marshals, though, are saying that a standalone computer system was infected with this ransomware, that they were able to segregate it and continue doing their jobs. They told me that some of the information that was taken involved information about fugitives. That's their main job, after all, is pursuing wanted fugitives. They say that there's not a significant risk of damage from that disclosure, but nonetheless, the Justice Department is investigating this matter. The Marshals haven't answered questions about how the hack happened, whether any other systems are at risk, so there is an ongoing investigation, Kate.
And Ken, does this breach impact people who are part of the witness protection program?
No, we're told by an official close to the situation that that is a separate computer system, segregated, and was not impacted by this breach, nor were the Marshals' operations, we're told, in protecting thousands of federal judges. Nonetheless, it was significant enough that the Marshals Service notified the congressional oversight committees about it, and after NBC News broke the story, they issued a statement acknowledging that this breach had happened, Kate.
Ken Delaney, thanks.
You bet.
Some breaking news now. President Biden says he will nominate Julie Su to be the next Labor Secretary. She's currently the Deputy Secretary of Labor and will be nominated to replace Marty Walsh. Now, if Sue is confirmed by the Senate, she will be the first Asian American to serve as a cabinet secretary under President Biden. Meanwhile, the Biden administration unveiled a new plan to get tougher on child labor that violates federal law. The new measures come after recent reports by NBC News and other media outlets that thousands of children have been illegally working in the U.S. NBC's Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington. Julia, you've been looking into this for a while now, doing some reporting on this issue. Talk to us about how significant, how big this problem is or has gotten in the last few years.
Well, it's getting bigger. According to the Department of Labor, since 2018, there's been a 69% increase in the number of child labor violations. And that's just the ones they've found. They still have 600 and more than 600 open investigations into possible child labor across the country. And more than 850 children, 835 companies, rather, were found to be illegally employing minors last year, with 3,800 children working in violation of the federal law. This is oftentimes migrant children, people who come into the country without documents, without legal recourse, with no one to go to if they're put into a job that they really shouldn't be working in. As you mentioned, we featured children who are working in slaughterhouses, cleaning the floors in the middle of the night with very caustic chemicals, dangerous machinery, covered in blood, and then going to school the next day. This is not working at the lifeguard stand in the summer. These are different jobs, and these are jobs that are illegal for children, no matter where they're from, to be working in the United States.
Important to make that distinction, I think. Julia, can you walk us through some of these new measures then that are designed to protect kids?
Well, the Labor Department is going to be working with Health and Human Services. That's the organization that vets children's sponsors. When a migrant child crosses the border without a parent, it's up to that agency to decide what sponsor they go to and to make sure they're going to a home where they would be protected while they wait for their day in immigration court. But I also had the chance to speak to the Labor Department investigator who went into that slaughterhouse firsthand in Nebraska, and she's talking about where the department needs to go next. Here's what she had to say.
So the department's laser focused on child labor. We actually incorporate a child labor component in every investigation that we do. But we do depend on the public for leads. You know, hopefully the word on the street now is that if you're employing kids in a meatpacking or slaughterhouse operation, the department's going to find out.
Part of the problem here is that they don't know about what they can't see. So she's calling on the public. In this case, they were able to learn from people who saw children going into slaughterhouses in the night. They said these people don't look like adults. But unfortunately, a lot of this could go on undercover. So she's trying to raise awareness.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. today. Julia, thank you. Coming up, the murder of a high-profile model, why investigators are zeroing in on her ex-husband and his parents. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Ellis. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Semiconductors, most of us just call them chips. They can be found in almost everything we use, smartphones, cars, even home appliances. And because there aren't enough of them, the federal government is offering billions in subsidies to manufacturers. CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche is at a chip maker facility hoping to leverage the new funding.
We're here at Skywater Technologies, which is the David to the Goliath of the big mega cap global chip makers that are all scrambling to get a piece of the funding that the Commerce Department is set to release. Take a look behind me. These machines right here, these all test the wafers, sort of like a 25 disc changer, if you remember those from back in the day. They subject the up to 10,000 chips on each of those wafers to extreme heat, cold, and electrical conditions to make sure that they work for the end defense, aerospace, and healthcare uses that they're trying to use them for. But when we walked through the facility yesterday, we saw most of the machines blinking yellow lights. That means they're idled. That's because Skywater wants to turn this room into a new fab or factory, doubling the volume of new wafers the company can produce. In 2019, it received $170 million from the Pentagon to expand here, and now executives tell me they need hundreds of millions of dollars more to transform this floor, to build out a new facility in Indiana, and to expand another facility in Florida. But the Commerce Department is putting some guidelines around the money that it's going to be dispersing. It has said any company getting more than $150 million must provide affordable child care. If companies make more money than expected, the government gets a piece. No stock buybacks with the money, and no foreign expansion for companies who are trying to make advanced chips for at least 10 years. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo has said the agency will not be writing blank checks, and some companies might find it much harder than they expected to secure that funding. Back to you.
Kayla Tausche reporting there. During the pandemic, the federal government stepped in with a number of ways to support people suffering from financial hardships. But now, one of the last pandemic-era boosts is coming to an end. NBC's Dasha Burns reports.
Are we ready? Yeah!
Jessica Ramos is a single mom. Feeding her 6 kids has always been a struggle.
What do you think about when you go to bed at night?
Well, if we're going to be okay for the next week.
Her family is among more than 42 million Americans who receive SNAP benefits, what used to be known as food stamps. During the pandemic, the government boosted those benefits. Jessica received an extra $300 a month.
They came in handy. They really did. The prices are going so high that we need them.
These benefits kept 4.2 million people out of poverty and reduced child poverty by 14%, according to the Urban Institute. But this month marks the end for those expanded benefits because of a provision in last year's omnibus spending bill.
The scary part for the next month, how are we going to live? What's going to happen?
What are the sort of decisions you're going to have to make to keep feeding your kids?
That was so hard. Either pay a bill or go buy some groceries. That's
where you're at.
Yes.
Jessica is not alone. Food banks across the country are preparing for a rise in food insecurity.
We have people calling our organization every day looking for more food resources.
George Matisic is the executive director of Share Food Program, one of the largest food banks in Philadelphia. He says they've already seen a 70% increase in demand over the last year as food prices have skyrocketed.
For organizations like ours, that means having to work round the clock to make sure we're sourcing more food to serve more people.
The typical SNAP household will see monthly allotments drop by at least $95. For older Americans and big families like Jessica's, the difference will be hundreds of dollars.
The people in Washington who are making these decisions, what do you want them to understand about what life is like for you?
For them to put themselves in our shoes. That we really are struggling out here. To please just consider, think about the children, mostly the children.
And another important note here, food banks are also facing those increasing prices. They're trying to stretch their dollars further at the same time as they're getting fewer donations because people just don't have as much to give. Kate, Aaron.
Yeah, Dasha, important reporting. Thank you so much.
Coming up, learning Black history by going into the metaverse. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon?
What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A man who police say shot and killed 3 people in Florida is facing additional murder and attempted murder charges. Keith Melvin Moses is accused of killing a woman, a 9-year-old girl, and a TV journalist who was covering their deaths. Florida police described Moses as a gang member with a lengthy rap sheet. Police have not yet been able to determine a motive.
A man accused of abusing a woman and holding her captive for nearly a year may also have victimized others. That's according to a hiker who believes she once encountered the suspect. James Perillo Jr. was arrested earlier this month. He's charged with kidnapping, strangulation, aggravated assault, and criminal restraint. The hiker, who's from California, says she saw James on the West Coast and believes he conned and abused one of her friends.
And a Chick-fil-A franchise in Pennsylvania is banning unaccompanied minors from the restaurant. The fast food joint in Royersford, Pennsylvania, explained the decision in a Facebook post. They said kids were coming into the restaurant, yelling, using explicit language, and disrespecting employees. While they are not allowed now to come into the restaurant without supervision, the kids are allowed to order food to go.
Disturbing new details emerging this hour about a high-profile murder in Hong Kong. The body parts of a model and influencer were found in a kitchen 1 week after she vanished. Now her ex-husband and former in-laws are charged in her death. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has been tracking this story for us. So, Stephen, what more do we know at this point?
Yeah, Aaron, this story started off as scary and then just continues to get disturbing. There are a lot of questions left about exactly why this happened, but the details that we're about to hear in the story, we do want to warn you, they are graphic. A horrific end to the search for model and influencer Abby Choi. Some of her remains found in a refrigerator and in a cooking pot inside a home in Hong Kong rented by her former father-in-law.
About the head, okay, it's a skull, actually. It's no skin or any meat on it. So basically it's a skull with hair, okay? And as I said, unfortunately, there's a hole on the right side rear on the skull.
The social media star's Instagram showed a picture-perfect life to her more than 100,000 followers, with one glamorous photo shoot after another, including one posted just 2 days before she disappeared on February 21st. But police say behind the scenes, Choi had financial disputes involving millions of Hong Kong dollars with her ex-husband Alex Kwong and his family before she disappeared. Kwong, his parents, and his brother arrested in connection to the grisly murder. Authorities say they also found her personal belongings inside that rented home, including a pink handbag, but are still looking for the rest of her remains.
We are still working on many clues. Once we have any clue, we will do a thorough search again to find the torso and other parts of the missing body.
Choi was a mother to 4 children ages 3 to 10, including 2 she shared with Kwong. Her loved ones now left grappling with the unimaginable.
And Stephen, I understand the suspects appeared in court yesterday, right? Do we know what came out of that hearing?
Yeah, Kwong, his parents, and his brother, they all appeared in court. The 3 men are actually charged in the murder, and his mother, the former mother-in-law of this victim, she's charged in something that's similar to obstructing justice. They all were granted no bail, and they're due back in court in the coming weeks. Just so many questions about exactly what unfolded here, Aaron.
Yeah, an incredible story for sure. Stephen Romo for us today. Thank you, Stephen.
The head of the Environmental Protection Agency is back in East Palestine, Ohio today. It's his 3rd trip to the site of that toxic train derailment, which happened nearly a month ago now. Some who live nearby have been diagnosed with bronchitis and other health conditions since the crash. Doctors suspect the hazardous chemicals that were on board the train are likely responsible for some of that. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in East Palestine. George, you spoke to the EPA administrator. What is he saying today about the agency's response, and how much longer could the recovery take at the site?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate. Before we get to that, I do want to get to some breaking news that we just received. We know that a Senate committee has actually invited Norfolk Southern and its CEO, Alan Shaw, to testify before them. This is the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, so this is just coming into us right now. No word yet if Norfolk Southern and Alan Shaw will go ahead and respond to this. But as far as the EPA administrator's visit today, well, he went to the derailment site to take a look at some of the progress being made by Norfolk Southern. He then went to a local school to take some questions from students and teachers, and then he went to a diner before announcing the opening of an EPA Welcome Center here in town, just to further prove the commitment by the EPA to keep the town abreast of developments here in this town. Now, in that conversation, I had a moment to speak with him one-on-one to really press him about some of the concerns of the residents here, about some of the disposal of some of the hazardous material here, and just some of the other things that the residents here have been wanting to know more about, including the testing and some of the long-term impacts of this derailment. Take a listen to what he told me.
I was on the derailment site earlier this morning. I want to see for myself. We have a level of efficiency that we're requiring of the company. I'm satisfied with the movement that I'm seeing. I want this to go as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible for the community. We are here to stay, and we're not leaving until the job's done. And this community does not have to go through this journey alone. They have a partner in me, and they have a partner in EPA.
Okay, Michael Regan reaffirming that he plans to hold Norfolk Southern accountable.
And George, I understand a new federal lawsuit was filed, right, against the EPA, against Ohio's governor. What does that suit allege?
Yeah, and this is different because as opposed to all the other lawsuits that are just naming Norfolk Southern directly, here you have the EPA and the state being named, and a lot of it just centers around the safety, some of the claims being made post the derailment, some of the things about the air and water quality testing. One of the complaints alleges that the residents of East Palestine and Ohio and the surrounding areas were made false assurances that the air and water quality in the communities is safe, and at this point they say that they've seen no evidence as such. So this is a pretty unique development, again, considering that most of these lawsuits have been geared towards the company, and here you have the EPA and the state being named, Kate.
All right, George Solis following that for us in Ohio. Thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has not officially announced that he's running for the White House in 2024.
But some say he sure looks like a presidential candidate right now. He has a new book out. He's meeting behind closed doors with GOP donors. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, this is all sort of presidential candidate-like behavior. We've all covered campaigns. You write a book, you get a lot of attention. Do we have any sense when DeSantis might actually make an official announcement?
Yeah, Kate, this is sort of like shadow primary 101 right now with what Ron DeSantis is doing. That book is usually a telltale sign. The kind of national travel that he's doing is also another tip-off. And the fact that his team is just considering some stops in early states coming in the next few weeks, places that we often talk about, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, those are all kind of in the mix and in the conversation. But his focus for March, and at least for the spring, is going to be on the state legislative session, in large part because you just look at his book. He's calling Florida a blueprint for America. For DeSantis, a lot of the national appeal comes from what he's been able to do in the state of Florida. That's why he and his team are saying that's where his focus is going to be in the short term. And if you talk to people then who might surmise when that announcement could come, if it comes, I keep hearing summer, I keep hearing June. But again, it's a shifting target because DeSantis is not officially in, has not officially said he wants to run for president. We're sort of playing the waiting game here and reading the tea leaves.
But given that and what everybody sort of expects and your understanding that you just explained about how this all typically works, DeSantis would be on a collision course with the former president, Donald Trump, who's also seeking the Republican nomination. What might that matchup look like?
It's going to be bruising, especially if Trump's latest comments are any indication. We know Trump already has started it going at Ron DeSantis, calling him Ron DeSanctimonious, saying to allies and close aides that he thinks that DeSantis has been disloyal, because you guys will remember DeSantis was someone who hewed very closely to Trump. In 2018, when he first ran for governor, one of the big reasons why he won that nomination in a tough primary was because Trump came out and wholeheartedly endorsed him. And if I read this book last night that DeSantis came out with, and Trump is mentioned more than 100 times in 280 or so pages. DeSantis does not take him on directly. He doesn't criticize any part of the Trump administration. Instead, to me, reading it, it almost felt like someone who was talking about a student who long studied his professor and now may have just learned too much and have to overtake him, however unwilling Trump might be to give up that mantle at this point.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Thank you, Ali.
News today about the owner of Fox News. In newly revealed court documents, Rupert Murdoch acknowledged that some of the network's hosts knowingly pushed false claims that the 2020 election was stolen.
Now, his testimony is part of a billion-dollar lawsuit filed by voting machine company Dominion Systems against the cable news channel. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. So, Jane, help us understand what's going on here. Walk us through this deposition by Rupert Murdoch.
Aaron, really remarkable stuff here in this filing where you see Rupert Murdoch, the boss of News Corp, one of the most important, if not the most important man in conservative media, and how he was weathering and corresponding with people in the aftermath of the 2020 election after Trump refused to acknowledge his win. It paints a picture of this ratings-obsessed executives trying to figure out how to deal with what they thought were their viewers abandoning them as the president refused to accept his loss, and they called Arizona for Biden. They were afraid that their viewers were fleeing. Murdoch, in his own way, said that he was trying to the network was trying to straddle spewing conspiracy theories, and those are his words, with saying that they were false. But Dominion's argument is, of course, that they weren't actually doing any fact-checking, that they were just advancing the conspiracy theories. Really stunning stuff here. You can see that Murdoch knew these claims were false, but still put them on there.
He acknowledged that, right, in his words, that they were false claims that were being made?
Yeah, bull. Damaging, crazy stuff. I mean, his exact quotes, his contemporaneous emails, and his deposition really revealing.
And has Fox said anything now?
Yeah, so Fox says that the argument is the First Amendment stands here. We were doing our jobs, and that this defamation argument that Dominion is making, Fox News says, would preclude people from doing basic reporting. Dominion, of course, says that the First Amendment doesn't allow you to knowingly broadcast false information that you knew at the time to be false.
And to that end, Dominion is looking for to be
jury trial and $1.6 billion. Not a small amount of money.
All right, Jane, Tim, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, the first vaccines for RSV could be nearing approval.
But how effective could they be in fighting the potentially deadly virus? More NBC News Daily right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, right now, an FDA panel is holding its first of two meetings to consider whether to recommend RSV vaccines, one made by Pfizer, the other made by GlaxoSmithKline.
Now, both of these vaccines would be for people aged 60 and older, and if approved, they would be the first vaccines for this particular virus. I want to bring in NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix now. Help us understand what's going on here. We know that about 14,000 older Americans die from RSV every year. So, you know, if this is approved, this vaccine is approved, how soon could they be available, and what are some of the potential side effects?
Yeah, so the FDA panel is weighing in right now, today and tomorrow. Usually it takes a couple months for them to make a decision, not on an accelerated pathway like we saw with COVID. The target date I've been hearing is May 2023. I think at the very least we can be optimistic we'll see at least one RSV vaccine, if not more, by the time we have this next respiratory virus season in the winter. So that's really good news. These particular vaccines from Pfizer and GSK have shown pretty high efficacy against severe illness in clinical trials, upwards of 68% against severe illness. Side effects have been pretty mild or moderate. People have felt fatigue, muscle pain, pain at the injection site. The one thing I do want to point out, though, is the FDA briefing document this week did point to a potential link of Guillain-Barré syndrome with Pfizer's vaccine. That was based on just 2 cases in the clinical trial. So right now they're saying to Pfizer, monitor it moving forward, maybe do a study and evaluate that potential risk.
That's a rare syndrome, a dangerous thing?
Yeah, it's a rare neurological disorder. We do sometimes see it associated with vaccines, so it's just something to watch out for.
So over the fall and the winter, we all remember RSV cases were spiking in children. There were all these pediatric wards that didn't have enough beds for kids. Are there any vaccines in the works for kids?
Yes, there are. So Pfizer is actually testing the same formulation as this shot for older adults in pregnant people, and the hope is that it will confer protection to their infants as well. That shot is also proved to be pretty effective in clinical trials, about 69% protection for severe illness for infants within the first 6 months of life. And the FDA is actually reviewing that data right now, so we may have results or an FDA decision by August. Then we have a second monoclonal antibody injection, so not a vaccine, but it would function pretty similarly from Sanofi and AstraZeneca. That might be, in the pipeline pretty soon as well. So lots of good options on the table.
Yeah. Some good news. Aria Bendix, thank you.
Well, in today's Modern Parenting, we are tackling picky eaters, or the topic of getting kids to eat what you want them to eat can sometimes turn into a nightly fight.
And in some instances, picky eating can become a real problem, which can have serious impacts on your child's health and eating habits as they get older. Joining us now is Dr. Michael Enenbach. He's a senior child and adolescent psychiatrist at the Child Mind Institute here in New York. Dr. Enenbach, great to have you. I think it can be absolutely. It can be hard for parents, as a parent, to know if someone's just a picky eater or if they legitimately don't like squash or whatever it is. How do you know what you're dealing with?
Right, that's a challenging question. All kids are picky in some ways. Usually when we get to more disordered picky eating, we think about kids around 7 or 8, where it really tends to get really specific in terms of what they will eat, what they won't eat. And there's different reasons for that. Some kids have issues with textures of certain foods or smells or tastes. Others just don't like certain foods. It's a matter of sort of deciding when it's a problem and when it's just something we can adapt with. Certainly if we're getting the calories in, we have a somewhat varied diet, that's a good thing, but sometimes it gets beyond that where they're only eating pizza. That's the only thing they'll eat, and it really causes family disruption because sister doesn't want pizza tonight. So it can cause a lot of problems, but it's a matter of sort of identifying what's normal and what sort of gets to be more abnormal.
Yeah, can you go a little farther with that? I mean, when does it become more serious, and what are some of the signs that it might be something more than just picky eating, that it might be an eating disorder?
Yeah, that's a great question. Picky eating, again, like I said, can be pretty normative for kids. A lot of it looks at nutrition and health and weight. Again, if someone is a picky eater, they're getting a full balanced diet, they're maintaining their weight. It can be an accommodation for the parents that can be challenging, and working with a therapist around that to improve the variety of foods, working with a nutritionist can be helpful. But it can lead to more disordered eating. When we think of other eating disorders such as anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, these are disorders where they're severely restricting calories because they are trying to lose weight. Even if they're very skinny, they think they're overweight. And these are more serious eating disorders to look out for. They can be very dangerous.
So what are parents to do? Yeah. I think that's the big question we all have. How do you prevent it? How do you reverse it once you're stuck in picky eating?
Yeah, to prevent it, it's a matter of keeping an eye on your child. There are certain things that are risk factors, family history of eating disorders, perfectionistic, athletic kids, so watch out for them. But yeah, there's a lot of things to look out for, and there's a lot of treatments that are really effective.
All right, Dr. Enenbach, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
A Georgia college is teaching students about Black history through a first-of-its-kind course taking place entirely in the metaverse. Here's NBC's Zincle Asamoah.
Morehouse College is taking virtual learning to a whole new level.
Why teach Black history through virtual reality? Why not use a textbook or the typical means of education?
So immersive virtual reality is a real unique space.
Dr. Messina Morris is the director of this historically Black college's Metaverse project.
You can actually go back to that time period and recreate the scene of what happened and bring it to life for most students.
Students in Atlanta, Georgia, now taking the inaugural Introduction to the African Diaspora course.
In the class, we cover a scope from, like, say, the Underground Railroad Museum with the Amistad, all the way to the Civil Rights Movement with Martin Luther King's March on Washington, and also his assassination in 1968.
The class at times witnessing historic and humbling scenes from U.S. history.
And you can see the horrendous, just inhumane conditions.
It's a lot to take in.
I imagine a lot of this content is pretty heavy and sobering for students. How do you walk them through that?
First, I mentally prepare them for the class and say, no, we're going to be seeing, like, say, slave ship. We're going to be seeing some gore. But if you cannot take it, you can always, there's an exit button on your headset. You can exit out.
And while the course requires emotional depth, practitioners and students say they're glad to dig in.
I never used metaverse or virtual reality before. It just made me realize I'm grateful for where I'm at today and that I was born in this age I can go back in history and just see what people went through.
Professors Morris and Hamilton hope more schools will follow suit to give teachers and students the historical knowledge and technical skill to enter the 21st century workforce and world.
At the end of the day, we have got to use the lessons of the past to help make sure that they don't get relived.
A look at Black history through the eyes of the future. Zincle Asamoah, NBC News, Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, hip-hop is turning 50 this year, and for decades it's remained key to a larger conversation, evolving into an unlikely political force. NBC's Tremaine Lee has more.
We're going to make the voting process relevant and urgent to young people.
In 2004, Sean P. Diddy Combs set out to boost young voter turnout, blanketing TV, radio, and billboards.
He's known by everyone, so he literally could affect America.
His plan was modeled on the tactic that executives used to bump up record sales.
On any given Tuesday, the record industry put out a record. The theory behind Vote or Die was like, we have the same apparatus to turn people out on a Tuesday. Why can't we turn people out on Election Day? Because that's just the first Tuesday of November.
The plan worked. That year, the share of young voters hit 47%. An 11-point jump over the previous presidential election.
With 3 words.
4 years later, the hip-hop generation did it again. Wyclef leading an A-list choir, chanting Obama's campaign theme, "Yes, we can."
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
And Jay-Z joining forces with Obama's campaign to help woo a new generation of voters.
I don't think Barack Obama gets elected as president of the United States in 2008 without hip-hop.
The hip-hop generation coming together to form the so-called Obama Coalition, the most diverse voting bloc ever, including 66% of voters under 30. But success begat backlash.
I think the success of efforts like Vote or Die, like the kind of surging of young people, people of color, and women into the political process is precisely why we are seeing the levels of voter suppression and repression that we're seeing today.
This year, state lawmakers in at least 32 states introduced 150 bills to restrict voting, many of which disproportionately affect Black and brown communities. And yet, hip-hop remains key to the conversation. sometimes showing up in surprising ways.
And if you don't know, now you know.
Hip-hop has the power, if we choose, to be the movement we always, dreamed about.
Tremaine Lee reporting there. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Forgive or forget? The Supreme Court weighing whether the Biden administration can write off $400 billion in student loan debt. What that decision could mean for millions of Americans.
TikTok. Time is running out for federal employees to delete that popular social media app from their work phones. The impact this decision could one day have on your For You page.
Toxic threat. The head of the Environmental Protection Agency back in Ohio today, nearly a month after that toxic train derailment. How he's responding to claims his agency didn't do enough to protect people's health.
And the beat goes on. Why surgeons say a so-called heart in a box could be a game changer for thousands of patients in desperate need of a heart transplant. We begin with student loan debt, though. The topic today, inside the nation's highest court, the Supreme Court is hearing two cases that could decide whether President Biden is allowed to forgive some or all of student loan debt.
Now, supporters of canceling the debt, including Democratic politicians, gathered outside the Supreme Court today. Lower courts have temporarily paused the president's plan from taking effect. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is outside the Supreme Court for us today. So, Yamiche, walk us through these cases today and the arguments we're hearing on both sides.
Well, really, the arguments that we're hearing center on President Biden's authority to create this student debt relief program. The Biden administration is saying that it is well within its right to do so because we are going through a national emergency, that emergency being the COVID-19 pandemic. But on the other side, you have people who have now sued and are, of course, taking this case to the Supreme Court that are saying that the president has actually overreached his powers here. So you have 6 GOP-led states in Biden v. Nebraska that are saying that the president should not have done this, that he didn't go through the proper procedures, and that he should have actually consulted with Congress before creating this possibly $400 billion program. And then you also have 2 students who are also suing, saying that they didn't have enough time to be able to weigh in on this, and that this program should possibly be broader. In court, the justices, especially the conservative justices, seem to be skeptical of this program, but you also had some liberal justices that were arguing and questioning whether or not there was standing, and the people that are suing, whether or not they were allowed really to even bring this case forward. So definitely something to watch here.
And Yamiche, I know you spoke with some supporters at a rally today calling for student loan debt cancellation. What were they saying?
Well, there was a lot of passion outside the Supreme Court today. You had a number of people coming. Most of them, the loudest voices, were pushing for this student loan relief program to go forward. Take a listen to what one person told me.
For my family in particular, it just means that there's more money on the table for my family. There's more money for my siblings. There's more money for them to go to college. And I think that's so important because it's a generational thing. It's not just one person, it's the whole family. And I think that's something a lot of people miss.
So there you heard it, people really saying this is critical and that America really needs to be able to take care of students in this case. Now, White House data says that it could be up to 40 million American student loan borrowers could be impacted by this, in addition to the 26 million people who already applied to the program and are now stalled and in their limbo because the program is stalled. So definitely a big case to watch, and the decision is going to have lasting and consequential impact whenever the justices decide. Aaron?
Yeah, people are watching this really closely. Yamiche, thank you.
And tens of millions of Americans are also bracing for another coast-to-coast winter storm, and the timing couldn't be worse for some. A state of emergency has been declared in San Bernardino County, California. That's after several feet of snow there trapped people in their homes. In central Ohio, power has been restored after a tornado touched down on Monday. 2 more tornadoes were confirmed Monday in the Chicago suburbs. And on the East Coast, fresh off the biggest snowstorm of the season, some areas from New Jersey to New England are bracing for several more inches of snow. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, you warned us about this. Time it out for us now. Who should be bracing for another round of winter weather?
It's going to start in California, and that's actually where it's happening now. And I-80 is already closed. Blizzard conditions across the Sierra. Mammoth Mountain has 25 lifts, one of the biggest ski resorts in the country, and it's so windy, they only have 6 of 25 lifts open. It's not safe for a lot of the mountain to operate. The main lodge is even closed because they're getting such high wind gusts along with heavy snow. So that's the storm system that's kicking down through now central portions of California. Eventually, that will shift down towards Los Angeles with a rainstorm later on tonight. They will get a little bit of snow in the mountains outside of L.A., but not as much as the last storm. This is really a big event for areas of the Sierra. That's that purple color there, that blizzard warning. And we will see this storm moving towards Utah and also Arizona tomorrow. We are going to see a significant snowstorm. Flagstaff up to 2 feet of snow. Cedar City will get about a half a foot of snow. The Grand Canyon could get 6 to 12 inches of snow right on the rim. And as far as rainfall totals go, in Los Angeles, this isn't a big, huge event. I don't expect a lot of flooding, maybe a quarter to a half an inch. But areas in the mountains where it's warm enough to the south could get 1 to 1.5 inches there outside of Oceanside and San Diego. And again, 2 to 4 feet possible additional snow. In the snow lab there in the Sierra, they've had 110 inches in the last 7 days. And here we are going to add another possible 24 to 48. Then in the week ahead, guys, we'll track the storm east and talk about severe weather.
All right, Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you.
The prosecution in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial is calling its final witness to the stand. One of those witnesses is the woman who performed autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh has pleaded not guilty to their murders. Closing arguments are expected to get underway tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina for us. Ellison, what was the prosecution's strategy behind the testimony that we've just heard? And this came after the defense's experts yesterday, right?
Right, yeah, it's a rebuttal witness. We previously heard from the state's pathologist. She had previously testified, talked about her findings in the autopsy report. Then the defense had a pathologist that they brought to the stand yesterday. That pathologist is the one that brought up this two-shooter theory, saying that he felt, based on his expertise, based on the evidence that he'd seen, that the most likely scenario here was a two-shooter scenario. And in making that argument, he really criticized and questioned the original autopsy report that was done by this state pathologist. So what we saw today was her come back on the stand and really push back on some of the points, the claims that the defense's witness had made. A big point of contention was a specific gunshot wound on Paul Murdaug's head. The original autopsy report, they said that that was an exit wound. The defense pathologist yesterday testified that he believed that was a contact wound. She adamantly pushed back on that today. Listen.
Expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
All right. And having addressed the specific concerns of and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this
Yes,
hearing?
I disagree with his conclusions.
And she was adamant, Kate, in saying, based on her expertise, that if it was a contact shotgun wound on the back of Paul Murdaug's head, that the damage, and she said to the jury, I know what you have seen is horrific, but if that was a contact wound, the damage that he would have sustained that you would see on his head, it would be so much worse than what it is.
Ellison,
Kate.
please forgive my ignorance here. What is a contact wound? What does that mean?
So they're talking about if that basically was an entry wound or if they had it close to the head. And really this, I think, will come into play when we see the jury eventually take that trip to the murder scene, Moselle, which could happen later today or tomorrow morning. And I think what you see the defense getting at is they're suggesting if this was a wound where it was back here versus an exit wound, which is what the state is saying, then in theory, that would mean the shooter was in a different position. So the defense has sort of tried to lay out this question, and why they want, in part, the jury to go to Moselle is to say, hey, if it was a back of the head contact wound shot through the head, then that would imply that the shooter had to be inside the feed room. And the defense has said Alec Murdaugh is just too tall, too big to maneuver in that way, and then also shoot and kill Maggie Murdaugh. The state has said that's not where the bullet came from. He was in a different position entirely. So that's sort of what we're getting at here with that. But a lot of technical terms, a lot of tiny details. And Kate, it feels like this case just keeps getting longer and longer. And the prosecution rather still has another rebuttal witness to call today.
Oh,
Kate?
wow. Yeah, it's a lot to watch. Ellison Barber, thank you for being there.
Well, the clock may be ticking for TikTok here in the U.S.
There's a new crackdown on the app on government-owned devices. In a memo released on Monday, the White House said federal employees have 30 days to delete the Chinese-built app, TikTok, off their work devices because of cybersecurity concerns.
41 states have a similar ban, either in effect or under consideration, and it's already having an impact on students at some public universities.
I'm 18. We're all 18. Like, let me share my information with China if I want to. Like, I literally could care less.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. That young woman sounds like all of my kids' friends talking about TikTok.
You recognize that sentiment.
I'm so curious about this White House move, but also whether this is about government devices, right? Could this expand to affect everyone who has TikTok?
Yeah, so at this hour, we know that federal employees have about 30 days to delete it off their devices, and that the various executive agencies need to figure out a plan for making sure that that's the case. But of course, there's going to be all kinds of exceptions and steps and so forth that have to happen. So it's a very complicated thing to do. But will that then turn into a full-on federal ban? That's the big question. We're actually waiting right now to find out whether the House Foreign Affairs Committee is going to give President Biden executive authority that could conceivably give him the authority to strip away, basically to ban it in the United States. And we also know that House and Senate Republicans and Democrats have talked about doing that as well. So it's really moving toward a national ban.
Is there
here.
enough support in Congress to maybe?
It's not at all clear. House Republicans seem pretty well set on that idea. Whether it reaches the more split Senate and goes forward at that point, not really clear. And again, you guys, this is the United States. We don't ban private companies on a whim. This is a really complicated thing and would be pretty much unprecedented.
And so the White House says the ban is because of cybersecurity concerns, right? Is that something that China has said, no, you need not be concerned about that? How is China responding?
Well, it's interesting. China has both, has basically made fun of the United States. In one statement from last night, the foreign minister basically described the #1 superpower in the world as feeling not confident enough, and said that the U.S. government should effectively respect the principles of market economy and fair competition. And so at this hour, we're really seeing just a war of words between the U.S. and China here.
All right, Jake Ward with us today. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
TD Bank agrees to pay $1 billion settlement, and Elon Musk is looking to get into the artificial intelligence market.
Seema Modi joins us now with our CNBC Money Minutes. Hi, Seema.
Hey, Aaron, let's start with TD Bank, which has agreed to pay a massive settlement related to a $7 billion Ponzi scheme from more than a decade ago. The bank will pay $1.2 billion for its alleged role in the scheme involving disgraced Texas financier Alan Stanford. When the scheme collapsed in 2009, TD Bank faced litigation and accusing it of negligence for working with Stanford. In other news, Twitter and Tesla CEO Elon Musk is looking to build a new AI chatbot. That's according to a report from The Information. Musk is reportedly meeting with AI researchers to start a lab to develop an alternative to ChatGPT. The report says the project is still in its early stages, and Musk has yet to comment on this publicly. Kate and Aaron.
All right, Seema Modi for us today. Thank you, Seema.
Coming up, what we're learning about a major cyber attack targeting the U.S. Marshals Service. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The U.S. Marshals Service says it has been hit by a major security breach.
Law enforcement officials say sensitive information was compromised. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now with more on this. How significant was this leak or this breach, and what kind of information are we talking about?
Well, potentially quite significant because of that information that you alluded to, Kate. So the investigative files is what we are understanding is what was hacked here. So we're talking about not just the fact that somebody's a fugitive or not, or that there's a warrant out for their arrest, but also the underlying information in that files. So that might be, if you're on the run from the law, that might be who your family members are, who your friends are, the types of information that they've uncovered. And if I'm a criminal, if this information gets out, we've seen no indication so far that it is out, I might be able to see, okay, what does the Marshal Service know about me? But perhaps more importantly, what don't they know about me? In other words, where might I be fleeing to next? So that's just one example of the types of things that could be known as a result of this.
You've covered these sorts of incidents before, hacking, security breaches, that kind of thing. Is there anything about this one that stands out to you that seems exemplary?
Anytime we see a law enforcement sensitive database, and that's got information that's not public from a law enforcement perspective, hacked, that's important. It's something that needs to be followed because you don't know who's done it. Do we have a nation state that's particularly interested in several individuals, or do we have security that is poor and anybody could have accessed it? I know in one particular instance of a teenager who hacked a database just using the word password as a password for the administrator. It's true. They were concerned that a small drug deal that they were involved in could have gotten them into trouble. So it's those type of things that we need to figure out. One, what was going on with the U.S. Marshal's computer system, or was this a sophisticated state actor that was looking for a particular individual or individuals or an organized criminal group? So that's one of the reasons why we're paying so close attention to it and we're on top of the story.
A lot of questions for sure. Tom Winter for us. Thank you, Tom.
Sure thing.
This month's Chinese spy balloon drama is putting renewed focus on that country's espionage operations, not in the sky, but also online.
And now a new report is revealing just how large and widespread China's cyber hacking programs actually are. Let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, this report really dives into what Chinese hackers are actually doing in cyberspace. What did it find?
It found that Chinese hackers are everywhere, Aaron. They've hacked 39 industries on nearly every continent, according to this report by CrowdStrike, which is a leading cybersecurity firm that's been tracking these hacking groups for more than a decade. They give them cute names like with Panda in the title for China or Bear for Russia linked groups. And what they found is that, look, China, like the United States, hacks for espionage purposes to collect national security information. That's kind of a accepted practice. But they also do this other thing. They hack American and Western corporations to steal trade secrets. And one former top intelligence official a few years ago called that the greatest transfer of wealth in history because it's a theft of intellectual property developed by Americans, Europeans, that goes to China and helps China in their quest to become the dominant world power. And you know, even though cybersecurity is continually improving and the Biden administration is trying to make that happen, it always seems like the hackers are staying one step ahead of the defenses.
Yeah, it sure does. So what is being done to limit some of the hacking in the U.S.?
You know, the Biden administration has tried to be aggressive on this, and they issued an executive order at the beginning of the administration to try to shore up federal cybersecurity. But one thing that the U.S. government has tried for years but failed to do is adopt any kind of basic cybersecurity regulations that all companies have to follow. There was a debate in the Senate a few years ago to try to do that. It failed because companies resist the government telling them how to shore up their computer systems. But in the absence of that, a lot of these hacks go on. We never hear about them. Companies don't have to disclose them. They lose secrets. We don't know the full impact of it, and there aren't rules for basic cyber hygiene. So it's a big problem.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you.
Well, coming up, what the head of the Environmental Protection Agency is promising people in Ohio today. That's nearly a month after that toxic train derailment in their community. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
So how much of the food that you put in your fridge ends up in the trash can one day? If it's more than a little, you're in good company. The Department of Agriculture says more than a third of all food produced in the U.S. is never eaten. And that's a big contributor to global warming. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick is here with a company that's trying to help. Diana?
That's right, Kate. Each year, wasted food produces the same amount of greenhouse gas emissions as 42 coal-fired power plants, and that's according to the EPA. And that doesn't even count the emissions from all of it rotting in landfills. Composting is a way of reducing that, but it can be both time-consuming and messy until now. Wasted food makes up nearly 1/4 of both landfilled and burned waste, contributing significant greenhouse gas emissions. Composting can eliminate a lot of that. And now the competition in that space is heating up. Names like Lomi, Wrinkle, Vitamix's Food Cycler, and a startup called Mill.
Look, no one likes their experience with trash at home, icky, drippy bags and fruit flies or rats. It's just like, it's a problem that we've come to accept. But frankly, it doesn't have to be this way.
Rogers, who also co-founded Nest Smart Home Systems, says Mill differentiates itself among kitchen composters by keeping food as food, turning it into chicken feed, clean and simple.
We sell our feed to farmers as an ingredient to chicken feed, which actually helps subsidize the membership.
Yes, there's a price for all this, at least $33 a month for the service, which includes the kitchen bin and a prepaid box every time you send the milled results back to Mill. Just let them know in the app when your bin is full. Investors in the company say they don't see the fee as a problem.
And there are millions of people that already compost across the United States, and in fact, there are many people that already pay for this service. What Mill does is upgrade the entire experience.
Mill's plan is to start in consumers' kitchens and then expand to local municipalities and do this on a much larger scale. Mill is backed by Breakthrough Energy Ventures, Energy Impact Partners, Lower Carbon, Prelude, and Google Ventures. Total funding so far, $100 million. Now, we asked some consumers if they would pay to do this when they don't get any fertilizer back like traditional composting, and the responses were mixed. But Mill says it has already sold out its first subscriptions and is now launching its first test pilot with the city of Tacoma, Washington, where residents using a mill can supposedly reduce their city waste bills by around $25 a month. Kate?
Interesting. Diana, thank you.
Well, if you're looking for a way to cut costs on your next vacation, you might want to consider bringing some friends along. Sharing a rental home with multiple friends or maybe family members has actually become a popular alternative to staying at a hotel. NBC's Vicky Nguyen has what you need to know before you try it.
The average family of 4 now spends more than $4,500 on a vacation each year. But by buddying up at a home share, you can split the cost with others, saving you money while making priceless memories. Last year, Airbnb reporting family travel nearly doubled to 98% in the U.S. alone. And a recent Vrbo survey finding this year, 57% of travelers plan to take trips more often with groups of friends. Travel preparedness expert Cheryl Nelson says before booking a shared space, discussing the details can help ensure everyone goes and comes back as friends.
What about if you're traveling with another family on a shared vacation? What are some tips to make it out of that intact?
There's got to be some house rules that you set. Are there quiet hours? Agree on that. What about pets? Don't bring your dog if somebody else is bringing their cat. And kids, how are the kids going to play?
Talk about the budget, how much space you need, and if you want to split the cost per family or per person. Nelson even suggests assigning rooms ahead of time.
A lot of the times there's only 1, maybe 2 master suites in the house. You don't want everybody fighting over that when they get there.
When considering a home rental, Nelson says make safety a priority. Only rent from verified hosts. Read all the reviews about that property. You can also check out the surrounding area by entering the address on a Street View map. And one more tip, you can see the recent serious crimes there if you put the address into crimemapping.com.
What are some red flags you should look for in a listing?
If they don't provide any sort of picture of a doorway or external pictures, that might raise a red flag.
And she checks drawers for sharp objects and drugs or chemicals. Tips to keep your home share travels full of good, clean family fun.
Coming up, the technology that helped crack a 30-year-old cold case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
3 crew members from the film Rust have filed a new lawsuit against Alec Baldwin and the movie's producers. The crew members allege that they now have anxiety and PTSD symptoms following the accidental shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. A representative for Baldwin has declined to comment.
The ex-husband of a former in-laws of a Hong Kong model have been arrested and charged in connection to her death. 28-year-old Abby Choi went missing on February 21st. 3 days later, police found parts of her body in a rental home refrigerator. Choi's ex-husband, Alex Kwong, along with 3 of his relatives, have been placed into custody without bail. Choi reportedly had ongoing financial disputes with her ex-husband's family.
Marvel star Jeremy Renner is giving us an update on his recovery from a snowplow accident. The 52-year-old actor posted a video on Instagram. You see it right here. He's using one of his legs to pedal a piece of exercise equipment. The caption read, "Whatever it takes." Renner broke more than 30 bones when he was run over by a snowplow near his home in Nevada.
The leader of the Environmental Protection Agency is back in East Palestine, Ohio today. It is his 3rd trip to the site of that toxic train derailment that happened nearly a month ago now. Some residents have been diagnosed with bronchitis and other health conditions since the crash, and doctors suspect the hazardous chemicals that were on board the train could be responsible for that. Let's go to NBC News correspondent George Solis. He's in East Palestine today. George, you got a chance to speak with the administrator of the EPA. What is he telling you about how much longer the whole cleanup could take?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate. Yeah, they're saying that they still don't have a definitive timeline, but they are working as fast as they can to ensure that Norfolk Southern presents them with a plan that gives them a better timeline as far as how quickly they can move some of this contaminated soil and dirt out of the area. Part of this plan, of course, includes removing part of the track and really excavating the soil there at the contamination site. And behind me, you can see the cleanup efforts still ongoing here. The head of the EPA saying they want to make sure that Norfolk Southern is held accountable. This is a message he has been expressing time and time, including this third visit here to town. Today, he also opened an EPA Welcome Center in town to further help address the residents' concerns, be it about their water, be it about their air quality, or even about the soil. He went today to a local business, even a high school, to take questions from students who are wondering about the future of their community. I had a one-on-one with him. Take a listen to what he told me.
I was on the derailment site earlier this morning. I want to see for myself. We have a level of efficiency that we're requiring of the company. I'm satisfied with the movement that I'm seeing. I want this to go as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible for the community. We are here to stay, and we're not leaving until the job's done. And this community does not have to go through this journey alone. They have a partner in me, and they have a partner in EPA.
Okay, the other thing I pressed him on is some of the disposal of some of this material, which has raised some concern across state lines. The head of the EPA telling me that every site that they have looked at has been vetted by the EPA, and they are able to take some of this contaminated dirt and water from the derailment site.
And George, there's been mounting calls on Capitol Hill for some accountability over all of this. We just learned the CEO of the train company, I guess, has been invited to testify. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is developing news. The Senate Environment and Public Works Committee inviting Norfolk Southern and its CEO, Alan Shaw, to come before them to testify. This is, of course, mounting pressure on the company, and we expect more of these type of hearings to be announced in the coming weeks, if not years, about this derailment. And at this time, no word if Norfolk Southern or Alan Shaw will attend. Kate?
All right, George Solis for us in Ohio. Thank you.
There are finally some answers today in a nearly 30-year-old cold case. California detectives say they've identified the remains of a woman who was found in a refrigerator. NBC's Maya Eaglin joins us now. Maya, detectives say that they've not been able to identify, or not being able to identify this woman has haunted them for years now. What do we know about who she is, and what are we learning about her life?
So, Aaron, the woman has now been identified as Amanda Lynn Schumann-Deza. Investigators believe she was 29 years old when she disappeared in 1994. Her remains were found a year later in a discarded refrigerator floating in a canal east of the San Francisco Bay Area. Officials say her identity was discovered through DNA mapping and family history research. New technology was used to extract hundreds of thousands of genetic markers from DNA evidence instead of the usual 20 used by law enforcement. Officials were able to track down Amanda Lynn's mother and daughter.
We've spoken to several family members, and they are grateful that we've identified, but they're cautious. You know, they were obviously shocked by the news, but they too are hopeful that we can get some type of resolution for them.
The sheriff's office says Amanda Lynn had not been reported missing when her remains were found in March of '95. Scavengers looking for items to recycle in the water made the discovery. Her parents told investigators to do whatever it takes to find and prosecute whoever is responsible. And a $10,000 reward is on the table for information that leads to an arrest. Aaron?
Well, to that end, Maya, what are the next steps here to finally solve this cold case?
So, Aaron, investigators believe their best shot at solving this case is reconstructing Amanda Lynn's last days, most likely in the late summer or fall of '94. They hope that this will help find former friends and possible witnesses with the goal of finding whoever's responsible. Aaron?
Give this family some closure. Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you. Police in New York City are warning people to be on the lookout for a group of thieves who've been seen stealing AirPods right out of people's ears. The NYPD Crime Stoppers unit released footage of the thieves using mopeds to steal the AirPod Max headphones from pedestrians just by walking by them. Now, victims likely can't hear them approaching since these $500 earbuds are noise canceling. Now, in a memo, NYU told students to turn off the noise cancellation feature when they're walking around that urban campus.
Just gotta keep your eyes open. I mean, you can turn the noise canceling off.
Police say that no injuries have been linked to the thefts, which have been reportedly happening since the end of January.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has not officially announced a 2024 White House run, but the Republican has just released a new book highlighting his conservative record in Florida, and now he's going on a nationwide speaking tour to promote that book. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, it certainly feels like a way to build momentum for an official 2024 bid. If he decides to run, do we know when, and do we know that's going to happen?
Yeah, probably not until this summer, Kate, if it happens at all. That's according to my conversations with sources in the Florida governor's orbit. But look, when he's talking about Florida as a blueprint, what do you do with a blueprint but build off of it? And it's clear that he has at least some national aspirations as he's planning to take this show kind of on the road. We've already seen him in states like New York, and in the coming weeks, his book tour, which also seems to be sort of serving just as an unofficial canvas of the United States, will take him to closed-door Republican Party dinners in Texas and Alabama. He's going to be doing a big speech at the Reagan Library in California. And then my sources tell me that they're even considering potential stops in Iowa and New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada. Those are states that really raise people's eyebrows, especially if you're already in the presidential conversation. All this does is just continue to stoke that speculation.
Yeah, all those early voting states, maybe not an accident. If he does get in the race, I have to ask, you know, he's been seen as a very strong contender by analysts to former President Trump for the Republican nomination. Any sense what that matchup might look like?
It's going to be a tough one, especially when you look at the polling. And we've seen a few new polls in recent days, but they all kind of bear out the same thing, which is that Trump is polling ahead of DeSantis, but DeSantis is really the only one coming even within striking distance of the former president. Now, the other people in that poll include people like Nikki Haley, who's the former UN ambassador from the Trump administration. She's officially in the field, but then also so is former Vice President Mike Pence. When you look at those polls, he's clearly mulling a bid himself, but many of the strategists that I talk to as they look at this race, at least right now, is it's a theoretical two-man race between Trump and DeSantis, where only one of them is officially in at this point.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Ali Vitale, thank you.
Well, it is Election Day in Chicago. Polls across that city are open right now. Voters there deciding a hotly contested race for the mayor's office. Incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot is facing 8 challengers in a tight re-election bid nearly 4 years after she carried all 50 wards in the general election. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live outside a polling site in Chicago for us now. So, Marissa, talk to us a little bit about this race. What are some of the big issues that voters are considering when they're casting their ballots today?
Hey, Aaron, so we've had a chance to speak to a number of voters as they were leaving the polling site. And what we have found, just boots on the ground talking to people, lines up with what we were seeing with independent issue polls. The #1 leading voting issue that people have is crime. Take a listen.
Honestly, just making sure our kids are safe. Making sure that we have programming, making sure that we have after-school programs for them, making sure that they can go to school safely, you know, keeping the violence down in Chicago.
What's the #1 issue for you as a Chicagoan?
Crime, for sure.
Now, of course, how to go about tackling crime, who they think the best person is to do that. That's, of course, where the road starts to splinter. And as you mentioned, the road is splintered 9 different ways. And I think one of the most interesting parts of today, Aaron, is it is not a high confidence among the Chicago voters. There is not high confidence that even Mayor Lori Lightfoot will be in what will inevitably be a runoff race in April to see who will be the mayor.
Well, voters are also going to tackle one of the crime reform issues there, right? They're voting for members of the new police district councils that are set up in Chicago. One of the reforms put in place after years of protests about police misconduct in that city. What is that board going to do exactly?
Yeah, I mean, this is a brand new thing. And so advocates have been pushing for this for not just years, but decades. You look back in the 1970s. So you have 22 Chicago police districts. Each of those districts will be made up of a 3-person council. The idea being that they'll be getting community input, relaying that to the Chicago Police Department to get a sense of how the community is feeling on things like police budgets and even having a role in picking the next Chicago police superintendent. Aaron, back to you.
Marissa Parra for us in Chicago. Marissa, thank you.
More news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
In today's Daily Health, new technology that could save the lives of heart transplant recipients. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal shows us how it works. But first, a heads up, some of the video is hard to watch.
John Baggio was dying. His only hope, a heart transplant. Without one, his doctors at Northwestern Medicine only gave him weeks to months to live.
He was barely able to walk across the room. He was short of breath even lying in bed. Other organs were starting to fail as well.
John became one of the nearly 3,500 patients on the heart transplant list, with wait times that can last up to 6 months. But doctors at Northwestern are at the forefront of a cutting-edge innovation that might be able to save John's life. It's called TransMedics Organ Care System Heart, also known as Heart in a Box. It keeps a donor heart beating outside a body for up to 12 hours by giving the heart warm blood and nutrients.
The Heart in the Box device is the biggest advancement in heart transplantation since the 60s and 70s when it started.
A heart transported in an old-school ice cooler would typically last just 4 hours. That extra time means medical teams can now travel further than before to get a donor heart. Doctors at Northwestern estimate that the device can make up to 30% more hearts available for transplant. After 5 long weeks waiting in the hospital, John was in danger of losing hope to one day dance again with his wife.
I can only get through half of Johnny Be Good now, so I want to see if I can get through the whole song again.
Mr. Baggio.
Hello.
Dr. Pham, can I come in?
Of course.
All right.
Time was running out until his doctors got a call for a donor heart that typically would have been out of reach. Thanks to Heart in a Box, it was go time.
All right. And then if everything goes smoothly, we're expecting about 4 or 6 hours of surgery.
So everything went really well. We've got the heart on the machine, monitoring the flow and the blood pressure, as well as the rates of the medications that the machine is giving to the heart. Everything looks quite good right now. Very happy.
The heart wheeled into the operating room, beating in a box. And 3 hours later, that same heart beating in John.
Hello, Mrs. Baggio. Hi, it's Dr. Pham. How are you? We finished with the heart transplant. We got a great heart for him.
What's the most gratifying part of all of this?
I would have to say seeing our patients go home, spending time with their families, enjoying their lives again.
John already achieving his post-surgery dreams with a lot of heart.
Well, nearly 2 million Americans will be diagnosed with cancer this year. Early detection can save lives, and there's hope that robots can help. Here's NBC's Dana Griffin.
Inside this Los Angeles County operating room called City of Hope, hope is exactly what they're trying to give patients with lung cancer. This comprehensive cancer center is one of the first on the West Coast to perform a robotic bronchoscopy.
Lateral, yeah, go lateral, not too far.
Here's how it works. Thoracic surgery chief Dr. Jay Kim threads a long, flexible camera that can navigate through even the tiniest branches of the airway.
This is telling me how far I am from the tumor.
Looking for the elusive cancer cells hard to detect on normal scans. Within minutes, this less invasive procedure can biopsy tissue later tested for cancer, putting patients closer to treatment to destroy the disease. The stats are sobering. More people in the U.S. die from lung cancer than breast, colon, and prostate cancers combined.
What should people know about lung cancer?
There's a stigma attached to it. So when you hear someone has lung cancer, often the question is, well, did they smoke? Just because someone smoked doesn't mean that they deserve to get lung cancer. But also there are so many people who get lung cancer who have never smoked.
For women diagnosed with lung cancer, Dr. Kim says 20% have never smoked, and it's more likely to develop in African-American women, like 55-year-old Devon Swift.
Lung cancer is serious, and I didn't even know I had it.
She's a mother who has worked for American Airlines for 34 years, lugging pounds of baggage. Her 2021 diagnosis, her heaviest load yet.
I had an ongoing cough that just will not go away. And a very close friend of mine said, get dressed, I'm coming to pick you up and take you to the ER. I'm glad she did because they did an x-ray and they saw a spot.
She saved your life.
Oh my goodness, when you put it that way. She did, because the doctor said, in my case, they caught it early and normally it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 4.
But with the help of Dr. Kim and City of Hope, Devon's cancer was detected early, and now she's cancer-free.
If you look at cancers that are detected with lung cancer screening, over 90% of them are cured.
So there's hope there.
Absolutely.
Now Devon holds on to this hospital teddy bear she got when she went through treatment. A reminder that prevention can be the new cure.
What's your message to someone who may have a cough like yours?
Please just take the time out to go get checked. It will save your life. Trust me, it will save your life like it saved mine.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Last Friday marked 1 year since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Since then, millions of Ukrainians have had to build new lives in foreign communities. NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart spoke with a family who escaped to Miami to find out how they're adjusting to the new normal.
When Russia invaded Ukraine last year, Irina Timoshenko, who lived near Kyiv, knew that her life was going to change drastically. Irina and her family were among the millions of Ukrainians who left everything at the start of the war. Her husband stayed behind because most men were banned from leaving Ukraine. Irina and her children, Max, Lisa, and Mia, who were then just 9, 7, and 3, crammed onto a train to Poland. Then flew to South Florida on a tourist visa. We first spoke with Irina just 3 weeks after she arrived to Miami.
They think that they're on vacation, but they understand that something happened. They know that Russia attacks Ukraine. They heard bombs.
The Russian bombs and the attacks have not stopped. So Irina has stayed. We revisited Irina and her children in their new home in Cooper City, Florida, as the one-year mark of the invasion approached.
Time on hold, when you just need to live your life, pretend that all is okay, and because of your family, your kids. I don't want to think about it, how it's difficult. I want to think about what I need to do else to make my life easier, and for the kids, the better. The kids, so they show me how to live here, I think, because they are so great here, with like they was grown here.
Lisa and Max show us with pride the medals they have earned in their new home. Lisa loves synchronized swimming so much she's considering becoming a synchronized swimming instructor when she grows up. Max has found his community in ice hockey. Tell me what your favorite part about playing hockey
is. Games, winning championships.
Irina says so many people here have opened their arms and their hearts to them.
I do not expect that someone will be so generous.
Both of her oldest children tell me they want to stay in the U.S.
I like American is hot and there's a lot of good people. We learn a lot of things in the school, so that's why I love the school.
The United States has really, in many ways for you, become your present and your future?
I think yes, because of the kids. I hope they will be happy. For me, just happiness for them. As much as Russia trying to kill us, try to destroy it, it's make us more stronger.
Jose Diaz-Balart reporting there. Let's take a look at some stories that are trending right now.
American cross-country skier Jessie Diggins has made history at the World Ski Championships in Slovenia. Earlier today, she won the first individual gold medal in U.S. cross-country skiing history, the first. Diggins calls it one of the best races in her whole life.
Congratulations, and more congratulations to go around. A historic win for an all-black college swim team. Howard University's swimming and diving team took home the 2023 title for the Northeast Conference Championships. Now, this was the first conference title for the men's program at this historically black college. Howard's team is the only all-black swim team in the country.
That's fantastic. I'm a swim mom, so I appreciate that. FIFA has chosen the 2022 Goal of the Year. This is Marcin Oleksy, who plays in Poland's domestic amputee league. Wow. Yeah, he scored what's known as a bicycle kick, right, over your head in soccer. Oleksy is the first ever amputee to win, there it is again, to win that award.
Really impressive, right? Fans of the hit TV series Ted Lasso, getting ready to believe again. Apple has released the first full trailer for season 3 of this comedy show. It stars Jason Sudeikis. Season 3 set to debut on March 15th.
Yes, I'm opening right now the trailers.
Are you all caught up? You ready for the new season?
I'm all caught up. Oh, I'm so ready. I love that show so much. A new star is born on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Courtney Cox is the latest actress to receive the honor. It was presented there with the help of some friends. She was joined at the ceremony by her NBC sitcom co-stars Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow. There they are.
And do you know what time it is on the moon? We might actually soon know. On Monday, the European Space Agency released a statement detailing the need for a moon time zone.
Wow.
More and more nations are looking to operate on the moon, so the space agencies say we need time to coordinate.
Ah, interesting. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
If it's Tuesday, President Biden hits the road trying to hit Republicans on domestic issues like health care as he navigates a web of foreign threats and growing bipartisan concern over China. Plus, a rare look inside Russian-occupied Crimea as war rages in Ukraine. NBC's Keir Simmons and his team are the first Western journalists to report from that hostile region since the Russian invasion. And the fate of hundreds of billions of dollars in student loan relief now in the hands of the 9 justices as the Supreme Court hears arguments challenging the legality of the White House's sweeping loan forgiveness plan. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. President Biden just wrapped up an address in Virginia Beach on the issue of health care as he tries to turn the focus back to his domestic agenda while looking ahead to 2024. In his remarks, the president took some shots at Republicans, specifically so-called MAGA Republicans, and he criticized the GOP for its years-long efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
They continue to fight to cut the Affordable Care Act and make health insurance more expensive for millions of Americans. Republicans have been trying to undo the Affordable Care Act since it passed 13 years ago. They voted to change or repeal the act, it's a fact, it's on the record, more than 50 times in 4 years. Let's be clear about the consequences. If you get rid of the Affordable Care Act, it would mean that more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions would lose the critical protections they have now.
As the president tries to go on offense against Republicans on domestic policy issues, he also faces an array of complex challenges tied to U.S. national security and foreign policy, from an expanding war in Ukraine to a deteriorating relationship with China. Both were in focus today in Washington, with U.S. officials from the Pentagon, State Department, and other agencies testifying before Congress during a pair of hearings on Capitol Hill. And in just a few hours, the House's new Select Committee on China will hold its first hearing in prime time on Beijing's threats to the U.S. We'll speak with one of the committee members later this hour. It all comes as Belarus's President Viktor Lukashenko, one of Vladimir Putin's closest allies, heads to Beijing amid U.S. concerns China may be preparing to provide lethal aid to Russia. Today in Kazakhstan, Secretary of State Tony Blinken once again warned China against helping the Kremlin.
China can't have it both ways when it comes to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. It can't be putting forward peace proposals on the one hand, while actually feeding the flames of the fire that Russia has started with the other hand. So I hope that China will take what we said very seriously, but not only what we said, what many other countries around the world are saying, and refrain from any further consideration of materially supporting Russia in the war effort.
NBC's Mike Memoli is with the president in Virginia Beach, and NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Capitol Hill, where the House China Select Committee is gearing up for that first hearing. Mike, let's start with you, because, of course, the president had been focused on foreign policy for a couple of weeks. He was in Poland last week, now putting the focus on domestic policy in Virginia Beach, talking health care. What did you hear from the president? What were your key takeaways? I know you framed this entire trip as kind of the core of one of his key campaign promises.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. Obviously, the president spending a lot of time last week on foreign policy, the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But now he's back to the budget. This is the #1 policy clash that he's going to be having with congressional Republicans over the course of the year. And he's very slowly and deliberately making a case against what Republicans at least might put on the table. I emphasize might because that's really what the strategy is here. Republicans have not put out their budget blueprint just yet. And so in the absence of that, he's pointing to votes they've taken in the past, proposals they've put forward in other settings to say, here's what they're likely to talk about. Here's what they're likely to want to cut in order to meet their spending reduction targets. sanctions. And these are all areas that he would argue are unpopular and against the interests of middle-class Americans. It's really been interesting, Kristen, as we look ahead to 2024, to see the way in which this has translated in Biden's travels since the State of the Union address. The first stop he made was in Wisconsin, talking to union voters, talking about the importance of his initiatives like the infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, which will lead to a resurgence of manufacturing in this country. Then he went to Florida to talk to seniors primarily about the threats to Social Security and Medicare that he believes are at risk if Republicans have their way in sunsetting, as Rick Scott has put forward, some of those proposals. And today, coming to a battleground congressional district, one that Republicans actually picked up, beat a Democratic incumbent last fall, to talk about the Affordable Care Act. This was the heart of Democrats' 2018 midterm campaign message, and it was at the heart of President Biden's lead up to the 2024 message, saying that Republicans once again would try to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That would mean millions of Americans losing insurance, losing protections to their health care that are in that law. It's all a very deliberate effort by the president to shore up and to speak to what he considers the pillars of the Biden electoral coalition. And it's a strategy we're going to continue to see played out, and certainly in the months ahead, Kristen.
And Mike, we so appreciate your powering through despite the music blaring behind you, as is so often at those events. So just give us a preview before we go to Capitol Hill. Can we expect to see more of President Biden on the road and kind of highlighting these core parts of his principles in the run-up to what we anticipate will be an announcement that he's running for re-election soon?
Yeah, well, one indication of the president's eagerness for a campaign is the fact that he finished speaking 30 minutes ago, and I just looked over my shoulder. He is still working the rope line, Kristen. This is going to be a big part of how he campaigns in 2024. That direct interaction with voters is so important to him. White House officials are telling me that he is going to be really zeroed in on the budget for the next few weeks. He releases his own budget blueprint next week, March 9th, in fact. And then we should look toward April. That's when, at the moment, the working timeline is for the president to make that potential announcement. I've had some advisors point to the anniversary of when he announced in 2019, which was late April, as sort of an indication of where things might be heading at the moment, Kristen.
Yeah, Mike, I have April circled as well. We'll keep an eye on those dates you just mapped out. Garrett, let me go to you. Because obviously the president in Virginia Beach focusing on domestic policy, but the Biden administration, his Secretary of State, focused on China. And of course, the China Select Committee is going to hold its first hearing tonight in prime time, which is notable. This is really the first hearing of its kind. And the thinking is that this is an issue that can and that has garnered bipartisan support. The goal, I'm told, is for this to be a truly bipartisan committee. What is the anticipation of what we expect to see from tonight?
Well, tonight's hearing is going to take largely a 30,000-foot view. Kristen, the committee wants to set the stage for what they hope will be productive bipartisan hearings, reports, and perhaps legislative recommendations over the course of this Congress about how the U.S. competes with China. Now, the committee's chair has made it clear he's not talking about competition like a friendly tennis match. He sees this as a competition that encompasses hard military power, kind of economic influence, both around the world and in between these specific nations, and on issues of intelligence, things like what do we do about TikTok? What do we do about spy balloons? There's a kind of a broad spectrum of issues that this committee wants to dig into, and they do want to do it on a bipartisan basis. I talked to Speaker McCarthy about this just today, who said that he consulted with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, even as they were figuring out who all they were going to name to this committee, because they wanted to make sure they put serious legislators on it. The expectations are somewhat high that this could be the kind of prestige committee in this Congress to focus on an issue. It's one of the few things that, at least in the House, Democrats and Republicans largely agree on, the growing threat from the Chinese Communist Party.
Absolutely, Garrett. One of the things that there has been disagreement on, the origins of COVID. As you know, the Department of Energy put out its findings over the weekend with low confidence that they believe it may have mistakenly leaked from a lab in Wuhan. Do you anticipate that will be a focus tonight at all? I know you talked about the fact that this is going to be a 30,000-foot look at relations between the U.S. and China. And of course, it comes amid ongoing reaction on Capitol Hill to the DOE's findings.
No, Kristen, I think that the findings from the DOE's report are going to get significant congressional oversight, but probably not from this committee, at least not at first. Mike Gallagher, the chairman, has indicated that when it comes to COVID, he's more interested in getting into the questions of a cover-up. What did China know about where COVID came from, and what did they do to prevent the rest of the world from finding out? Whether it was a naturally evolved virus, whether it escaped from a lab, whether it was engineered in some capacity. He's less interested on the foundations of where COVID came from, but how the Chinese government might have hidden that information, how they might have exerted their power, again, soft and hard, around the world to manage that information flow. So I think we're going to see plenty of congressional oversight on that question of a potential lab leak. It's been a hot topic of conversation since House members have been back, but I'd be surprised if it takes up more than a couple of questions perhaps here and there in tonight's hearing.
Well, I know you will be watching it closely, a late night for you on Capitol Hill. Garrett Haake, thank you so much for your great reporting. Mike Memley, thank you for your fantastic. The Democratic Senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. Senator Murphy, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So China obviously in the spotlight, the new China Select Committee holding a prime-time hearing tonight, the first of its kind. And it comes as the Biden administration is warning China against providing lethal aid to Russia. In fact, as you know, Jake Sullivan told Chuck on Sunday the U.S. had not yet seen evidence that China was doing that. So I'm curious, what is your level of concern at this very moment that China may actually provide that lethal aid to Russia?
Well, I think it's extraordinary that China has provided no military aid to Russia during the first year of the Ukraine war. This is a country, China, that declared there would be no limits to its partnership with Russia at the beginning of the war, but it has been effective U.S. diplomacy, in part, that has convinced China to stand down. Now, Russia is at a uniquely vulnerable moment right now. They simply don't have the ammunition, the equipment, the supplies, the technology to keep this war up for another year. And the only place they can really go for what they need is to China. Now, unfortunately, China has an interest in keeping this conflict going, right? China benefits if the United States and Russia are at each other's throats, if we're draining our treasuries, fighting each other, at least through proxies. And so there's a clear interest that China may have in supplying these weapons, but we've got to make it clear to China that there will be significant consequences to their economy if they make this decision to start flowing weapons there.
And Senator, the administration has said there will be consequences. I hear you saying there should be sanctions if China does in fact take this move, supplying lethal aid to Russia. Anything else?
I think I will be willing to work with the administration on whatever set of consequences they think are most impactful. I don't necessarily think we need to pre-announce what those would be. But China has held back weapons supplies to Ukraine thus far because they know that those consequences are real. And China's just going to have to weigh whether the benefit of this war continuing for another year to them is worth the price of deeper fissures in the relationship between the United States and China.
Senator, the Biden administration has been clear that this is a concern for them, even though they haven't seen China take this step yet. I wonder, do you think the administration should declassify the intelligence so that the American public can understand the source of their concern?
I think this is different than the information we had about Russia's intentions to invade Ukraine. I don't think it would shock anybody in America to learn that China is thinking about supplying weapons to Russia. Again, they announced that this was going to be a deep, integrated partnership between these two countries at the outset of the war. So at the moment when they declassified the intelligence about the invasion, there was a lot of skepticism all around the world that Russia was really going to go forward with it. I don't think there's that same skepticism about China's intentions.
Well, I hear you, Senator, and yet these are quite serious accusations that the administration is leveling against China. In fact, ones that you could argue are adding to the tensions between the two nations. Why not, given, as you point out, they did declassify the intelligence before Russia invaded Ukraine? Why not do it now? Why not be as transparent as possible with the American public as they make this case?
Well, I mean, that was an exceptional situation, right? You literally had our allies in Europe disbelieving that the Russians were intent on invading Ukraine. This is just a fundamentally different situation. And the reason that we don't declassify intelligence is because it often betrays our sources and methods. We were willing to take that chance because of the exceptional disbelief in Europe about Russia's intentions to invade. That disbelief just simply doesn't exist here, and so there's not the reason to potentially compromise the ways in which we get our intelligence.
Senator, have you seen the intelligence just before we move on?
I haven't seen the raw intelligence. And just to be clear, I rarely ever see the raw intelligence. What we see is the analysis from the administration, and I trust the analysis we get from the Biden administration.
Okay, let's move on to these new findings by the Department of Energy, which has assessed with low confidence that COVID was likely the result of an accidental lab leak in Wuhan. Yet the White House has repeatedly said yesterday, look, there's just no broad consensus on where COVID originated. What do you make of the findings by the DOE? What should the American people take from it?
I think we may never know with high confidence where this virus began. You have very respected experts that are sure that it came or very confident it came from animal sources. You now have the Department of Energy suggesting with low confidence they believe it came from a lab. What I know is that China withheld critical information at the beginning of the spread of this virus, and that it frankly argues not for less integration between the U.S. and China, but for more integration between the United States and China on public health defense so that we have access to information as early as possible when a virus breaks out somewhere around the world.
Senator, let's move on to Ukraine. President Zelensky has called for F-16 fighter jets. President Biden says he's not sending them right now. A lot of your colleagues there on Capitol Hill say that's the wrong move. They say that the administration is giving President Zelensky enough aid to stay in the war, but not to win the war. What say you? Should the Biden administration provide the F-16 fighter jets?
So our first responsibility as a Congress is to defend our nation. And we want to make sure we flow as much weaponry to Ukraine as we can without harming our ability to defend ourselves and our treaty allies. Remember, we have treaty obligations with NATO partners who are also in line for many of these same weapons systems. And so we are getting to a critical point in which we are potentially compromising American security and treaty ally security. And so on these F-16s, I think the president is just making a judgment right now that they are not immediately necessary.
But I hear you saying they may be necessary. I hear you saying they may be necessary, that he should be open to sending them potentially.
Well, I agree with the president's assessment that right now that this is not the most important weapon system for Ukraine, and that right now sending these planes potentially jeopardizes the security of this country and of our treaty allies. And that's the balance that the president always has to be engaged in.
Okay, understood. Let's move on to 2024. Senator, there was a op-ed in the New York Times yesterday that got a lot of people's attention. It essentially called for delegates to choose the vice presidential nominee. Let me read you part of it. It says, quote, allowing Democratic voters to pick the vice presidential nominee might address the Democrats' enthusiasm gap. If the status quo continues, no one on the Democratic side will excite or inspire a crowd. What do you make of that? Would you support such a move to have the vice presidential nominee chosen by delegates?
I don't know. I haven't read that article. I don't really have a reaction to it. What I see is a lot of enthusiasm out there for Democratic priorities, and what I see is a pretty amazing track record of success from this president. When I was out there on the campaign trail this fall, I saw Democrats and young voters turning out for rallies and for door knock and canvass events at pretty extraordinary numbers. And you saw recent information from swing states suggesting that young voters were turning out at levels comparable to 2018. So I'm not sure that I buy that there's a huge yawning enthusiasm gap between the two parties. I don't really know much about this proposal. I'd have to look into it before passing judgment.
All right. Well, Senator Murphy, let me ask you this. Do you believe President Biden is the future of the Democratic Party, the strongest person to represent Democrats in 2024?
Absolutely. I'm rooting for President Biden to run. I'm pushing for him to run. I think he is our strongest candidate. I think Donald Trump is likely the Republican candidate. I don't buy this narrative that the Republican Party has moved on. And I think there's no question that Joe Biden, with his record of success, with his ability to connect with the American people, and with his history of beating Donald Trump in the past, is our best candidate.
Senator Chris Murphy, thank you so much for stopping by to discuss a range of topics. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Election Day blows into the Windy City. Chicago's incumbent Democratic mayor faces a crowded field of challengers in a race that's highlighting a big issue for big city mayors. Plus, exit stage right. What it means that some top Republicans are skipping the upcoming Conservative Political Action Conference. We'll delve into it. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As we like to say on this show, if it's Tuesday, somebody is voting somewhere. And today that somewhere is Chicago, where Mayor Lori Lightfoot is fighting for her political survival. She's one of 9 candidates on the nonpartisan ballot for mayor. Crime and policing have dominated the campaign, with candidates hitting Mayor Lightfoot from the right and from the left. It has put her in the perilous position of potentially becoming the first incumbent Chicago mayor to lose re-election in decades. Now, if no candidate gets a majority in today's balloting, and with such a large and divided field, that is a highly likely scenario. The second city will move to a second election on April 4th, with the top 2 vote getters going head to head. The stakes could not be higher. NBC's Natasha Korecki has been following the race in Chicago. She joins me now. So, Natasha, this is just a huge field. This is a really tough road for Mayor Lightfoot. So just set the stage. Paul Vallis seems to be her closest rival. What are the stakes here?
Sure. As you say, it's a nine-way race. And actually, there's only one white candidate, and that's Paul Vallis. And right now, conventional wisdom is the polling points to this, the momentum points to this. It points to Paul Vallis getting through this first round of voting. And as you said, there needs to be a majority vote for somebody to win outright tonight. That's not expected. It is expected that Paul Vallis will get through. The question is, who is the other candidate? And what's remarkable here is somewhat stunning is that the sitting mayor right now is the underdog. She may not make it through. And there's all kinds of forces right now that are causing this, and the chief among them is crime.
Well, so let me follow up with you on that point, because Mayor Lightfoot ran on a platform 4 years ago saying that she would tackle that very issue. What has happened in those 4 years that has made her so vulnerable? Just explain to our viewers how we got here.
Sure. She came into office, as you said, in 2019, promising change. Well, what ended up happening? Shootings went way up. Homicides went way up. Actually, 25-year high in homicides in 2019. People are feeling it. They're feeling it all over Chicago. For a long time in Chicago, it was known as, the South Side and the West Sides where, that's where the crime happened. Well, it is everywhere. It's permeated every community. People are really feeling it at home, and they are frustrated. A recent poll actually showed that 63% of Chicagoans said they do not feel safe right now. So this is an overwhelming issue that's really driving people. And Paul Vallis has come out very hard and very strong on an anti-crime platform. He wants to hire a lot of police officers. He's pushing that, and he also got the endorsement of the FOP. And that's what's really sort of driving him to the top of the list right now.
Yeah, and Mayor Lightfoot has clashed with a number of the unions as well. Natasha, thanks for your great reporting. I know you're going to watch it closely for us. Joining me now on set, we have a power panel. Lisa Desjardins, correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and host of Simone on MSNBC. And Sarah Chamberlain, president and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Thanks to all of you for being here. We have a lot to unpack. Simone, let's start in Chicago, because you heard Natasha lay out the stakes here, and the big issue is crime. Yet again, is this a warning for Democrats heading into 2024 that this issue is going to be front and center? It's not going away.
Yes and no. Look, I think that a mayor's race is very different than a governor's race. And when you think about mayors across this country, post-pandemic, the mayors are dealing with a lot, and they don't have a lot of good answers for folks. Downtowns from Washington, D.C. to Chicago to Los Angeles have been gutted. People are not in their offices like they used to. Mayors have to get creative about what to do with those spaces and how it's not just in Chicago that we're hearing about carjackings and break-ins and robberies. It's happening here in Washington, D.C. It's happening all over the country. And so being a mayor is hard, and the realities of governing post-pandemic, I think, are coming home to roost for Lori Lightfoot.
Lisa, one of the lessons from the midterms for Democrats, at least in those final closing weeks, is that crime did matter to voters. Now, as Simone points out, it might be a more complicated picture by the time we get to 2024. But do you think the Democrats are watching this and saying maybe we need to start talking about these issues earlier on?
Yes, and not just Democrats, because I think Republicans regret that they didn't go even harder on the crime. They believe that they might have had maybe a larger majority in the House, for example, if they had used the models that they used in some New York districts more widely across the country. So I think that this is a political strategy we're going to see not just in House races, but probably in the presidential.
Sarah, what do you make of that?
You're absolutely right. We're already talking about that as Republicans, that we need to go harder on crime. Our cities are in chaos. We have a member of Main Street whose team got robbed at gunpoint in the middle of the day here in D.C. down the Navy Yard. So this is a crisis going on. I'm not surprised to see in Chicago that she's in trouble, because she did promise to fix it. But this is a crisis. Philadelphia, it's all over, all of our major cities.
I mean, it's happening in Miami as well. I would just say, I think that the thing that I took from the midterm elections was that crime is an umbrella term. And the question is, what do you mean when we're talking about crime? Some folks mean we're talking about public safety. For some folks, they are talking about, well, what are we doing to give resources resources for some of the homelessness, all of these other pieces. And so I think that also, I guess, as the Republicans are having their conversations, Democrats got to get clear on what kind of language they want to use.
Right. Yeah, and I bet they'll be watching this race closely in Chicago tonight. Lisa, let's talk about CPAC.
All right.
Interesting this week, the Conservative Political Action Conference. These are the names that are not going to be there, okay? Former President Trump will be there. Nikki Haley will be there. Ron DeSantis won't be there. Kevin McCarthy, Ronna McDaniel will not be there. Now, let's just give the broader perspective that the chairman is being sued for allegations of sexual conduct, which he denies. But what does this exodus mean heading into 2024? I don't think we've ever seen a CPAC like this.
No, that's right. But I also think that it is part of the Republican search for identity and also perhaps the fickleness of some conservatives trying to find their home. Trump has always been a big draw for his base, and there isn't any other part of the Republican Party that has as concentrated of a base. And I think that you see at CPAC, the people who are staying are the most hardcore Trump people, like Carrie Lake, who will be speaking. How about Brazilian President Bolsonaro, whose supporters, like January 6th, tried to raid their parliament there as well. So it's a very Trump-like atmosphere there, and the party, some of the party wants to move away from Trump. That's why you see this sort of back and forth moment at CPAC.
Sarah, is this just highlighting the divide within the Republican Party heading into 2024? Because you do see some of these potential candidates speaking at the Club for Growth, for example.
Right. So a lot of them have decided to go to the Club for Growth. I agree with you. I think CPAC has become very mega, and some obviously elected Republicans are mega, and some are choosing to be a wider scope, and that's why they're choosing to go to Club for Growth.
Is that the divide now in the party, kind of the populist Trump DeSantis branch? DeSantis is going to Club for Growth versus the tranche of Republicans who see themselves as conservative, the old guard, and trying to bring some of those
I wouldn't
values
say
back.
it's a huge divide yet.
Okay.
I think you will see them all come back together once we have a presidential candidate.
Simone, how are Democrats viewing this and the fact that you have all of those Republicans who I just listed who are not going to be at CPAC? Because, as you know, that's a big event every year, a big annual event.
Look, I think a lot of Democrats are waiting to see who else jumps into the race, right? We have Nikki Haley, we have Donald Trump, but there's conversation about Tim Scott, right? There's conversation about Pompeo. So many other individuals, and obviously Ron DeSantis, who's the favorite on everybody's list right now. I happen to think that Ron DeSantis is the Scott Walker of 2024. We shall see.
You heard it here first, folks.
Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts.
One of the
Scott
things,
Walker's going to call you.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that we noted, Ron DeSantis has a new book that is out. He mentions former President Trump about 100 times in this book. He does not criticize him. Sarah, is that the smart way to go against Trump? Because Trump's already hitting Ron DeSantis hard. He's got a nickname for him, Ron DeSanctimonious.
I know, or Meatball, or whatever he calls him. Yeah, I think it's a great way to go at it. Ignore him for now. Go out, do your book tour, which is kind of, I think, the soft announcement for him for presidential to see how the American people respond. But I think for him, the right strategy is right now to ignore Trump.
So other Republicans are essentially declining to differentiate themselves from the former president. I want to play some sound and get your reaction on the other side.
What specific policy areas would you say part with Donald Trump?
What I am saying is I don't kick sideways. I'm kicking forward. Joe Biden is the president. He's the one I'm running against. And what I'm saying is you don't have to be 80 years old to be president.
What are the differences in terms of policy positions that, for example, you may have with President Trump?
Probably not very many at all. I am so thankful that we have President Trump in office.
Can you delineate just one policy difference that you might have with him?
Well, I think the times call for different leadership.
Lisa, is that sustainable? I mean, do these candidates have to start drawing firm, and potential candidates, I should say, have to start drawing firm lines and early when they get into the race?
Not yet. I think once we get to 2-3 debates in and somebody is starting to emerge as candidates 2 and 3, then you might see sort of like a Kamala Harris really make a move. But I think right now they don't need to.
Sarah, what do you think? Is that tough enough to go up against Trump?
It is right now, but the polling shows amongst the Republicans, that they liked his policies. Right. They questioned the man, but a lot of his policies they approve of and they still approve of. So I think it's smart for them to be talking about
and grassroots members of some grassroots members of the Republican Party who are MAGA. Folks are going to need those votes, and so why hit Donald Trump when you don't have to?
Yeah, clearly they are holding out for as long as they can. Simone, I have to ask you about this op-ed in the New York Times. I asked Senator Murphy.
Oh my God! Yes, I was listening to the interview.
He did not want to weigh in. It essentially says delegates should pick the vice presidential nominee. Your old boss is the vice president. How do you think they're viewing that inside her office?
I think any Democrat or anyone who has ever worked a convention or is familiar with how delegates get selected thinks this is a crazy idea. I don't know if Mr. Craig is aware of the process here, but you run to be elected as a delegate in some places. And could you imagine if delegates were picking in the Republican Party? Honey, Marjorie Taylor Greene might end up on the ticket.
I agree. We got to leave it there. Thanks so much for a fantastic conversation. We really appreciate it. Lisa, Simone, and Sarah appreciate it. Next, an NBC News exclusive. We will take you live inside Russian-annexed Crimea. NBC's Keir Simmons brings us his new reporting as Ukrainian forces look to take back the peninsula held by Putin since 2014. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. For the first time since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine, we are getting a look inside Crimea, the Ukrainian territory Russia illegally annexed back in 2014. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Keir Simmons and his team are the first Western journalists to enter Crimea since Russia's so-called special military operation began, getting a rare look at the peninsula that will be key to the end of the war, either militarily or diplomatically. Since the beginning of the war, Ukrainian President Zelensky has vowed to retake all of Ukraine's sovereign territory, including Crimea. In October, as Ukrainian forces were pushing Russian troops out of eastern Ukraine, a key bridge connecting Russia to Crimea was attacked, which was a huge symbolic blow to Putin. Ukraine never claimed responsibility for that explosion. Keir Simmons joins me now from inside Crimea. Keir, thank you so much for joining us live and for bringing us your extraordinary reporting. My first question to you is just what has your biggest takeaway been on the ground there in Crimea?
Well, Kristen, I should just point out that is the bridge behind us that you mentioned, the bridge that we took to travel into Crimea here. The biggest takeaway, I have to say, is just how militarized this place is. It's quite difficult to put into words how often you see Russian soldiers, Russian naval officers. They're everywhere all the time. Just while we've been doing lives here today, that people have walked by. We went across to Sevastopol, and there we were very surprised that we were able to operate freely and weren't questioned, because there's just the whole place is military. Again, just standing there, and we got a chance to get close to President Putin's Black Sea fleet, just standing there, realizing how much of a base Sevastopol is. You realize why President Putin is so determined to try and keep it, and you really wonder how, without being absolutely forced to, it would be possible to push Russian forces out of this peninsula. As much as Ukraine would like to do that, since it was illegally annexed by Russia back in 2014, just facts on the ground, you wonder.
Well, Keir, let me follow up with you on that point, because President Zelensky says he's determined to do it. He says the war can't end until they reclaim Crimea. So what are the implications of that, given that, as you say, it just seems incredibly difficult and potentially unrealistic at this point?
Well, exactly. I mean, the implications are that this goes on, because another aspect, and what the irony of this, that Black Sea fleet that I mentioned, how do the Ukrainians agree that that stays there, continuing over years ahead to potentially threaten the Ukrainian coastline? And then that bridge behind me I mentioned, that's one of the two ways you can get to this peninsula. The other is a land bridge in that direction that is exposed. So an onslaught on this place by the Ukrainians would be really difficult. And then you have the civilian population, many of whom speak Russian, identify as Russian, have Russian passports. We spoke to one 73-year-old woman. Take a listen. President Zelensky says that they are planning to come here to take this back. What do you want?
He will not manage to do so. We don't want it. No, he will not manage to, even if he wants it so much. We are not waiting for him.
You'll fight if the Ukrainians come here?
Yes, we will all put on uniforms and will go to the border to defend ourselves. Yes, we would not allow it for Zelensky. Crimea will be ours, honestly.
And Kristen, that was a view expressed by many people. We should also point out that Russia is accused of human rights abuses here, particularly against the Crimean Tatar population, and many people have left. So the kinds of people who live here over a long period has changed. But again, the facts are that's what we saw, and that is the strategic military diplomatic challenge here, and frankly it is a challenge that presents itself for this whole war over Ukraine.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for bringing us your incredible look inside Crimea. We will look for more of your reporting on Nightly News and throughout the evening. We really appreciate it. Coming up next, we are just a couple of hours away from what both Republicans and Democrats hope can be a rare bit of bipartisan cooperation on the Hill, as the new Select Committee on China is set to hold its first hearing. We'll talk to one of the committee members next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
variable the storm surge? How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The new House Select Committee on China will hold its first hearing tonight as tensions between Washington and Beijing escalate. Notably, concerns about China are a rare area of bipartisan agreement on Capitol Hill as the committee looks to address a range of issues, including military challenges, economic competitiveness, and human rights. Chairman of the China Committee, Mike Gallagher, telling the Washington Post tonight's hearing will kick off a 2-year effort to map out a way to, quote, selectively decouple the U.S. and Chinese economies. Joining me now is a member of that China Select Committee, Congressman Dan Newhouse. Congressman Newhouse, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me, Kristen, and putting some light on this very, very important issue.
Absolutely. Well, let's start right there. And with tonight's primetime hearing, what do you hope will be accomplished tonight and with this hearing overall? And with the committee overall, I should say.
Well, this is our first hearing, as you know, and it's in the historic hearing room where the Watergate hearings were held a generation ago. So that tells you how significant and important that this is to the United States Congress and to the country. And titled The Threat That Communist Chinese Party poses to the United States, this hearing, I'm hoping and I'm looking for those things that we maybe are aware of and maybe things that we are not that pose a threat to our country. And I'm hoping also that we can learn some of the weaknesses that we as a country share that make us in a more precarious position because of those threats that we're going to learn about. There's a lot of information here for, I understand, non-government witnesses from various walks of life, so this should be very, very interesting.
Congressman, there is a lot of talk about bipartisanship, and you point out that it's held in the same hearing room as the Watergate hearings were held. Do you think this will truly be a bipartisan effort, that we will look back in 2 years and say that this did truly live up to the spirit of bipartisanship?
I'm very hopeful that that's exactly the case. You know, I'm very good friends with most everybody on the committee. The leadership of both the Republicans and the Democrats in the House chose what I consider very serious-minded, sober individuals that want to take a hard look at these issues. There are not going to be a lot of bomb throwers, a lot of headline makers, people that are in it just to appear on news programs like this, but to make sure that we get down to the important facts and, more importantly, what we as a country do in response after learning the challenges that we see from the Communist Party in China.
And when you talk about potential actions, I wonder if there is already any discussion about potential legislation, for example, that you may want to get passed over these next 2 years to address some of the concerns that will undoubtedly be aired.
Well, being this first hearing is going on tonight, we're going to be learning about all of those opportunities, or I should say obligations, that we as a country should undertake in order to better prepare ourselves for a very competitive environment with an economic and military power like we see in China. So I'm anticipating that there will be some things that we'll want to do to improve and strengthen those weaknesses that we're going to learn about. So yes, stay tuned for I think some very important concrete work ahead.
The committee chairman, Mike Gallagher, said the committee will try to map a way to, quote, selectively decouple the U.S. and Chinese economies. A lot of members of the business community are saying, how is that going to work? We've been told to do business with China over the past several years. How realistic is that goal?
Well, I think we learned over the last couple of years during the COVID-19 pandemic that we are inordinately dependent on foreign sources for some very important items in this country. And I think we need to be smarter about that, be more strategic, be less dependent, particularly if those sources are from countries that are not necessarily our best friends, because that really puts us in a precarious position, whether you're talking about face masks or hand sanitizer or critical minerals that are necessary for advancing our manufacturing industry into the future. So I think there's some strategic things that we can do to partially decouple economically from China and spread our business around the globe. I think that would have a lot of benefits in other ways as well. So that's one of the areas that I'm hopeful that we can make some progress in.
I do want to ask you about the Biden administration's stated concerns that China is considering sending lethal aid to Russia to aid its war in Ukraine. If that were to take place, what do you think the repercussions should be? What should the consequences be?
Well, that would be a very concerning situation if we found that Russia and China were teaming up against the West in Ukraine. And I think that that's not where we want to go. That's not where we want to end up. We're hearing from Xi Jinping privately, or in public settings, I should say, something quite opposite than what some are saying we're hearing in closed-door meetings. And so kind of a confusing message that we're getting to this point, but that's something that we've got to work very hard to avoid finding ourselves into that position.
Given the confusion, should the Biden administration reveal what and declassify the intelligence behind their concerns?
Did they?
No, would you like to see them? They have not yet declassified. Do you want the Biden administration to declassify the intelligence that they say leads them to believe that China is considering giving lethal aid to Russia?
So I think at this point what definitely has to happen is members of Congress need to be more educated, more aware of what the situation actually is, so that we can make intelligent decisions on how best to prepare and best how to respond. And I think at that point, then we can make those determinations on what further actions should be taken.
So, and just to try one more time, would you like the administration to actually declassify the intelligence? Is that the right move? Is that the most transparent move for the American people?
So I think, Kristen, on so many different issues that this administration has, looking at the COVID-19 origins and the things that were kept from the American public, I think absolutely we need to have more transparency. And this China-Russia relationship is something that the American people absolutely want to know more about. Yes.
Well, and you take me to my next question, which is the Department of Energy's findings. With low confidence, they have assessed that COVID likely originated and mistakenly leaked out of a lab in Wuhan. What do you make of those findings? The Biden administration says that there is no broad agreement still on where this came from. Do you think we'll ever conclusively know?
You know, it's interesting. You know, over the last several years, myself and many of my constituents and many of my colleagues, too, have been making the same assertions. It looked to us that the evidence was quite clear as to the originations of the COVID-19 virus. And we were laughed off as being, you know, unreasonable. You're just jumping to conclusions. And now all of a sudden, it seems to be from different sources, either varying degrees of confidence that, yes, this is in fact what happened. And so I think we truly do need from this administration more clarity, more transparency. The American people deserve to know. And then we, as a country, and the rest of the world as well, will know better how to respond so that we can prevent this from ever happening again.
And just to underscore, the White House says there's still no broad consensus on the origins, but that is a new data point. Congressman Newhouse, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, the Supreme Court weighs the future of President Biden's plan for student loan forgiveness. We're live outside the court with what happened in today's arguments. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court heard arguments today in two cases that could significantly impact the millions of Americans who were hoping for student loan debt relief. Under the Biden administration plan, an estimated $400 billion in federal loans and grants would be forgiven for more than 40 million borrowers. 6 Republican-led states and separately 2 student loan borrowers are challenging that plan, arguing that the administration overstepped its constitutional authority. Outside of the court, loan relief advocates, students, and lawmakers rallied against the challenges. The plan was first announced last August and was temporarily halted by the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals only 2 months later. And depending on how the court rules, today's hearing could mean it never goes into effect. NBC News Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley joins me to break down what we heard from today's arguments. Lawrence, thanks so much for joining me. So let's just start right there. What were the big takeaways from today's arguments on both sides?
Well, I think going into the arguments, it was pretty clear that, the conservative majority on the court, which is always skeptical of these broad assertions of federal power, would probably feel the same way about this plan. And that's exactly what happened. We got a 6-3 conservative majority. At least 5 of them were quite skeptical that President Biden has the authority to implement this program. There was only one of those 6 who maybe suggested that the challengers don't have legal standing to bring the case, and then the 3 liberal justices seem pretty supportive of the Biden administration. So we're sort of heading towards what's likely to be another of these court rulings against the Biden administration, as we have seen on a couple of other cases like the vaccine or test mandate for large businesses during COVID-19.
I wonder, because there has been so much discussion about the impact on borrowers. You have some people making the argument, didn't go to college, saying, hey, wait a minute, no one's helping me with my debts. Yep. How much was that a focus today, the impact on the borrowers, the real world impact?
Yeah, I think Liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor was probably the only justice who really got into the impact on borrowers of student loans, talking about the difficulties that people have faced paying off those loans during the pandemic. But other justices, some of the conservative justices, actually raised this other issue of, like, what about people who don't have student loans, who maybe have other types of loans that they are not getting relief from? And is it fair to give relief to some people who have loans but not other people? So that's sort of an argument against the plan and in favor of this argument that maybe Congress should have authorized it.
And talk a little bit about the HEROES Act and how that came into play.
Yeah, so the Biden administration says its legal authority comes from this 2003 law called the HEROES Act, which allows for the Department of Education to give some relief to borrowers during a national emergency. But the challengers say that law didn't anticipate such a broad program, and the Supreme Court justices on the conservative side seem to agree that if Congress intended for the Department of Education to give sort of sweeping relief to 40 million plus people, that that program should have been specifically authorized by Congress.
And Lawrence, just quickly before you go, you've been there at the court. You know this court so well. What is the mood like? We talked about the fact that you had advocates on both sides of this issue rallying outside of the high court today.
Yeah, it's one of those cases, you get a few of these each term where there's a big rally outside the court and a lot of energy from the people protesting outside. Of course, inside the courtroom, it's very quiet and sober, and no one's really paying attention to any of that stuff.
They're paying attention to the arguments. Lawrence Hurley, thank you so much. We really appreciate your joining us, your great reporting, your great analysis. Good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
And thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
It is getting hot down in South Carolina, not because of the weather, but that so-called double murder trial of the century with some tense testimony on what could be the last day of witnesses in the case of Alec Murdaugh. This case, so important in that state that South Carolina's top lawyer came on down to question an expert witness. We're going to take you inside the courtroom ahead of this big field trip the jury's going to take. Plus, here in Washington, the Senate is demanding the head of the Norfolk Southern Railroad come answer questions on Capitol Hill, with the EPA back on the ground in Ohio. What we're hearing now about how long the cleanup in East Palestine will take. And Tennessee's governor wants to ban drag shows in public there, as a newly uncovered photo appears to show him dressed in drag in high school. What his office is saying about that, and the pushback from LGBTQ+ advocates accusing him of trying to criminalize an art form. Plus, the very first Western journalist allowed inside Crimea since Russia invaded Ukraine is our own Keir Simmons, joining us live later in the show with a look at what life is like in the middle of this war zone. And more controversy for Commanders owner Dan Snyder, why he's giving a proverbial middle finger to his fellow NFL owners, as his former partners reportedly say he used the NFL team as his personal piggy bank. We've got all that coming up in just a bit. Hey, I'm Hallie, and in just the last few minutes, like really as we were walking to the studio here, the state rested its rebuttal case after some super tense testimony on what's looking like the last day of witnesses in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. The next stop, a kind of field trip for the jurors to the crime scene, an up-close look at the place they've heard about a ton over the last 6 weeks, the family's hunting estate and the kennels. You see some of those shots here, where Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, were killed in June of 2021. But before then, jurors got treated to, honestly, a kind of testy day of questioning, with the state bringing back some witnesses to try to counter the defense's case. And you want to talk about how important this case is in this state? Look at the screen. You're about to see it here. The guy holding the gun in this dramatic reenactment, that is the South Carolina Attorney General, the state's top prosecutor, questioning the witness. He's going after the defense's theory of the crime, with the prosecution's witness dismissing the defense expert's witness and their ideas about how tall the shooter could have been. Listen to this.
What did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous, in my opinion.
The other thing the prosecution wanted to do today, they wanted to get after Murdaugh's credibility. You're looking here at one of his former law partners. Remember, Murdaugh is a disbarred attorney. And this former law partner called Murdaugh a theatrical presence in the courtroom. The defense accused him of lying because Murdaugh stole from him, and that's where things got touchy.
I would take high offense with that, Mr. Hartpootlian.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
I don't have any feeling about Alec Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that. Objection, Your Honor.
Allison Barber has been watching it all. She is there outside the courthouse for us in Walterboro. So let's talk about these sort of strategies that the prosecution has in these closing days of this trial. First, on Murdaugh's credibility, right? They want to show that he is not a credible presence here. And we actually did get some new information that showed Alec Murdaugh may have lied just last week on the stand, right?
Yeah, so if you think back to Alec Murdaugh's testimony, which there is a lot to process within that, the biggest moment, without a doubt, was when he admitted that he had lied about being at the kennels that night and acknowledged that it was his voice and what has been referred to as the Snapchat kennel video. In his explanation for why he said he lied that night and why he said he kept lying until he took the stand 20 months after the first time he told prosecutors and investigators at the scene that he was not at all at the kennels around the time Paul and Maggie were, when he'd said he'd stayed at the house. He explained that lie by saying, I was paranoid because I was using drugs and I also had a general distrust of law enforcement. So to sort of counter that, the prosecution brought up some of his past behaviors to suggest, hey, you actually had a pretty good relationship with law enforcement. They said you carried a badge that identified you as a solicitor. You also had blue lights installed in your car. How were you able to get those blue lights installed? And Alec Murdaugh claimed that he had permission from the sheriff in Hampton County himself, as well as other sheriffs within that department. We heard today from the former sheriff of Hampton County, T.C. Smalls, and he said that's not true. Listen.
I never had a conversation with Alec Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights in their personal vehicles.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no, no.
I mean, look, the prosecution has been saying and continues to try to make the case that this is a person who lies any chance he gets and that he doesn't care how it impacts other people or who he is telling a lie to, whether that's his friends, his family, or law enforcement. Hallie.
The other piece of this, Ellison, is that the prosecution wants to get at something that the defense laid out just recently, the idea that there could have been a second shooter, the so-called two-shooter theory. That's where the state's lead pathologist is coming back with some sharp words there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, right. So one of the big pieces of the argument there, and forgive the noise behind us, we're right off of a main road here, but part of the argument that the defense's pathologist used to say he thought there was a two-shooter theory was really just going in and trying to disagree with almost every aspect of the state's pathologist's original findings in the original autopsy report. And one of the big points of contention yesterday and then again today was the gunshot wound on Paul Murdoch's head. You had the defense pathologist saying that they believed that was a contact wound, which would mean a shooter was in a different position than the state has said. And the defense, they have said if that was the position someone was in, if the shooter was in the feed room, that it probably couldn't have been our guy because he's too big to be in there. What we heard today was the state pathologist coming back and saying she stands by her findings that the gunshot wound on Paul Murdoch's head was an exit wound, not a contact wound. And she really explained how if it were to be some sort of contact wound where the gun is to the back of his head, kind of skin to barrel, if you will, that the damage to the head would have been so much more severe. And there's this really compelling moment, Hallie, where she looked at the jury and she said, I know what you have seen is awful, but I'm telling you, if he'd been shot in this way, as the defense is claiming, it would have been much more horrific. The damage to his face, his head, it would have been far more than what they've seen. Hallie.
Before we let you go, can you just give us a quick preview of that field trip? We are not going to get to see it until after the jurors are done, right? Let's be clear about that and set some expectations for tomorrow here, but walk us through how this is going to work.
Right, so we expect that it's going to take tomorrow. I'm keeping an eye still in the courtroom in case there's any sort of update from the judge. But speaking with some officials here at the courthouse earlier today, one person told us they expect the jury to go there. The defense has said it'll be a 45-minute drive, about an hour there, 45 minutes back. But the court official we spoke to today said that they do not expect Alec Murdaugh to go with the jury. They say that he will stay in holding, either in a holding cell in the basement here at the courthouse or back at the Colleton County Jail. Hallie.
Ellison Barber live for us there in Walterboro, South Carolina. I am sure we'll talk again tomorrow at this time. Ellison, thank you so much. So listen, some pretty bananas weather out there right now. You've got the West Coast and East Coast slammed with the same kind of winter conditions. Some 13 million people under weather alerts as we speak. Lots of snow, lots of rain, lots of wind. And while this round of weather's new for the East, you've got California still recovering from the last storm, with a lot of roads still closed and covered in snow, as you can see. Blizzard warnings for the mountains. Look at this in Beverly Hills. People had to be evacuated after that retaining wall collapsed and triggered that mudslide that you're seeing right there. Out in the Northeast, some spots are going to see up to 8 inches of snow. For New York City, it's been the first real snow of the season. Not like a massive amount of snow, but snow, period, and late, too, the last day of February after a warm streak. Look at these flowers already starting to bloom in Central Park. That tells you a lot in that visual right there. Vaughn Hilliard is in it in New York City. It is the first real snowfall, technically, which is worth noting. It was not like some humongous situation, but it was interesting that it came so late for New York.
Right, and I mean, there's daffodils just over here to my right. We were watching them. They're trying to creep up. They're trying to pop open, but the snow, even though it's just a little bit, it came down here overnight. And when we're talking about New York City here, we're talking about an inch and a half of snow, Hallie, but that is the most sizable amount of snow that New York City has seen all winter long. We're talking about 2 inches over the course of an entire winter. That is not normal here in New York City. I was talking with Ina, the Shima Ibu dog. She's a 10-month-old puppy, and I was talking with her father, and he was telling me that the dog, she thought they were going to have the chance to go out and frolic a little bit out in the snow, but so far for his puppy's first winter, that has not been able to take place. Instead, you have watched rain come down, slush come down. Even in Boston here today, a lack of sizable amount of snowfall come down. Our friends in Maine, we should note, are getting several inches of snow here as we speak, but largely this was a storm that did not hit hard here as the winter wanes, Hallie.
We talked about the East, Vaughn. Let's talk about the West, because California is still digging out from snow. You have people down south still cleaning up from tornadoes. They're trying to get power back on. Like, this is something where, yes, the storms are moving through, more to come later in the week, and some folks can't catch a break.
No, there's more than 130,000 folks in Michigan that still do not have power after 6 days since the last storm hit them. Folks in Oklahoma are still cleaning up from nearly a dozen tornadoes that struck over the course of the weekend. Up to a foot of snow is expected to come down over the course of the next 48 hours in the San Bernardino County mountain region there, just outside of Los Angeles. In the greater LA area, you're still facing a good amount of rain in the forecast, as well as up to 60 miles per hour of wind gusts. There is still a lot at play, and our friends in North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, they're also facing up to a foot of snow over the next 48 hours ahead, Hallie, as well.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in New York. Hat and gloves. You may not need them for too much longer, Vaughn. Thank you, sir. The Supreme Court here in Washington seeming pretty skeptical today of the Biden administration's plan to wipe out billions of dollars in student loan debt. Chief Justice John Roberts telling the administration's top lawyer maybe the president shouldn't have gotten involved. Listen.
I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much amount of money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy, they would think that's something for Congress to act on.
And that is the big question here with these two cases that the justices heard about, right? Does the president even have the power to cancel all of this student loan debt? Whether he does or not could be huge for a lot of people. We're talking about a program estimated to cost some $400 billion over the next 30 years. It has the potential to help 40 million Americans who are having a tough time paying off student loans. The administration says without that help, way more people will probably default on those loans. And here in D.C., it was really apparent just how big of a deal this is for people. Hundreds of folks showing up to rally in support of student loan forgiveness.
Debt is something that is going to weigh us down and not let us, prosper in life as we continue.
There are young people who simply don't have either the generational wealth, don't have the means, don't have the resources to pay their college in full, debt-free.
Yamiche Alcindor is joining us now. Okay, so Yamiche, we heard a little bit from the justices there. It was funny to hear Chief Justice John Roberts say, to the casual observer, it seems like the Supreme Court is not a casual observer, right? They're in it. They're in this. Read the tea leaves for us, because the skepticism was apparent, I think.
Well, skepticism is the right word to be using, because conservative justices today sounded like they were really questioning whether or not President Biden has the ability to launch this program and to have this program relieve so much, billions, as you said, of dollars of student loan relief. You did hear some liberal justices, Ketanji Brown Jackson and others, asking about the standing and whether or not these 6 GOP-led states, as well as these 2 borrowers, whether or not they can actually have the standing to bring this before the court, meaning are they the right people to even bring this case? So there's an issue here about whether or not this case could go in the favor of the Biden administration. But just in talking to experts and in reading the tea leaves, this conservative majority court, they seem like they were leaning toward saying that this program should not have been something that was the president and instead should have been Congress.
This is there's a lot here, right? Because, and we're not going to know probably till June. This feels like a June case or whatever, months from now that we're going to know how the justices will decide. But it affects not just a lot of people in the ways that we laid out in that introduction, but it's a real test on the limits of presidential power. Like, there's actually a lot riding on this for future presidents down the road.
Certainly. And I mean, when you look at these two cases, because they are separate cases, you have the Biden v. Nebraska case, you have the Department of Justice v. Brown case. Both of those cases really come down to, did President Biden follow the right procedures? Does he have the power to do this? And I was outside talking to a number of people who are out protesting. As you said, the loudest voices today were the people who are in favor of this. I talked to a number of people, including two women who actually slept outside the Supreme Court trying to get in, as well as telling me how critical they see this issue. So let's take a listen to what they told me.
A lot of students across the country can't even afford housing or food while they're in school. And then when they graduate, they're tackled with thousands to sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt.
It just means that there's more money on the table for my family. There's more money for my siblings. There's more money for them to go to college.
So you heard it, Hallie. Really, a lot of people saying this is getting to the heart of whether or not I can live this American dream that we say we have in this country, because student loan debt affects so many people. As you said, this could impact, according to the White House's data, 40 million people. That's in addition to the 26 million people who immediately applied and who are waiting in limbo to see if this program ends up not stalled, Hallie.
We're going to see what the justices say in a few months from now. Yamiche, thank you very much. It's great to see you. Appreciate it. The head of the EPA is back in East Palestine, Ohio today, explaining more about how he wants to hold the train company accountable for that toxic derailment. But here's the thing. Still no answer yet, right? Still no idea yet of how long cleaning all this up is going to take. Also still a question of whether or if President Biden plans to visit. Listen.
You know, I don't know. That's the $60,000 question. I can tell you that he has been laser focused on this from the very beginning.
Michael Regan's trip today comes as the EPA is just saying in the last 40 minutes, they're rolling out a new mobile lab bus that can monitor the air as they're trying to get some of this toxic waste out. Ron Allen has been all over this story since the beginning. He's joining us now. Kind of a revolving door of folks like Regan coming in and out of East Palestine here as focus remains on this toxic train derailment cleanup. I might have put the words in the wrong order, but you know what I mean. There's all this toxic stuff that came from that derailment. They got to fix it. Question is, how long is that going to take? And we still don't have an answer tonight.
And it appears the EPA doesn't have a plan yet from Norfolk Southern. That was part of the administrative action that they took against Norfolk Southern a week or so ago. They have to produce a detailed plan about how they're going to do it. So, no, we don't have a hard time frame. We do know that part of the process of removing the contaminated soil involves removing some of the train track that's there. And that process, Norfolk Southern hinted, would take at least a couple of weeks to do that part of it. Now, how much time it will take to do the rest of it remains uncertain. But one thing that the EPA administrator again made clear is that the train company is going to be held accountable for all this. Here's some of what he had to say about that. Take a listen.
Until we are satisfied, we're going to continue to hold their feet to the fire and stress that the taxpayers will not foot the bill, Norfolk Southern will.
And that is the message again and again that the EPA and other federal officials continue to deliver to try and reassure the community there. But as Mr. Regan himself pointed out, there is a huge trust deficit. And that is at the heart of the problem there. Officials continue to say that air, water tests come back showing no problems. The air and the environment is safe, but residents still just don't believe it. They're doing their own testing. In some cases, they filed lawsuits, and they have scientists doing their own testing, and people just feel uneasy about it. And that is not going to end for some time, it would seem. So the process of cleanup continues. They have identified 4 locations in Ohio where they are going to be taking this contaminated waste material. That was an issue. That seems to have been resolved today, and this continues. And I'm sure that Mr. Regan and others will be back. The state will be there. There are now going to be, there's a call for the head of Norfolk Southern, the CEO, Alan Shaw, to appear before a Senate committee in Washington to answer questions about all this. And there are state-level committees also conducting investigations in Pennsylvania and Ohio. There may be subpoenas issued. So this is a long process that's going to continue for some time. And meanwhile, the residents there, some are just very anxious and uneasy about not just their own health, but the health of their community.
A lot of eyeballs are going to remain on that story for a long time, Ron, including, I know, yours. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk about TikTok, because Congress they're looking at a bill right now that could ban TikTok. And if you're like, okay, do they want to ban it altogether in this country? Yeah, some of them do. And if you're like, okay, are they actually going to ban TikTok altogether in this country? That is still a very open question here, because what we found out in the last couple of minutes here is that there's this House committee that is looking to greenlight a bill that would empower President Biden to basically be able to make that move. Listen to some of the back and forth.
TikTok is a modern-day Trojan horse of the CCP used to surveil and exploit Americans' personal information. It's a spy balloon in your phone.
All right, so this is what a House committee is talking about, but it doesn't mean that a ban on TikTok is going to become law. Not even close. Because let's be real here. We don't know if this thing is actually going to make its way through Congress. You're looking at a committee. That's like step pre-1 of all the steps it has to go through. Here's what we do know. The government-owned phones are not allowed to have TikTok, and that ban is starting to kick in. It affects federal agencies, Think the military, NASA, the National Park Service. They all have 29 days from today to make sure that the app gets off the phones, again, the government-owned phones of 4 million federal workers. Remember why this TikTok pushback is all happening in the first place. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, ByteDance. The Chinese government, in turn, owns a stake in ByteDance. That is raising concerns about Chinese access to Americans' data. TikTok, for its part, calls the possible bans little more than political theater. Garrett Hake is on Capitol Hill, where this is all going down. He's joining us now. So, Garrett, what is so interesting? First of all, bring us up to speed on this House committee. At last I heard, as I was walking into the studio, they were still debating. Like, did they vote to get it to step 2, basically, or is it still held up on step 1?
I think this particular bill is going to be held up on step 1, Hallie. It sounds like it's going to be postponed.
Okay, fine. So good to know on that. That said, obviously the conversation is happening. And my question to you is, like, we know what the pro-TikTok constituency is in the country. It's like my friends who love TikTok, probably yours, any Gen Z person who you love in your life, 100 million people in this country who use it. But what is the pro-TikTok constituency for lawmakers? Like, who's going to bat saying, no, let's keep TikTok, like, we don't want to ban it?
Yeah, Hallie, I don't know that TikTok has a lot of friends on Capitol Hill. It seems to have only degrees of opponents, degrees of enemies right now. On the one hand, you've got folks like Mike McCall there who see it as a significant national security threat, a spy balloon in your phone, as he described it. On the other hand, you've got a number of Democrats who are worried about what the algorithm is serving up to teenagers, what it is putting in front of children, what it is doing in terms of monitoring, not for, kind of a Chinese perspective, but just the kinds of content it's pushing in front of teenagers who worry about privacy and who worry about the way that the algorithm is manipulating young, impressionable minds. There's not a lot of love left for TikTok. You mentioned the federal bans. Really, this has kind of all been moving in one direction since just the end of last year. What you do see, though, are some Democrats, primarily Democrats, saying, let's at least slow roll how we approach this. At least that's what Gregory Meeks, the top Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, had to say earlier today. Take a listen.
I believe concerns about TikTok by the United States government and our allies are justified. We cannot act rashly without consideration of the very real soft power, free speech, and economic consequences of a ban.
So a lot to juggle there, Hallie, and I just have to point out the politics of this are interesting, too, because the bill that we're talking about here, McCall's bill, which is one of several different ideas of how to approach TikTok here, is interesting because here you've got a House Republican saying not that he wants to ban TikTok, but he wants to give President Biden the ability to ban TikTok. So the person who all your friends and my friends would get mad at if and when that decision is made isn't those House Republicans. They could say, look, we just gave the tools. It was your Democratic president who decided to pull the plug on this thing, if that's the direction this goes.
Well, right, if that ends up actually happening. And again, we're not trying to like freak people out. I'm not trying to get up here on TV and be like, they're banning TikTok. They might, right? Like that might be ultimately what happens, but we don't know. We can't say that yet. What's also interesting is it's not like these concerns about TikTok are new. The executive branch, right, meaning federal regulatory agencies, have been negotiating with TikTok for years over how to keep the app functioning. Has this sort of bigger spotlight on Congress derailed those negotiations? Like, what do we know about what's happening there?
It's hard to say. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've derailed it, but there's been not much significant progress. I mean, we've not been able to come on the air and report any movement on this for quite some time, and this goes back to the Trump administration. There was this idea of something called Project Texas, a great nickname if you ask me, to kind of onshore TikTok's operation, to try to move everything about U.S. data into U.S.-based servers and put a company like Oracle, a big American technology company, in charge of handling that data, take it out of ByteDance, the Chinese company's hands. That, I don't want to say it's fallen through, but it doesn't seem to have made much movement. And I know we're saying that this isn't imminent from this Congress, but I got to tell you, Hallie, Congress has moved much faster on this issue than I am used to seeing. The idea that the ban on government phones kind of slipped into that giant omnibus, that kind of everything spending bill late last year, caught a lot of people, including myself, by surprise. It was kind of a fringe idea until, bam, it was attached to a much-passed bill. So I wouldn't count on this being slow-moving forever.
Garrett, hey, great context, great reporting. Thank you very much, live for us on the Hill. That ties into what's coming up here on the show. You heard that member of Congress say, forget about spy balloons, look at TikTok. This new report is saying, forget about TikTok or the spy balloons. We should be looking at China-linked hackers. We'll talk about who they're allegedly going after later this hour. Plus, What we're learning from a newly unsealed search warrant in those University of Idaho murders, that's coming up. So now we know how Fox News and Dominion voting systems are reacting to that bombshell deposition from Rupert Murdoch that was breaking news here on this show 24 hours ago. Remember, this is part of a $1.5 billion lawsuit filed by Dominion against Fox, accusing the network of intentionally spreading former President Trump's election fraud lies. The big question today, are there broader First Amendment issues at play here? Meaning, like, how could this case affect freedom of the press? Dominion, for its part, says it strongly believes in the First Amendment, but that law does not shield broadcasters who, quote, knowingly or recklessly spread lies. Now, Fox says the case violates the First Amendment, accusing Dominion of publicly smearing the company for commenting on allegations by then-President Trump and some of his supporters that, again, we know are lies. And remember, Murdoch, who called himself, his words, a journalist at heart in this filing, he's acknowledging that he let those lies spread. Stephanie Gosk is following this story. And what's so interesting here, Steph, is you've been talking with legal experts today about not just this case itself, which, let's be real, can get kind of weedsy with some of the back and forth. I think we've laid out big picture there. But pulling back, looking more broadly, broader, maybe call it the chilling effect or not, that the deposition might have on this case.
Well, it's interesting. First, what I would say, Hallie, is that it looks like this is going to a trial with a jury on April 17th. And that means all these people that we've been talking about, including those Fox News cable hosts, could be taking the stand, as well as Rupert Murdoch. And I spoke with one legal analyst today who said what's interesting about this particular case is that it's not just a moment-in-time defamation. It's not looking at one particular instance necessarily. It is looking at a span of time, weeks and months, where these, what we now know are lies, were being told on Fox Air. However, these same lies were also being broadcast on a lot of networks, including this one. And the question will be, what was the context in which they were presented, and what responsibility did Fox News have to put it in that context? And what did not only the hosts, but their producers, their executive producers, and management know about the veracity of the claims being made?
News organizations have a lot of protection here based on a 60-year-old Supreme Court case showing that people or groups like Dominion suing for libel have to prove actual malice. There is even some speculation that, like, there would never be a case that meets that bar of actual malice, meaning that Fox knew or should have known that what the on-air people were saying was not true. How does that factor in here?
Well, it's important. And the reason there are such freedoms is that it allows the press to do its job and not be constantly held responsible for everything that's said on its broadcasts or in its papers. However, there is some level of responsibility, and where do you draw that line? What should they know? What should they have known? There are at least some acknowledgement by Murdoch himself that what was being said by Trump and his acolytes was simply just not true, but yet it was continued to be reported on their broadcast. Should they have stepped in? The legal analyst that I spoke to said that perhaps what stands out the most is that they didn't exert more pressure. We also have this comment from NBC News legal analyst on what's been revealed in this deposition.
He's conceding that the Fox News hosts endorsed the claims that the Dominion election results were false, yet that they knew in the back rooms and in their internal communications, they knew that those claims were false.
So then it goes back to that question of malice. Does that demonstrate malice? And that will be the argument back and forth in what looks to be a court battle with the jury ultimately deciding, Hallie.
Stephanie Gosk, I know you're all about the ins and outs of this case. There's a lot to it, but it's fascinating. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Italian police have arrested 3 people who they believe trafficked more than 100 migrants on a wooden boat that broke up on rocks in the Mediterranean this weekend, killing at least 65 people, including 14 children. Dozens of people are still missing. Police say they're also looking for a 4th suspect. Number 2. Nigeria's opposition is demanding a re-vote in that country's presidential election. So far, it looks like an early lead for the ruling party. The 2 runners-up released a joint statement calling the election results doctored and manipulated. Number 3, newly unsealed court documents reveal now what law enforcement took from a Pennsylvania home where they arrested the suspect in that Idaho murders case. The FBI took things like medical-style gloves, a flashlight, dark clothing. Still not clear why or how those things are significant to this case yet, but you'll remember the suspect was arrested 2 months ago at his parents' house. Number 4, around 30 million Americans are going to lose their extra food stamp benefits stemming from the pandemic tomorrow. The federal government's SNAP program, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, right? SNAP benefits, they're going to go back to normal levels, which are based on how much money a household makes per year on average. That means that for the average person getting those benefits, they're going to lose like $90 a month. Some of them may lose like $250 a month toward food expenses. More on that in the days to come. Number 5, the moon may be getting its own time zone, according to the European Space Agency. It's arguing that a universal method to keep time on and around the moon would be helpful as people go to build moon bases. The only issue, clocks actually run about 56 microseconds faster on the moon than on Earth. There's not even an agreed upon way to tell time when you're up there. So they might need to be starting at square one instead of square time zone. Let's talk about what's happening in Tennessee with a bill there that would make drag shows in public and in front of kids illegal. It is only steps away from becoming law. The state's governor, Bill Lee, says he'll sign it when it gets to his desk. But he's saying that at the same time that a supposed picture of him, seemingly dressed in drag himself, has started going around. This is the photo. Somebody on Reddit posted it from a 1977 high school yearbook, purporting to show the governor apparently in a skirt, a wig, and a necklace. Again, allegedly the governor. It's most likely part of a powder puff football game where kids dress as the opposite gender. The governor's press secretary has not confirmed whether the picture is actually of Lee, but says that any attempt to, in their words, conflate this serious issue with lighthearted school traditions is dishonest and disrespectful. Drag performers and critics of this Tennessee bill are calling out what they see as the sort of irony in this, saying there's a hypocrisy to wanting to criminalize something that the LGBTQ plus community views as an art form, but then being okay with it in the context of like a lighthearted tradition. Rahima Ellis is joining us now. The governor was asked about this Rahima picture. And he said something fairly similar to this statement, right? It's also not the first time that a yearbook picture of him has made the national news.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. He basically said that it was ridiculous, and he responded, even it was put up on Twitter, a response that he had with someone asking him about this, and he said, there is a difference, and I want to read this to make sure I get it right. He says, there's a difference between a photo of a man dressed as a girl as part of a school spoof and overly sexualized entertainment, He says that that is something that is very different. Again, as you point out, the governor's office is not confirming that it's actually him in that photograph, but according to reports we've read, that the high school principal said in the high school yearbook, that's pictured. That is a picture of the governor. And it's not the first time that the governor has been seen doing something that's added some controversy and they ended up having to apologize for. He was photographed in a picture of him in a Confederate uniform. That was in 2019, and he ended up apologizing for that. Hallie?
There's been a lot of attention on this bill that's moving forward in Tennessee. Others like it in other states as well. Activists for the LGBTQ plus community say broadly it paints all drag as obscene, as sexualized.
Yeah, it's right. And some are objecting, saying, and you pointed this out earlier, that they're saying that it's okay for the governor to do this as entertainment, but not for anyone else. And that particularly not for the gay community. It's not right for them to do it. And that he is criminalizing this by making this distinction. The governor's bill, we should point out, says something that is in difference to that. And we've got a full screen. I want to show you what the bill actually says. The bill bans male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest or a sexual interest from performing in public or in front of children. It would not necessarily apply to all cross-dressing. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, thanks for being on top of that story for us. We will follow it for sure. Appreciate it. When we come back here on the show, we're getting a rare look, an extraordinarily rare look at life inside Crimea, because our Keir Simmons is the first Western journalist to go there since the war in Ukraine started. You see Keir there. He'll join us live in a second with what he's seeing next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
An extraordinary NBC News exclusive to bring you now. A very rare look at life inside Crimea. That's the piece of land Russia took from Ukraine years before this war started, but that Ukraine now wants back. Our Keir Simmons is the first Western journalist to go there, to go inside Crimea since this war started. And look at this. This is part of the journey. Over a bridge from Russia to the peninsula. A bridge blown up by a truck bomb last October. It was only fully reopened just last week, so Keir and his team hopped on a train. Vladimir Putin illegally took Crimea from Ukraine in 2014, and now this is a place that is hugely significant in the current war, both symbolically and strategically. President Zelensky has said Ukraine will reclaim Crimea, but President Putin of Russia says he'll never give it up. Keir Simmons is joining us now as we're taking a look at that truck bomb from last year. Keir, you know, you are here, you are there. President Zelensky, again, just within the last 48 hours, pledged to liberate Crimea, which is right now occupied by Russia. It is so important to Zelensky. It is also so important to Putin.
That's right, and I should just mention, Hallie, that that's the bridge you can see lit up behind me there that we travelled on to get here, and that was subject to that attack in October last year. It is important. It's important for lots of different reasons. Inevitably, for Russia, it's important because there are many people here who are Russian-speaking. It's also strategically important because this is the place, and Sevastopol, the port, is about 3 hours across this peninsula. This is the place where Russia's Black Sea Fleet is based. So it is very, very important militarily for Russia, for President Putin, and almost for the same reason for Ukraine, it is important because of the threat it presents to Ukraine from the Russians. So just for example, the question of whether in Sevastopol the Black Sea Fleet should be allowed to stay there, well, Ukraine very likely now is going to say, well, why should it stay there when it will continue to threaten our coastline? So this is a very, very difficult problem to negotiate out of, if you like, and it's one of the reasons why it's hard to see how this ends.
I was watching with fascination, Keir, at some of your reporting as you're talking with people in Crimea, again, occupied by the Russians. And you're hearing, I think, a really interesting array of comments from folks who live there, who are dealing and have been dealing with, like, a life of war, a life at war for, you know, nearly 10 years now.
Yeah, that's right. And look, when you talk to people here, it's obviously, and I guess this is true wherever you go, but certainly it is here, it's important to remember that there's a unique history here, that people have had to leave because of some of the things that have happened here. Russia, for example, is accused of human rights abuses, of oppression towards the Crimean Tatars, who often have led opposition to Moscow and to President Putin. So there's all of that. But then also there's the reality that when you go in and speak to people, you find many, many who support Moscow. One woman, for example, showing us her Russian passport that she obtained after Russia illegally annexed the Crimea. Another 73 years old we spoke to. Take a listen. You'll fight if the Ukrainians come here.
Yes, we will all put on uniforms and will go to the border to defend ourselves. Yes, we would not allow it for Zelensky. Crimea will be ours, honestly.
And Hallie, that's another one of the challenges. If Ukrainian forces are going to try to take this peninsula back, what to do about the 2.4 million people who live here, many of whom support Russia.
Keir Simmons with that extraordinary reporting from Crimea. Keir, we're so glad to have you. We're so glad to have your reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us. And thank you to your team, too. I know it is a group effort. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, it is Election Day in Chicago. It is turning into election night there. And we may know if the country's third biggest city could get a new leader, why it may be a shocking upset, and why she may be headed for defeat. Plus, what these California teenagers are building that they hope will break a world record. It's a cheesy story later on. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. In just a few hours, we could end up seeing something really surprising in the mayor's race in the country's third biggest city. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot may not even make a runoff in a crowded, tight race. Polls show her right in the middle of the pack against a whole bunch of opponents. And just to give you a sense of how much of a reversal this is, when she won in 2019, she won every single ward in the city. Now she is maybe not even top two. And here's the deal. If nobody gets 50% of the vote and she is not in the top two, she may not even get to the runoff in April. NBC's Marissa Parra joins us now from Chicago. And what we find so fascinating about this story, Marissa, is because I can hear people being like, Hallie, you anchor a national news program. Why are we talking about Chicago's mayor? It's because it's a microcosm of what a lot of big cities around the country are dealing with. And that is the issue of crime on the minds of people who live in those urban centers, right? And so there is a lesson, or at least a story that is so fascinating about Lori Lightfoot and her race here.
Absolutely. And also, you got to remember, this is the third largest city, a Democratic mayor in one of the largest cities in the country, after we've seen so many changes in the world and in the country in recent years. You have to remember, it's been about 4 years since she was elected. So much has changed in the last 4 years. I mean, we had the COVID-19 pandemic that changed lives, it changed livelihoods, businesses, the economy. You got to imagine all of the things that have happened since then, not just since the pandemic, but when it comes to crime, as you just mentioned, especially here in Chicago. I was living here as we saw a spike in crime, carjackings, gun violence, and of course, you know, just overall homicides in general. There was a lot of changes when it comes to that. And then there was a lot of discussions on policing and what kinds of changes, if any changes, should be made when it comes to that. So, Hallie, I think this will be an interesting test to see how she fares in the wake of all of those changes in the last 4 years.
Our crack team over at First Read, our political unit here for NBC, are looking at the state of the nation's mayors more broadly, right? And these races more broadly. And they write that recent elections have been awesome for governors who were able to use federal COVID money to make them look good. Mayors have not been able to benefit in the same way. How does that impact not just this race, but others in the country?
Well, this really is a big test. When you look at other big cities across the country, I mean, you had New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, their mayors were not up for re-election. They didn't seek re-election like what we're seeing with Mayor Lightfoot. So I think this is going to be the first major test to see how voting patterns have changed or were impacted after something like this. And just boots on the ground here, Hallie, is something that I have found very interesting. We've spoken to a number of people who did vote for Lori Lightfoot in 2019, who said they just don't have that same support for her. And we'll have to see what the results are when they eventually come in.
I was going to say, we'll know soon. Marissa Parra, thank you very much. Appreciate you being there for us. Let's get to some breaking news that is just coming into us in the last couple of minutes here. The head of the FBI, in a brand new interview, is saying the agency thinks COVID may have originated, right, may have started with a lab leak in Wuhan, China. This is in an interview on Fox News. We want to play you some of the back and forth here. Watch.
As you note, Brett, the FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan. I should add that our work related to this continues. I will just make the observation that the Chinese government, seems to me, has been doing its best to try to thwart and obfuscate the work here, the work that we're doing, the work that our U.S. government and close foreign partners are doing.
Ken Delanian is joining us now with that interview with Chris Wray over on Fox. So interesting here, because this is really the first sort of big-time official that we're hearing talking about what we've been talking about for 4 days now, which is this mystery of where did COVID come from, and was it, as there is some leaked reporting based on some intelligence reporting you've done, suggest, was it a lab leak from China? So put this into perspective.
Right, and this is the first time that anyone at the FBI has acknowledged this long-standing position that the FBI has taken since October 2021, that they believe with moderate confidence that it was a lab leak. But important perspective here. They are one of 8 intelligence agencies that have looked at this, and 4 believe the other way.
That's what's so interesting.
Yeah.
The intel agencies don't agree.
Yeah, they don't. And the CIA is one of 2 now that are undecided. They're so divided they couldn't come to a conclusion even to write it up. And then the Energy Department, as we've been reporting, has now weighed in and said, we believe with low confidence that it was a lab leak. What this tells you...
FBI, DOE say, yeah, lab leak.
Yeah.
CIA says, TBD, we're undecided.
Yeah.
4 others say... wasn't a lab leak.
And so the most important thing this tells you is the intelligence is bad. It's spotty. They don't have good information. They're groping in the dark here.
But yet Chris Wray's going on national TV to talk about it, Ken. What are we supposed to how do we read that?
That's quite remarkable. I mean, because there's been a lot of good reporting about this, investigative reporting, and there's a compelling case for a lab leak, circumstantial evidence. There's also a compelling case that it came from nature, because that's how most viruses get into the human population. But there was this lab that was doing research on this kind of coronavirus, one of 3 places in the world, and that was the reaction of many intelligence officials right away. Oh, what a coincidence that this happened right near this lab in China. And then they started covering things up. Like there were apparently some people that fell ill at that lab in the fall before the pandemic outbreak. No one from the U.S. government has ever been able to interview those people. I mean, there's a lot of questions, but at the same time, there have been scientific papers written that say, no, I'm sorry, this definitely came from animals. It came from that animal market. Remember, there was an animal market in Wuhan where wild animals were being sold. But they have not found any animal that transmitted the coronavirus, COVID, directly to humans.
And why this is so important is because it gets to the central question of this pandemic that killed hundreds of thousands of people in this country alone, millions of people around the world, right? Deadly, horrific, generational changing pandemic.
Yep.
How did it start?
Exactly.
This is the question they're trying to answer. And even though Chris Wray is coming out tonight, head of the FBI, and saying, here's what we think, what you're saying is the context is we got to take this all, looking at the big picture, grain of salt, et cetera.
And what many of my sources say is we may never know the answer to this, but also it's not necessarily, look, we can act as if both things are true, because there are certain steps that need to be taken, both on lab security and then on hunting for viruses in the wild.
Come back, talk more with us about this once we see the rest of the interview, which is going to air, I know, later on Fox. Ken Delaney, and thank you so much. I know you've got to get now tasked for your many other jobs now that this news is broken. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southern Bureau, rapper Kodak Black in a Florida courtroom today after that arrest warrant issued against him for allegedly failing a drug test by testing positive for fentanyl. He's been out on bail in a drug case, and today, Black's attorney says there may have been a mix-up with the failed test. The judge is going to let him go to a drug treatment program for 30 days as part of his pretrial release. From our Northeast Bureau, the sign on Jackie Robinson Parkway is out of here after drivers spotted that, look at that, that is a blatant misspelling. You don't spell Jackie J-A-K-I-E. Transportation officials replaced the sign pretty quickly. Let's hope they turn spell check back on. Not that. From our West